Chapter 1. The Core of the Fallen God and the Useless Beasts. The Core of the Fallen God and the Useless Beasts. Canaan Academy, Beast Breeding Zone, Third Abandoned Isolation Area. Beneath the blazing sun, the cracked yellow earth and rusted barbed wire are scorched. The air is thick with the acrid scent of fermenting feed, the pungent odor of beast excrement, and an indescribable air of despondency belonging to the failures. Lin Luo, clad in thick canvas gloves and a faded janitorial uniform, struggled to pour a large bucket of feed, a mixture of moldy grain husks and rotten vegetable leaves, into an open beast enclosure surrounded by rough-hewn logs, roughly 10 feet in diameter. In one corner of the enclosure curled a creature that was, well, difficult to describe. It was approximately the size of a calf, covered in a dull, lifeless shell resembling rusted metal, marred with scratches and dents. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a lizard, albeit with an awkward proportion that rendered it clumsy. At this moment, it lay beneath its short, stout forelimbs, completely unresponsive to the delicacies being poured in, only the rise and fall of its back with each breath betraying any sign of life. A tail, adorned with bony spikes and similarly encased in a grayish shell, drooped listlessly in the dust. This was a juvenile armored dragon lizard. In theory, once matured, the armored dragon lizard possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, making it a coveted choice for a meat shield-type contract beast. However, the specimen before him, ID 73, congenital shell calcification deficiency, accompanied by mild affinity disorder with magic, stunted growth, and an extremely introverted personality, suspected autism. Assessment value, exceedingly low. Recommendation, observation. If no improvement is observed, consider humane disposal. This cold judgment was displayed on the record board affixed to the enclosure. Tin can, it's mealtime. Lin Luo wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to the motionless juvenile lizard, his voice devoid of emotion. Having worked in this abandoned isolation area for nearly 3 months, responsible for caring for a dozen similar problematic beasts, this armored dragon lizard was the least troublesome, yet the most hopeless of them all. 3 months ago, he had been an ordinary zoology graduate student and reptile enthusiast on Earth. Following a laboratory accident, he opened his eyes to find himself in this world, sharing the same name and surname, orphaned, scraping by on meager compensation and odd jobs, barely managing to work as a janitor at Canaan Academy at the age of 16. This world is one of magic, martial arts, and fantastical beasts that soar through the skies. Humans, through contracts with these beasts, engage in combat as beast tamers. The original Lin Luo had once aspired to become a formidable beast tamer, but alas, aptitude tests revealed his mental strength to be ordinary, with a weak affinity for magic, placing him in the category of barely passing, yet unlikely to achieve greatness. Coupled with his lack of funds, he ultimately fell to the lowest tier of the breeding zone, consorting with these useless beasts. Dreams? They had long since been worn away amid the daily grind of cleaning, mixing feed, and maintaining the enclosures. After emptying the feed, Lin Luo approached the water trough beside the enclosure, twisted the rusty faucet, and splashed cool, well water on his face and arms in an attempt to dispel some of the heat. As he bent down, the corner of his eye caught a glimmer of something on the muddy ground at the edge of the trough, reflecting a faint, dark golden sheen in the midday sun. Lin Luo crouched down and began to sift through the damp earth. What he unearthed was an object approximately the size of a pigeon's egg, an irregular polyhedron that was neither metal nor stone, its surface adorned with intricate, ancient patterns. It felt heavy in his hand, warm to the touch, unlike the coldness of metal. The dark golden luster was subtle, only visible from specific angles. Whose discarded item is this? Or was it extracted from some beast's belly? Lin Luo mused, weighing it in his hand, unable to discern its nature. It appeared neither as a gem nor as any known magical or resembling more like a fragment of some ritualistic artifact or seal from an unknown civilization that he had seen in a museum in his past life. He absent-mindedly wiped the dark golden object on the hem of his garment, intending to inquire in the storage room later if anyone had lost it. Just as he was about to pocket the stone, his fingertip was inadvertently grazed by a sharp edge, leaving a small cut. Hiss! Lin Luo inhaled sharply, about to discard the stone. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The droplet of blood seeping from his fingertip made contact with the surface of the dark golden stone, and in that instant, the stone seemed to awaken from an ancient slumber. The dark golden patterns flared to life, as if molten gold coursed within. A torrent of immense, ancient information, imbued with indescribable contract and soul vibrations, surged into Lin Luo's mind like a flood breaking its dam, detecting weak life and soul fluctuations that meet the criteria. Core of the fallen god contract, damaged, initiated. Scanning the qualifications of the binder. Scan complete. Soul strength, mediocre. Magical affinity, low. Physical constitution, ordinary. Comprehensive evaluation, E, extremely poor. Does not meet conventional contract standards. Initiating backup plan. Searching for compatible base units. Lin Luo felt as if his head would split open, as a myriad of bizarre visions flashed before his eyes. Shattered stars, howling behemoths, crumbling temples, and countless contract runes of varying shapes and colors dancing, disintegrating and reconstituting. At last, all the visions and information coalesced into a point of dark golden light, sinking deep into his consciousness. Simultaneously, a clear, seemingly innate awareness materialized in his mind. He, Lin Luo, had bound a fragmented creation known as the core of the fallen god contract. This entity appeared to originate from an extraordinarily ancient and magnificent civilization, with its core function being to contract and cultivate combat units, beasts. However, due to its inherent damage and Lin Luo's woefully inadequate qualifications, the core's functionality was severely limited. The only benefit currently unlocked, or rather a shackle, was that he could disregard the high demands of conventional contracts on mental strength and magical affinity, forcibly establishing a basic soul link with a beast of extremely low qualifications, undefined potential, and either voluntary or incapable of resistance. It is crucial to note that this is merely a basic link, not a complete, deeply manipulable contract. Furthermore, initially, he could only link with one beast. As the core is repaired, or his own strength increases, he could gradually augment both the number and depth of links. Isn't this just a contract core specifically for collecting failures? Lin Luo processed the information, nearly choking on his own frustration. He had thought he stumbled upon a golden opportunity, only to find it was a shabby core that exclusively binds useless creatures, and he could only bind one, and it had to be one that was voluntary or incapable of resistance. Instinctively, he glanced towards the enclosure, where the juvenile armored dragon lizard lay, indifferent even to a bucket of slop, as if contemplating the meaning of lizard existence. Extremely low qualifications? Undefined potential? On the brink of humane disposal. What potential could it possibly possess? Voluntary or incapable of resistance? By the looks of it, binding it would likely elicit no response at all. It perfectly matched the binding criteria of the garbage core. Lin Luo's lips twitched. Was his journey of newfound powers in this world destined to commence by binding a reclusive tin can? He endeavored to reach out with his mind to touch the glimmer of dark golden light deep within his consciousness. Instantly, a peculiar sensation emerged, as if invisible tendrils were extending from him. He could vaguely perceive the presence of various life forms and soul fluctuations within a certain range around him. Some strong, some weak, some turbulent, and others serene. These were the problematic magical beasts within the isolation zone. Among these fluctuations, the one nearest to him, the faintest and most silent, emanated from the armored dragon lizard in the beast pen. Bind it? Lin Luo struggled internally. What was the purpose of binding this creature? It would be a nuisance even as a pet, taking up space. Yet, without binding, the Godfall core appeared to be nothing more than a mere ornament. Moreover, the core's information indicated that establishing a link could yield some unknown effects on both the binder and the bound, potentially beneficial or otherwise. As he hesitated, the young armored dragon lizard within the pen seemed to finally respond to the exceedingly faint soul fluctuations emitted by the dark golden core upon activation, slowly lifting its clumsy head. Its pair of dark yellow eyes, somewhat vacant, met Lin Luo's gaze through the wooden bars. In those eyes, there was none of the ferocity or wariness typical of ordinary magical beasts, only a hollow, stagnant sense of bewilderment, along with a trace of an almost imperceptible weariness and disdain for existence itself. In that moment, Lin Luo felt a stir within him, as if a long-buried memory had been unearthed. He recalled a tortoise he had once cared for in his past life, abandoned due to congenital inadequacies, who had barely survived for a few years under his care, yet remained perpetually despondent. Forget it, Lin Luo sighed, as if resigning himself to fate, yet also making a decision. A useless creature is still better than none. At least, it looks somewhat resilient. He ceased his vacillation, focusing his mind to guide the dark golden light deep within him, extending the invisible linking tendril cautiously toward the quiet soul fluctuations of the young armored dragon lizard in the beast pen. The moment the tendril made contact with the faint wave of energy, the dark golden core flickered slightly. The young armored dragon lizard trembled violently, a glimmer of confusion flashing in its dark yellow eyes, only to quickly revert to its vacant demeanor. It neither resisted nor seemed capable of doing so, nor did it seem inclined to. A feeble yet distinctly clear connection was established between Lin Luo and the young armored dragon lizard. It was neither master nor servant, nor was it a partnership. Rather, it resembled a fragile line sharing some fundamental perceptions. Through this line, Lin Luo could vaguely sense the creature's current state. Weak, fatigued, utterly disinterested in its surroundings, including the bucket of feed, with sore muscles beneath its shell, sluggish magical energy, and, deep within its soul, a near void of emptiness. Simultaneously, he felt that his once mediocre mental strength seemed to be slightly awakened due to this link. The quiet soul fluctuations of the young armored dragon lizard appeared to be infused with a faint, imperceptible vitality from the outside. Binding. Succeeded? Lin Luo gazed at the young armored dragon lizard, still lying motionless as if nothing had transpired, while he felt the dark golden light in his mind and the fragile link, his emotions complex. So, he had a contracted beast now, although it was a reclusive tin can. From today onward, you shall be called a Tai. Lin Luo addressed the beast pen, unsure if the little creature could comprehend his words. Stay with me, at least. You'll have something to eat, and you won't be processed. A Tai, the young armored dragon lizard, looked at him vacantly, then slowly lowered its head, burying it back beneath its forelimbs, leaving behind a rounded, iron-gray back covered in scratches. Lin Luo. Well, at least the reaction was very Tai. He shook his head, carefully stowing away the dark, golden godfall contract core, which seemed to be able to be absorbed in his body post-binding, picked up the empty feed bucket, and turned to leave the beast pen. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, stretching across the desolate land of the abandoned isolation zone. Ahead lay the towering magical tower and training grounds of Canaan Academy, a realm reserved for geniuses and formal students. Behind him was the abandoned area, reeking of odd scents and filled with problematic magical beasts, along with his newly bound, historically most useless contracted beast. Lin Luo paused momentarily, then continued onward, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, self-mocking smile, which seemed to carry a hint of something else. A useless one paired with a useless core, the armored dragon lizard named a Tai. This beginning is truly, refreshingly unconventional. Chapter 2. The first contracted beast, the tin can Tai. The process of binding a Tai was uneventful, even somewhat tedious. There were no cosmic phenomena, no sudden surge in power, only a faint, tenuous line connecting his consciousness to the soul of a tin can, along with the almost imperceptible presence of the dark golden godfall core within him. Lin Luo's life did not undergo a dramatic transformation as a result. He continued to be a menial worker in the third abandoned isolation zone of Canaan Academy, dealing daily with feed, excrement, and a dozen problematic magical beasts. The sole change was that when feeding and cleaning a Tai's pen, he lingered a bit longer, attempting to perceive the little one's state through that fragile link, or simply to converse. A Tai, the weather is lovely today. Shall we bask in the sun? The iron-gray back in the pen remained motionless, only the faint rise and fall of its breath indicating life. A Tai, the new bedding is dry and comfortable, isn't it? The tip of its tail curled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A Tai, I saw a flame squirrel cub yesterday. Its fur was, oh, so much brighter than yours. the dark yellow eyes lazily cracked open a sliver, glancing at him before closing again. Communication was largely one-sided. Atai spent most of his time in a power-saving standby state, sluggish in response to external stimuli. Yet Lin Luo sensed that through their link, during his daily chatter, Atai's dormant soul fluctuations seemed to ripple with an almost imperceptible wave, akin to a speck of dust disturbing a tranquil lake, fleeting yet undeniably present. The soul link established by the Godfall core appeared to be subtly influencing the young dragon lizard, deemed congenitally deficient and introverted. The most noticeable change was a slight increase in its appetite. Although it still showed little interest in moldy grains and decayed vegetable leaves, when Lin Luo secretly broke apart some relatively bitter black bread, mixed with a touch of bran, and added it to the feed, Atai would slowly lift its head, not so much eating as grazing on the crumbs. Its food intake remained pitifully small, yet it was still consuming. Moreover, through the link, Lin Luo could vaguely sense that the food entering Atai's body was being absorbed in an exceedingly inefficient yet undeniably existent manner, transforming into a trickle of feeble warmth, barely sustaining its substantial body relative to its juvenile size and heavy shell. Congenital shell calcification disorder, accompanied by mild magical affinity impairment. Lin Luo recalled the verdict inscribed on the record board, gazing thoughtfully at the dull, even somewhat brittle shell of Atai. This armor served as both its defensive reliance and the source of its burdensome congenital flaws. I must devise a means to fortify its armor at the very least, to prevent it from shattering so easily, Lin Luo pondered. In his previous life, he was a graduate student in zoology. Although his specialization did not entirely pertain to reptiles, he possessed a foundational knowledge of physiology, anatomy, and nutrition. By integrating the magical elements and characteristics of magical beasts from this world, he commenced his Atai enhancement plan, Draft. Plan 1. Nutritional supplementation. The standard feed at the abandoned isolation facility was merely a lifeline for problematic magical beasts, lacking in any nutritional value. Lin Luo began to utilize his work opportunities, discreetly selecting relatively valuable components while cleaning other animal enclosures or processing some discarded, subpar magical beast remnants, such as the remnants of low-tier herbivorous magical beasts, which still held some spiritual energy, or the nearly useless old keratin shed by certain magical beasts. For instance, a drought-resistant plant known as stone fern, whose roots are said to harbor faint elemental earth and calcium, or fragments of a low-tier rock turtle shell, devoid of spiritual essence, yet possessing a dense texture. He meticulously ground these scraps, using stones he collected, and mixed them into Atai's feed or soaked them in well water before offering them. Atai displayed a reasonable acceptance of this extra meal, exhibiting a slight wiggle as it fed. Plan 2. Exercise. It was in essence an effort to motivate Atai to move. Remaining stationary for prolonged periods would only lead to further muscle atrophy and a lack of beneficial stimulation for its shell. Lin Luo experimented with various methods, waving fresh, fragrant grasses before its nose, ineffective. Gently scratching its relatively sensitive belly and the insides of its limbs with soft twigs, Atai merely shifted impatiently, swatting the twig aside with its tail. Even, in a fit of whimsy, attempting to convey the thoughts of stand up and take a few steps through their soul link. To his astonishment, this last method elicited a faint, albeit extremely weak, response. When he focused intently on transmitting the thought of movement through their connection, Atai's previously dormant soul waves exhibited a noticeable disturbance, followed by an exceedingly slow and reluctant lifting of a forelimb or a slight drag of its tail, a minuscule yet undeniable act of movement. Effective, though the results resemble a snail's pace. Lin Luo felt invigorated. This validated that the soul link could not only convey a sense of awareness, but also facilitate rudimentary thought intervention. Perhaps this was the key to nurturing and training Atai. Of course, such thought intervention drained Lin Luo's mental energy significantly, leaving him dizzy after several attempts. Moreover, Atai clearly resented it, glaring at him with its dim yellow eyes for a moment after each prompt, if one could call it that, then sinking back down as if protesting. Lin Luo did not press the matter. He opted for a gradual approach. Each day, he would provide a little extra nourishment and engage in brief moments of thought prompting. During the remainder of his time, he continued with his menial tasks while consciously observing and learning from the caretakers tending to normal magical beasts, secretly perusing discarded, expired magical beast encyclopedias and basic husbandry manuals salvaged from the garbage heap. Days passed in this monotonous, busy routine, tinged with a hint of clandestine hope. Atai's condition improved at an imperceptible pace, its shell appearing less dull, and its food intake stabilized at a persistently low level. The sensed feelings of weakness and stagnation through their link diminished, albeit minutely. The most significant change occurred one evening a month later. That day, as usual, Lin Luo approached Atai's enclosure after finishing his work, prepared for the day's extra meal and thought interaction. He brought a piece of relatively intact hard earth tuber, a low-tier magical plant rich in starch and trace earth elements, typically used for the dental health of large earth-type magical beasts, breaking it open with a stone to reveal the pale yellow flesh within. Perhaps it was the earthy aroma of the hard earth tuber, significantly fresher than the moldy feed, that attracted Atai, or perhaps the prolonged extra meals had conditioned it to expect food from Lin Luo. When he offered a piece of tuber to its mouth, Atai did not wait, as it typically did for the food to touch its lips. Instead, it slowly extended its neck forward, opening its mouth voluntarily to accept the tuber. Then, it performed an action that left Lin Luo momentarily stunned. It did not swallow immediately, but gently nibbled at Lin Luo's finger, holding the tuber with its not-so-sharp teeth, tentatively testing. It did not hurt. In fact, it felt like a rough scratch against sandpaper. Yet Lin Luo felt a jolt throughout his being. Through their soul link, he distinctly sensed a faint yet profoundly clear wave of intent transmitted from Atai at the moment it nibbled his finger. It was neither an attack, nor anger, nor merely a primal instinct for feeding. It was a sense of curiosity, an exploration, or perhaps a rudimentary form of interaction and confirmation, imbued with a nascent awareness? Was it confirming his existence, verifying the source of this food? Or was it, in its own way, responding to his month-long chatter and extra meals? Lin Luo stood frozen, his finger lingering at Atai's rough, cool mouth. After its brief nibble, Atai seemed to complete its confirmation, slowly retracting its neck and beginning to chew on the piece of hard earth tuber, its dark yellow eyes reflecting a slight glimmer of clarity, as if a minuscule trace of ancient bewilderment had dissipated, replaced by an elusive spark of understanding. Though still faint and fleeting, Lin Luo managed to capture it. He parted his lips, his voice somewhat parched. Suddenly, he felt that the relentless efforts of the past month, rising early and toiling late, clandestinely engaged in the enhancement plan for Atai, seemed to bear a glimmer of significance. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and gently caressed Atai's cold, rough, and scarred head. The texture of the shell was hard and cool, yet beneath his fingertips, he sensed the faintest pulse of life. Atai paused momentarily in its chewing, lifting its eyelids to glance at him. Its gaze remained somewhat vacant, yet devoid of the previous utter emptiness. It neither flinched nor offered any further response, merely continuing its slow, deliberate mastication. The last rays of the setting sun elongated the shadows of man and beast, casting them upon the rough earth of the beast enclosure. Lin Luo observed Atai, then glanced at his fingers, stained with dirt and potato sap, and suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed that even a tin can was not entirely a lump of metal. He mused softly, a glimmer of anticipation, an emotion he had never felt before, sparkling in his eyes. The initial plight of binding a seemingly useless creature to the core of the fallen deity did not appear so dire after all. At the very least, it seemed he had found his first true companion in this unfamiliar world. Though this companion was introverted, slow, gluttonous, and lethargic, it was still his Atai. At that moment, deep within his mind, the long-dormant dark golden core of the fallen deity contract flickered faintly, as if sensing something. A stream of information, more nebulous yet slightly clearer than before, slowly emerged. Stability of basic soul link enhanced. Activity of bound entity Atai, variant of armored dragon lizard, slightly increased. Core energy recovery, 0001. New function preview unlocked. Basic attribute perception, not activated. Lin Luo's pupils contracted slightly. A variant? Atai was a variant? Not merely a case of congenital deficiency? Core energy recovery? Could this entity self-repair? Basic attribute perception? What was that? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Yet the predominant feeling was one of astonishment. It appeared that this fallen deity core was not entirely lifeless. Binding and nurturing a contract beast seemed to genuinely yield some form of feedback. He gazed at Atai, still slowly chewing and oblivious to the changes within its core. His expression igniting with fervor. Atai, he gently patted the dragon lizard's cold, heavy shell, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. It seems our journey is still long. However, there was no need for haste. He lifted his gaze towards the central area of Canaan Academy, where the magical towers and training grounds glowed brightly against the dusk. Let us begin by fortifying your iron exterior. Then, his eyes drifted towards the depths of the abandoned isolation field, where other beast enclosures lurked in the shadows. Concealed yet numerous. Perhaps it was time to scout for new members for our motley crew? As night deepened, the abandoned isolation field returned to its serene silence. Only the slow sound of Atai's chewing and the flickering flame in Lin Luo's eyes danced quietly in the darkness. Chapter 3. On the Scientific Resistance to Beatings. The words basic attribute perception, not activated, lingered in Lin Luo's mind for several days. He attempted various methods to concentrate his thoughts on Atai, trying to convey his intentions to the core of the fallen deity. He even squeezed a drop of blood onto the core's phantom, which yielded no response, but could not activate this so-called preview of new abilities. It seemed that either the core's energy was insufficiently restored or other conditions needed to be met, Lin Luo speculated. Nevertheless, this at least offered him a glimmer of hope. The core was not immutable. It could slowly recover and even unlock new abilities as the bound entity grew, or for other reasons. This notion intensified Lin Luo's dedication to nurturing Atai. Hard soil tubers became a regular addition to Atai's meals, and Lin Luo managed to procure some of the lowest quality moss powder, typically used to feed low-tier earth-type magical beasts, mixing it into the feed. Atai's enthusiasm for eating increased at a snail's pace, and the weakness and sluggishness that resonated through their soul link further diminished. The most notable change was in Atai's iron-gray shell. Although still dull, the tiny cracks and brittleness at the edges seemed to have lessened somewhat. When touched, an exceedingly faint, warm vitality could be felt, rather than the pure coldness of deathly stillness. Regarding mental interaction, Lin Luo no longer insisted on grand gestures, but shifted to more delicate guidance. For instance, when Atai was eating, he would convey thoughts of chewing and swallowing. Though Atai naturally knew how, it seemed to facilitate a smoother process. While cleaning the beast pen, he would guide it to lift its paw, making it easier to clear the space. Initially resistant and impatient, Atai gradually became numb, or rather, accustomed. Occasionally, when Lin Luo's mental guidance was particularly clear and gentle, it would even preemptively make slight cooperative movements. This was an exceedingly slow, reciprocal process of adaptation. Just as Lin Luo thought his days would continue in this tranquil and impoverished manner, gradually improving Atai's condition, trouble came knocking. That afternoon, while Lin Luo was cleaning the pen next door, where an irritable, feather-picking red-tailed chick was kept, he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance of the abandoned isolation area. A group of youths clad in pristine student uniforms, emblazoned with the Canaan Academy emblem, surrounded a tall, handsome golden-haired boy who strode in with an air of arrogance. The leading golden-haired youth wore luxurious attire, a radiant jade pendant hanging from his waist, and played with a red gemstone the size of a pigeon egg. Emanating faint waves of fire elemental energy, his demeanor haughty. Trailing behind them was a thin middle-aged man, bowing and scraping in a lowly caretaker's uniform. Responsible for this abandoned isolation area, Manager Wang. Young Master Kate. Look, this is the third abandoned isolation area. The beasts housed here are, well, somewhat problematic. But the prices are absolutely reasonable. Manager Wang said with a sycophantic smile, his tone ingratiating. The golden-haired youth, known as Young Master Kate, furrowed his elegant brows, using a handkerchief to cover his nose as he disdainfully surveyed the dilapidated surroundings and the mingled odors in the air. What quality could possibly be found in such a place? This young master is here to select potential contract beast cubs, not to scavenge for refuse. Indeed. Young Master Kate has discerning taste, Mr. Wang, the manager, promptly affirmed. However, there are occasionally some magical beasts that have, due to unforeseen circumstances, found themselves here. Their lineage may still be commendable, albeit in a temporarily unfavorable condition. With careful nurturing, they could very well regain some of their former glory. The key is the price, only a tenth, or even 100th, of the normal market value. Given your esteemed background and keen eye, the chances of uncovering a treasure are quite high. Upon hearing this, young Master Kate's expression softened slightly, seemingly swayed by the prospect of a rare find at an incredibly low price. He waved his hand dismissively, then let us take a look. However, should there be any unsightly refuse, I shall turn and leave at once. Rest assured, this way please. Mr. Wang eagerly led the way, his gaze flitting between the beast enclosures until it swiftly settled on a target. A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Luo's heart as he realized that Mr. Wang and young Master Kate were making their way toward the enclosure where a tie was located. Young Master, behold this iron-armored dragon lizard cub, Mr. Wang exclaimed, pointing at a tie, who was curled up in a corner of the enclosure. His tone was laced with exaggerated admiration. Look at that shell, that physique. A genuine iron-armored dragon lizard lineage. Though it currently suffers from a slight nutritional deficiency, its foundation is undeniably solid. With proper care, supplemented with high-quality Earth-type magic crystals and armor paste, it will surely regain its vigor and become your reliable shield. Lin Luo felt a wave of nausea. A tie's brittle and dull shell, in Mr. Wang's words, had transformed into a solid foundation. The inherent magical affinity barrier and introverted nature had become mere minor nutritional issues. As for regaining vigor, Lin Luo thought that if a tie could manage to crawl a couple of steps, it would be a significant achievement. Young Master Kate stepped closer, scrutinizing a tie through the wooden bars with a critical eye. A tie showed no reaction to the unexpected guests, burying his head beneath his forelimbs, exposing only a round, iron gray back. Is this the iron-armored dragon lizard? It appears rather lifeless, one of the attendants beside young Master Kate remarked, perplexed. Oh, it's just a cub. They love their sleep. Look how steady its breathing is. Mr. Wang fabricated smoothly. Moreover, this calm demeanor is advantageous. It is easier to tame and poses a lower risk of backlash during the contract. Young Master Kate seemed somewhat intrigued. The defensive capabilities of an adult iron-armored dragon lizard were indeed commendable, making it a popular choice for a shield. Although this one appeared listless, its skeletal structure seemed adequate, albeit emaciated, and its shell was relatively intact, not falling apart. Most importantly, the price would undoubtedly be exceedingly low. What is the price? Young Master Kate inquired. A glint of cunning flashed in Mr. Wang's eyes as he extended 5 fingers. The original price is at least 500 gold coins. However, since it is you, young Master Kate, I can offer it at cost, 50 gold coins. No, just 30 gold coins for you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. 30 gold coins. Lin Luo sneered inwardly. A healthy and lively juvenile iron-armored lizard, possessing considerable potential, is valued at no less than 1,000 or even several thousand gold coins. The mere 30 gold coins spent on this worthless creature is akin to a stroke of good fortune for someone of noble descent like young Master Kate. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this creature belongs to him. It is bound by a contract to the core of divine fall. Wait, Lin Luo, disregarding everything else, cast aside his shovel and hurried over, positioning himself in front of the enclosure containing the lizard. He bowed slightly to Steward Wang and young Master Kate, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Steward Wang, young Master Kate, this iron-armored lizard cannot be sold. Steward Wang's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Luo with his beady eyes. Lin Luo? What right do you, a mere servant, have to speak here? Step aside. This lizard is an asset of the isolation area. If I say it can be sold, then it shall be sold. Young Master Kate frowned, looking displeased at the suddenly appearing, ragged, and dirt-stained servant boy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo, neither servile nor arrogant, replied, Steward Wang. According to the regulations of the Academy's breeding zone, magical beasts from the abandoned isolation area cannot be disposed of without formal assessment and processing. For the time being, they are to be cared for by the servants, but ownership and disposal rights remain with the Academy's breeding office. It seems you lack the authority to sell it directly. Furthermore, glancing at the record board hanging outside the enclosure, he continued, the assessment report for this lizard clearly states that it requires observation and does not indicate it can be sold or processed. Steward Wang was momentarily taken aback, his face shifting from green to pale. He indeed lacked the authority for direct sale and had intended to exploit young Master Kate's status and the other party's ignorance to sell it off at a low price, later concocting an excuse of accidental death or low-cost processing to cover his tracks, pocketing the difference. He had not anticipated that this usually reticent servant would expose him publicly. Impudent. Steward Wang, seething with humiliation and anger, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Luo and shouted, "What are you? How dare you question me? I know these rules better than you. If I say it can be sold, then it can be sold. If you obstruct me again, believe that I will have you dismissed for insubordination and hindering official duties." Dismissed? Lin Luo's heart sank. Though this servant position was arduous and humble, it was his only source of income and standing at Canaan Academy. Without it, he and the iron-armored lizard would be left with nowhere to go. Yet, he did not waver. The lizard was not only his contracted beast, but also his first and currently sole companion in this world. He could not fathom the fate that awaited the creature should it be acquired by this arrogant noble, whether it would be reduced to a cheap, expendable shield or, due to its perceived inadequacies, casually discarded or even subjected to cruelty. Steward Wang, Lin Luo's voice remained calm, though his gaze sharpened. While you possess the authority to dismiss me, before that, you cannot touch this iron-armored lizard unless you can present the formal authorization from the breeding office permitting its sale. You, Steward Wang, trembling with rage, found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not produce such authorization. Young Master Kate's expression also darkened. He did not care for a worthless lizard valued at 30 gold coins, but he valued his pride. Being publicly humiliated by a lowly servant greatly displeased him. Humph. I have no interest in a half-dead waste. Young Master Kate let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeve, and appeared to be preparing to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, he paused, turned to cast a frosty glance at Lin Luo, and mused that it was rather amusing for a mere servant to dare speak so audaciously in his presence. He signaled to a burly attendant with a scarred face beside him. The scar-faced lackey understood the cue, grinning wickedly as he stepped forward, a faint yet menacing aura of combat energy emanating from him. He was, after all, a low-ranking warrior apprentice. "Kid, how dare you show disrespect to young Master Kate? You're courting death." The scar-faced man bellowed, his fist, as large as a basin, hurtling toward Lin Luo's face. Although this punch was not delivered with full force, it was more than sufficient to send an untrained common servant sprawling, leaving him battered and bruised. Lin Luo's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that his opponent would dare to strike within the academy. Though they were in a remote, abandoned isolation area, it was still the territory of Canaan Academy. He instinctively attempted to dodge, but the opponent's speed was too swift. The punch's wind was already upon him. At that critical moment, a Tai, who had remained motionless in the beast pen, suddenly raised his head. His usually dull, yellowish eyes erupted with an unprecedented, icy, and ferocious gleam, locking onto the scar-faced assailant with unwavering intensity. A deep, hoarse roar, imbued with an ineffable fury and menace, erupted from a Tai's throat. Though the volume was not loud, and somewhat lacking in strength, the ferocity stemming from the bloodline of the dragon lizard, unleashed when its territory or belongings were threatened, was unmistakable. Simultaneously, a Tai's massive form, defying his seemingly sluggish appearance, surged upward with a speed akin to lightning. His scarred, iron-gray front claws struck down upon the sturdy wooden fence with tremendous force. Crack! The hardwood fence, as thick as a human calf, splintered under a Tai's wrathful blow, shaking violently and scattering with chips everywhere. Though it did not break, the sheer power and momentum caused the scar-faced assailant to falter, uncertainty flickering across his face. Young Master Kate and Manager Wang were also startled, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Luo sidestepped the punch's wind. Staggering back to the animal pen, pressing against the violently shaking barrier, his heart racing. He gazed at a Tai in astonishment. A Tai remained upright. His front claws pressed against the fence, his dark yellow eyes fixed intently on the scar-faced man, a continuous low growl emanating from his throat, while the formerly dull iron-gray scales appeared to shimmer faintly with a metallic sheen. Although his weakened form still swayed unsteadily and his breathing was labored, the fierce aura of a protector was unmistakably present. This beast, the scar-faced man, was both startled and enraged, feeling humiliated to be intimidated by a worthless dragon lizard. He gathered his combat energy again, preparing to strike once more. Enough! Young Master Kate suddenly interjected to halt the confrontation. He cast a deep gaze at the snarling Atai and then at Lin Luo, who stood resolutely in front of the beast pinned despite his pale complexion. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. It was unexpected that within this seemingly useless creature, there lay a spark of spirit. Young Master Kate's tone was ambiguous. He discerned that Atai's earlier outburst was merely a last-ditch effort. Yet, the notion that a dragon lizard, deemed defective and nearly withdrawn, would fiercely protect a mere servant was rather fascinating. Let us depart. Young Master Kate turned away from the dragon lizard and Lin Luo, leading his entourage as if the entire episode had been a mere triviality. Manager Wang shot Lin Luo a fierce glare before hastily following suit. Only when the figures of that group vanished from the entrance of the isolation area did Lin Luo exhale deeply, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed to the ground. In that moment, he truly believed he was about to be beaten. He turned to look at Atai within the enclosure. Atai had resumed its position on the ground, the fierce aura from moments before dissipating, reverting to its listless demeanor, its dark yellow eyes once again clouded with confusion. Though its breathing remained somewhat rapid, clearly indicating the toll of its earlier exertion. Through their soul link, Lin Luo distinctly sensed the waves of thought emanating from Atai, no longer a void of silence, but rather a tempest of lingering anger, a hint of fatigue, and an almost imperceptible concern for his, Lin Luo's, well-being. Lin Luo extended his hand through the gaps in the fence, gently stroking Atai's icy, rough head. This time, Atai did not shy away. Instead, it slightly turned its head, rubbing its cheek against Lin Luo's palm, emitting a barely audible sound akin to a whimper. Lin Luo felt a surge of complex warmth within him, his nose tinged with the sting of emotion. This iron canister, typically appearing lifeless, proved to be remarkably reliable in a critical moment. "Thank you, my friend," Lin Luo murmured, his fingers unconsciously smoothing the rough scales atop Atai's head. "However, it seems we have attracted trouble. Young Master Kate does not strike me as a magnanimous individual, and Manager Wang is particularly vengeful. This incident today will likely not conclude easily." He gazed at Atai, then at his own hands, calloused and scarred from years of labor. He needed strength to protect Atai and to ensure his own survival in this ruthless world. The thought of cultivating the core of the fallen god contract beast? Magic? Lin Luo's gaze hardened with determination. It seemed imperative to hasten his efforts. "Atai, let us grow stronger together." Beneath the setting sun, the boy and the dragon lizard cast elongated shadows that intertwined. Deep within Lin Luo's mind, the dark golden core of the fallen god contract flickered faintly at the moment Atai had erupted to protect him, sending ripples of intense energy through their connection. Detected the potential stress fluctuations of the bound unit, Atai, the mutated iron-armored lizard. The stability of the soul link has experienced a slight enhancement. Core energy recovery, 0002. Progress in activating basic attribute perception. 1. Chapter 4. The initial encounter with a genius. The threat posed by young Master Kate loomed overhead like a dark cloud. Yet it had not descended immediately. Manager Wang had been quiet for several days, refraining from troubling Lin Luo. Though his gaze upon Lin Luo remained as piercing as a poisoned blade, Lin Luo understood that this calm was merely temporary. He must swiftly ensure that both he and Atai possessed the means for self-defense. The progress in activating basic attribute perception surged to 1 following Atai's outburst, only to stagnate thereafter. Lin Luo surmised that this might require Atai to continue evolving or to meet certain specific conditions. He chose not to dwell on this, redirecting his energy towards more tangible enhancements. The Atai reinforcement plan had entered its second phase, specialized calcium supplementation and adaptive training. Hard soil tubers and earth moss powder remained the primary components of the diet. Lin Luo also managed to procure some discarded low-tier earth-type magic crystal fragments, waste materials from the breeding area containing exceedingly thin traces of earth elements and energy, grinding them into powder to mix with the feed. Atai welcomed all offerings, consuming with a slow yet steady increase in both quantity and speed. Its carapace visibly thickened, the color shifting from a dull iron gray to a deeper, metallic-hued dark blue. When touched, it exhibited a noticeable hardness and elasticity, shedding its previous fragile quality. The most significant transformation stemmed from adaptive training guided by mental interaction. Lin Luo ceased demanding grand gestures, instead refining the objectives to more practical, everyday tasks. During feeding, he guided chewing and grinding. While cleaning, He encouraged movement and evasion. He even endeavored to coax a Tai into sweeping the floor with its tail, despite the results being somewhat underwhelming, merely redistributing dust more evenly. A Tai transitioned from initial numbness and resistance to gradual habituation, even beginning to intuit some of Lin Luo's intentions and respond accordingly. The efficiency of communication through the soul link was slowly improving. While still incapable of conveying complex information, simple intentions and states of awareness became increasingly clearer. One day, while clearing a corner piled with discarded magical beast bones, Lin Luo unexpectedly discovered several fragments of what appeared to be the carapace of a large tortoise-like magical beast. These shards were grayish-white, exceedingly hard and heavy, with edges marked by gnawing and the ravages of time, devoid of any vitality, evidently remnants from years past. However, Lin Luo's knowledge of zoology made him realize that these high-calcium, dense bone fragments could serve as both a calcium supplement and a dental toy for a Tai. He laboriously dragged the largest and flattest piece of carapace, about the size of a basin and an inch thick, to the edge of a Tai's enclosure, cleaned it thoroughly, and then conveyed a clear intention through the soul link to the dozing a Tai, to gnaw on this. A Tai lazily lifted its eyelids, glancing at the dull, odorless hard bone. Then at Lin Luo, a hint of anthropomorphic disdain flickering in its dark yellow eyes. It sluggishly shifted its body, bringing its head closer to the carapace fragment, opening its mouth to tentatively lick it with its not-so-sharp teeth. Then, it came to a halt, its gaze filled with disdain. Tasteless, unappetizing. It is not for you to eat, but rather to exercise your jaw. Enhance your biting strength while conveniently supplementing your calcium intake. Lin Luo found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation as he conveyed his thoughts again, gesturing with his hands to mimic a biting action. A Tai seemed to grasp the concept, though not entirely. It stared intently at the fragments of the carapace for several seconds before extending its robust forepaw, lightly scratching the surface of the shards, producing a grating sound that sent shivers through one's teeth. It then lifted its paw to inspect its claw tips, glancing back at the faint white mark left on the fragment, tilting its head as if evaluating the hardness of the object. Lin Luo sighed, conceding that using its claws could be considered a form of exercise. A Tai appeared to develop a slight interest in this new toy that could leave a mark. It began to repeatedly scratch at the piece of carapace, generating a continuous and irksome noise. The white marks on the surface deepened and multiplied. A Tai's claws seemed to undergo some polishing, their tips becoming slightly sharper and more refined. After roughly 15 minutes of scratching, a Tai seemed to lose interest and return to its previous position, intermittently thumping its tail against the carapace fragment, producing a dull thud. Lin Luo observed this scene. Deep in thought, a Tai possessed considerable strength in its claws, yet lacked finesse and sustained explosive power. Its tail, aside from sweeping and striking, appeared to serve little other purpose. Could he perhaps guide it towards more targeted strength training? He gathered a few relatively sturdy and elastic vines from the edge of the isolation area, binding them into a makeshift bundle. Placing the vine bundle before a Tai, he conveyed the thought, "Strike with your paw?" A Tai quickly comprehended this instruction, raising its forepaw and bringing it down forcefully onto the vine bundle with a resounding thud. The vines indented deeply, yet remained intact. Harder. Strike continuously. Lin Luo continued to guide. A Tai let out a low growl, lifting its paw, striking down, lifting again, and striking repeatedly against the vine bundle. The thudding echoed throughout the enclosure. Initially, the strikes were somewhat chaotic, but soon, under the guidance of their soul link and Lin Luo's rhythmic encouragement, a Tai's strikes became coherent and powerful, though the movements were still not particularly swift. Each blow was delivered with tremendous force, visibly deforming and shattering the vine bundle. Good. Stop. Take a break, and use your tail to sweep this. Lin Luo retrieved a larger pebble from beside the water trough and placed it within a Tai's reach. A Tai seemed intrigued by this game. After a brief respite, its sturdy tail swept across with great force, striking the pebble. Crack! The pebble flew away, crashing against the distant fence, shattering into several pieces. A Tai glanced at its unscathed tail and then at the shattered stone, a glimmer of pride seemingly flickering in its dark yellow eyes. Well done. Lin Luo generously offered praise through their link, transmitting his approval. A Tai emitted a contented purr from its throat, gently wagging its tail. In the following days, this rudimentary strength training became a staple in a Tai's daily routine. With a bundle of vines, he struck stones, occasionally using his head to collide with the impact target crafted by Lin Luo, which was thickly wrapped in hay and constructed from discarded wooden stakes and straw. Under the meticulous guidance of the Soul Link and the nutritional support provided by Lin Luo, Atai's strength, endurance, and control over his own limbs were gradually and steadily improving. His movements no longer exhibited the initial clumsiness and sluggishness, instead embodying a newfound sense of steadiness and power. The carapace, subjected to repeated collision training, seemed to receive some positive stimulation, becoming denser and more resilient. The transformation was subtle, yet undeniably real. One day, as Lin Luo concluded his morning tasks and approached the enclosure of Atai for additional nourishment and training, he placed the hard earth potato chunks, mixed with magic crystal powder, into the feeding trough. Suddenly, the dark golden core of the fallen god, which had lain dormant in the depths of his mind for so long, began to tremble violently, without warning. No, it was not merely trembling, it was resonating. A deep and majestic hum, seemingly emanating from the very depths of his soul. At the same time, the previously dim and vague ancient patterns surrounding the core's phantom suddenly ignited. The light was not blinding, yet it carried an ineffable aura of profundity. A remarkably clear stream of information surged into Lin Luo's consciousness, akin to a divine revelation. Binding Unit Atai, Iron-Armored Dragon Lizard Mutant. Basic physique has reached activation threshold. Soul Link depth has surpassed critical point. Core energy recovery has met minimum requirements. Basic attribute perception activated. Buzzing. Lin Luo felt as though his vision was momentarily obscured by a faint, translucent dark golden veil. As he refocused his gaze upon Atai in the enclosure, a scene of astonishment unfolded before him. Surrounding Atai's body were several lines of softly glowing, semi-transparent text composed of peculiar runes and universal numerals. Name: Atai, Iron-Armored Dragon Lizard Mutant. Status: healthy, slightly fatigued. Potential: mutating. Status unknown. Level: 0 stage, juvenile phase. Attributes: vitality, 15-15 stamina, 12-12 strength, 8 constitution, 12 agility, 3 spirit, 5 magic affinity, Earth 2, weak, elemental resistance, Earth 5, low, physical defense, 18, 1, talent, heavy carapace, magical defense, 4 low, talent, heavy carapace, basic passive, enhances physical defense, current bonus, 1 physical defense, dragon lizard bloodline, thin passive, slightly increases vitality, constitution, and earth element affinity. Skills: claw strike, unmastered basic physical attack, tail sweep, unmastered basic area physical attack, charge, unmastered basic displacement and attack. Link status: Soul Link, beginner stable, core energy infusion, 0003. Remarks: this unit is in a state of special potential dormancy mutation, making it difficult to activate its true potential through conventional means. Current attributes are constrained by its juvenile phase, malnutrition, and dormant potential, significantly falling below the average level of its kin. Continuous scientific nutritional supplementation and adaptive training are recommended, along with attempts to discover opportunities to break the state of dormancy. Lin Luo stared blankly at the attribute list before him, reminiscent of a game panel, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. This is the perception of fundamental attributes. He could truly see the specific attribute data of Atai. Moreover, the information was extraordinarily detailed. Vitality, stamina, strength, constitution, agility, spirit, magical affinity, elemental resistance, physical and magical defense, talents, skills, and even the hidden state of dormant potential along with specific suggestions were all included. This was nothing short of miraculous. No, it was a super cheat. With this, he could intuitively comprehend Atai's growth status and accurately conduct training and cultivation. Gone were the days of blindly groping in the dark, relying solely on instinct and experience. He suppressed his excitement and meticulously examined Atai's panel. The attributes were indeed pitifully low. Strength 8, agility 3, spirit 5. These figures were only slightly superior to an ordinary beast. The magical affinity, Earth, stood at a mere 2. No wonder it was classified as having a magical affinity disorder. Physical defense 18, 1, was a highlight, yet considering the species of the iron-armored dragon lizard, this defense was likely on the lower end among juveniles. The most crucial information in the remarks pertained to the state of dormant potential mutation. This indicated that Atai was not simply lacking in innate ability, but that its true potential was dormant for some reason. No wonder the Godfall core classified it as a mutant. But what could the opportunity to break this dormancy be? Lin Luo's gaze fell upon the small numbers behind the attributes. He attempted to focus his mind on the number following strength. Instantly, a segment of information materialized. It can be enhanced through core energy infusion, specific training, nutritional supplementation, or special treasures. The current unit is in a state of potential dormancy, and the effects of conventional enhancement methods are significantly diminished. It is recommended to prioritize improving constitution and physical defense, solidifying the foundation in anticipation of an opportunity. So that's it. Those numbers indicated the possible avenues and directions for enhancement. Furthermore, it explicitly stated that due to dormant potential, conventional exercise and nutrition had poor effects on attribute improvement. No wonder Atai's progress was so sluggish. Prioritizing the enhancement of constitution and physical defense resonated with Lin Luo's previous thoughts on calcium supplementation and shell exercise. It seemed his direction was indeed correct. He then attempted to direct his thoughts towards the talent and skill section. Thick shell, beginner can grow with the unit. Enhanced through core energy infusion or by absorbing specific earth and metal attribute treasures to elevate its level and effects. Claw strike, tail sweep. Charge must be guided and comprehended through practical combat, specific training, or core energy infusion to master as formal skills. The current unit only possesses the potential to execute instinctive attacks using the corresponding limbs. Lin Luo noted that the term core energy infusion appeared repeatedly. It appears that the restoration and utilization of the core of the fallen deity are crucial for swiftly enhancing Atai. However, the energy from core 0003 is pitifully scant, leaving one at a loss as to how to harness it. Regardless, with the advent of this attribute panel, the path for future development has become distinctly clear. Lin Luo excitedly rubbed his hands together. He gazed at Atai, who, at that moment, no longer resembled a cumbersome lump of iron in his eyes, but rather a promising entity endowed with detailed data that could be cultivated through attribute allocation. Atai? Lin Luo could not help but exclaim. Atai, leisurely indulging in its supplementary meal, raised its head in response, its dark yellow eyes filled with confusion, and its mouth still adorned with remnants of moss powder. Observing its silly demeanor, coupled with the magnificent attribute panel hovering beside it, visible only to him, Lin Luo suddenly found the scene rather peculiar. He chuckled, approached Atai, and gave its cold, hard shell a hearty pat. My friend, from this day forth, our plan for the resurgence of this underdog officially transforms into a data-driven, scientific dragon lizard nurturing initiative. We shall commence by elevating your physical defense from 1 to 2. Atai, though somewhat bewildered, sensed Lin Luo's excitement and approval, emitting a soothing purr from its throat and nuzzling Lin Luo's hand. The sunlight bathed both man and beast, casting elongated shadows behind them. Meanwhile, on the attribute panel visible only to Lin Luo, the digit following physical defense seemed to faintly flicker. Chapter 5. Discovering a starved flashlight. The data-driven scientific dragon lizard nurturing initiative was Lin Luo's new designation for the training endeavor he had embarked upon after activating the perception of fundamental attributes for himself and Atai. The name may be lengthy, yet it resonates aptly. Each day spent pondering over Atai's translucent attribute panel became Lin Luo's greatest pleasure and motivation outside of work. The presence of the panel allowed him to perceive Atai's incremental progress in the most direct manner. After consuming a few more bites of hard earth potatoes, the number behind Constitution remained unchanged, yet the stamina cap occasionally surged by 0.1. Smashing the 10th bundle of vines with its claws, the strength value remained steadfast. But the description following claw strike, unmastered, transitioned from possessing potential to a preliminary grasp of striking techniques, colliding with the wooden target dozens of times. Although the one behind physical defense did not alter, Atai's movements during the impact became noticeably more coordinated, and the discomfort from recoil lessened. Progress was slow as a tortoise's crawl, but at least it was a step forward. The potential, shackled in a dormant state like a heavy chain, firmly constrained Atai's growth ceiling. The opportunities alluded to in the panel's remarks left Lin Luo perplexed. The Canaan Academy library might hold relevant records. Yet as a mere errand boy, he lacked the qualifications to enter. Thus, he could only continue to solidify the foundation through the most rudimentary methods, awaiting an opportune moment. He began to channel more effort into the meticulous refinement of adaptive training. No longer satisfied with mere slapping and crashing, he commenced designing combinations of movements and situational simulations. For instance, while Atai struck the vine bundles, he would suddenly convey through their soul link the notion of danger approaching from the left, guiding it to sidestep leftward and sweep with its tail. Initially, Atai responded sluggishly, often tripping over itself in a confused state. Yet, under Lin Luo's relentless guidance and the faint feedback from the attribute panel regarding the completion of actions, it gradually began to respond with relative accuracy, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. For instance, Lin Luo gathered several rough, uneven stones and scattered them in different corners of the beast enclosure, training Atai to swiftly, relatively speaking, move to the designated stone based on his commands, transmitted through a link of intent, and to mark it with a paw or tail, a gentle tap or sweep. This exercise honed Atai's comprehension of commands, the precision of its movements, and its basic interaction with the environment. To an onlooker, if there were one, this scene might appear comical and tedious. A clumsy young dragon lizard, under the direction of a boy of humble origins, sluggishly tapping, colliding with, moving around, and marking the stones as if engaged in a kindergarten game. However, Lin Luo found joy in this endeavor. Through the panel, he could observe Atai's agility and spirit, alongside a slight enhancement in its responsiveness to commands and its proficiency in paw strikes and tail sweeps. More importantly, through this high-frequency and varied interaction of intent, the soul link between him and Atai steadily grew stronger, progressing from initial stability towards a more profound connection. This deepening bond allowed him to perceive Atai's state and emotions with greater clarity, making his guidance increasingly adept. Atai seemed to develop a fondness for this game as well. Although it often appeared languid and disinterested, its gaze would sharpen and its movements would become more vigorous whenever Lin Luo initiated training. Upon concluding the session, Lin Luo would always pat its head, transmitting feelings of praise and the notion of a treat through their link. At that moment, Atai would comfortably squint its eyes, emit a contented rumble from its throat, and nuzzle its head against Lin Luo's hand. An extraordinary bond, transcending mere contractual relations, quietly blossomed between the boy and the beast. That afternoon, after finishing the training, Lin Luo sat at the edge of the enclosure, resting and observing Atai as it leisurely gnawed on a reward of hard-earth potato chunks sprinkled with magic crystal powder. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue upon Atai's dark blue shell. The attribute panel hovered nearby, its data still modest, yet to Lin Luo's eyes, it brimmed with hope. Just then, a faint sound of wings flapping through the air approached. Lin Luo raised his head to see a silver-white shadow streaking across the sky above the abandoned quarantine zone like a bolt of lightning. It then executed a sharp spiral above a nearby mound of broken pottery, before plummeting downwards like a kite severed from its string. Thud! A muffled sound accompanied by the shattering of pottery echoed from behind the garbage mound. What was that? Lin Luo felt a tightening in his chest and immediately stood up. Grabbing a wooden stick leaning against the fence, both a tool for defense and cleanup, signaling Atai to be on guard, and cautiously made his way towards the source of the sound. Atai halted its chewing, raised its head, and its dark yellow eyes narrowed in vigilance towards that direction, emitting a low growl from its throat. As they rounded the garbage mound, amidst the scattered shards of pottery, they discovered a bird lying amidst the wreckage. It was a raptor, scarcely a foot in length, adorned with fine, silvery feathers that shimmered with a metallic sheen, with a hooked beak and sharp talons. It was meant to embody grace and majesty, yet at this moment, it lay in a pitiful state. One of its wings twisted unnaturally, clearly fractured, while its silvery plumage was disheveled, mired in dirt and dark crimson blood. Most striking was the tuft of blue feathers at the center of its forehead, now dulled, flickering weakly with traces of lightning. It appeared gravely injured, having suffered a severe fall, convulsing slightly amidst shards of pottery, its silvery eyes half open, revealing a blend of weakness and indomitable spirit. Was this a thunderclap falcon? The image flickered in Lin Luo's mind from a forsaken compendium. The thunderclap falcon, a creature of dual attributes, wind and thunder, was renowned for its speed and explosive lightning strikes over short distances, typically inhabiting lofty cliffs, and known for its haughty demeanor, making it notoriously difficult to tame. This one was evidently still a fledgling. How could it find itself in the abandoned isolation zone of Canaan Academy? And in such a grave state? He approached cautiously, gently prodding it with a stick. The young falcon flailed suddenly, its injured wing exacerbating its wounds, releasing a pained cry. Its silvery eyes glared fiercely at Lin Luo, emitting a threatening hiss, yet its breath was weak, clearly at the end of its strength. Through a basic attribute perception, which Lin Luo surprisingly found applicable even to non-bound entities, he gleaned the minimal information on the young Thunderclap Falcon's condition. Name: Young Thunderclap Falcon. Status: gravely injured, wing fracture, excessive blood loss, depleted magical energy, weakened. Level: 0, juvenile phase. Attributes: slight, viewable. Talent: thunderous speed, not awakened. Affinity for wind, faint. Skills: none. Remarks: suspected to have sustained a powerful external attack or fallen from a height. Injury severe. Without timely intervention, life may be in jeopardy. Indeed, its injuries were severe. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. To save or not to save? Save. He himself was in dire straits. How could he afford to rescue a gravely injured Thunderclap Falcon? Moreover, Thunderclap Falcons were known for their fierce temperament. Even if he were to save it, it might repay his kindness with a vicious claw. Not safe. Watching such a majestic fledgling perish before him tugged at his heartstrings. And it was a Thunderclap Falcon, a speedster with the potential to be a lightning-infused mount. Though currently a sickly bird, what if he could revive it? What if he could forge a bond instead? He instinctively glanced at Atai, who also observed the scene with curiosity. The amber eyes held no malice, only intrigue and a hint of wariness towards the scent of blood emanating from the bird. Let us give it a try. Lin Luo sighed, ultimately allowing his compassion to prevail. In his past life, he had been an animal enthusiast, and now, as a beast caretaker, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye to suffering. First, he calmed Atai through a soul link, urging it to remain quiet. He then set down the wooden stick and retrieved the scant remnants of purifying ash from his pocket, previously discovered among the refuse, possessing a faint hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effect. He tore off a relatively clean section of his inner garment and wet it at the sink. Cautiously, he approached the young lightning hawk, deliberately slowing his movements, and whispered, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I am here to tend to your wounds." The young hawk regarded him warily, its beak emitting hissing sounds. Yet its feeble condition rendered it incapable of effective defense or evasion. Lin Luo meticulously cleaned the blood and dirt surrounding its injury with the damp cloth. The fledgling's body tensed, but it did not resist violently. When he reached the broken wing, it shuddered in pain, emitting a sharp, mournful cry. Bear with it. It must be stabilized, or it will be ruined. Gritting his teeth, Lin Luo gathered several relatively straight, resilient twigs and supple grass stems from nearby. Lacking knowledge of bone setting, he relied solely on instinct, cautiously repositioning the fractured wing to a semblance of normality, then securing it with the twigs and binding it tightly with the grass. Throughout the ordeal, the young hawk trembled in pain, its silvery eyes glistening with tears, yet surprisingly, it refrained from attacking Lin Luo with its beak or talons. Once the wing was stabilized, Lin Luo carefully applied the purifying ash to several deeper wounds on its body. The ash, upon contact, brought a soothing coolness, allowing the fledgling to relax slightly. After completing this task, Lin Luo was drenched in sweat. He examined the fledgling's condition. It was marked as severely injured, with an additional note indicating preliminary treatment, yet the danger had not abated. Blood loss and magical exhaustion necessitated nourishment and rest. He broke apart the remaining half of his black bread mixed with bran and went to Atai's feed trough. Scraping together a bit of refined feed mixed with moss powder and shattered magic crystals, blending it all together and placing it by the fledgling's beak. Eat something to replenish your strength. The young lightning hawk glanced at the mixture, its silvery eyes flashing with evident disdain, before turning its head away. Lin Luo was left speechless. Truly, the proud lightning hawk remained finicky even in such a dire state. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and wandered nearby. Discovering several wilted plants with small purple flowers on the edge of the refuse heap, electrofluorescent grasses, a low-tier lightning attribute magical plant typically found in areas frequented by thunderstorms, containing an exceedingly weak trace of lightning element. Perhaps the lightning hawk would find this appealing? He gathered a few relatively fresh electrofluorescent grasses and placed them at the fledgling's beak. This time, the young hawk's nose twitched, its silvery eyes brightening momentarily. Hesitantly, it extended its tongue and licked the leaves of the electrofluorescent grass. A barely perceptible spark of lightning flickered across the leaf, absorbed into its body. The fledgling spirits seemed to lift slightly as it opened its mouth and began to peck at the electrofluorescent grass. Success! Lin Luo felt a surge of joy within. If it could eat, there was hope. He instructed the injured lightning hawk to remain in place and rest while he returned to Atai, resuming the unfinished meal and simple grooming. Atai was quite intrigued by the suddenly appearing, faintly glowing bird, occasionally casting a glance in its direction. However, after receiving a calming thought from Lin Luo, he redirected his focus to the hard soil potatoes before him. As night fell, Lin Luo carefully relocated the severely injured and weakened young Thunder Hawk to a relatively clean, sheltered corner beside Atai's beast enclosure, fashioning a rudimentary nest from hay. Atai seemed indifferent to this new neighbor. Nonetheless, as he settled down to sleep, his massive form instinctively shifted toward the direction of the Thunder Hawk, as if offering a silent protection. In the dead of night, Lin Luo tossed and turned on the rudimentary cot in the servants' quarters, unable to find rest. His mind oscillated between Atai's gradually increasing attributes, the injured state of the Thunder Hawk, and the chilling gazes of young Master Kate and Manager Wang. The core of the fallen deity currently allowed for the binding of only one magical beast. What should he do with this Thunder Hawk once it was saved? Release it? Given its injuries, it would surely perish if set free. Keep it. What would he feed it? He could barely sustain Atai himself. One step at a time. He sighed, forcing himself to sleep. On the following morning, just as dawn began to break, Lin Luo rose early to check on the Thunder Hawk. The little creature was nestled in the hay, sleeping soundly, its breathing much steadier and showing no signs of worsening wounds. Its status had changed from severely injured, initial treatment, to severely injured, stable. It seemed the purifying ashes and electric glow grass had worked. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, gathered a few fresh electric glow grass stalks, and placed them beside it before commencing his day's chores. During the midday break, he returned to find the Thunder Hawk had awakened. It was tilting its head, awkwardly preening its disheveled feathers with its beak, hindered by one wing being immobilized. Upon noticing Lin Luo's approach, it immediately raised its head in caution, its silver-white eyes fixed on him, though the hostility it had exhibited the previous night had diminished significantly. Lin Luo offered a mixture of water infused with a little electric glow grass juice and some crushed moss powder, with a bit of Atai's feed, before it. The young Thunder Hawk eyed the food, then Lin Luo, hesitating for a moment before succumbing to hunger and the body's need for energy, leaning down to sip cautiously, occasionally pecking at the moss powder paste, though it still wore a look of disdain. In the days that followed, Lin Luo's routine expanded to include caring for the rescued Thunder Hawk, which he temporarily named Little Silver due to its silver feathers. Its recovery was faster than anticipated. The resilience of magical beasts was indeed formidable. 3 days later, it could barely stand and was unsteadily walking along the edge of the beast enclosure. Its wariness toward Lin Luo gradually lessened. Although it still did not allow him to touch it, it would approach him during feeding time, and after eating, it would gently tap Lin Luo's fingers with its beak, as if expressing gratitude. Atai was thoroughly fascinated by this lively, glowing plaything. Whenever Little Silver wobbled about, Atai would lie at the fence, his dark yellow eyes wide with curiosity, occasionally emitting soft, inquisitive gurgles from his throat. Once, Littleine stumbled and nearly fell, prompting Atai to instinctively extend his paw to gently steady her. Though the action was awkward, it succeeded in preventing her fall. Littleine seemed to sense Atai's goodwill, or perhaps perceived that this large creature posed no threat, and her tension dissipated. A lizard and a bird, one lying in observation and the other standing, or limping, to move, created a surprisingly harmonious scene. Through basic attribute perception, Lin Luo observed Little Yin's condition gradually improving, transitioning from severe injury to light injury, and finally, to weak. Her attributes began to manifest. Agility and magical affinity, wind, lightning, were markedly superior to Atai's, while her constitution and vitality lagged significantly behind. A thought arose uncontrollably in Lin Luo's mind. If he could also tame her. The flight and reconnaissance abilities of the Lightning Falcon were precisely what he and Atai currently lacked. Moreover, Littleine possessed wind and lightning attributes, which posed no conflict with Atai's earth attribute. In fact, to some extent, lightning had a certain advantage over earth, paralysis, potentially leading to extraordinary synergy. However, the core of the fallen deity could only bind one creature at present, and little Lin, with her proud nature, might not be inclined to follow a destitute servant like him. Just as Lin Luo pondered how to accommodate little Lin, trouble unexpectedly loomed once more. That afternoon, as Lin Luo was changing little Yin's bandages, applying a newly discovered coagulating herb with slight healing properties, the grating voice of Manager Wang echoed once again at the entrance of the abandoned isolation area. "Young Master Kate, this way please. That ungrateful dragon lizard is inside. And that reckless little servant too." Lin Luo's heart sank, and he abruptly looked up. Young Master Kate re-entered, surrounded by a throng of followers. This time, in addition to the scar-faced man from before, there was also a young mage clad in a gray robe, wielding a short staff, with a sinister gaze. The mage bore a badge representing a first-tier magic apprentice, emanating a subtle, yet discomforting aura of dark elemental energy. Young Master Kate wore an unmistakable expression of mockery and malice, his gaze bypassing Lin Luo entirely, landing instead on a tie in the beast enclosure behind him and little Lin, who was having her bandages changed, her silver feathers glistening. Upon seeing little Lin, young Master Kate's eyes noticeably brightened, especially upon noticing the faint but distinctive blue lightning feather on her forehead. "Oh, a lightning falcon?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise and a hint of greed. "Still just a fledgling? Though injured, her lineage seems promising." Manager Wang, this abandoned area truly harbors hidden gems. Even such a rare specimen as this. Manager Wang was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of little Yin's existence. However, with a shrewd glint in his eye, he quickly ingratiated himself. "Young master, your discerning eye is commendable. This may be a wild magical beast that accidentally wandered into the isolation area, and we are temporarily sheltering it for observation. Should you be interested?" "Of course, I am interested," young Master Kate interrupted, his gaze shifting to Lin Luo, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Little servant, we have yet to settle the score from last time. Now, surrender the Thunder Falcon chick and that bothersome tin lizard to me. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might consider sparing you some pain." The gray-robed apprentice mage beside him raised his short staff in unison, its tip aimed at Lin Luo, as a chilling aura of dark magic began to coalesce. The scarred face and his henchman grinned maliciously, encircling Lin Luo and blocking his escape. A Tai, sensing the palpable hostility, abruptly stood upright, emitting a low, threatening growl towards the crowd beyond the fence, his dark yellow eyes glinting with ferocity. Little Silver struggled to rise, its injured wings unable to spread, and could only emit sharp cries at young Master Kate and the others, its silvery feathers bristling slightly. Lin Luo slowly stood, shielding Little Silver behind him. He gazed at the advancing young Master Kate and his entourage, then glanced at the tense and growling Tai and the screeching Little Silver. His heart raced wildly in his chest, yet his expression unexpectedly settled into an eerie calm. What is destined to come will certainly arrive. If one cannot evade it, then one must confront it. He tightened his grip on the sharpened wooden stick concealed within his sleeve, an improved version from before, his mind sinking into focus as he sensed the soul link that connected him intimately with the Tai, alongside the frantic and furious soul vibrations of Little Silver. "A Tai," he whispered, audible only to the nearby dragon lizard. "It seems our scientific dragon lizard rearing plan requires an immediate practical test." A Tai responded with a low growl, lowering its heavy body slightly into an attacking stance. Little Silver seemed to sense Lin Luo's determination, its cries growing more piercing and sharp, and the faint blue lightning feathers on its brow began to flicker with the faintest spark of electricity. The blood-red sunset bathed the abandoned isolation area in a golden hue. The boy, the dragon lizard, and the injured bird confronted the nobles, mages, and thugs. The disparity in strength was stark, and the situation was dire. Yet, within Lin Luo's eyes, a chilling flame ignited. Chapter 6. The proper use of the Thunder Falcon. Illumination and mockery. The blood-red sunset stained the chaotic heaps of garbage and rusted barbed wire in the abandoned isolation area. The air was no longer merely filled with the sour stench of feed. It now carried a palpable tension, akin to gunpowder. Young Master Kate's group formed a semicircle, surrounding Lin Luo and his two magical beasts by the beast pen. The henchmen, including the scarred face, grinned wickedly, their hands itching for action. While the gray-robed apprentice mage had gathered the dark elemental magic at the tip of his short staff into a writhing mass of black mist, exuding a chilling, bone-chilling aura. "Little servant, my patience is limited." Young Master Kate toyed with the red fire gem in his hand, his gaze haughty and unmasked with malice. "Either you obediently hand over the Thunder Falcon and that tin lizard, kneel and bow 3 times, and perhaps I shall show mercy and spare you a few broken bones. Or else." The gray-robed apprentice mage inclined his staff slightly forward, and the black mist emitted a hissing sound, as if countless tiny venomous insects were gnawing within. Atai stood protectively in front of Lin Luo, his massive form slightly hunched. The dark blue shell covering his back arched menacingly as a continuous low growl reverberated from his throat, his dark yellow eyes fixated intently on the advancing foes. Although still weak and the size of a mere cub, the scientific nurturing and adaptive training he had undergone had significantly bolstered his presence, exuding a fierce determination that suggested a territorial defense. Beside Lin Luo, Xiao Yin, the Thunder Falcon, struggled to maintain its position, its injured wings awkwardly bound and unable to unfurl. Yet, it strained to stand tall, its silvery feathers bristling slightly, emitting sharp, urgent cries. The faint blue lightning feathers on its forehead flickered with the slightest hint of electricity, a clear indication of its heightened tension and anger. Leaning against the cold bars, Lin Luo's gaze swept rapidly over the 5 adversaries before him. Young Master Kate exuded a weak aura, likely a recent initiate into the ranks of low-tier warrior apprentices. But the myriad trinkets adorning him, jade pendants at his waist and gemstones in his hands, hinted at considerable wealth. The scarred face belonged to a low-tier warrior apprentice with a more solid presence, a brute force type. The other 2 henchmen appeared to be ordinary muscular men. The most troublesome was the gray-robed mage apprentice, adept in first-tier dark magic, with peculiar methods and long-range attacks. As for Lin Luo's side, it consisted of a powerless servant, a dormant iron-armored dragon lizard cub of low attributes, and a severely injured Thunder Falcon chick unable to fly. The disparity in strength was glaring, with little hope for victory. Yet, Lin Luo's expression remained remarkably calm, even exuding a peculiar chill. The composure he had cultivated in the laboratory amid crises, combined with the resilience forged during 3 months of struggle at the bottom, harmonized at this moment. His mind raced through various possibilities, simulating the worst outcomes before swiftly discarding them, for there was no retreat. "Atai," he whispered, his voice barely audible to the dragon lizard at his side. Through the strengthened soul link, he conveyed his tactical intentions with clarity. "The one wielding the staff ahead poses the greatest threat. Wait for my signal, and charge at him with all your might. Do not aim to injure, merely disrupt his spellcasting." Atai responded with a low roar, his sturdy hind legs bending slightly as he lowered his center of gravity, preparing to charge, his dark yellow eyes locked onto the gray-robed mage. "Xiao Yin." Lin Luo glanced again at the Thunder Falcon at his feet. He was uncertain if it could comprehend, but he had to take a gamble. "Do you see the red stone in that blonde's hand? Use your strongest lightning to strike it, or aim for his face." Xiao Yin seemed to understand, its silvery eyes sharply turning toward the fire gem in young Master Kate's grasp, then to the loathsome face of Kate himself, emitting even sharper cries from its throat as the flickering lightning on its forehead brightened. "Stubborn fool." Young Master Kate's expression darkened as he realized Lin Luo not only refused to submit, but dared to conspire quietly. A flash of malice crossed his face. "Get him. Break that little servant's legs first. The beast's fate is irrelevant." "Yes." The scarred face grinned wickedly, leading the charge forward. He learned from the lesson of being deterred by Atai last time. This time, he did not charge directly at Lin Luo, but instead took a curved path. His fist, as large as a bowl, slicing through the air, aimed straight for Lin Luo's temple. Simultaneously, another lackey swung his fist toward Lin Luo's abdomen. The gray-robed apprentice of the mage sneered as he raised his short staff, beginning to chant obscure syllables. The dark mist at the tip of his staff swiftly elongated and transformed into several slender black tendrils, darting towards Atai, who stood in their path, like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs. The corrupting touch of dark magic. Once ensnared, it would not only inflict ongoing shadow damage, but also erode the target's stamina and spirit. In an instant, battle erupted. Just as the scar-faced man's fist was about to connect with Lin Luo, and the black tendrils were poised to ensnare Atai, now was the moment. "Atai, charge!" Lin Luo roared within his mind, and simultaneously, he threw his body to the side, narrowly evading the fists of the scar-faced man and his companion. The direction in which he fell was precisely toward Lord Kate's flank. Roar! Atai received the command, and with pent-up energy, its powerful hind legs propelled it forward. The heavy body surged forth like an out-of-control armored war chariot, launching into motion with thunderous force. Though its speed was far from that of a true charge, the momentum and the fierce determination to serve as a shield were truly staggering. Ignoring the incoming black tendrils, as Lin Luo had instructed to disrupt the spellcaster, it lowered its head and crashed with its hardest, most formidable forehead armor straight at the chanting gray-robed mage apprentice. The apprentice was evidently taken aback by the seemingly clumsy creature daring to initiate an attack, with a clear target being himself. His expression shifted as he hastily interrupted his chant, retracting the black tendrils that had been aimed at Atai to weave a thin shield of black mist before him, while simultaneously retreating in haste. Boom! Atai's heavy head collided forcefully with the black mist shield. The shield trembled violently, the mist scattering, although it did not collapse immediately. The immense impact caused the gray-robed apprentice to grunt, staggering back several steps, his internal magical energy thrown into disarray, making it difficult for him to cast another chant-based spell in the near future. Damn it, this beast is quite strong. The gray-robed apprentice was both astonished and furious. Almost simultaneously with Atai's charge, the little silver creature, whom Lin Luo had high hopes for, also sprang into action. It did not attack the fire gem in Lord Kate's hand, as it was too far and it lacked control due to its injuries, but instead focused its target on the face of Lord Kate, which was filled with shock and anger. Chirp! The little silver creature exerted all its strength, releasing a piercing shriek that could shatter stone. The tuft of blue lightning feathers on its forehead erupted in a blinding, albeit extremely unstable, blue-white electric glow. In the next moment, a miniature bolt of lightning, no thicker than a chopstick, yet infused with all its current magical power and fury, zigzagged swiftly toward Lord Kate's face. What? Lord Kate was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this injured lightning hawk chick could still unleash an electric attack. Although the lightning appeared feeble, how swift was its speed? He barely managed to evade in time, instinctively tilting his head while raising the fire gem in his hand to shield his face. Crack! A miniature lightning bolt struck the fire gem. The flames on the surface of the gem flared up violently, clashing with the lightning in a small-scale elemental conflict, producing a faint explosion. Though the gem remained unscathed, the scattering sparks and shockwave left Master Kate's arm numb, and several stray electric strands lashed across his face, bringing a sharp sting and a tingling sensation, causing a few strands of hair to stand on end, rendering him quite disheveled. Ah, my face! Master Kate, both shocked and furious, frantically slapped at his face. Although it was merely a slight burn and numbness, the humiliation drove him to the brink of madness. Kill it. First, eliminate that wretched creature. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo rolled up from the ground. He was unarmed, save for a sharpened stick concealed in his sleeve. However, a glance around revealed several sharp stones scattered nearby, remnants from Atai's training. Without hesitation, he dashed over, seized two fist-sized rocks, and with all his might hurled them at the scar-faced man and another henchman, who were momentarily distracted by Master Kate's command. Simultaneously, he attempted to distance himself again. Seeking death, the scar-faced man easily dodged the stones, while the other was struck on the shoulder, letting out a pained cry. Their anger intensified, and they charged toward Lin Luo once more. Meanwhile, after repelling the gray-robed apprentice, Atai was momentarily dazed by the rebound, his movements sluggish. Although the black tendrils were retracted by their master for defense, two remnants still made contact with his front limbs and side carapace, hissing ominously and leaving shallow charred marks. Atai roared in pain and swatted at the tendrils, but his actions were noticeably delayed. After releasing the miniature lightning, Xiaoyin seemed to have exhausted all her energy. Wobbling precariously as if about to fall, the brilliance of the thunder feather on her forehead dimming, her silver eyes filled with fatigue. In the brief skirmish, Lin Luo's side appeared to have created chaos, even causing Master Kate a moment of embarrassment, yet the disadvantage remained overwhelming. Atai was injured, Xiaoyin was exhausted, and Lin Luo was perilously pursued by two burly men. The gray-robed apprentice, though interrupted in his casting, was not gravely wounded and would recover swiftly. Well done, little servant. Along with these two little beasts. Master Kate wiped the charred traces from his face, his gaze venomous enough to drip with malice, but the game was about to end. Rod, use the shadow arrow. Disable that dragon lizard for me. You too, capture that little servant. I want to personally break every bone in his body. The gray-robed apprentice Rod had stabilized his magic, grinning wickedly as he nodded, raising his short staff once more, a denser dark element beginning to coalesce. This time, no lengthy incantation was required, clearly intending to unleash a more direct and rapid offensive spell. The scar-faced man and his companion exchanged cruel smiles, effectively sealing off Lin Luo's escape route. A true dead end. Lin Luo leaned against a pile of discarded timber, his chest heaving violently as he clutched the last stone in his hand. He gazed at the encroaching adversaries. Witnessing the wounded Atai's low growl and the feeble whimper of Xiaoyin, a surge of intense unwillingness welled up within him. Was he truly to perish here? To meet his end in such a refuse-strewn wasteland, at the hands of these debauched scoundrels? Atai and Xiaoyin would also fall victim. No, absolutely not. A fervent flame, intermingled with fury, defiance, and a fierce desire to protect, ignited deep within his soul. This flame, formless yet palpable, instantly coursed through his weary limbs, rekindling the strength that had ebbed away due to tension and exhaustion. What astonished him further was that this flame seemed to awaken something within the recesses of his mind, the dormant, slowly recharging core of the dark golden meteorite contract. Under the provocation of this intense desire to guard and resist, it trembled violently, as if plunged into boiling oil. A deep, thunderous resonance, echoing from ancient times, erupted within Lin Luo's very soul. In the wake of this, the dim, ancient patterns surrounding the core ignited like a fuse, suddenly radiating brilliant light. A torrent of energy, far more magnificent and pure than when he initially activated his basic attributes, burst forth from the core like a river breaching its banks, racing along the soul link connected to Atai. Detection of the binder's intents will to protect and belief in resistance has triggered the core's emergency mechanism for temporary energy overload output. Target, bound unit Atai. Warning, core energy rapidly depleting. Current energy, 000100005. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the external realm, Mage Rod's shadow arrow had already taken form. A black arrow radiating an ominous aura aimed directly at Atai. The scar-faced brute's fist was poised to descend upon Lin Luo. In this life-and-death moment, a roar, distinct and filled with agony, fury, and the unmistakable sound of something being forcefully shattered, erupted from Atai. This roar was no longer low and guttural. It pierced the air with a sharpness that inflicted pain upon the eardrums of all present. Atai's dark blue form suddenly expanded, not in size, but rather. His muscles swelled unnaturally, causing his shell to slightly bulge. The previously dull patterns on the surface of his shell now blazed forth with a dazzling light. A mixture of earthy yellow and dark golden hues, resembling a heated branding iron. Even more astonishing were his eyes. Those once dim yellow orbs, often vacant, had now transformed into a molten golden hue. His pupils, slitted, burned with a frenzied rage, and a trace of fierce pride and authority awakened from the depths of his lineage. Bang, bang, bang. The charred marks left by corrosive touches on his body visibly faded under the flow of the earthy golden light, vanishing at an observable pace. The edges of his damaged shell began to writhe slightly, seemingly undergoing an incredibly slow process of self-repair. A heavy, tumultuous, suffocating sense of oppression radiated outwards, centered around Atai, as if an ancient beast, long dormant, had awakened from its slumber, opening its first eye in a dire predicament. At that moment, the expression of the Mage Rod changed drastically as he prepared to launch a shadow arrow, nearly losing control of his magic. He sensed a perilous aura emanating from the suddenly transformed dragon lizard that surpassed its juvenile stature. The brilliance and pressure were utterly abnormal. Young Master Kate stood frozen in shock, nearly dropping the fire gem in his hand. Scarface and his companion also hesitated, casting bewildered glances at the drastically altered Atai. Lin Luo was equally astonished, yet through their soul link, he felt the situation with utmost clarity. Atai's soul fluctuations surged like boiling magma, fierce and chaotic, yet imbued with an indescribable, nascent power, as if breaking free from its shell. Its attribute panel flashed frantically before him, with all parameters oscillating violently, especially the numbers behind constitution, strength, and physical defense, which skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Although erratic, fluctuating high and low, the overall trend indicated a remarkable surge. The description behind the dormant potential transformed into a vivid red, forcefully impacting. It was the core of the divine fall. The core sensed his desperation and will, forcibly overloading to output energy, impacting Atai's dormant potential. This was a reckless expenditure of the core's already minuscule energy, forcibly awakening Atai's latent abilities. Atai? Lin Luo roared within, a mixture of concern and uncontainable excitement. Roar! Atai unleashed a deafening roar once more, its molten gold eyes locking onto the astonished mage rod. It was this stick-wielding individual who had just assaulted it with dark mist and nearly harmed Lin Luo. Its robust hind legs pushed off the ground with renewed vigor. This time, its speed exceeded that of before by more than double. The heavy form stirred a fierce wind, charging at the mage rod like a frenzied rhinoceros. The ground trembled beneath its path. Shadow arrow. Launch. Rod felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He could no longer afford to hesitate and shot forth the newly formed black arrow towards the oncoming Atai. Whoosh. The black arrow flew like lightning, aimed directly at Atai's head. Atai did not flinch or evade, merely tilting its head slightly, meeting the arrow with the hardest side of its armored shell. Clang. A resounding crash echoed as the black arrow struck Atai's shell, bursting into a thick cloud of black mist that engulfed half of Atai's head. Success. A surge of joy filled Rod's heart. The corrosive and penetrating power of the shadow arrow was formidable. Even iron armor should be penetrated. However, in the next instant, his elation froze on his face. Atai emerged unscathed from the cloud of black mist. On its armored shell, only a thumb-sized, shallow charm mark remained. Without even a breach in the shell, the swirling earthy golden light seemed to possess an extraordinary resistance to the shadow energy. How could this be? Rod's soul felt as if it were tearing apart, and he turned to flee. Yet it was already too late. Boom! The heavy collision of Atai struck forcefully against his side. Crack! The excruciating sound of bone fracturing rang out clearly. Ah! Mage Rod let out a piercing scream. His body flung through the air like a rag doll, crashing violently onto a pile of shattered debris, blood spewing from his mouth, his short staff slipping from his grasp, rolling a few times before falling silent, leaving his fate uncertain. One strike, merely a single strike, had incapacitated a first-tier apprentice mage. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Young Master Kate and his two lackeys stood as if enchanted, gaping at the dragon lizard, now imbued with the ferocity of a war god. Then glancing at the distant rod, whose life hung in the balance, a chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Was this truly the metal lizard they had deemed useless, easily manipulated? After sending Rod flying, Atai did not pause, his molten gold eyes slowly turning towards the remaining trio of young Master Kate. His gaze was frigid, ferocious, brimming with unmasked murderous intent. The scarred-faced henchman trembled, instinctively taking a step back. Another lackey's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Young Master Kate's face turned as pale as a ghost, the fire gem in his hand clattering to the ground, unnoticed by him. He watched as Atai approached, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, then glanced at the servant boy standing behind the dragon lizard, whose disheveled appearance belied a gaze as cold and unyielding as iron. An unprecedented fear gripped him. He realized they had encountered an immovable obstacle today. No, it was akin to striking a steel plate. A red-hot one at that. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Young Master Kate finally regained his wits, letting out a high-pitched scream that betrayed his composure, abandoning all semblance of noble demeanor. Turning to flee frantically towards the exit of the isolation zone. All thoughts of thunderous vengeance and retribution were cast aside in the face of survival. The scarred face and the other henchmen, jolted from their stupor, scrambled after young Master Kate, fleeing in a state of utter panic, wishing they had sprouted 2 more legs. In the blink of an eye, of the 5 who had once exuded such overwhelming confidence, 1 lay dead or gravely injured, and 4 had fled, leaving only Lin Luo, Atai, and Xiao Yin amidst the chaos. Only when the figures of young Master Kate and his companions vanished from sight did Lin Luo finally exhale deeply, the tension in his body abruptly releasing, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. causing his vision to darken as he staggered to lean against a nearby pile of lumber to steady himself. He looked at Atai. The blinding golden light enveloping Atai was rapidly fading, the molten gold in his eyes dimming swiftly, reverting to a dark yellow. Though a lingering trace of ferocity and profound fatigue remained. The massive creature swayed slightly, emitting a weak growl, before collapsing to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. Its shell's radiance extinguished, returning to a dark teal, yet appearing somewhat more lustrous than before. Through their soul link, Lin Luo could acutely sense that Atai's current state was exceedingly dire. The force derived from forcibly awakening one's potential ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a body that was severely overdrawn and riddled with wounds. Intense agony, weakness, and a profound sense of emptiness stemming from a damaged essence surged through its consciousness like a tsunami. The data on the attribute panel, which had just soared, plummeted like an avalanche, even dipping lower than before the awakening, accompanied by a glaring negative status, severe overdraft, essence damage. Atai? Lin Luo's heart tightened as he rushed over to assess Atai's injuries. Externally, apart from the previously corroded shallow marks and a slight char on the side from the impact with Rod, there appeared to be no significant harm. Yet the pain and weakness transmitted through their link were unmistakably real. Xiaoyin struggled to move beside Atai, gently nudging Atai's cold shell with its beak. Emitting a worried chirp, Lin Luo tenderly stroked Atai's rough shell, feeling its slight tremor. "Hold on, buddy, it's all right now. The bad guys have all been driven away," he whispered in comfort, though his heart felt heavy. The forced awakening of the core of the fallen god had evidently imposed a tremendous burden, even injury, upon Atai. It was akin to quenching thirst with poison. He quickly glanced at the core within his mind. Indeed, the core energy, which had previously displayed 0001, had now transformed into a dim gray, with an almost imperceptible 00001 trailing behind, seemingly dissipating slowly. The phantom of the core itself had also dimmed considerably, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The overexertion of the core to save them had nearly drained its already meager energy and forcibly disrupted Atai's state of tranquility, resulting in a backlash. "I'm sorry, Atai. It's my fault." Lin Luo was filled with remorse and trepidation. If only the core energy had been a little more abundant. If Atai had been a bit stronger, perhaps such a heavy price could have been avoided. But now was not the time for regret. Young Master Kate had escaped. Yet the matter was far from over. The steward Wang, Kate's family, and that unknown fate of Mage Rod would only bring greater troubles. They had to swiftly handle the scene, and then leave with Atai and Xiaoyin. They could not remain here any longer. Summoning his waning strength, he first approached Mage Rod to check for signs of life. There was a faint pulse, but it was weak, and he could tell that several bones in his waist were clearly broken, rendering him unconscious. Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He was not a bloodthirsty person, and killing a student of the academy, even an apprentice, would only lead to greater complications. He quickly searched Rod's body and found a small, leather pouch radiating dark elemental fluctuations. It seemed to be a storage pouch. Yet he could not open it with his current mental strength, along with a short staff that had fallen to the ground. The black gem embedded at the top of the staff had already developed cracks, evidently damaged from the recent impact and magical backlash. He stowed away the short staff and leather pouch. Perhaps they would prove useful later or could be exchanged for some coin, and took a glance at the fire gem that young Master Kate had dropped, picking it up as well. Then, he returned to Atai's side. "Atai, can you still move? We must leave this place immediately." Lin Luo conveyed his thoughts through their link. Atai laboriously lifted its eyelids, its dark yellow eyes filled with fatigue, yet it still struggled, attempting to raise its body. Once, twice, it faltered. His body was severely overstrained. Lin Luo gritted his teeth. Given Atai's size, he could not possibly move him alone. At that moment, his gaze swept over some discarded wooden planks and thick vines scattered nearby. An idea sparked in his mind. He quickly set to work, crafting an exceedingly rudimentary sled-like contraption with the relatively sturdy planks and vines. He then exerted himself to hoist Atai onto the makeshift sled, securing him with the vines. With great care, he placed the feeble Xiaoyin beside Atai. Having accomplished this, he was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. Yet, he dared not rest. Grabbing the front vines of the sled, he slung them over his shoulder, gritting his teeth, and began to drag it toward the deepest, most secluded corner of the abandoned isolation area. The heavy sled moved laboriously over the uneven ground, emitting a creaking sound. Lin Luo bent low, nearly placing his entire weight onto the vines, inching forward step by step. Sweat blurred his vision, and the rough vines chafed painfully against his shoulder, each breath pulling at his weary lungs. But he did not stop. Behind him lay the imminent threat of retribution and unpredictable danger. Ahead was the unknown darkness and a faint glimmer of hope. A Tai lay on the sled, occasionally emitting a weak whimper. Xiaoyin nestled closely beside a Tai, his silvery eyes vigilantly watching the rear. The sun sank beneath the horizon. The last remnants of twilight vanished. Darkness surged like a tide, swiftly engulfing the abandoned isolation area. Only the heavy sound of the boys' labored breaths and the scraping of the sled against the ground resonated, moving resolutely through the boundless night. Chapter 7. The elevation of the Covenant. The darkness was thick and unyielding. The sound of his own heavy, labored breathing mingled with the grating noise of the sled against the ground, a sound that grated on the nerves. His shoulders burned with pain, the vines digging deeply into his flesh, each exertion causing his bones to protest. His legs felt leaden, and his lungs burned with each breath, tainted with the metallic taste of blood. Lin Luo had lost track of how long he had been dragging a Tai and Xiaoyin, or how far he had come. The abandoned isolation area resembled a vast maze, with only the distant flickering lights of the magical towers at Canaan Academy and the sparse stars above providing a faint sense of direction. He dared not take the main paths, opting instead for the shadowy areas where debris piled high and the terrain was complex, striving to erase any traces of his passage. A Tai lay on the crude sled, long since succumbing to exhaustion and excruciating pain. The intermittent ripples of agony transmitted through their soul link, the only evidence of his continued existence. Xiaoyin curled tightly against the Tai's neck, his silvery feathers glimmering faintly in the darkness, occasionally emitting low, worried calls and gently pecking at a Tai's cold shell. Do not stop, cannot stop. Lin Luo chanted silently in his mind, using the last vestiges of his willpower to drive his nearly numb body forward. Young Master Kate had escaped, and Mr. Wang would never dare to conceal it. The Academy would soon be informed. The fate of Mage Rod was uncertain, and if discovered, unimaginable pursuit and punishment awaited him and a Tai. He needed to find a sufficiently concealed refuge, far from the throngs of people, at least until a Tai regained some semblance of vitality. His consciousness began to blur, and the surroundings appeared to shimmer in a double vision. He felt as though countless needles were piercing his skull, a consequence of mental exhaustion and the depletion of the core energy of the fallen spirit. The phantom of the core within his mind dimmed to the point of near invisibility, emitting fluctuations as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. Just as he sensed he was on the brink of collapsing, utterly engulfed by darkness, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. With a startled cry, Lin Luo tumbled forward, both he and the stretcher plummeting. He anticipated a collision with some obstruction, but the anticipated impact never came. Instead, he felt himself cascading down a steep slope. The stretcher and a Tai's heavy form lost balance and followed suit in a chaotic tumble. The world spun in disarray. His body collided and rolled amidst rubble and earth, accompanied by a Tai's muffled groans of pain and Xiaoyin's panicked cries. Instinctively, Lin Luo shielded his head and face, surrendering to gravity as it dragged him into the unknown depths. Time became a blur as he rolled, until finally, with a dull thud, he landed heavily upon a relatively soft patch of ground. The stretcher and a Tai followed, sending dust swirling into the air. Agonizing pain radiated from all over his body. But Lin Luo could not afford to assess his injuries. He immediately struggled to rise, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Was this a cave? No. It resembled more of an artificially carved, sloping passage leading underground. Moments ago, he had inadvertently collapsed the dilapidated disguise and loose earth at the entrance, tumbling inside. The passage was not particularly wide, accommodating only 2 or 3 people side by side. Above loomed the caved-in entrance and a faint glimpse of the starry sky, while below lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness, with a faint, earthy breeze wafting up from the depths, not stifling at all. Was this an abandoned mine? A thought flickered through Lin Luo's mind. The Canaan Academy had a long history, and the surrounding mountains were rumored to have once hosted small-scale magical or mining. Eventually, the resources were depleted, and many mines were abandoned and sealed. This place could very well be one of them. An abandoned mine, delving deep underground. There could be no more ideal sanctuary than this. Hope ignited like a flickering flame in the darkness, instantly rekindling Lin Luo's nearly extinguished will to survive. He bore the pain and first retrieved Xiao-Yin from the wreckage to examine her. The little creature had been fortunate. Her already injured wings were shielded by makeshift bindings, and her curled form, sustaining no further damage, though she was understandably frightened, clinging tightly to Lin Luo's garment and trembling. Next, he struggled to free Atai from the stretcher. Atai's condition was dire. The pain and weakness transmitted through their links surged like relentless tides, each wave more overwhelming than the last. Its dark blue shell bore additional scratches from the earlier tumble, its breath more labored. There was no time to lose. Lin Luo took a deep breath, half dragging, half cradling Atai's heavy form, and began to venture deeper into the mine. The passage was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the feeble starlight filtering in from the entrance. He felt his way along the cold rock walls, cautiously advancing step by step. The ground was uneven beneath his feet, sometimes soft with earth, at other times littered with scattered stones. In the oppressive silence, only the sound of his heavy footsteps, labored breaths, and the rustle of Atai's shell scraping against the ground echoed through the dimly lit passage, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a fork appeared ahead. One path descended steeply, while the other extended gently inward. Lin Luo opted for the gentler route. After traversing several dozen paces, he found himself in a relatively spacious natural cavern. The cave measured about 10 zhang in circumference, with several fissures on the ceiling allowing faint, unidentifiable rays of light to seep in, preventing the cave from being completely engulfed in darkness. Although the air carried the musty scent of aged earth and a hint of mildew, it remained fresh, with a gentle flow circulating. The ground was relatively dry and level, with a few patches of desiccated moss and unknown small fungi nestled in the corners. This was the place. Lin Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if the last vestiges of his strength had been drained. He carefully placed Atai in the driest corner of the cave before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though every bone in his body had come undone. After resting for a moment, he struggled to rise and first examined Atai's injuries. The external wounds were primarily abrasions on the shell and shallow marks left by previous corrosive touches, which were not serious. The troubling aspect lay within, exhaustion and fundamental damage. Through their link, he sensed that Atai's body had experienced a tempest. Its magical circuits were in disarray, and its vitality was draining like a bucket with a hole. Deeper within, the forcibly unleashed, frenzied remnants of potential still roiled, intertwining with the backlash from the core of the fallen deity, relentlessly battering its fragile foundation. He took out the last of the coagulating bloodgrass, crushed it, and applied it to the area around the small silver wings to stabilize the injuries. The small silver creature nuzzled his fingers gratefully with its beak. After completing these tasks, Lin Luo leaned against the cold rock wall, fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave. Yet, his mind remained remarkably alert, or rather, due to his extreme exhaustion and the profound link with Atai. He had been drawn into a state of disorientation. Subconsciously, he delved into his mind, attempting to sense the nearly vanished core of the fallen deity. Just as his consciousness brushed against that dim shadow, a profound hum resonated, a sound deeper and more magnificent than any he had encountered before, as if emanating from the infinite ends of time and space, reverberating deep within his soul. Following that, the dim dark golden core suddenly expanded and transformed within the eye of his consciousness. No longer merely a multifaceted shadow, it morphed into an endless, shattered starry expanse. The stars were dim, the nebulae lifeless, with countless remnants of colossal, incomprehensible contract runes and fragments of warships drifting slowly in the void, fading into oblivion. At the center of that shattered cosmos lay a terrifying scar, a gaping wound that seemed to slice through countless dimensions, evoking dread. Along the edges of that scar, a faint dark golden glow, bound to Lin Luo, flickered like a candle in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishing. A torrent of fragmented, vast information streams, rich with a sense of sorrow and grandeur, surged like a breached river, crashing against Lin Luo's minuscule consciousness. The covenant of the fallen deity, a supreme creation endowed with the power of guardianship and judgment, faces a critical juncture. The core rules have deteriorated, leading to a catastrophic loss of energy, binding it to the most rudimentary standards. A significant fluctuation has been detected, aligning with the foundational protocols of guardianship, resistance, and symbiosis. An emergency mechanism has been activated, confirming the dormant potential of the unit known as ATI. A mutated form of the Ironclad Dragon Lizard. Its state is one of primordial turbulence, with potential surging uncontrollably amidst conflicting regulations. The ancient symbiotic secrets of the Covenant, though incomplete, offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, the overwhelming magnitude of this information makes Lin Luo's consciousness akin to a solitary vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea, at risk of being submerged and torn asunder. He can only grasp the most vital and lucid fragments, striving to comprehend their significance. The core of the fallen deity is no mere contractual instrument, but rather a fragment of a supreme creation, damaged in an unimaginable ancient conflict known as the War of the Fallen Deity. It possesses the extraordinary attributes of growth and empowerment, capable of evolving alongside its bound entities while bestowing upon them unfathomable possibilities. However, its core rules are gravely compromised, with energy nearly depleted, restricting it to binding only the most basic entities that align with the foundational protocols of guardianship and the will to resist. ATI's dormant potential is not merely a matter of innate deficiency or flaw. It represents an exceedingly rare condition triggered under extreme pressure or unique circumstances, akin to a state of self-preservation and deep ancestral slumber. This may elucidate why it qualifies as a mutation within the binding standards of the fallen deity core. Forcing a surge of core energy upon this state, while yielding a momentary eruption, is akin to striking an unformed embryo with a heavy hammer, severely disrupting its natural purifying process and potentially inflicting irreparable damage to its future awakening. Now, with the core on the brink of collapse due to forced overload, ATI teeters on the edge of disintegration from surging potential and backlash. Their fates are intricately intertwined through a soul link. Harm to one spells harm to the other. In this moment of despair, the fragment of information regarding the symbiotic covenant emerges as a lifeline, becoming increasingly clear. The symbiotic covenant, an ancient secret stemming from the deepest layers of the core, pertains to the rules of guardianship and symbiosis. It is not intended to augment magical beasts. Rather, it allows the contractor to share in the damage or negative states of the beast when both parties reach a certain depth of soul connection amidst a shared crisis. In some circumstances, it may even facilitate a brief sharing of the beast's attributes, such as formidable defense, elemental affinity, or heightened senses, thereby deepening their bond and enabling them to weather adversity together. However, the conditions for invoking this covenant are exceedingly stringent. It requires the contractor's unwavering will to protect the beast's instinctual trust and dependence, and an appropriate conduit to channel the unleashed chaotic energy. The initial subject of the symbiotic covenant will establish a profound connection and resonance with all subsequent bound entities, a matter of great significance. At this juncture, it appears that all conditions have been met. Lin Luo's will to protect ATI is indisputable, and ATI's reliance and trust in him are palpably felt through their link. Furthermore, the untamed potential and backlash energy within ATI, along with Lin Luo's own spiritually acute sensations from the core's backlash, may serve as the very bridge needed to guide the release of energy. The information also cautions that the risks associated with attempting the symbiotic covenant are exceedingly high. Sharing the burden of pain may exacerbate Lin Luo's already frail body. Sharing traits could invoke unforeseen physical mutations, guiding ATI's ferocious energy, even with the slightest misstep, might result in both being overwhelmed or suffering soul injuries. Moreover, with the core energy depleted and unable to provide any assistance, their fate rests solely upon themselves. Observing ATI's body twitching slightly in a state of unconsciousness, racked by pain, and sensing the faint flicker of life akin to a candle about to extinguish through their connection, Lin Luo's expression transitioned from initial shock and bewilderment to a calm resolve, ultimately solidifying into determination. There was no retreat, nor time for hesitation. To wait for ATI to recover naturally? In his current state, it was unlikely he would endure until dawn. Furthermore, the backlash from the core and the turmoil of ATI's essence would only exacerbate each other. The soul bond was the only path to survival, not only to save ATI, but also for his own sake. If ATI were to perish, the backlash from the severed soul link and the loss of this singular companion left Lin Luo uncertain if he could continue to navigate this harsh world. Buddy, this time, let me carry the weight for you, Lin Luo murmured as he shifted beside a tie. Following the vague guidance within fragmented information, he took the previously sharpened, now worn wooden stick and resolutely pierced his left palm. Blood surged forth instantly, bringing a sharp sting. He then gently pressed his bleeding palm against the center of Atai's forehead, the hardest part, and the core area of their soul link perception. With blood as the catalyst and soul as the bridge, Lin Luo closed his eyes, pouring his entire spirit, unreservedly, into the soul link with Atai. No longer merely sensing, but actively and completely opening his consciousness to embrace and accept all the pain, weakness, ferocity, chaos, and the faint glimmer of trust emanating from Atai. Simultaneously, he transformed the searing mental energy within his mind, ignited by the core's backlash, along with the fervent, unyielding will to protect from deep within his heart, into a clear, compelling stream of intent that surged through the link, infusing Atai's tumultuous soul. Share your pain, your raging power with me. Trust me, just as I trust you. Together, we will endure. At the moment Lin Luo's intent collided with Atai's soul vibrations across the bridge of blood and spirit, an explosive fusion occurred. Boom. Lin Luo felt as though his brain had been struck violently by a searing iron hammer. He was instantly engulfed in a boundless torrent of chaotic golden and dark golden light. Following that, an indescribable force, akin to molten steel mixed with the weighty flow of mountains, surged through the link from Atai's body, flooding into him uncontrollably. Ah! Lin Luo emitted a cry of agony that was hardly human. He felt every vein, every meridian, even every cell, being scoured, seared, and reshaped by the scalding steel-like essence. His skin throbbed with a tearing pain, as if countless tiny, hard scales were attempting to break free from beneath. The skeletal structure emitted a sound of unbearable strain, while the muscles threatened to rupture. This was a characteristic of Atai's formidable shell, alongside the violent earth-based potential within him, which was attempting to merge with his body in a brutish manner. Simultaneously, a fragment of the chaotic and destructively potent energy generated by backlash and the surging potential within Atai was drawn towards Lin Luo, attracted by his proactive intent and mental strength serving as a bridge. It flowed through the connection like uncontrolled lava, inundating his already battered meridians and consciousness, which had been ravaged by overexertion and core backlash, a duality of anguish, tormented from within and without. Lin Luo felt his consciousness adrift in an endless crucible of pain, searing and burning, as though he might evaporate entirely in the next heartbeat. Yet, he gritted his teeth, clinging to an unwavering resolve, forcibly maintaining the stability of the soul link, guiding the tumultuous energy surging within him along a vague, instinctively chosen path to operate, vent, and settle. He perceived that on Atai's end, the violent energy flowing into him, after being partially diverted, seemed to have calmed slightly. The rampant earth-golden radiance ceased its chaotic rampage and began to slowly, laboriously converge towards the core of Atai's body, retracting inward, as if a tumultuous flood had at last found an outlet, gradually receding and consolidating. Meanwhile, within his own being, the excruciating pain, having reached a pinnacle, began to ebb gently. The steel torrent that had surged in did not fully integrate into his body, a process that required considerable time and alignment. Rather, much of it, during its release, acted as the most coarse whetstone, violently polishing and tempering his muscles, bones, and meridians. The subtlest particles of energy, imbued with profundity and the essence of protection, settled beneath his skin and on the surface of his bones, forming an exceedingly thin yet tangible membrane akin to an intangible keratin layer. His attribute panel, which also affected him, flickered wildly, with the values of constitution and strength oscillating dramatically, ultimately resting at a slightly elevated position, now marked with a weak dragon lizard trait integration. Behind physical defense, a quiet addition of one temporary appeared. Meanwhile, the status bar reflected a series of adverse conditions: severe overexertion, slight burns in the meridians, exhaustion of mental strength, and other backlash effects. Uncertain of how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment or a century, when the last vestige of turbulent energy completed its flow through the link and gradually subsided, Lin Luo sensed his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, swaying once before being completely engulfed by an infinite darkness. In the final moment before oblivion, he faintly glimpsed that the blinding earth-golden radiance enveloping Atai had entirely retracted. The dark blue shell appeared to possess a newfound warmth and substantial quality, and his breath had become significantly steadier and longer, though still frail. The sense of impending collapse had vanished. What resonated through the link was no longer a torrent of agony, but a profound weariness and tranquility, akin to the earth awakening from slumber. His palm pressed against Atai's forehead. The wound had long ceased to bleed. Beneath the skin of his palm, faint, dark golden patterns, reminiscent of simplified dragon scales, flickered briefly before vanishing. Chirp, chirp, little Silver's anxious. Tearful cries became the last sounds he heard before sinking into the boundless darkness. The cave fell silent once more. Only a lizard, a bird, and a youth lay asleep on the cold ground, each in their own posture. Atai's breathing was steady, lost in deep recovery. Lin Luo remained unconscious, yet within him, slow and continuous changes were taking place. Little Silver, dragging his injured wings, mustered his spirit and leaped onto a nearby rock. His silver eyes vigilantly scanning the dark entrance of the mine, then anxiously glancing at the unconscious boy and lizard on the ground. His small body standing straight like the most loyal sentinel. In the darkness, time slipped away quietly, deep within Lin Luo's mind. The nearly extinguished shadow of the dark golden core of the God-fallen contract stabilized faintly, imperceptibly, at the moment the contract was completed. The core's energy remained depleted, but the signs of imminent collapse seemed to have paused, if only temporarily. A barely discernible piece of information, like a whisper in a dream, surfaced on the core's surface. Contract completed. Binding unit Atai, Iron Armored Dragon Lizard Mutant, potential dormant state, stable, slight guidance. Contractor Lin Luo has acquired a temporary trait, weak dragon lizard physique, defense-oriented. Core rules symbiosis trigger energy recovery rate slightly enhanced. Warning, both contractor and binding unit are in a state of severe overextension and require immediate energy replenishment and rest. Yet all of this was unknown to Lin Luo, who lay in a deep slumber. Volume 1, Chapter 7, End, Chapter 8, The Corrupted Soil Beetle. Darkness, coldness, void. Lin Luo felt as though he were a stone cast into the deep sea, continuously sinking. There was no light, no sound, only an overwhelming coldness and heaviness enveloping him, pressing upon every inch of his consciousness. His body seemed to have ceased to exist, leaving only a faint glimmer, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Drifting in this endless void, pain had become imperceptible, replaced by a profound, soul-deep exhaustion, as if he had traversed for eons, expending all his strength, yearning only to sink and dissolve into this darkness. At that moment, a faint, warm thought, laden with worry, brushed against his sinking light, akin to a distant star in the night sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The thought was vague, filled with urgency, concern, and perhaps a hint of reliance, like a lost chick shivering in the cold wind, yet persistently calling out for its companions. It was Little Silver. This realization caused Lin Luo's nearly extinguished light to tremble slightly. He could not simply sink away. Atai still needed him, and Little Silver was waiting for him. He vowed to ensure their survival, to grow stronger, and to carve out a place in this merciless world. How could he succumb here? A spark ignited from the depths of his nearly exhausted will, flickering faintly yet defiantly against the encroaching darkness. I cannot succumb to slumber. He summoned every ounce of his strength to gather his scattered consciousness, striving to reconnect with his own body. Initially, he experienced only a chaotic numbness and a stinging pain, as though his body had been crushed and then reassembled, each part fraught with dissonance and sluggishness. Gradually, however, specific sensations began to return. The cold, unyielding rock pressed against his back, and the coarse gravel scraped his skin. A wave of searing heat radiated from his left palm, akin to countless ants gnawing at him. His throat felt parched, as if it might crack open, and each meager breath was laden with the metallic tang of blood and the taste of dust. His bones felt dislocated, and the soreness in his muscles rendered even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. Within his mind, it felt as if countless tiny spikes were relentlessly pounding away, a consequence of his utterly depleted mental strength and the backlash of the bond. Yet he was still alive. He could feel the faint, slow rhythm of his heartbeat, persistently thrumming against the odds. A faint, agonized murmur echoed nearby. It was Atai. Lin Luo's heart tightened, and almost instinctively, He plunged the fragment of his consciousness he had just gathered into his mind, attempting to reconnect with that soul link. The connection remained, although fragile. Like a thread battered by a storm, it had not severed. Through this tenuous bond, Lin Luo perceived Atai's condition. The little creature still lay in place, its dark blue shell dim under the meager light of the cavern, yet the previous frenzy and chaos that had threatened to shatter it had vanished. In its stead was a profound, tranquil weakness, reminiscent of the earth slowly healing after suffering. Vitality flowed like a gentle stream, frail yet steadily coursing. The tumultuous potential that had lingered behind had dissipated, transforming into a stable, albeit faint, flow. The plummeting attributes ceased their descent, showing the faintest signs of recovery. Most notably, the glow behind the physical defense, which had been at 1, seemed to solidify slightly, no longer merely a temporary enhancement. It was still alive, and its condition was gradually improving. A weight lifted from Lin Luo's heart. He exhaled silently and deeply, feeling a slight alleviation of his soul's exhaustion. Cheep, cheep, cheep. A delightful chirping filled his ears, followed by a warm, fluffy little head nuzzling against his cheek, eager and animated. It was Xiaoyin. The little one seemed to have kept vigil by his side, and now, witnessing his awakening, even if it was just the flutter of his eyelids, was overwhelmingly exciting. Lin Luo attempted to raise his hand to stroke it, only to find his arm weighed down as if filled with lead, utterly unresponsive. He could only manage a feeble attempt to lift the corners of his mouth, forming a smile more resembling a grimace, sending a reassuring thought of "I am all right" through their bond. Xiaoyin appeared to comprehend the situation, ceasing its anxious calls and instead nestled obediently beside his neck, using its warmth to soothe his icy cheek. Its silver eyes remained fixed upon him, brimming with dependence. After an indeterminate span of time, perhaps mere minutes or as long as half an hour, Lin Luo felt a modicum of strength returning, sufficient to feebly turn his neck and open his eyes. His vision was blurred, and it took a while to sharpen. He first cast his gaze upon Atai. The colossal body of the dragon lizard lay quietly, its chest gently rising and falling with deep breaths, resembling a creature in slumber, though a hint of fatigue, as if born from suffering, lingered in its brow. Then, he regarded himself. The servant's garb he wore had long since become tattered from the earlier tumble and the shock of the bond, now soiled with dirt, blood, and sweat. His exposed skin was marred with numerous small, dark red scabs and bruises, remnants of the violent energy that had washed over him. Most conspicuous was the palm of his left hand, where the self-inflicted wound had scabbed over, yet the skin surrounding it exhibited an abnormal dark red hue, subtly revealing delicate, nearly imperceptible, dark golden lines resembling dragon scales, radiating from the wound's edge and spreading across a portion of his palm, exuding an air of enigma. He attempted to clench his fist. A wave of soreness and numbness coursed through his palm, but his strength seemed to have increased slightly. Furthermore, the texture of his skin felt altered, as if it had developed an exceedingly thin yet remarkably resilient membrane. With a flicker of thought, he summoned his attribute panel, which was indeed applicable to himself. Name: Lin Luo. Status: severely overdrawn, exhausted mental energy, minor burns on meridians, backlash from the bond. In recovery, mild dehydration. Hunger level: mortal. Attributes: life force 830, extremely low, stamina 325, nearing depletion, strength 505, slight enhancement, constitution 6.1, slight enhancement, agility, for mental 215, exhausted, mana affinity, none, physical defense 3.1, gained temporary trait, weak dragon lizard body defense focus, magical defense 1, extremely low, talent none, skills none, contract units, Atai, iron armor dragon lizard variant, primary stable soul link, Xiaoyin, Thunderlight Falcon hatchling, weak spiritual connection, contract core, Godfall contract core, damaged, energy depletion 0.00001. Recovery extremely slow. Remarks: recently underwent the bonding ceremony, initial integration of weak dragon lizard defensive traits, currently in a state of extreme weakness and slow adaptation. Requires substantial nutrition and rest for recovery. Indeed, the attributes had undergone alterations. Strength and constitution had seen slight enhancements. Most notably, a new numeral appeared beside physical defense, denoting a weak focus on dragon lizard's corporeal defense traits. This must be the shared quality of Atai's formidable carapace. Though it was merely a fleeting, minuscule flicker of hope, achieved at the peril of near collapse, Lin Luo felt a surge of joy within his heart. This signified that the path of the pact was indeed viable. Despite the extreme dangers it entailed, the potential rewards were monumental. Not only could it mitigate damage and deepen bonds, but it might also allow him to directly acquire a fragment of a beast's abilities. This was practically a tailor-made cheat skill for someone like him, an inept beast tamer, if such a label could be applied at this moment. Of course, the side effects were glaringly apparent. A lengthy array of negative statuses in his status bar was daunting. His vitality had dwindled to a mere 8 points, stamina to 3, and his mental energy had been utterly depleted to a mere 2 points. In such a state, even an ordinary person could easily overpower him. He needed to replenish food, water, and find a safe place to rest, Lin Luo thought rapidly. Although this abandoned mine offered some concealment, it was by no means entirely secure. Young Master Kate and Steward Wong would surely dispatch individuals to search for him. Furthermore, they too required energy replenishment. He attempted to sit up, but this simple action caused his vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious once more. After resting for a considerable while, he managed to precariously lean against the rocky wall and stabilize himself. Xiaoyin, he glanced at the small creature beside him, his voice hoarse. Can you fly? Or perhaps venture out to find something to eat? Water would suffice as well. Xiaoyin comprehended his intent, struggling to rise, but its injured wings could only flap feebly, restrained by its injuries and bindings, preventing it from taking flight. It hung its head in despair, emitting a low, mournful cry, seemingly burdened by its own perceived inadequacy. It's all right, I do not blame you, Lin Luo reassured, though a heaviness settled in his heart. Xiaoyin was also gravely injured. He could not rely on it. Atai was deep in recovery. Now, he had no choice but to depend solely on himself. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, using the cold rock wall for support, and rose laboriously, inch by inch, with excruciating slowness. His legs trembled uncontrollably, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton. His head spinning, yet he did not falter. He first approached Atai, reconfirming its stable condition through their link, and then began to inspect this makeshift refuge. The cavern spanned approximately 10 zhang in circumference. Apart from the passage they had entered, there appeared to be a narrower, deeper tunnel on the opposite side, leading to an unknown destination. A few fissures in the ceiling allowed faint rays of daylight to filter through, barely illuminating the surroundings. The ground was relatively dry, with some tenacious, grayish moss growing in the corners. Clearly, there was no food to be found here. Lin Luo's gaze fell upon the fissures in the cave wall. In certain areas, the rock surface was notably damp, with the slow emergence of water droplets. He approached, dipped his fingers in, and tasted it. The flavor was peculiar, replete with earthy and mineral notes, yet seemingly devoid of any obvious toxins. At this moment, he could not afford to be picky. The parched sensation in his throat burned like fire. He located a relatively clean, concave rock and positioned it beneath a spot where the water seeped more rapidly, painstakingly licking the cold, oddly flavored droplets. Although unpalatable, it was certainly better than nothing. After drinking a bit, he felt slightly improved, yet the gnawing hunger intensified. His stomach was utterly empty, aflame with an insatiable craving. His gaze once again fell upon the grayish-white moss clinging to the cave walls and the ground. Is this edible? He recalled that some moss contained trace nutrients and even possessed medicinal properties, yet many were toxic. Cautiously, he pried a small piece from the edge and brought it to his nose, detecting only the earthy and musty scent. He delicately touched it with the tip of his tongue. The taste was bitter, imbued with a strong earthen flavor, but it did not immediately induce a stinging or numbing sensation. Taking a gamble, Lin Luo gritted his teeth and shoved the small handful of moss into his mouth, chewing it haphazardly, forcing himself to swallow the nauseating earthy bitterness. A slight spasm occurred in his stomach, but it quickly subsided, seemingly digestible. After a brief wait, no signs of poisoning emerged. Instead, the small intake of food made his cold body feel somewhat warmer. It appeared that this moss was barely edible. Lin Luo let out a sigh of relief and began to gather the moss. He did not collect too much, taking only a small handful, half for himself, and the remainder painstakingly crushed and mixed with a little moisture to form a paste. Approaching Atai, he cautiously pried open its large mouth. Atai, in deep recovery, offered no resistance. and smeared a bit of the moss paste onto its tongue, hoping it would swallow it reflexively. He also fed a small amount to Xiaoyin. After completing these tasks, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he slid down against the rock wall, gasping for breath. The issues of food and water were momentarily alleviated, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. They required more nutritious sustenance to recover. Moreover, they needed to leave this place swiftly. Although the mine was concealed, it was not a suitable refuge. Once the Kate family mobilized their forces to seal off the area for a sweeping search, this location would easily be exposed. He needed to devise a way to acquire real food and medicinal supplies to treat their wounds. Lin Luo glanced at his tattered, blood-stained clothing, then at Tai's injuries and Xiaoyin's broken wing, his brow furrowed in concern. He had long exhausted his funds, and the only valuable items appeared to be the unopened leather pouch and the cracked short staff he had scavenged from Mage Rod, as well as the fire gem dropped by young Master Kate. Perhaps it would be worth the risk to venture outside and trade these items for urgently needed supplies. The thought crossed his mind but was swiftly dismissed by Lin Luo himself. It was too perilous. In his current state, he would likely be recognized the moment he stepped outside. Furthermore, those items were of dubious origin, and if he were to use them, it could invite greater trouble. Just as despair began to envelop him, Xiaoyin, who had been quietly resting, suddenly stood up again. Its silvery eyes fixated intently on a narrower passage leading deeper into the mine, its ears twitching slightly, as if it had heard something. "What is it, Xiaoyin?" Lin Luo's heart tightened, and he held his breath, focusing on the dark passageway. Deep within, an eerie silence reigned. Yet gradually, Lin Luo discerned a faint, almost imperceptible rustling sound, resembling something gently scraping against the rock, or perhaps numerous tiny feet scuttling. "Something is there." Lin Luo's heart raced. Was it the indigenous inhabitants of the mine? A shadowy beast that thrived in darkness? Or pursuers? He immediately became anxious, struggling to find something for self-defense. But aside from stones, there was nothing around him. Tai was still deeply recuperating, Xiaoyin was injured, and he himself felt utterly feeble. If a threatening creature were to arrive, they would be virtually defenseless. The rustling sound grew closer and clearer, suggesting a considerable number. Lin Luo's heart sank to the depths. He fixed his gaze on the entrance of the passage, palms sweating. In the next moment, a moving wave of dark brown surged forth from the shadows of the passage. It was not a large magical beast, but rather a dense swarm of countless beetles, each roughly the size of a thumb. These beetles, entirely dark brown with glossy exoskeletons and two slender antennae atop their heads, formed a somewhat disordered line, swiftly crawling towards a corner of the cave where thicker, darker moss and decaying plant debris had accumulated. They were compost beetles. A name flickered through Lin Luo's mind. This species is quite common, feeding on decaying plants, fungi, and moss, exhibiting almost no aggression and never approaching living beings voluntarily, typically residing in damp, dark places rich in humus. Upon realizing these creatures posed no threat, Lin Luo let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes brightened. If compost beetles feed on decaying plants and fungi, could their active area harbor stored food? Or perhaps they themselves could be a source? His knowledge from his previous life informed him that many beetle larvae are rich in protein and fat and can be edible in certain circumstances. Moreover, the presence of these beetles indicated that this mine's depths likely contained a relatively stable microecosystem conducive to their survival, possibly yielding other edible resources, such as some shade-loving fungi. Hope flickered like a candle in the dark, rekindling its light. Observing the busy compost beetles gnawing at the moss, he glanced at the still weakened Tai and the worried Xiaoyin, his resolve once again solidified. If they could wait a little longer for Tai to regain some strength, they would venture deeper. It seemed that fate had not entirely forsaken them. Leaning against the rock wall, he closed his eyes, striving to relax his body as much as possible while synchronizing with his slow breaths, attempting to hasten his recovery. Xiaoyin appeared to comprehend that there was no immediate danger, returning to lie beside Lin Luo, though her silvery eyes remained alert, scanning the surroundings, especially the passage from which the beetles emerged. Time trickled away in the darkness, unbeknownst to Lin Luo, during his unconsciousness and initial recovery. The outside world had erupted into turmoil due to their disappearance and Rod's severe injuries. In the breeding area of Canaan Academy, Manager Wang was bowing and sweating profusely as he reported to a middle-aged man dressed in servant attire, whose expression was grim. The influence of the Kate family within the Academy has been set into motion, as a search team composed of family guards and the Academy's disciplinary squad is quietly forming. With their sights firmly fixed on the third abandoned isolation area and its surrounding regions, a tempest is brewing. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, the young boy and his magical beasts are racing against time, striving to outpace the relentless march of seconds. Chapter 9. The path of confusion. Hunger gnaws at Lin Luo's stomach like a relentless parasite, ceaselessly consuming him from within. The strange taste of seepage and the bitterness of moss provide only fleeting moments of numbness, soon eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Every cell in his body seems to scream for energy to mend the wounds inflicted by their bond and the severe depletion of his strength. Atai remains curled in the corner, breathing steadily and deeply, akin to a bear in hibernation. Yet the steady stream of life energy flowing through their connection indicates that it is in the midst of a profound recovery, albeit one that demands a substantial amount of energy. Xiaoyin, too, lies languidly beside Lin Luo, its silvery feathers dulled, and its injured wings droop wearily. The last morsel of moss paste Lin Luo offered was barely pecked at. No longer can he afford to wait. Inaction leads only to demise. Summoning his strength, Lin Luo rises once more, feeling a slight improvement, if only to the extent that the world no longer fades to black before his eyes. He casts a glance at the shadowy passage from which the decaying soil beetles had emerged. The swarm has vanished, perhaps satiated or returned to their nest. He must venture inside. Resolutely, Lin Luo approaches Atai, conveying through their link the intent to remain, restore, and remain vigilant. Though Atai is somewhat sluggish in its perception of the outside world due to its deep recovery, Lin Luo hopes it can grasp his message. He then gently pats Xiaoyin's head. Stay here and watch over Atai. Call out if any danger arises. Xiaoyin seems to understand, albeit reluctantly separating from Lin Luo, nodding before leaping onto a nearby elevated stone, its silver eyes scanning the cave entrance and the slumbering Atai with vigilance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo picks up a shard of stone with a reasonably sharp edge, his only weapon at present, and drags his still heavy, aching legs towards the dark passage. The entryway is narrow, allowing only one person to pass by bending down. Inside, darkness reigns supreme, obscuring all visibility. Only the faintest glimmer of daylight filters in from the entrance, illuminating a few steps ahead. The air grows colder and more humid, saturated with the earthy scent of soil, mildew, and a faint, acrid odor reminiscent of fermentation. Lin Luo dares not quicken his pace. Each step is taken with utmost caution, using the stone shard to probe the path ahead, testing the ground's solidity with the tips of his toes. In the depths of the darkness, vision proves nearly futile. He must rely on his hearing and an increasingly sharp intuition, perhaps a faint perception of the Earth's environment shared with Atai through their bond, or perhaps an instinctive sharpening of his other senses born from his mental exhaustion. He can hear the sound of his own ragged breaths and heartbeat, the distant, muted drip of water, and the subtle scuttling of unknown insects within the crevices of the rocky walls. After traversing approximately 20 to 30 paces, the passage begins to slope downward, its incline gentle. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid scent, intermingled with an elusive, indescribable sweetness, faint yet perceptible. Lin Luo's spirits lifted. An unusual odor often signifies biological activity or the presence of unique substances. He proceeded with utmost caution, inching forward along the rocky wall. After a dozen more steps, a dim, ethereal green light emerged ahead. This light was faint, akin to will-o'-the-wisps in a summer night's wilderness, hazily illuminating what appeared to be a more expansive space ahead. Lin Luo held his breath, softening his footsteps as he advanced cautiously. As his eyes adjusted to the ghostly green glow, he found himself momentarily transfixed by the sight before him. It was a cave slightly smaller than the previous one, its shape irregular. At its center lay a small, unfathomably deep pool of water, as dark as ink, exuding an intense chill and a faint scent of sulfur. The cave's walls, including the ceiling, were adorned with vast expanses of moss that radiated a ghostly green phosphorescence, resembling a soft carpet. This luminous moss provided the sole source of light within the cavern. The vibrant glow reflected upon the inky waters, casting eerie ripples that rendered the entire cave both sinister and enigmatic. Yet what truly quickened Lin Luo's heartbeat was not merely this peculiar spectacle. but the peculiar growths dotting the patches of phosphorescent moss. Clusters of fungi, varying in color and shape, thrived there. Some were pure white, their caps rounded like pearls. Others, a pale yellow, featured slender stems and caps resembling small trumpets. Among the largest, a few displayed a gentle, milky hue, with thick caps adorned with subtle concentric patterns. Quietly flourishing on the moist rocks at the pool's edge, emitting a refreshing aroma tinged with earthy notes. Mushrooms. Moreover, judging from their hues and forms, they appeared far removed from the vividly colored, toxic varieties. Although Lin Luo's knowledge of fungi was limited, his basic survival instincts from a past life informed him that mushrooms with understated colors, regular shapes, and a natural fragrance bore a lower likelihood of toxicity. Particularly, those thick-capped, milky mushrooms seemed reminiscent of some edible ground mushroom variant. More importantly, scattered across the ground near this phosphorescent moss, and the clusters of mushrooms were dark brown, rice-sized granules, alongside remnants of nibbled mushrooms and fragments of moss. Clearly the larder and dining hall of soil beetles. What beetles could consume typically possess low toxicity and might even be rich in nutrients. There was indeed sustenance to be found. Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement, his fingers trembling slightly. He stifled the impulse to rush forward and harvest immediately, first taking the time to carefully observe his surroundings, ensuring no other biological activities were present. Only then did he cautiously approach the pool's edge. The water was icy and reeked of sulfur, unsuitable for direct consumption, yet it might have other applications. He plucked a small piece from the edge of the thick-capped, milky mushroom and placed it on his tongue. The flavor was reminiscent of raw nuts, earthy yet refreshing, and it did not induce any immediate discomfort. After a moment's wait, he still felt fine. He plucked a small piece of luminescent moss and tasted it. The flavor was bitter, yet appeared non-toxic. A sense of relief washed over Lin Luo, assuring him that it could indeed be consumed. No longer hesitating, he commenced his foraging. He first gathered 5 or 6 of the largest, most plump, milky white mushrooms, followed by a selection of pristine white mushrooms and delicate yellow chanterelles. He refrained from collecting every specimen, leaving some behind and only choosing those that were mature and pristine. Next, he shed his tattered outer garment, now reduced to a mere thin underlayer, and carefully wrapped the mushrooms he had gathered. He then scraped a substantial portion of luminescent moss from the rocks with a shard of stone. Though unpalatable, it might harbor energy, serving as vegetables for a tie. Just as he prepared to leave and seek water by the pool, even if it meant filtering it through his clothing. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unusual hue in a crevice, partially obscured by the moss on the opposite side of the pool. Intrigued, he approached and brushed aside the moss. At the bottom of the crevice lay several stones of varying sizes, dark in color and rough in texture. At first glance, they seemed indistinguishable from the surrounding rocks, yet under the ethereal green glow of the luminescent moss, one could discern an almost imperceptible, earthy yellow luminescence swirling within. And these stones felt more supple and weighty than ordinary rocks. Were these the raw or of earth-type magic crystals, or some unique mineral imbued with earth elements? Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. In the abandoned isolation zone, he had encountered the most inferior shards of magic crystals and had a vague recollection of such faint elemental fluctuations. Although these stones appeared of low quality and possessed minimal spiritual energy, they undeniably contained earth elements. For a tie at present, these might prove more beneficial than the mushrooms, as they could absorb earth elements for recovery and growth. Without hesitation, Lin Luo collected the yellowish stones, approximately 7 or 8 in number, ranging from the size of a fist to that of an egg. They were heavy, imbued with the comforting warmth of the earth. His bounty was considerable. He secured the bundle of mushrooms and moss, stowed the stones close to his heart, and cast one last glance at the verdant cave and the pool before retracing his steps. The return journey felt significantly shorter. Upon catching sight of the faint glow at the cave's entrance and the vigilant silhouette of Xiao Yin, along with the still, slumbering Atai, a wave of warmth and hope surged within him. Food was at hand. Lin Luo proudly displayed his haul. Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement, emitting a joyful chirp as it leaped from the stone, eagerly approaching the bundle. Lin Luo did not immediately share the spoils. Instead, he sought several relatively flat stones and fashioned a rudimentary hearth in a corner of the cave. He gathered dry moss and the decayed wooden fragments he had previously collected, likely remnants left by miners. employing the most primitive technique of friction to ignite a fire. He exerted considerable effort before finally coaxing a small flicker of flame to life. He sliced the largest 2 milky white mushrooms into small pieces with a stone shard, tore some luminescent moss, and mixed them together, placing the concoction on a flat stone warmed by the fire for roasting. Without oil or salt, only the juices exuded by the mushrooms and the moisture from the moss sizzled on the stone slab. Soon, a peculiar aroma, a blend of the mushroom's delicate fragrance and the earthy scent of moss, wafted through the air. Little Silver, already salivating, fixated its silvery gaze on the stone slab. After roasting for about a tea time, the mushrooms became tender, their edges slightly charred, and the aroma intensified. Lin Luo deftly divided the roasted mushroom and moss mixture into 3 portions. He carefully offered the largest portion to Atai, who had just been roused from a deep slumber by his gentle call through their link. Atai awakened, its dark yellow eyes still bleary, but instinctively opened its mouth wide when Lin Luo presented the warm, fragrant mushroom mash, eagerly swallowing it. The sense of satisfaction and craving for energy transmitted through the link was unmistakable. Lin Luo consumed the smaller portion himself. The flavor of the cooked mushrooms was vastly superior to that of the raw ones. Though still bland, the natural sweetness and satiety nearly brought him to tears. It felt as if every cell in his body rejoiced, greedily absorbing this long-awaited energy. In the status bar, the negative indicator 4, hunger, began to diminish, while the numbers 4, vitality and stamina, started to rise, albeit at a slow pace. Little Silver also relished the meal, its injuries seemingly healing, and its spirits noticeably lifted. After finishing the mushrooms, Lin Luo retrieved several pieces of yellowish mineral and placed them before Atai. Atai, give this a try. It will benefit you, he conveyed telepathically. Atai lowered its head to sniff the minerals, a flicker of doubt crossing its dark yellow eyes, but instinct assured it of their beneficial properties. It extended its tongue, licked one of the pieces, and then cautiously bit down, cracking it gently. With a crunch, a small fragment of the not-so-hard mineral broke off. Atai chewed a few times, seemingly tasting nothing, but soon its dark yellow eyes lit up. A subtle, comforting sensation akin to parched land receiving spring rain flowed through the link. It hesitated no longer, biting through the remaining pieces of mineral and swallowing them. Although the quantity was small, the pure and gentle earth element was undoubtedly a boon for its damaged essence and dormant potential. It let out a satisfied low growl, settling down once more to continue its restoration, its breath now more steady and robust than before. Lin Luo picked up the smallest shard of mineral, attempting to absorb it. However, lacking an affinity for magic, the mineral felt merely like a warm stone in his hand, offering no reaction beyond comfort. It appeared this substance was only beneficial to earth-based creatures. With the issue of food temporarily resolved, the water source remained a concern. The seepage was insufficient and the taste poor. Lin Luo's gaze shifted once more to the passage leading to the luminescent cave. The water in the pool there was undrinkable. But perhaps there were other solutions? After resting for a while and feeling a bit stronger, he rose again, carrying the makeshift bundle made from tattered clothing, and resolved to venture back to the luminescent cave, this time with the objective of procuring water. He returned to the luminescent cave, gazing at the dark, profound pool exuding a sulphurous scent, furrowing his brow. Drinking directly from it was undoubtedly unwise. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing upon the droplets of water condensed on the cave's ceiling and rock walls. The humidity was high, with moisture coalescing into drops that trickled down the rock face, some falling directly into the pool, while others formed delicate streams upon the surface of the stones. Perhaps he could collect this condensed water? A thought sparked within Lin Luo. The condensed water was relatively clean, although it might contain trace minerals. It was certainly preferable to the pool water. He identified several areas where water droplets were plentiful and the flow was concentrated on the rock face. Using a shard of stone, he carved out a few shallow pits below, then tore off a piece of his relatively clean inner garment. Placing one end in the water pit while dangling the other end above a concave stone bowl he had brought with him, attempting to guide the water flow through capillary action. Though the efficiency was exceedingly low, the slow dripping would eventually accumulate some water. After completing this task, he meticulously searched the cave once more, hoping for further discoveries. Regrettably, aside from mushrooms, moss, and a few low-grade earth element ores, there was nothing else of value. However, in a secluded corner, he stumbled upon several bizarre plants with thick, deep purple leaves, their grotesque forms emanating an unsettling aura. He wisely kept his distance, refraining from touching them. With the slowly dripping stone bowl and a handful of freshly picked mushrooms and moss as provisions, Lin Luo returned to the outer cavern. In the following 2 days, Lin Luo and his companions, the beast, concealed themselves within the abandoned mine, leading a life that was nearly primitive. During the day, Lin Luo spent most of his time in silent meditation, employing a rudimentary breathing technique he had learned in his past life, combined with this world's vague understanding of qi, to gradually restore his depleted spirit and damaged meridians through deep sleep. The feeble vitality imparted by the bonded dragon lizard was slowly adapting, the invisible membrane beneath his skin seeming to solidify slightly, resulting in a barely perceptible increase in strength and constitution. He endeavored to move his body according to the foundational martial arts techniques he recalled. Although his movements were slow and clumsy, he could sense his body gradually coming to life. He visited the luminescent cave twice daily, gathering condensed water, harvesting fresh mushrooms and moss, and occasionally discovering scattered low-grade earth element ores for Autai. While the food was monotonous, it at least sufficed to satiate hunger, providing the energy necessary for recovery. Autai was recovering more swiftly than Lin Luo. The beast's robust constitution, coupled with the nourishment from the earth element ores, played a crucial role. Its waking hours extended, and although still weak, it could now stand unaided, shuffle about slowly, and even use its tail to assist in tidying the cave. The abrasions on its body were healing, and its shell had become more lustrous and substantial. The life force flowing through their bond had grown increasingly robust and stable. The latent potential remained in a state of dormancy, consistent yet subdued. But Autai's overall vitality and spirit were markedly transformed compared to its previous state in the abandoned isolation zone. Its gaze had shifted from confusion to steadiness, responding swiftly and accurately to Lin Luo's commands, such as come, be quiet, eat this, and occasionally, it would nuzzle Lin Luo affectionately with its head. Xiaoyan's wings, after being repeatedly treated with crushed luminescent moss, known for its faint hemostatic and tissue-regenerating properties, as discovered by Lin Luo, have shown remarkable recovery. Though it cannot yet take flight, it can now manage short-distance jumps and flaps. The wounds have scabbed over, and its spirit is undeniably vibrant. The bond between Xiaoyan and Lin Luo has deepened significantly. It has almost become Lin Luo's devoted companion, following him with a slight limp, its silvery eyes ever sparkling. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, upon concluding a session of shallow meditation and opening his eyes, Lin Luo found Autai lying in front of him, its dark yellow eyes quietly observing. Xiaoyan was perched on Autai's broad back. Autai had now tacitly accepted this little one's intrusion into its territory, tilting its head in curiosity. What is it? Lin Luo inquired with a smile. Autai let out a low growl, nudging the black short staff, cracked and retrieved from Mage Rod, that Lin Luo had placed on his lap. Then, with a gentle paw, it prodded the leather pouch containing the fire element gemstone nestled in Lin Luo's arms. A flicker of realization sparked within Lin Luo. Indeed, he had almost forgotten these items amidst his focus on recovery and survival. He first picked up the black short staff. Its body was crafted from an unknown black wood, chilling to the touch, with the black gemstone at its tip marred by several fissures, its brilliance dimmed. Through basic attribute perception, he discerned the following information. Item: touch of decay, short staff, grade, 1st tier, damaged, effect, minor enhancement of dark spell effects. Accompanied by the skill corrosive touch, requires dark mana activation, currently unavailable. Status: mana circuitry damaged, core gemstone fractured, effects significantly diminished. Remarks: standard equipment for low-tier dark mage apprentices. Severely damaged, of negligible value. As expected, it bore little utility. Lin Luo then turned to the leather pouch. It was small and poorly crafted, exuding a faint aura of dark elements and a hint of blood. A simple magical lock adorned it, one that Lin Luo's current mental capacity could not hope to unlock. Lastly, he examined the fire element gemstone. It was the size of a dove's egg, radiant crimson, with an inner glow that seemed to flow like flames. Warm to the touch, even in the dark, it emanated a gentle reddish hue. Item: sunstone grade, 1st tier, quality. Effect: contains stable fire elemental energy. Useful for fire element cultivation, illumination, heating, or as an energy source for low-tier fire magic arrays and alchemy. Status: energy abundant. Remarks: a reasonably good quality low-tier fire elemental gemstone of decent value. What a splendid find. Lin Luo's eyes glimmered with excitement. This gem could not only provide light and warmth, immensely beneficial given their current circumstances, but it might also serve as a valuable resource for trade in times of need. He attempted to channel a faint thread of his mental energy into the gemstone, immediately feeling a gentle warmth spreading through his arm, dispelling the chill of the cave and invigorating his spirit ever so slightly. It seemed that young Master Kate possessed some genuine treasures after all. Clutching the sunstone in his hand and relishing its comforting warmth, Lin Luo began to contemplate his next moves. The short staff and leather pouch were of no immediate use. Yet the gem was a timely blessing. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully tucked the warm sunstone into his bosom for safekeeping. He then wrapped the staff and pouch in tattered cloth and concealed them within a hidden crevice of the cave, sealing it with loose stones. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future, or he might simply discard them. They could not remain on his person as potential clues. Having completed these tasks, Lin Luo rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. Although 3 days of rest had not brought him to full recovery, he was at least able to move without hindrance, possessing the basic strength for self-preservation or escape. On his attribute panel, his vitality had returned to 1830, stamina to 1225, and spirit to 515. The only lingering negative status was the backlash from the bond, recovering, and slight burns to his meridians. It was time to consider his next steps. Hiding here indefinitely was not a viable solution. The food supply was limited and would eventually run out. Mushrooms and moss required time to grow. More importantly, the threats from the Kate family and the steward were far from neutralized. They needed to leave the confines of Canaan Academy, at least temporarily. But to where? And how? He, along with Atai and Xiao Yin, were now considered fugitives, with Atai and Xiao Yin being particularly conspicuous as magical beasts. Should they appear in a populated area, they would easily attract attention. It appeared he needed to devise a means of disguise, along with securing a map and intelligence. Lin Luo pondered deeply. His knowledge of the surroundings of Canaan Academy was limited to the vague memories of the original host and the scattered bits of information he had gleaned over the past 3 months at the lower tiers. He knew only that the academy lay in the eastern province of the kingdom, surrounded by mountains, forests, rivers, and several small villages. The nearest town was Greystone, situated approximately 30 miles from the academy, serving as a hub for many students and merchant caravans for supplies and trade. Perhaps a journey to Greystone could be feasible? It was a melting pot of characters, relatively easier to blend into. Moreover, there should be places where one could acquire a map, supplies, or even engage in work that required little to no identity verification, yet offered quick financial returns. This thought quickened Lin Luo's heartbeat. It was a risk, but one laden with opportunity. He glanced at Atai and Xiao Yin. Atai seemed to sense his determination, lifting his head, the steady glow of his dark yellow eyes revealing a sense of reliability. Xiao Yin puffed out his chest as well, though his wings remained bound, his gaze sharp. All right. Lin Luo clenched his fist, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. At dawn tomorrow, we shall depart from this place and head towards Greystone. However, before we leave, I must disguise the two of you. He regarded Atai's dark azure, thick shell, which was conspicuous even in the darkness, and Xiao Yin's shimmering feathers, pondering the matter. As night fell, the cave was illuminated solely by the steady and warm red glow of the sunstone, casting light over a small area. Lin Luo leaned against the rocky wall, with Atai lying beside him, serving as a cushion and a source of warmth, while Xiao Yin curled up in the crook of Atai's neck, emitting faint purring sounds. Tomorrow heralds a new beginning, along with new challenges. Yet this time, Lin Luo felt neither confusion nor fear, only a clear sense of determination and a subtle anticipation for the future. The days of being a useless caretaker were coming to an end. Starting tomorrow, Lin Luo and his companions will officially embark on the grand stage of this tumultuous world. Regardless of whether the path ahead is fraught with thorns or paved with ease, he shall forge ahead unrelentingly. Chapter 10. Disguise before dawn. The depths of the mine remained shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, with only the warm sunstone in Lin Luo's embrace emitting a gentle, stable orange-red glow, akin to a small, solidified campfire, barely dispelling the chilling dampness within a few feet. Bathed in this light, Lin Luo was intently engaged in a creative endeavor, or rather, An exceedingly rudimentary task of camouflage. A Tai, with its massive form resembling a small mountain, lay prostrate on the ground, its dark blue shell gleaming with a metallic sheen under the warm light. In his hands, Lin Luo clutched a substantial handful of a viscous, grimy mud paste scraped from the corners of the mine, a mixture of soil, moss fragments, rock powder, and a modicum of moisture. Carefully applying this earthy concoction to the most conspicuous sections of a Tai's back and sides. Stay still, a Tai. Bear with it. It will be over soon. Lin Luo reassured through their soul link while working. A Tai emitted a reluctant gurgle from its throat, its dark yellow eyes glancing at the increasingly damp and sticky mud coating its body. Yet it remained still, merely swishing its tail impatiently, sending a few pebbles skittering across the ground. Little Lin curiously perched on a nearby stone, tilting its head to observe Lin Luo's actions, its silvery eyes filled with confusion. When Lin Luo's gaze shifted towards it, the little creature instinctively recoiled, fluttering its not yet fully healed wings as if to escape. You can't run away either, little Lin. Lin Luo chuckled wickedly, seizing another small clump of darker mud mixed with charcoal, slowly approaching. Cheap, cheap, little Lin protested, attempting to peck at Lin Luo's hand with its beak, but the motion was gentle, more akin to a playful pout. Be good, if I don't apply this. Your glimmering silver feathers will make you a living target out there, Lin Luo firmly stated, using his fingertip to dab the mud paste onto little Yin's shimmering feathers, particularly on its back and the outer sides of its wings, applying a thin layer. He was careful not to coat it too thickly, so as not to hinder the feather's breathability and movement, merely obscuring the overly bright silver with the dark mud, transforming its appearance into that of an ordinary, drab, poorly feathered, injured raptor. The damp paste clung to little Yin's feathers uncomfortably, and it shook its body incessantly, trying to rid itself of the encumbrance. But most of it remained steadfastly attached, significantly diminishing its once majestic image, rendering it rather ordinary and disheveled. After completing the mud bath disguise for a Tai and little Lin, Lin Luo removed his tattered inner garment, leaving only a thin short tunic. And with the remaining mud paste mixed with darker mineral powder scraped from the rock wall, he haphazardly smeared it across his bare arms, neck, and face. Soon enough, a figure emerged, a typical impoverished youth with darkened skin, smeared with grime, disheveled hair, and clad in ragged shorts. Only a pair of eyes, clear and sharp beneath the cover of mud, remained vigilant. Having completed their preparations, the dawn light began to filter into the cave entrance, illuminating the surroundings slightly. Lin Luo conducted a final inspection of their belongings. Nestled in his arms was a sunstone, while a few remaining fragments of low-tier earth element were concealed close to his body for a Tai's use. At his waist, a small bundle secured with vines contained the last of their dried mushrooms and moss, along with a leather pouch and a damaged short staff, carefully wrapped in large moss leaves, gifts from Mage Rod, temporarily useless but too precious to discard, hidden away in a secluded corner of the cavern's depths. The fire element gem, the sunstone, was wrapped in tattered cloth, concealing most of its brilliance, with only a faint glow escaping as it was tucked into a hidden pocket near his heart. With a deep breath, Lin Luo patted a Tai's cold, rough shell, now caked in mud, signaling it to rise. A Tai let out a low growl, shaking its hefty body before slowly standing. After 3 days of recuperation and nourishment from the earth element, its strength had significantly improved, although not yet at its peak. It could walk without much difficulty. The thick layer of mud, however, rendered its movements somewhat stiff, leaving a few muddy prints with each step. Little Silver flapped its wings, hopping down from a rock to perch upon Lin Luo's shoulder. One of its wings was still hesitant to exert full strength, relying on the other to maintain balance, causing it to sway slightly. The mud-stained feathers diminished its former pride, imbuing it with an air of desolation, yet its eyes retained their lively spark. Lin Luo cast a final glance at the abandoned mine that had sheltered them for 3 days, providing sustenance and a moment of respite. He endeavored to erase all traces of their presence, burying remnants of their stay, before resolutely turning away, leading a Tai and Little Silver toward the mine's entrance. Emerging from the slanted passage and back to the edge of the desolate quarantine zone, dawn had just broken. The morning mist hung like a milky veil, shrouding the mountains of refuse and dilapidated structures, while the air was thick with the chill and the stale scent of decay. In the distance, the towering spire of Canaan Academy's magic tower loomed through the fog, resembling a silent giant. Lin Luo did not linger, not even casting a glance towards the academy. Relying on the vague memories of the original owner and his experiences over the past 3 months in the underbelly, he discerned the direction and opted for a path leading away from the main road of the academy, venturing into the wild outskirts. He deliberately avoided the more trafficked routes, choosing instead to traverse through overgrown weeds and debris-laden areas. Atai's heavy footfalls echoed dully in the still morning mist, while Little Silver crouched on Lin Luo's shoulder, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings, alert as a vigilant sentinel. Along their journey, they encountered several low-tier rodent beasts and scavenging birds rummaging through the garbage. These creatures, sensing Atai's massive form and the faint aura of a dragon lizard emanating from it, fled in fear at a distance. From a distance, I had glimpsed a few figures clad in the garb of Canaan Academy, students or perhaps attendants. Yet they seemed oblivious to the presence of 2 muddy monkeys and a drab-gray lizard concealed within the mist. As I ventured further from the heart of Canaan Academy, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate. Abandoned farmlands, parched ditches, and toppled fences punctuated the landscape, while in the distance, a few lowly, dilapidated cottages nestled at the foot of the mountains stood silent, as if devoid of life. According to the memories of the original owner, Greystone Town lay approximately 30 miles to the west of Canaan Academy. If one were to take the main road and walk briskly, it could be traversed in the better part of a day. However, Lin Luo dared not tread the main path and instead opted to meander along the fringes of the wilderness, which considerably slowed his pace. After roughly an hour of travel, with the sun ascendant and the morning fog dissipating, Lin Luo felt a pang of thirst and grew concerned for Atai's stamina. Though Atai had recovered somewhat, the burden of mud weighing him down was taxing. He discovered a shaded spot beside a dry riverbed and decided to rest, quenching his thirst and allowing Atai and Xiaoyin a moment to catch their breath. He retrieved a water pouch fashioned from the hard shell of a large fruit he had found along the way, filled with the last remnants of condensed water collected that morning in a cave. After taking a small sip, he offered it to Xiaoyin, who cautiously pecked at it. Atai, meanwhile, lay nearby, extending his tongue to lap at a few slightly moist patches of earth, replenishing his hydration. Lin Luo settled down, chewing a small piece of dried mushroom while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. This desolate expanse, devoid of villages or shops, was a place ripe for misfortune. Just as he swallowed the mushroom and prepared to rise, Xiaoyin emitted a sharp, brief warning call, her silvery eyes fixed intently on the riverbed, feathers slightly ruffled. Was there someone approaching? A chill ran through Lin Luo as he quickly lowered his body, signaling for Atai to remain silent. He strained to listen. Indeed, from upstream, faint voices and the sound of wheels grinding over gravel were discernible, suggesting an approaching party. The commotion indicated a significant number of individuals, accompanied by vehicles. Was it a merchant convoy or a search party? Lin Luo could not ascertain. He swiftly scanned the area for a hiding place. The riverbed was rather open, with only sparse bushes and scattered boulders. The nearest cover capable of concealing Atai's considerable bulk was a pile of stones about several dozen yards away. Over there. Quickly, Lin Luo commanded decisively, sprinting toward the rocky outcrop. Atai immediately understood, lumbering after him, making every effort to tread lightly, though his heavy footsteps left noticeable imprints upon the dry riverbed. Xiaoyin flapped her wings, soaring to a higher stone above the pile to observe from an advantageous vantage point. Just as they concealed themselves behind the pile of stones, Atai barely managing to cram most of his body into a crevice, the convoy emerged from the bend in the riverbed. It was a sizable merchant caravan. Approximately 7 or 8 cargo vehicles, cloaked in coarse fabric, were being drawn by beasts resembling yaks, but larger in stature, adorned with thick, brown fur. Beside each vehicle, 1 or 2 vigilant guards holding weapons accompanied them. Their attire varied. Some resembled mercenaries, while others appeared to be the merchant caravan's own staff. At the forefront were 2 magnificent steeds, bearing a faint trace of wind-based magical beast lineage, upon which sat 2 individuals of notable presence. One, clad in half-leather armor and wielding a long sword, had a rugged visage, suggesting he was the head of the guards. The other, dressed in relatively fine silks, was slightly portly, his face illuminated by the shrewdness typical of a businessman, presumably the caravan's manager. The caravan advanced at a leisurely pace, the wheels creaking upon the parched riverbed. The guards conversed in hushed tones, their gazes occasionally sweeping across the desolate wilderness on either side. The manager, Wang, had insisted on an urgent departure in the dead of night, claiming that the Kate family had a critical shipment that could not be delayed. Who knows? As long as the payment is made. Yet, the journey was fraught with peril. It was rumored that the Black Wind Forest to the west had been restless lately, with bands of brigands lurking nearby. What is there to fear? The banner of our Greystone Trading Company still holds some weight in these territories, and Zhang, the head of the guards, is a skilled fighter. Common ruffians would not dare to provoke him. Speaking of which, didn't that young master of the Kate family suffer a setback at the academy just a few days ago? It seems he even injured a mage apprentice and is now in a furious search, which means we must remain vigilant on our journey to avoid becoming entangled in their affairs. The fragmented conversation wafted through the air, reaching Lin Luo's ears and tightening his chest. The Kate family. Indeed, they were on the hunt, and with such swift action, even employing a merchant caravan? From their tone, it seemed they were conducting a widespread manhunt. He held his breath, shrinking his body further into the crevice of the rocks while attempting to soothe the restless Tai through their bond. Tai, too, seemed to comprehend the significance of the name Kate, emitting a suppressed growl that Lin Luo promptly quelled. Xiaoyin, even more so, pressed its body low, nearly merging with the stones, its silver eyes, now smeared with mud, keenly fixed on the caravan. The caravan slowly passed by, a mere 20 paces from the pile of rubble. The head guard appeared to sense something amiss, casting a sharp glance toward the rocky outcrop, lingering momentarily at Lin Luo's hiding spot. Lin Luo's heart raced, his palms damp with sweat. If discovered, given their current state, they stood no chance against a caravan fortified with guards. Fortunately, the shadows of the rocks and the thick mud coating Tai provided adequate concealment. After a few scrutinizing glances, the head guard found nothing unusual and shifted his gaze, urging the caravan to proceed. The sounds of wheels and footsteps gradually faded, ultimately vanishing around a bend downstream. Lin Luo waited for a considerable time, ensuring the caravan had truly departed, before exhaling a long, relieved breath, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat. That was close, he murmured to himself. It appeared that the Kate family's movements were swifter and more forceful than he had anticipated. Even the caravan bound for Greystone Town had caught wind of the situation. Could he still venture to Greystone Town? He furrowed his brows in contemplation. Greystone Town stands as the largest trading hub in the vicinity, renowned for its wealth of information. If one could stealthily infiltrate it, there might be opportunities to glean more detailed intelligence and procure maps and supplies. However, the risks are considerable. The Kate family's influence may have already extended to that locale. It is imperative to proceed. Lin Luo swiftly arrived at this resolution. Concealment is not a sustainable strategy. They require information, resources, and a safer environment for Tai and Xiaoyin to fully recuperate and thrive. Despite the dangers that Greystone Town poses, it is preferable to aimlessly wandering the wilderness. Yet, the approach to the town must be altered. They can no longer brazenly approach with a Tai in tow. He glanced at a Tai beside him, who was gazing back with questioning amber eyes. A Tai, Lin Luo said, stroking its cold, rough head, caked in mud. It seems we must part ways temporarily. A Tai emitted a low, confused whimper from its throat. Not a permanent separation, Lin Luo quickly clarified, transmitting a clear thought through their bond. We cannot enter the town together. You would attract too much attention. I need you to wait for me in the woods outside the town. Xiaoyin and I will scout the situation, find a suitable place to settle, and then devise a way to bring you in, or we may find somewhere outside the town to stay. A Tai appeared to comprehend, albeit reluctantly, and let out a low growl, gently nudging Lin Luo with its head in agreement. Good companion, Lin Luo patted it, and then turned to Xiaoyin. Your injury has nearly healed, allowing for short flights. Once we enter the town, you will be my eyes, assisting in observing the surroundings, understood? Chirp. Xiaoyin puffed up its chest and emitted a resounding call, signaling its readiness. With the plan set, Lin Luo wasted no time. He oriented himself, determining that Greystone Town lay to the northwest, based on the sun's position and the distant outline of the mountains. Accompanied by a Tai and Xiaoyin, he departed from the riverbed, this time intentionally veering away from the main path toward the forested periphery of the town. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the sun approached its zenith. In the distance, a grayish silhouette of low stone houses and wooden shanties emerged on the horizon. That was Greystone Town. Surrounding the town was a series of undulating, sparsely vegetated brownish hills. Here we are, Lin Luo halted, turning to Tai. You will hide in these hills for now. Do not stray far, and try to remain undetected. Await my signal. He pointed to a nearby shaded hollow, concealed by rocks. It offered relative seclusion, with a patch of low shrubs providing some cover. Tai nodded, trudging heavily toward the hollow, its massive form soon blending into the shadows of the rocks and the thicket, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding grayish terrain. Xiaoyin, let us proceed. Lin Luo cast one last glance in the direction where Tai had vanished, tightened the simple bundle at his waist, and, with Xiaoyin, approached the low, crudely stone-walled perimeter of Greystone Town. The entrance to the town lacked any semblance of a grand city gate, instead featuring merely two guards clad in tattered leather armor, languidly leaning against the wall with their spears, dozing off. The flow of people was sparse, primarily comprising hurried mercenaries, adventurers, small traders, and local inhabitants, each adorned in a myriad of garb, most appearing weary and travel-worn. The air was thick with a complex amalgam of odors, including animal dung, inferior tobacco, cooking food, and the scent of metal being forged. Lin Luo kept his head down, tugging at his worn short coat, burying his mud-stained face further, mimicking the demeanor of the lower-class passers-by as he hastily blended into the throng entering the town. Xiaoyin crouched upon his shoulder, also with head lowered, wings partially covering its body, striving to avoid drawing attention. The two guards merely cast a lazy glance in his direction, their gaze lingering for a fleeting moment on the shabby, injured, and unimpressive hawk upon his shoulder before they curled their lips in disdain and resumed their slumber. Lin Luo exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, successfully navigating past the entrance. The interior of the town was even more crowded and chaotic than it appeared from the outside. The narrow streets were unevenly paved with gravel, riddled with potholes and flowing sewage. On either side stood low, crooked stone houses and wooden shanties, adorned with faded, dilapidated signs offering a variety of goods, weaponry, potions, and rudimentary lodgings. The sounds of vendors calling out, haggling, the clanging of blacksmiths, and the raucous laughter from taverns melded together, creating a cacophony of raw vitality. Lin Luo cautiously maneuvered through the crowd, his eyes functioning like the most precise scanners, rapidly gathering information. He noticed students from the Canaan Academy in low-level uniforms purchasing supplies, mercenaries boasting their freshly acquired monster pelts outside taverns, vendors hawking crude adventure maps, and others gesturing animatedly in front of a bulletin board tucked away in a corner. He stealthily approached the bulletin board, which was plastered with various yellowed papers, including missing person notices, goods wanted advertisements, mercenary quests, and even a few wanted posters. His attention was instantly captured by a particularly fresh wanted notice, featuring a somewhat rough sketch of a boy's profile. The hair appeared disheveled, and the facial features were blurred, though a hint of youthful charm could be discerned. Scribbled beside the image in uneven script read, "Reward: 10 silver coins for information leading to the whereabouts of this boy. Capture or kill him for a bounty of 100 gold coins, along with the friendship of the Kate family. This individual is extremely dangerous and may be accompanied by perilous magical beasts. If spotted, do not alarm him. Promptly report to the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps or the Kate family residence in Greystone Town." Beneath the image was a vague depiction resembling a lizard, annotated as Dangerous Ironclad Dragon Lizard Juvenile. Though unnamed, Lin Luo recognized at a glance that the sketch was unmistakably of him. Although the likeness was poor, the accompanying description left no doubt. The actions of the Kate family were swifter and more ruthless than he had anticipated, having issued a wanted notice with a bounty of 100 gold coins. Moreover, the existence of a Tai had also been compromised. A chill surged up Lin Luo's spine in an instant. He instinctively lowered the brim of his hat, though he wore none, merely mimicking the gesture, turned slightly, and cautiously scanned his surroundings with the corner of his eye. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed this inconspicuous, mud-streaked boy. He dared not linger any longer. Swiftly departing from the notice board and slipping into a narrower, more chaotic alleyway beside it. The depths of the alley were permeated with the stench of garbage and urine. Leaning against the cold, damp wall, Lin Luo's heart raced. A bounty of 100 gold coins. The friendship of the Kate family. Such temptations were utterly irresistible for the outlaws and lowly mercenaries of Greystone Town. His current predicament was 10 times more perilous than he had anticipated. He must leave Greystone Town immediately. No, wait. Lin Luo forced himself to calm down. Exiting the town now might lead him directly into the hands of those searching for him. Moreover, Atai was still waiting for him in the mountains outside. He needed food, intelligence, and to ascertain the specific distribution of the Kate family's power in the town and the intensity of their search. Taking several deep breaths of the foul air, his gaze sharpened, turning cold and piercing once more. Xiaoyin, he whispered to the little creature perched on his shoulder, "Did you see that bounty? We are now treasures worth 100 gold coins." Xiaoyin seemed to sense the tension, letting out a soft chirp and gently pecking Lin Luo's cheek, as if to comfort him and signal solidarity in their fate. However, to claim that 100 gold, they must first see if they possessed the capability and fortune to do so. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Luo's mouth, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness and calculation that belied his years. "Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Greystone Town, here I come. This game of cat and mouse has only just begun." Chapter 11. Intelligence. The shadows of the alley were thick as ink, isolating him from the clamor of the main street and temporarily shielding him from the chilling aura of the 100 gold bounty. Leaning against the slick, frigid stone wall, Lin Luo's chest heaved violently, not from fear, but from a chilling resolve that permeated his being, coalescing within him. Retreat? To where? Outside lay the minions of the Kate family and hyenas drawn by the scent of blood. Advance. The town was rife with spies, and the bounty posters plastered against the walls made him and Atai, albeit in blurred likeness, well known. Yet, desperate circumstances often compel one to unearth the deepest recesses of their being. The calm analysis faced in the laboratory amidst repeated failures, the resilience forged through 3 months of struggling for survival at the bottom, and the ferocity and vigilance shared with Atai in moments of crisis. These elements fused and fermented within him at this critical juncture. "Do not panic, do not falter," Lin Luo chanted silently in his mind, forcing himself to break free from the initial shock. He closed his eyes, envisioning a 3-dimensional map of Greystone Town unfolding in his mind, based on his hasty glance upon entering and the vague memories of the original inhabitant. The main street, the alleys, taverns, markets, blacksmiths. On the town's outskirts, the Kate family wielded influence, likely represented by the Black Wolf mercenary group, along with their own stronghold. The bounty posters had been posted today, indicating that the pursuit had only just commenced and efficiency had yet to reach its peak. Moreover, the wanted poster featured a crude depiction, merely describing Atai as a dangerous juvenile ironclad lizard, without any mention of Xiaoyin's existence. This presents an opportunity to exploit the information gap. Crucially, the adversary is in the light, while he remains in the shadows. They possess a general understanding of his appearance and his companion, the lizard, yet remain oblivious to the specifics of his disguise, his precise location, and the fact that he has already infiltrated the town. First and foremost, he must address the most pressing concerns: a place to stay, sustenance, and intelligence. Lin Luo swiftly organized his thoughts. He could not afford to stay in a reputable inn, where the multitude of people might easily expose him. Instead, he sought a chaotic, unexamined corner of society where he could glean various information. His gaze drifted deeper into the alley, where the cacophony grew louder and the stench more pungent, indicating the slums. The underbelly of Greystone Town, a gathering place for the impoverished, the homeless, unlicensed mercenaries, and petty thieves. It represented the town's shadowy side, where order was most tenuous, yet also the most exclusionary and perilous. Danger often signifies opportunity. "Xiaoyin, let us proceed," Lin Luo whispered, scooping up a handful of filth from the ground and smearing it haphazardly across his face and body, transforming himself into a disheveled vagabond, as though he had just crawled from a mire. He tightened his tattered short coat, lowered his head, hunched his shoulders, and advanced with a timid yet nimble gait into the depths of the slum. Xiaoyin understood, and, no longer perched on his shoulder, too conspicuous, fluttered silently to the shadows beneath the eaves of a nearby low house, utilizing its post-injury agility for short distances to follow Lin Luo from above, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings to serve as an aerial sentinel. The sights within the slum were even more deplorable than those of the main street. On either side of the muddy path, where sewage flowed freely, makeshift shanties constructed from broken wooden planks, tattered tarpaulins, and rusted metal sheets emitted a nauseating blend of odors. Ragged, emaciated individuals either huddled at the doorways of their hovels, gazing vacantly, or engaged in heated disputes over meager scraps or a moldy piece of bread. Occasionally, a burly, fierce-eyed man brandishing a weapon would stroll by, prompting the others to instinctively recoil. Lin Luo's presence attracted little attention. Each day, new destitute souls joined the ranks. While old misfortunes faded silently into obscurity, he endeavored to minimize his visibility, yet his eyes swiftly scanned the shanties, the heaps of refuse, and the occasional glimmer of a lurking figure, their eyes darting about as if in search of easy prey. He was in pursuit of a suitable, temporary refuge. It could not be a bustling communal shelter, nor an isolated corner prone to predatory attacks. Ideally, it would be a semi-abandoned spot, offering cover, relative independence, and inconspicuousness. After approximately a quarter of an hour of searching, Lin Luo discovered a target nestled beneath a section of the dilapidated old town wall that had collapsed significantly. It was a meager triangular space, precariously constructed from several massive, weathered slabs and dilapidated wooden planks. The entrance was partially obscured by a slanted, moss-covered stone slab, from which emanated a pungent odor of aged dust and mildew. Situated on the outskirts of a ramshackle area, beyond lay the overgrown remnants of a crumbling city wall and the desolate wilderness outside the town. There were no other intact shelters nearby, only a few similarly dilapidated ruins, clearly long abandoned. This place might have once served as a storage corner for odds and ends, or perhaps merely as a forsaken doghouse. For Lin Luo, it sufficed. He approached cautiously, straining to listen for any sounds of breathing or movement within. Using a stick he had picked up along the way, he gently nudged the partially closed stone slab aside, allowing a more potent whiff of mildew to assail his senses. The interior was modest, barely large enough for 2 or 3 people to huddle together, with a thick layer of accumulated dust on the ground and some withered weeds. In one corner, there appeared to be fragments of shattered pottery. This would do, Lin Luo concluded swiftly. It was concealed, backed against the abandoned wall, and should a situation arise, he could easily leap over the crumbling barrier to escape into the wild beyond, which was relatively close to the hills where Atai was hiding. Instead of entering immediately, he first found a muddy puddle nearby and thoroughly coated himself and Xiao, whom he had captured, in muck, rendering them filthy and foul-smelling, perfectly blending with the stench of the slum. Only then did he cradle Xiao and slip into the low triangular shelter, repositioning the stone slab to obscure the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap to observe the outside. Inside, the light was dim and the air was stale, but at least, for the moment, they were safe. Lin Luo leaned against the cold, damp stone wall and exhaled a long sigh. Feeling his taut nerves loosen slightly, Xiao nestled beside him, nuzzling against him as if offering comfort. After a brief respite, Lin Luo began to take stock of his possessions. The warm sunstone in his arms emitted a faint glow, providing a modicum of light and warmth. A few fragments of low-grade earth elemental ore remained in the small pouch at his waist. The dried mushrooms and moss were nearly depleted, barely enough to sustain him, Atai, and Xiao for another day. His water pouch was also running low. Resources were woefully scarce. He needed money, food, water, and information regarding the movements of the Kate family within the town. He pondered how to acquire some funds and intelligence. During his time as a handyman at Canaan Academy, he had heard whispers about the underbelly of Greystone Town. There existed an underground black market, a small mercenary guild, and various illicit dealings. However, given his current state, recklessly engaging in these activities posed too great a risk. Perhaps he could start from the most basic channels of information? For instance, the gossip in taverns, idle chatter in market corners, and those aimless yet well-informed ruffians in the slum? He recalled the scene he had observed while passing through. Near the edge of the slum, in a slightly more respectable area, there seemed to be a rudimentary tavern constructed from broken wooden planks, lacking even a sign. A filthy barrel containing murky liquid hung at the entrance, and a few drunken men leaned against the wall, boasting and exchanging banter. It is perhaps a suitable venue for gathering intelligence. However, to gain entry, he requires a modicum of capital. Even the purchase of a substandard pint of ale or a loaf of coarse bread would serve as a ticket for assimilation into the surroundings. He rummaged through his pockets. Apart from the sunstone and fragments of ore, the only item of potential worth was the fiery gem he had salvaged from young Master Kate. Yet, this gem was too conspicuous. Producing it now would be tantamount to courting disaster. He needed to find some trifling tasks or collect items that might be exchanged for coin. Lin Luo's gaze flickered. He turned to Xiaoyin, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. Xiaoyin, he murmured, transmitting his thoughts through the tacit understanding and fragile mental bond they had forged over time. Your keen eyes are invaluable. Could you assist me in scanning the area for any inconspicuous items that may have been discarded, yet could be exchanged for a few coins? Perhaps a worn copper button, a rusted knife, or some overlooked, peculiar stone? He refrained from instructing Xiaoyin to pilfer, as such actions would be far too risky. However, collecting what the impoverished denizens deemed refuse, yet which might hold value in certain contexts, entailed considerably less peril. Moreover, with Xiaoyin's sharp vision and innate sensitivity to glimmering, unique objects, they might stumble upon an unexpected find. Xiaoyin tilted its head, seemingly grasping Lin Luo's intent. Its silvery eyes blinked, followed by a soft chirp of acknowledgement. Cautiously, it slipped through the crevice of the stones, flapping its wings as it silently merged into the chaotic shadows of the impoverished district, commencing its reconnaissance from elevated vantage points and hidden corners. Meanwhile, Lin Luo remained in the makeshift shelter, resting to regain his strength while attentively listening to the sounds outside. He gradually began to immerse his mental energy inward, attempting to execute the rudimentary breathing technique that amalgamated the principles of his past life as Qigong with this world's nebulous understanding, hastening his recovery while acutely perceiving the physical transformations post-bonding. He sensed that the imperceptible membrane beneath his skin had become slightly more resilient, and his muscles felt somewhat denser. Although the enhancement of his attributes was minimal, the tangible sensation of increased physical strength brought him a measure of reassurance. After what felt like a little more than half an hour, the faintest flutter of wings reached his ears. Xiaoyin re-emerged through the crevice, grasping two items in its beak. One was a worn, copper-rusted coin, its edges frayed, resembling the kingdom's most inferior currency, enough to purchase half a loaf of the lowest quality bread. The other was a small fragment of dark red stone, thumb-sized, its surface riddled with minute pores and pleasantly warm to the touch. Lin Luo accepted the items, employing his basic attribute perception to examine them. Item: fire lava fragment, grade substandard, effect, contains an exceedingly thin, unstable fire element. Can be used as low-grade kindling or as a consumable for basic fire magic practice. Status: weak energy, dissipating. Note: commonly found as low-grade mineral debris in volcanic regions. Of negligible value, typically regarded as refuse. Though its worth was minimal, it was certainly better than nothing. Particularly, this fire lava fragment might prove useful in specific situations for bartering. Well done, Little Silver. Lin Luo praised as he affectionately ruffled Little Silver's hair and carefully stowed away the two items. With the addition of the gray copper coin, he had managed to scrape together a modest sum of starting capital. He resolved to venture to that shabby tavern in search of information. However, he could not present himself in his current state. He required further disguise, ideally to project the image of a harmless, dazed wretch, a mere bottom-tier scamp yearning for a meager meal. He set to work once more, mixing the accumulated dust from the shack with mud to render his hair disheveled and plastered against his scalp. He smeared his face with additional grime, deliberately tearing the hem of his short jacket to expose his gaunt, dirt-streaked shoulders and arms. His gaze was adjusted to appear even more vacant and numbed, embodying the characteristic deadness of a destitute vagabond indifferent to the world around him. Once prepared, he left Little Silver to stand guard in the shack, recognizable even in the slums, and, clutching the gray copper coin and a shard of volcanic rock, he hunched his back and shuffled toward the tavern from his memories. The tavern was even more dilapidated than he had imagined. It was merely a ramshackle structure hastily assembled from rotten planks and oilcloth, dimly lit and filled with swirling smoke, reeking of cheap beer, sweat, and the mingled stench of vomit. A few ragged patrons, equally disheveled and either numb in expression or bleary-eyed from intoxication, sat around a few crooked wooden tables. Behind the counter stood a burly one-eyed man, his face a mass of flab, lazily wiping a chipped earthenware cup with a cloth so filthy its original color was indiscernible. Lin Luo lowered his head, timidly approaching the counter. In a dry, raspy voice, he cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, how much for the cheapest beer?" The one-eyed proprietor glanced at him, his disdain evident as his gaze swept over Lin Luo's tattered clothing and grimy face. He barked, "2 gray copper coins, brat. If you don't have money, scram. Don't hinder my business." Lin Luo inwardly chuckled bitterly. Indeed, it was insufficient. He hesitated for a moment before producing the gray copper coin and the volcanic rock shard, placing them on the greasy counter. His voice dropped lower, tinged with desperation. I only have this and this stone. I heard it can spark a fire. Could I trade it for half a cup? Even a sip would suffice. I am so parched. The one-eyed proprietor examined the gray copper coin, then weighed the shard of volcanic rock in his hand before scoffing. What a worthless piece of junk. Yet, he seemed to consider the shard useful for kindling, acknowledging that it was better than nothing. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, Fine, fine. Take your rubbish and help yourself to half a ladle of horse piss from that barrel over there, referring to the lowest grade of beer. Drink up and get lost. With that, he swept the gray copper coin and the shard into a battered wooden box beneath the counter and gestured toward the grimy barrel by the entrance. Lin Luo felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He quickly expressed his gratitude, seized a chipped wooden ladle hanging by the barrel, and scooped half a ladle of the murky, sour-smelling liquid. He paid no mind to its filth, retreating to the darkest corner of the tavern, sipping cautiously while keenly straining to catch every word of conversation around him. Have you heard? The young master from the Kate family was beaten up at Canaan Academy, and even injured a mage apprentice. Not merely hearsay. A bounty has indeed been posted. 100 gold coins. Goodness. I have never laid eyes on such a fortune in my entire life. I have seen the sketch. It resembles a specter, utterly unrecognizable. All that is clear is that it depicts a youth, accompanied by a hatchling ironclad lizard. That creature is no trifling matter. Once matured, its defenses are formidable. Yet, it is but a juvenile. 100 gold coins, you say? I have heard that the Black Wolf mercenaries have already mobilized, scouring both inside and outside the town. And even our humble locale has not escaped their scrutiny. Humph, those rascals of the Black Wolf, typically so arrogant. I wager they would cower when faced with a true challenge. If they manage to subdue the young master of the Kate family and the apprentice mage, they cannot be trifling foes. I fear that 100 gold coins may come with a price on one's life. But what of it? It does not concern us. Let us drink. Fragments of conversation reached Lin Luo's ears, prompting a swift internal analysis. Indeed, the Kate family had enlisted the Black Wolf mercenary group to search the town. However, it seemed they had yet to establish a clear target, and the intensity of their search remained in its nascent stages, primarily relying on the bounty and mercenary activities. This was promising news for him, indicating that he still had a window of opportunity. He listened further, mostly to inconsequential bragging and complaints, until, at a corner table, two individuals, appearing somewhat more neatly attired and resembling small traders, engaged in hushed conversation, capturing his attention. Old John's general store had been thriving these past few days, particularly with healing potions, provisions, ropes, and torches, items essential for adventurers, flying off the shelves. Indeed, it was rumored that the Black Wind Forest to the west was in turmoil, with a band of new brigands emerging, having raided several small caravans. The shipment hastily departed yesterday from the Greystone Trading Company was destined for the Kate family, likely due to concerns over road safety, prompting an emergency deployment of guards. The Black Wind Forest? That cursed place is notorious for its malevolence. Whispers abound of undead lurking in its depths. Yet this does not concern us. Rather, it seems old John is seizing the opportunity to hike prices. How unscrupulous. Hush. Keep your voice down. The Black Wind Forest? Brigands? Rumors of the undead? Lin Luo's heart stirred with possibility. This could be valuable information. If the Black Wind Forest is truly in disarray, it might serve as a temporary refuge for him and Atai. Or perhaps amidst the chaos, there lies an opportunity? Just as he focused intently on the conversation, the dilapidated cloth curtain of the tavern was suddenly yanked open with great force. 3 tall men, clad in matching black leather armor, swords at their waists, and exuding an aura of menace, strode in with purpose. The leader bore a ghastly scar across his face, slashing from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the patrons of the tavern. The once boisterous tavern fell silent in an instant. Even the few inebriated patrons instinctively shrank back. They were members of the Black Wolf mercenary group, and judging by their demeanor, they were all seasoned warriors. Lin Luo's heart sank, and he hastily lowered his head, nearly retreating into the shadows, rapidly downing the dregs of his inferior wine and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Striving to diminish his presence, the one-eyed proprietor quickly forced a smile and approached. Scarface, what brings you to my humble establishment? Please, have a seat and enjoy a drink. The scarred face disregarded him, his gaze sharp and predatory, sweeping slowly over every visage in the tavern, lingering particularly on several youths whose physiques were reminiscent of Lin Luo. His two subordinates dispersed, their eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. Search, the scarred face commanded coldly. The two subordinates immediately sprang into action, rudely inspecting the corners of the tavern, beneath tables, and even lifting the tattered garments of a few inebriated patrons. The customers dared not voice their anger. Lin Luo's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He felt the piercing gaze of the scarred face sweep over the shadowy corner where he hid on multiple occasions. He forced himself to steady his breathing, adopting a vacant, numb expression, his body trembling slightly, masquerading as a frightened waif. One of the subordinates approached him, kicking at his curled-up legs. "Kid, lift your head." Lin Luo shuddered. Slowly raising his head, his face smeared with dirt and dread, his eyes vacant, stuttering, "And my lord, I have no money." The subordinate wrinkled his nose in disgust after appraising him for a moment, then glanced at the emptiness beside him before turning away. "Boss, there's nothing here, just a beggar." The scarred face cast another glance at Lin Luo, seemingly finding no anomaly, then shifted his attention to the one-eyed proprietor, speaking in a cold tone. "Old Cyclops, have you seen any unfamiliar faces lately? Particularly those accompanied by large lizard-like beasts?" "And no, Scarface, as you know, I only see familiar faces here. There are no strangers with beasts." The one-eyed boss quickly smiled nervously. "Humph, keep a close watch. Report any news immediately. 100 gold coins would suffice to keep your shabby establishment running for 10 years. With that, the scarred face tossed out his words and departed the tavern with his subordinates. Once their footsteps faded into the distance, the tavern erupted anew with hushed discussions and curses. Lin Luo slumped in the corner, his back soaked with cold sweat. That was close. He had nearly been discovered. It appeared the Black Wolf's search efforts were more intense than he had anticipated, extending to such lowly taverns. He could not linger here. He must leave immediately. Summoning his weakening legs, he lowered his head and hastily exited the tavern, weaving through the disordered alleys of the slums. Only after confirming he was not being followed did he swiftly return to his makeshift shelter. Upon entering, he blocked the entrance with a stone slab and then gasped for breath, his heart racing with trepidation. Little Silver anxiously approached, pecking at his icy hand. "It's all right. We're safe for now," Lin Luo reassured Little Silver, though his expression remained grave. The search by the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps was so stringent that Greystone Town had become a den of peril. He needed to leave at once. Yet, a tie was still in the mountains outside the town. They required food and supplies to embark on their journey. Moreover, where could they go? The Blackwind Forest to the west seemed fraught with bandits and danger, yet it might also present an opportunity. There could be no further delays. Action must be taken tonight. A decisive glint flickered in Lin Luo's eyes. He needed food, water, a rough map, and ideally, some means of self-defense or tools. To steal? To rob? Given his current state, the risks were too great. Perhaps we could trade? His gaze settled upon the warm sunstone in his embrace, which emitted a faint glow. Chapter 12. The dark market transactions and unexpected allies. The night enveloped the landscape like the thickest ink, seeping from the depths of the Blackwind Forest and permeating every crevice of Greystone Town. The slums had succumbed to an early silence, interrupted only by the occasional muffled cough and soft weeping drifting through the wind, adding an air of foreboding. Lin Luo nestled deep within the dank, triangular shelter, deliberately suppressing the radiance of the sunstone to its minimum, illuminating only a small area the size of his palm. He scrutinized the items he had exchanged earlier with the old cripple, each wrapped in a piece of yellowed animal hide. A small bag of coarse rye biscuits, hard enough to crush a dog, yet capable of lasting for an extended period. A patched water pouch, crafted from an unknown animal hide, contained relatively clear spring water. A rudimentary map sketched on rough grass paper with charcoal, its lines crooked, yet it outlined the terrain surrounding Greystone Town and the outer regions of the Blackwind Forest, marking several perilous locations with an X, suspected hideouts of marauders or lairs of formidable beasts. Lastly, a rusted but resharpened short dagger, wrapped in tattered cloth, felt heavy in his hand, its metal cold to the touch. This was all he had acquired in exchange for a piece of low-grade earth element ore. Was it fair? Normally, even the lowest quality ore imbued with stable earth elements would far exceed the value of these rags. Yet now, In a time when the Black Wolf mercenary corps prowled like hounds, this map and the information about a concealed escape route were worth their weight in gold. Lin Luo mulled over the name of the old cripple. The frail figure, tucked away in the shadows at the edge of the dark market, seemed to meld into the surrounding refuse. The glimmer of insight that flashed in his murky eyes during their transaction, along with his almost inaudible warning about the Black Wolf stationed at the town's exit and the third half-collapsed dry well in the sewer, was it a trap or genuine assistance? Lin Luo found himself unable to discern. Yet, his instincts told him that the old man was not to be underestimated. At the very least, he had not drawn attention to himself, nor had he, like others, cast greedy glances at Lin Luo's tattered clothing, which might conceal greater treasures. Moreover, some markings on the map regarding the Black Wind Forest correlated with fragments of information Lin Luo had previously gathered. Trust him just this once, Lin Luo resolved. He had no other choice. After the search at the tavern, he understood that the usual routes out of town were no longer viable. The sewers, though filthy and hazardous, indeed represented the most plausible escape route at this moment. He carefully broke the biscuits into smaller pieces, repackaged them, and concealed them along with the water pouch and dagger close to his person. He studied the map repeatedly, memorizing the critical pathways and danger zones. Then tore the animal hide map into shreds, mixing it with dirt and stuffing it into a crevice in the corner of the shelter. "Little Silver," he whispered. Little Silver nimbly squeezed through a gap at the top of the shelter and landed on his shoulder, its silvery eyes flickering with a faint light in the darkness. "We must leave now. You ascend from above, assisting me in navigating the path, whilst being vigilant for any observers in this vicinity, particularly near the desolate well to the west." With a subtle nod, Xiaoyin gently brushed her beak against Lin Luo's cheek, before slipping through the crevice once more. Akin to a wisp of shadow merging with the night, silently leaping onto the dilapidated rooftop below, her sharp gaze scanning the slumbering, or feigning slumber, slums beneath. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, suppressing the anxiety that welled within him. He wrapped the warm sunstone in layers of tattered cloth, allowing only a faint glimmer of red light to escape, barely illuminating the ground a few steps ahead. Subsequently, he hunched his body, resembling the most agile of raccoons, gliding out from the shelter's crevice, pressing against the wall and the shadows of the accumulated refuse, making his way towards the western side of the impoverished district as per his recollections. The slums at night are fraught with greater peril than during the day. In the darkness, it seemed as though countless eyes were observing. Lin Luo could sense the numbed or greedy gazes emanating from some of the shanties, yet he pressed forward, his form weaving swiftly through the shadows, endeavoring to remain silent. Occasionally, a drunken man or a vagrant would stagger towards him. He would retreat into the deeper darkness, holding his breath until they passed. Xiaoyin soared silently above, occasionally transmitting simple signals to Lin Luo through a barely perceptible, specific frequency of wing beats. Safe ahead. Someone to the left, turn right. With the assistance of this aerial watch, Lin Luo circumvented several potential sentinels, perhaps belonging to the Black Wolves or local thugs, approaching the western area, which was more desolate and littered with construction debris. This was the edge of the slums. Beyond lay the crumbling remnants of the old town wall and overgrown meadows. The air was thick with the acrid scent of aged refuse and something far more unsavory. Behind a mound of moss-covered bricks and shattered tiles, Lin Luo discovered the dry well spoken of by the old cripple. The well's mouth was partially covered by several skewed stone slabs, its edges worn and the walls dark and unfathomable, with a cold, damp, and foul-smelling draft wafting upwards, inducing nausea. Indeed, this was one of the entrances to the abandoned sewer system, remarkably concealed. Lin Luo refrained from descending immediately. He crouched behind the pile of rubble, observing the surroundings intently for a considerable time. Xiaoyin circled above, finding no evidence of ambush or surveillance nearby. It appeared that the old man had not deceived him, at least for now. A measure of relief settled in Lin Luo's heart. He approached the well, exerting effort to lift the stone slab. A greater stench assailed his senses. Enduring the discomfort, he retrieved a sturdy vine he had prepared earlier, securing one end to a massive stone embedded in the ground, while the other was cast down into the well. "Xiaoyin, you will keep watch above. If you notice a large number of people approaching or any danger, sound the alarm. Then conceal yourself and proceed to our agreed rendezvous point to await my return," Lin Luo instructed. The sewer's environment was complex, and given Xiao Yin's wings were yet to heal, it would be more challenging for her below. Xiaoyin chirped anxiously, evidently uneasy about Lin Luo descending alone, but ultimately acquiesced, nodding obediently before alighting on a higher segment of a broken wall, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lin Luo no longer hesitated. He bit down on the fabric pouch containing the warm sunstone, gripping the vines tightly with both hands, while his feet pressed against the slick, cold walls of the well as he began to slowly descend. The walls were frigid and slimy, covered in a slick layer of moss. The further he went down, the dimmer the light became, and the stench grew increasingly unbearable. The warm sunstone, wrapped in cloth, emitted a faint red glow that barely illuminated a foot around him. After sliding down for approximately 2 or 3 zhong, his feet finally touched solid ground, which was soft and treacherous. A mud accumulated over countless years that nearly caused him to fall. He released the vines, steadied himself, and removed the cloth pouch from his mouth, loosening it slightly to allow more of the red light to escape. Before him lay a broad yet low-vaulted brick passage, the floor submerged in ankle-deep, viscous, dark sewage that flowed sluggishly, littered with various indescribable refuse. The walls of the archway were mottled, riddled with cracks and thick, colorful patches of mold, with many areas having collapsed, clogged by mud and debris. The air was thick with pollution, a noxious blend of excrement, chemicals, and the acrid scent of rusting metal, nearly suffocating. This was a remnant of the ancient sewer system of Limestone Town, long abandoned and now a haven for rats, insects, and other creatures that thrived in the shadows. Lin Luo covered his mouth and nose with a strip of cloth, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit, and began to wade through the water, navigating by the rough directions etched into his memory from the dry well to the town's exit. The icy sewage was bone-chilling, and the murky depths concealed unknown dangers. He treaded cautiously, using a found stick to probe the path ahead, fearful of stepping into a deep pit or disturbing something best left undisturbed. The passage was eerily silent, save for the sound of his splashing footsteps, the tap of the stick against the ground, and the muted rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat echoing in the cavernous tunnel, twisting and amplifying into an unsettling symphony. In the darkness, it seemed as if countless faint rustling sounds emerged from all around. Were they rats or something else? After traversing for what felt like the length of a burning incense stick, he came upon a fork in the path. One route was broader, with a relatively swift current, while the other was narrow, nearly choked by silt. According to the map and the cryptic descriptions from the old beggar, he should take the narrower path. Lin Luo opted for the constricted route. It proved more arduous. The sewage nearly reached his thighs, while the mud rose past his knees, each step demanding immense effort. The ceiling was lower as well, compelling him to bend forward. However, the good news was that the disquieting rustling noises had significantly diminished. After laboriously advancing nearly 100 paces, he faintly discerned the sound of flowing water ahead, as if fresh water were merging in. Lin Luo's spirits lifted, prompting him to quicken his pace. Turning a corner, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Before him lay a relatively open space, resembling a small reservoir. The sewage pooled here, forming a modest puddle that flowed out through a lower exit on the opposite side. To his astonishment, several faint, ghostly blue lights flickered along the banks of the puddle. Was it phosphorescent moss, or perhaps some rocks containing luminescent minerals? Curiosity piqued, Lin Luo moved closer. Beneath the warm glow of the sunstone and the ethereal blue luminescence, he discerned an array of moss-like plants thriving on the damp rocks, exuding a faint blue light, alongside several crystalline fragments embedded within the rock face, similarly aglow with azure radiance. The fetid odor in the air seemed somewhat diluted here, replaced by a subtle, mint-like freshness. Were these the luminous moss and blue fluorite fragments? Lin Luo recalled the entries he had seen in the abandoned compendium. They were low-tier materials, imbued with a faint water or light attribute, leaning towards cold light, of little value, typically employed in the crafting of low-grade potions or as decorative elements. Yet, in the utter darkness of this sewer, they appeared rather peculiar. As he prepared to circumvent the pond and press onward, his gaze brushed across the rock wall on the opposite side of the pond, near the outlet, when he abruptly halted. There, at the juncture of the ghostly blue glow and the red light, at the base of the rock wall, seemed to be an unnatural indentation. Or rather, it resembled a small niche that had been meticulously hewn, now partially concealed by the passage of time and sediment. Within the niche, Something appeared to reflect a faint glimmer. Lin Luo's heart raced. He waded closer, cautiously using a wooden stick to clear away the mud and moss that obscured it. The niche was modest in size, cradling two objects. One was a palm-sized metallic shard, dark silver in hue, marred by scratches, its irregular form bearing signs of melting. Reminiscent of a fragment from a larger metallic construct, the surface bore minuscule, indistinct engravings. The other was a small pouch, crafted from a resilient black material akin to tanned leather, no larger than an egg, tightly bound at the opening with a slender, matching cord. The pouch's surface was smeared with grime, yet remained relatively intact. Lin Luo picked up the metallic shard, feeling its cold, weighty presence, distinctly neither iron nor copper, but of a peculiar composition. Under the glow, the engravings seemed to form a fragmented emblem or rune, though severely damaged and difficult to decipher. He attempted to employ his basic attribute perception, but the feedback was exceedingly vague. Item: unknown metallic fragment material. Contains faint spatial attributes and stardust alloy components. Condition: severely damaged. Energy nearly dissipated. Notes: an unidentified alloy fragment, seemingly belonging to a powerful creation possessing spatial or protective characteristics. Currently of no practical value, but the material is rare. Spatial attributes? Stardust alloy? A tremor of realization coursed through Lin Luo. Could this shard be related to the core of a fallen deity or the astral crystal? He immediately recalled the fragments of astral crystal he held. Was it possible that this sewer, or the subterranean realm of Greystone Town, once housed relics or facilities connected to spatial technology? He carefully stowed the metallic shard and then grasped the black leather pouch. It felt light in his hands, and upon squeezing it, he sensed it might be empty or contain something exceedingly light. The pouch was tightly secured, the knot a complex style he had never encountered. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity ultimately prevailed. He painstakingly untied the knot, after some effort, and opened the pouch to peer inside. Within the bag, there were no glimmering jewels or scrolls as one might envision, but rather a small handful of dry, dark red, irregular fragments resembling the remnants of some plant seeds, accompanied by an exquisitely folded, yellowed slip of paper, no larger than a fingernail. Lin Luo carefully extracted the slip with his fingernail and unfurled it under the crimson light. The paper was as delicate as a cicada's wing, with a texture unlike fabric or parchment, inscribed with extraordinarily fine dark red script that conveyed several lines of text. The handwriting was meticulous, yet it exuded an ineffable sense of antiquity mingled with a hint of melancholy. The note read, "To the one who finds this, I fear my path may have come to an end. The bag contains fragments of the blood-soaked thorn seeds, tainted by death's aura. Handle with caution. This slip is a remnant of the Stargate's key, related to the tremors deep within the old mine of West Town. Remember, do not trust the shadow moon, nor approach the soul well. The secret of the limestone lies obscured here." The text becomes illegible, seemingly marred by water stains or blood. "Wishing you good fortune. The Nameless Guardian," with a final stroke. The writing abruptly ceased at this juncture, leaving the remainder indecipherable. Lin Luo read it repeatedly, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. The Stargate's key? The tremors of the old mine? Shadow moon? Soulwell? The secret of the limestone? These few lines bore a weight of information that was both vast and astonishing. Clearly, this was a warning and a clue left by an unknown guardian, who might have met a dire fate. The Stargate's key he mentioned could very well be the metallic fragment he held. And the old mine, could it be the abandoned quarry that gave rise to the name of Grey Rock Town? What lay within? Tremors? Secrets? What of the shadow moon and the soul well? They certainly did not sound benign. As for the blood-soaked thorn seed fragments, tainted by death's aura, Lin Luo cast a glance at the dark red remnants in the bag and hastily tightened its opening. These items sounded perilous indeed. He carefully stowed the slip of paper, the leather bag, and the metallic fragment close to his person. Though their immediate purpose eluded him, they evidently pertained to the deeper, concealed secrets of Grey Rock Town, possibly linked to the ancient enigmas he had long pursued regarding the core of the fallen deity and the mysteries of this world. This foray into the sewers had proven fortuitous. Lin Luo felt both astonished and subtly exhilarated. This unexpected discovery far outweighed mere provisions and maps. It could very well be the key to unraveling numerous enigmas in his future. Daring not to linger, he restored the niche to its original state as best as he could, then swiftly waded through the pool, advancing towards the exit. With the burden of this weighty secret now upon him, his steps felt surprisingly lighter. The journey ahead was relatively smooth. After approximately half an hour, he discerned a faint, natural light ahead, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. It was the exit. Lin Luo's spirit soared, and he quickened his pace. The exit presented itself as a partially collapsed archway, obscured by dense vines and wild grass, leading to a steep riverbank. He forcefully pushed aside the vines and emerged into the open. The icy night breeze, infused with the fresh scents of vegetation and earth, washed over him, instantly dispelling the foul stench that had lingered in his lungs. Above him stretched the vast expanse of the starry sky, with the indistinct outline of the black wind forest in the distance. He had successfully escaped from the outskirts of Greystone Town. Beneath the watchful eyes of the Black Wolf mercenary corps, he sat slumped on the grassy riverbank, greedily inhaling the fresh air, feeling as though he had been reborn. Little Silver descended quietly from the night sky, joyfully landing on his shoulder, affectionately tidying his dirt-streaked hair with her beak. "We have made it out, Little Silver." Lin Luo smiled, gently stroking her before sending a signal through their soul link to Atai, who was hidden within the mountains, indicating their safe arrival and readiness to regroup. Soon, a muffled, joyous roar echoed from the distant forest, accompanied by heavy footsteps approaching. Atai's massive, mud-caked form emerged like a mountain rising from the shadows, breaking through the underbrush to stand before Lin Luo, affectionately nuzzling him while emitting a deep, rumbling purr. The trio, master and beast, successfully reunited in the wilderness outside the town, a sense of relief and joy permeating the air. Lin Luo cast a glance back at the flickering lights in the dark of Greystone Town, his expression complex. There lay bounties, pursuers, dangers, but also enigmatic figures like the old cripple, unexpected discoveries in the sewers, and secrets hidden beneath the surface. "We shall return to Greystone Town," Lin Luo murmured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "But when we do, it shall not be in this pitiful state of flight. Come, Atai, Little Silver, let us head to the Black Wind Forest. There is where our true journey begins." He stood, brushing off the cold, heavy shell of Atai, and, with Little Silver in tow, strode purposefully towards the engulfing darkness of the Black Wind Forest. As night fell, the three figures gradually melded into the forest's edge, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in a nondescript corner of Greystone Town, the old cripple, who had set up a stall in the black market during the day, sat in a rickety wicker chair, puffing on a pungent pipe. His murky eyes gazed towards the west, as if he could penetrate the many houses to see the silhouette of the boy emerging from the sewer, blending into the night. A toothless, peculiar smile crept across his lips as he murmured something indistinctly, shrouded in swirling smoke. "Ah, the fragments of the sewer stargate, kid. The road ahead is long. Don't let this old man down." Volume 1, Chapter 12. Completed. Chapter 13. The dark sewers and pursuers. A stifled gasp echoed through the deep arches of the sewer, twisted and amplified by the damp, cold stone walls, resembling the mournful cries of a trapped beast. Lin Luo's lungs burned fiercely, each breath laden with the pungent stench of decay and mold spores, as if attempting to sear his throat. The viscous, icy sludge reached his ankles, and at times his knees, pulling at his legs, making each step feel as heavy as lead. The slippery muck, unseen obstacles lurking beneath the water, and the unknown lurking in the shadows acted as invisible shackles, severely impeding his escape. Wrapped in layers of tattered cloth, the warm sunstone emitted a dim, orange glow the size of an egg, barely illuminating the murky water and the damp, mottled stone walls a few steps ahead. Beyond the halo lies an impenetrable darkness, thick and seemingly tangible, within which countless malevolent gazes lurk, accompanied by an omnipresent, spine-chilling rustle, perhaps the scuttling of rats, beetles, or other shadow-dwelling creatures meandering through refuse and obscurity. Lin Luo clenched the sunstone, wrapped tightly in cloth, with a firm grip on the probing wooden stick, his palms slick with cold sweat. The feeble dark vision, amplified by the bond with Atai, was rendered nearly ineffective in this utterly lightless realm, suffused only with murky vapors and eerie phosphorescence, barely allowing him to discern the indistinct outlines nearby. Instead, he relied predominantly on his basic attributes to sense the faint fluctuations of life around him and an almost instinctual intuition of danger as he ventured forth. It had been some time since he departed from the luminescent pool, where he discovered metal shards and a leather pouch. According to the old Cripple's map and descriptions, he should have traversed the most convoluted intersections by now, advancing towards the exit leading to the abandoned riverbank outside the town. Yet this journey proved far longer and more arduous than anticipated. His stamina was swiftly depleting. The prior battles, the frantic escape, the tension, compounded by the torment of this inhospitable environment, had visibly diminished his physical strength, bringing it perilously close to the danger threshold. His vitality was also waning, eroded persistently by the tainted air and frigid, polluted waters. Moreover, his mental fortitude was significantly taxed, as he strived to maintain heightened vigilance and minimal perception. What was most alarming, however, was the nagging sensation that the boundless darkness behind him harbored more than just rats and insects. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Just as he struggled through a deeper expanse of water, laden with decaying vegetation, and leaned against the slick archway for a fleeting breath, a sound erupted. It was distinctly different from the skittering of rodents or the flow of water emanating from a nearby junction not too far behind him. It resembled the heavy thud of boots plunging into shallow water, then swiftly lifting. Someone was there. In an instant, Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. Every muscle in his body tensed. He pivoted abruptly, directing the glow of the sunstone as far behind him as possible. The murky surface of the water rippled, revealing an expanse of impenetrable darkness ahead. Yet the sensation of being pursued, like a thorn in his back, ascended his spine with unsettling clarity. It was the Black Wolf's men. They were on his trail, and so swiftly. Had that old cripple betrayed him? Or were the Black Wolf's pursuers truly skilled enough to trace him from the faintest clues in the slums to the sewer's entrance? There was no time for contemplation. Flee. A singular thought consumed Lin Luo's mind. He could no longer afford to conserve his strength. He exerted every ounce of energy, propelling his leaden legs forward through the knee-deep filth with desperate fervor. The wooden stick served as a pole, thrusting vigorously in the mire to hasten his pace. The murky waters churned violently, the sound echoing through the silent sewer. Ahead, there was movement. Behind him, a gruff voice, tinged with surprise and malice, faintly resonated, followed by an escalating cacophony of splashing and shouts. Hurry! Don't let him escape. Block the fork ahead. Scarface declared, regardless of life or death, 100 gold. Pursuers. More than one. From the sound, there are at least 4 or 5, and they are approaching rapidly. Lin Luo's heart sank to the depths of despair. In his current state, he could never outrun these seasoned mercenaries, who had thrived on the edge of danger and were in peak physical condition. Moreover, the intricate layout of the sewer made it perilous. Should he be cornered, despair would coil around his heart like a frigid serpent. Yet, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he abruptly removed the warm sunstone wrapped in cloth from his mouth, tearing through several layers of tattered fabric, causing the vibrant orange glow to brighten momentarily. He then hurled it with force towards one of the forked passages ahead. The cloth bundle traced a faint arc of red light, splashing into the depths of the sewage with a plop, the brilliance swiftly devoured by darkness. Though it seemed to stir some ripples nearby. There! Pursue! The chasing mercenaries had evidently spotted the glow, shouting as they rushed towards that passage. In that fleeting moment of throwing the warm sunstone, Lin Luo flung himself sideways, rolling into a narrower side passage that was nearly half obstructed by mud and rubble. Inconspicuous and dimly lit, he held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the cold, slick stone wall covered in slimy moss, as if his heartbeat might cease. The hurried sound of splashing water rushed past the main thoroughfare where he had just been, heading towards the warm sunstone's landing site. He could faintly hear the mercenaries' angry shouts and confusion. Why has it gone silent? Split up and search. He can't have gone far. Be cautious. That kid is tricky and accompanied by beasts. The footsteps and shouts dispersed among the various passages. Lin Luo remained motionless in the narrow side passage, barely daring to open his eyes, attuned only to the sounds of the outside world through his ears and basic instincts. He could sense that at least 2 individuals were searching in his vicinity. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. The frigid sewage seeped through his tattered clothing, penetrating to his very bones, while the damp chill of the stone wall seemed intent on siphoning away his last vestiges of warmth. The footsteps of the pursuers ebbed and flowed. At one point, he even caught the sound of their heavy breathing and the rustle of leather armor. Mere yards from the entrance of his hiding place, Grimly, he clenched his teeth, burying his head in his arms, rendering his breath nearly inaudible. Fortunately, the entrance to this side passage was partially obscured by collapsed rubble and thick mud, appearing more like a dead end from the outside, compounded by the dim lighting. The two searching mercenaries merely prodded their weapons aimlessly into the darkness, uttering curses before turning away. It was not until the footsteps and voices faded into the depths of the sewer that Lin Luo dared to stir his stiff, numb body after a full quarter of an hour. Safe for the moment? No, merely temporarily escaping the immediate pursuers. They were undoubtedly still searching nearby, and once they discovered the ruse of the warm sunstone, they would quickly realize they had been deceived and widen their search. He must leave this place at once. But the warm sunstone was gone, his sole source of light and warmth lost. In the enveloping darkness, he struggled to discern any direction. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. A tie was still outside. Although the distance was vast, perhaps through their soul link, he could convey some vague information. He immediately focused all his energy and immersed himself in the connection with the tie. However, the link was extremely tenuous and elusive due to the barriers of distance and environment, making the transmission of complex information impossible. Nevertheless, he attempted to send a wave of thought imbued with urgency, a potent mix of direction, danger, and the need for guidance, through the link. He was uncertain whether a tie could comprehend it or to what extent, but it was his only hope at that moment. Having done all he could, he knew he must rely on himself. He fumbled and pulled out a black leather pouch containing the essence of bloodthorn shards, hesitating for a moment before deciding against opening it. He also touched the fragments of empty crystal stones and metal scraps. Their cold touch brought an odd sense of calm. Leaning down, he pressed his ear against the murky water's surface, straining to listen. The flow of the sewer water had a direction. It would ultimately converge with the river outside the town. If he could navigate along the flow, theoretically, he would find an exit. The faint sound of water flowed near his ears. After a moment of discernment, he confirmed the direction of the main current. Taking a deep breath, despite the foul air, he began to crawl forward, using both hands and feet, navigating the knee-deep, frigid sewage, inching forward in the absolute darkness. With no light, he relied solely on touch. His hands encountered slick moss, sharp stones, and unidentified, slimy entities. His feet met soft silt, entangled water plants, and at times, either hard objects or deep pits. Each exploration was fraught with trepidation. In the darkness, the rustling sounds seemed to grow bolder. At times, he felt something cold and slippery brush against his calf, sending chills down his spine. His strength was rapidly waning. Cold, exhaustion, and fear loomed over him like three imposing mountains, suffocating him. His consciousness began to blur, and darkness encroached upon his vision. But he dared not stop. To pause could mean remaining forever in this filthy abyss. He lost track of time. It could have been mere minutes or an eternity. Just as he felt his arms could lift no more, and his lungs roared like a broken bellows. On the verge of being entirely consumed by darkness and cold, a faint, silvery light emerged ahead, seemingly from another realm. This light, although weak and flickering like a candle in the wind, bore a familiar and reassuring sharpness that resonated with Lin Luo. Was it Xiaoyin? No. Xiaoyin's lightning was blue-white, and this light felt more akin to moonlight or perhaps some form of reflection. Nonetheless, it was light, a beacon that could signify an exit or a turning point. The instinct for survival ignited a final surge of strength within Lin Luo. He struggled towards that glimmer of light, crawling with all his might. The silver glow grew nearer and clearer. Simultaneously, he heard a sound distinct from the flow of the sewer water, a louder, more resonant sound of flowing water, reminiscent of a waterfall or a rushing torrent. At long last, as he exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, crawling hand over foot up an inclined slope strewn with gravel and pushing aside the damp, cascading vines, a thunderous roar suddenly filled his ears. The cold, fresh, moisture-laden air struck his face like a heavy hammer. Before him, the world opened up in a breathtaking vista. He had emerged from a half-collapsed, arched outlet situated midway along a steep riverbank. Outside lay a deep, moonlit canyon, where a broad, rushing river roared beneath him, churning up frothy white waves and thick sprays of mist. The stars twinkled brilliantly above, and a crescent moon hung in the undulating silhouette of the dark forest, casting its cool luminescence that shattered into thousands of silver scales upon the surging river surface. The silvery glimmer that guided him was the moonlight reflecting off the nearby slick rocks through the mist. He was out, finally escaped from that nightmarish sewer. Lin Luo collapsed onto the slick rocks at the water's edge, his face pressed against the cold, rough stone, greedily inhaling the icy yet invigorating air. Tears mingling silently with the grime and sludge on his face. He was alive. He had escaped. However, before he could savor a moment of peace after his harrowing ordeal, a resounding boom erupted beneath him, as if the very earth were trembling from the depths of the abyss. Following that, from the direction of the dark forest came a roar filled with fury, anguish, and wildness, shattering the tranquility of the night and echoing through the mountains. The oppressive force contained within that roar sent Lin Luo's hairs standing on end, and the relaxed tension in his nerves snapped back into a taut readiness. It was Atai's voice, and it was rife with rage and peril. Almost simultaneously, a violent, chaotic wave surged through their soul link. Atai's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Its vitality was plummeting, stamina was draining, and a ferocious, tumultuous energy filled with a sense of destruction was surging within it, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. The other end of the link no longer conveyed stability, but rather pain, ferocity, and a hint of uncontrollable chaos. This was dire. Something had befallen Atai, and it was in the direction of the dark forest. Had it encountered a formidable beast? Or had the Black Wolf's men found it? Atai? Lin Luo's heart raced with dread as he sprang up from the ground, disregarding his drenched, icy body in fatigue, rushing toward the source of the roar. Yet, what transpired next shook him to his core. There, at the edge of the dark forest near Atai's hidden hillside, the night sky suddenly ignited with a brilliant, dazzling silver light without warning. Initially no larger than a grain of rice, the light instantaneously expanded into a colossal pillar of pure silver lightning, tearing through the night and shooting into the heavens. Within the heart of the light, a diminutive yet indomitable figure could be discerned, flapping its wings and emitting a piercing cry. It was Yin, the power unleashed from the tuft of thunder feathers on its forehead. But this force far exceeded what had come before. It was suffused with a sense of determination and annihilation. It was fighting with all its might. It burned its already limited strength, unleashing a blow that exceeded all bounds. The silvery beam illuminated half the sky and the forest below. Lin Luo vaguely discerned. Beneath the impact of the beam, several figures fleeing in disarray, along with a colossal dragon lizard, its form magnified in the silver light, radiating a frenzied golden hue. This was Atai. It appeared to be confronting those figures, yet its state was evidently amiss. The silvery beam lasted less than 3 breaths before erupting violently, transforming into a myriad of flickering electric serpents that gradually dissipated. Yin's form fell helplessly from the sky, barely caught by the tumultuous golden light of Atai below. After emitting a roar that reverberated through the forest, Atai's breath suddenly became exceedingly unstable, the golden light flickering erratically as if it might explode at any moment. It did not pursue the fleeing figures. Instead, it abruptly changed direction, stumbling deeper into the black wind forest, each step causing the earth to tremble, leaving a trail of destruction, vanishing into the dense woods, with only its chaotic presence. Like a signal fire, pointing deep into the forest. The fleeing figures, seemingly the Black Wolf pursuers, appeared momentarily stunned by Atai's sudden eruption and Yin's desperate strike, retreating swiftly towards the direction of Grey Rock Town, instead of launching an immediate pursuit. Everything transpired too rapidly, from Atai's first roar to Yin unleashing silver thunder, followed by Atai's charge into the forest within mere moments. Lin Luo stood frozen on the rocky riverbank, feeling cold as if his blood had turned to ice. Had Atai lost control? Or had its dormant potential been forcibly awakened? What had become of Yin? After that strike, did it still possess strength? The connection through their souls conveyed only a tumult of chaotic pain and distant waves from Atai, the link itself weakened by distance and some interference, becoming intermittent. Yin's connection was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Guilt, anger, fear, and worry surged within Lin Luo like a tsunami, overwhelming him in an instant. It was he who had left Atai and Yin alone outside. He who had underestimated the ferocity and cruelty of the Black Wolf's pursuit. He who had failed to arrive in time. Atai? Yin? Lin Luo let out a hoarse roar, his eyes instantly bloodshot. He could no longer heed his body's fatigue and chill. With all his remaining strength, he tumbled down the steep riverbank, crashing onto the icy riverbank, and then rose, rushing towards the direction where Atai had vanished, into the seemingly predatory darkness of the black wind forest, frantically charging forward. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Whoever dares to harm, you will pay 100-fold. The boy's hoarse shout, mingled with the roaring river, echoed through the vast canyon, soon swallowed by the boundless darkness and the rustling of the forest. Meanwhile, near the sewer outlet towards Grey Rock Town, several disheveled Black Wolf mercenaries huddled together in fear, gazing at the gradually subsiding chaotic aura deep within the Black Wind Forest, their faces still marked by dread. Damn it, what kind of monster was that? Is the armored dragon lizard truly so formidable? Amidst the tumultuous chaos, the scarred mercenary leader, with a darkened expression, surveyed the direction of the Black Wind Forest, casting a wary glance back at the shadowy exit of the sewer. A flicker of apprehension and malevolence danced in his eyes. Signal the troops. Seal off this area. That boy will undoubtedly venture in to retrieve his beast. Once he enters the Black Wind Forest, it shall become our territory. 100 gold pieces. And the 2 beasts will belong to us. Beneath the night sky, the peril had not subsided. Rather, it surged towards an increasingly obscure and treacherous path, spurred on by Atai's uncontrollable rage and Lin Luo's reckless intrusion. Volume 1, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, Reunion and Breakout Atai. The hoarse cry tore through the throat, laced with a metallic taste of blood, echoing in the darkest moments before dawn, only to be swallowed by the boundless rustling of leaves. Lin Luo was oblivious to how long he had been sprinting through the underbrush, vines, and rocky terrain at the edge of the Black Wind Forest. His legs had long lost sensation, moving in a mechanical rhythm. Each expansion of his lungs felt as though countless steel needles were piercing him, with every breath inflicting excruciating pain upon his throat. His face, hands, and exposed skin were marred by bloodstains from thorns and sharp leaves, searing with agony. Yet, he remained unaware. His gaze fixated solely on the chaotic path carved by violent forces ahead, intertwined with a soul connection that pulsed intermittently, yet growing clearer, filled with chaos and torment. Atai was just ahead, but its condition was dire, exceedingly so. The connection no longer conveyed the familiar steadiness. Instead, it radiated an uncontrollable, tumultuous energy akin to boiling magma, alongside a profound suffering that seemed to tear at its very flesh and soul. Its vitality fluctuated dramatically, surging like an erupting volcano, then waning like a flickering candle in the wind. Additionally, a chilling energy, discordant with its earthy essence, suffused with destruction and decay, gnawed at its balance like a relentless parasite. Had its dormant potential been forcibly awakened? Or had the Black Wolf's minions done something to it? What had become of Xiao Yin's desperate strike? Such horrifying thoughts slithered through Lin Luo's mind like venomous serpents. He could only run with all his might, faster, faster. As dawn broke, the darkness gradually transformed into a stifling deep blue. A thin mist began to seep through the woods, infused with the damp, earthy scent of foliage and soil, yet it could not quell the burning anxiety in Lin Luo's heart. At last, after bursting through a thicket of uprooted shrubs, Lin Luo found himself in a clearing. This space, typically characterized by sparse trees, ferns, and wildflowers, now resembled the aftermath of a small tempest. Dozens of trees, varying in thickness, lay broken or uprooted, strewn haphazardly across the ground, their jagged stumps bearing the scars of charred earth and fractured stones. The ground was furrowed with numerous deep, uneven trenches, the soil churned and the turf fractured. The air was thick with a rich, earthy scent, a burnt odor, and a faint, unsettling sweetness. In the center of the clearing stood a colossal figure, shrouded in a somber, earthen hue, its back turned to Lin Luo, emitting heavy, labored breaths that echoed like a broken bellows, its body trembling slightly. It was Atai. However, in this moment, Atai appeared as a stark contrast to the clumsy yet steadfast companion Lin Luo remembered. Its once dark azure, smooth and warm shell was now riddled with fine, spiderweb-like cracks, with many areas bulging as if something were striving to break free from beneath, casting an eerie sheen of earthy yellow, dark gold, and wisps of black. Heat rose from its massive form, muscles twitching visibly, as if each muscle possessed its own will, engaged in a frenzied struggle. A thick tail thrashed mindlessly against the ground, each impact sending mud flying and causing the earth to tremble. Most alarming were its eyes, as Lin Luo cautiously moved to the side to meet its gaze. His heart sank. Atai's once steady, dark yellow eyes had transformed into chaotic whirlpools. The sclera was laced with blood, the pupils alternately constricting to pinpoints and dilating to nearly fill the entire eye, swirling with pain, rage, confusion, and a glimmer of the cold, predatory ferocity Lin Luo had never witnessed before. It seemed to recognize Lin Luo, emitting a low, indistinct growl laced with anguish and struggle. Yet its body instinctively assumed a defensive and aggressive posture, its front claws slightly raised, the cracked shell glimmering erratically. "Atai, it's me, Lin Luo." Lin Luo suppressed his fear, extending his arms slowly, approaching Atai step by step, his voice soft and deliberate, attempting to convey a sense of calm through words and a soulful connection. "It's all right, Atai, I'm here. Look at me, calm down." However, his approach seemed to provoke the wild force within Atai. It abruptly tossed its head, releasing a more anguished roar, the earthy glow surrounding it intensifying, and invisible, heavy pressure radiating from its center. The stones and broken branches on the ground trembled under this force, and several nearby saplings snapped with a loud crack. Lin Luo, caught unawares, was violently hurled through the air, crashing against a fallen trunk, pain searing through his back, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he nearly coughed up blood. Gasping, he struggled to rise, his face pale. No, Atai could not control its strength, and it seemed to perceive him as a threat. Forcing proximity would only exacerbate its agitation and could result in unintentional harm. He needed to find a way to soothe it or guide the raging power within. Lin Luo anxiously scanned his surroundings, searching for Xiaoyin. Where was it? What had happened to it? At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a patch of trampled ferns at the edge of the clearing, stained with dark red blood, revealing a dim glimmer of silver white. It was Little Silver. Lin Luo's heart tightened sharply as he rushed over. There, curled up at the roots of the ferns, was Little Silver, its silver feathers in disarray, matted with mud and the remnants of dried dark red blood. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The tuft of blue feathers on its forehead, which once sparkled with lightning, had completely dulled, even showing signs of charred damage. One wing was unnaturally twisted, clearly broken. Its small body rose and fell gently with each weak breath, as if it could cease to exist at any moment. Little Silver. Lin Luo's voice trembled as he carefully cradled it in his hands. It felt like ice. Through his basic attribute perception, he saw Little Silver's status bar filled with alarming red indicators: near death, magic depletion, source exhaustion, multiple fractures, internal bleeding. Indeed, it must have been the desperate, overwhelming strike of silver lightning that had drained all its strength, even exhausting its very life force. It was sacrificing itself to buy time for Atai, and it was sending him its last warning and call for help. Tears blurred Lin Luo's vision. He trembled as he reached into his pocket, extracting the last bit of the weak, healing, luminescent moss ointment he had prepared for emergencies, carefully applying it to Little Silver's wounds and broken wing. He tore a strip from his relatively clean inner garment to create a makeshift bandage. Yet, he knew this was merely a drop in the bucket. Little Silver required professional treatment, medicines infused with life energy, and a tranquil and safe environment to recuperate. All of this hinged on one imperative. They must leave this place immediately. Atai's commotion was too loud and would soon attract more attention, whether from the Black Wolf's men or the predators lurking in the Black Wind Forest. Lin Luo raised his head, gazing at the immense figure in the center of the clearing that was still writhing in agony, its power uncontrollably spilling out, filled with pain and determination. No more waiting. They had to leave at once. But how? Atai was currently incapable of approaching or controlling itself. With Little Silver on his back, he might barely manage to move. But bringing Atai along was another matter altogether. At that moment, deep within his mind, the core of the long-dormant divine contract seemed to sense the excruciating pain and crisis of the bound unit Atai, as well as Lin Luo's fervent desire to protect and his unwillingness to yield. It trembled ever so slightly. A more nebulous stream of information, imbued with an ancient cadence, surfaced at the edge of his consciousness. Like a drowning person grasping the last straw, detecting that the bound unit Atai, iron-armored dragon lizard mutant, is caught in a dual crisis of potential runaway and external erosion. Detecting the contractor's strong guidance and willingness to share the burden. Conditions for deep resonance with the contract, sufficient depth of soul link, firm will of the contractor. Need for guiding medium. Recommendation: use oneself as an anchor point to share part of the erosion energy, guiding the runaway potential towards a controllable direction for a brief release. Share the burden? Guide. Use oneself as an anchor point? Lin Luo instantly grasped the essence of the core message. This was to compel him to once again embrace peril, deepening the bond of their connection, and actively draw forth the chaotic, corrosive external energy residing within a tie, along with a portion of his unleashed potential, to himself. This would alleviate a tie's burden, while simultaneously attempting to channel a tie's power into a brief, controlled release, rather than allowing for indiscriminate destruction and self-annihilation. The risks were monumental. How ferocious was the energy within a tie? What manner of malevolent force was this external corrosive energy? Given his current state, recklessly accepting it could very well lead to him being overwhelmed or reduced to mere sludge in an instant. But was there an alternative? Observing a tie's anguished struggles, witnessing the feeble state of Xiao Yin, and noticing the ominous shadows beginning to stir in the distance, perhaps attracted low-tier magical beasts or pursuing foes, he resolved. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Luo's eyes, and without hesitation, he carefully concealed the unconscious Xiao Yin within a relatively hidden crevice of rock, covering her with weeds. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and immersed his entire being into the soul link with the tie. This time, he transcended mere perception and solace. He concentrated his feeble yet remarkably resilient spirit, forged by desperation and the will to protect, and like the bravest of vanguards, he surged upstream through the twisted, intermittent passageway created by a tie's chaotic state, boldly and resolutely charging toward a tie's boiling, tumultuous soul core. A tie? Look at me. Hear my voice. Share your pain with me. Trust me. Together, we shall release it. Lin Luo roared at the soul level, transmitting his will, trust, and an unwavering determination without reservation. Simultaneously, following the vague guidance of the core, he willingly opened his spirit and a portion of his meridian pathways, emanating a wave of acceptance and guidance. It was as though a stabilizing force had been cast into a raging sea. The chaotic and pained soul waves of a tie momentarily faltered upon encountering Lin Luo's faint yet exceptionally clear and resolute intention. Then, like a flood breaching a dam, the chaotic, corrosive black energy within a tie, along with a portion of uncontrollable, violent earthen potential, surged uncontrollably through the channel Lin Luo had opened. Lin Luo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as if countless searing steel needles had instantaneously pierced his brain and limbs. The external black energy was frigid and corrosive, freezing and decaying his meridians, while the earthen potential was blistering and tempestuous, like molten lava flowing, threatening to incinerate him from within. The dual extremes of agony instantly engulfed his consciousness, compelling a heart-wrenching scream to escape his lips, with delicate trails of blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Beneath the surface of his skin, a strange phenomenon began to emerge. On the left side of his body, veins bulged, revealing earthen yellow cracks. As if molten lava coursed beneath, on the right side, a thin layer of black frost rapidly enveloped him, exuding a chilling and lifeless aura. 2 forces clashed violently within him, tearing him apart as if intent on splitting him in two. Yet Lin Luo gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. With an indomitable will, he strained to maintain the stability of the soul link, guiding the most ferocious surge of earthy energy that flooded into his body, with the simplest and most direct intention to move forward, to release, to operate, roar, as if sensing Lin Luo's shared pain and his clear guiding intent. A fleeting moment of clarity flashed in Atai's chaotic and violent eyes. It let out a roar, louder and more powerful than ever before. This time, the roar was devoid of suffering, infused instead with a resolute determination born of guidance. Its body, marred with cracks and radiating erratic light, suddenly stood upright. 2 robust forepaws, now harnessing the guided, concentrated, earth-shattering power, struck the ground with precision, no longer flailing aimlessly but delivering a resounding, forceful blow. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. At the point where Atai's claws met the earth, the ground within a Tenjong radius collapsed abruptly, as if struck by an invisible, giant hammer. A wave of mixed earthy light and shockwaves radiated outward in a circular explosion, clearing the already chaotic debris of broken wood and stones. While trees in the distance swayed violently, shedding leaves like rain. This strike's power far surpassed all of Atai's previous mindless destruction. Moreover, it was controlled, with a clear purpose. After the outburst, the chaotic and rampaging light surrounding Atai dimmed significantly, its fury and pain receding by more than half. Although still weak and with shell fractures unhealed, the sense of imminent self-detonation had vanished. It panted, its massive body swaying slightly, and its dark yellow eyes turned back to Lin Luo, filled with exhaustion, trepidation, and deeper dependence. In that instant when Atai unleashed its cathartic strike, Lin Luo felt the torrent of violent energy flowing into him suddenly diminish and cease. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, hands braced against the earth, coughing up blackened blood and murky, earthy vapors. His body felt utterly hollowed out, as if hammered relentlessly upon an anvil, every inch aching and soft. The earthy yellow cracks and black frost beneath his skin gradually receded, leaving behind ghastly marks resembling burns and frostbite. His status bar instantaneously filled with a slew of negative conditions: severe internal injury, moderate damage to meridians, mild energy corruption, and life force in peril. Yet he had succeeded. He had shared the burden of the corruption and guided Atai to release its rampaging potential, temporarily pulling it away from the brink of its most perilous state of chaos. Lin Luo raised his head, gazing at Adil, who was stumbling toward him with tears in his eyes, if dragons could indeed weep. With great effort, he managed to force a smile and said, "It's all right. Let us hurry." Struggling to rise, he staggered to the crevice where little Silver lay hidden, carefully cradling the still unconscious creature in his arms. Then, he turned his gaze to Adil. Adil let out a low growl, comprehending Lin Luo's intent. Lowering his massive form, he gently nudged Lin Luo with his head before bending slightly. With the last vestiges of his strength, Lin Luo embraced little Silver and climbed onto Adil's broad, albeit cold and cracked back. Though Adil was in a poor state, he could still manage to carry both Lin Luo and little Silver away from this place. "Let us go deeper into the forest. Find a safe haven," Lin Luo whispered, lying against Adil's back. Adil responded with a deep rumble, setting forth with heavy steps, no longer concealing the noise, as he stumbled, yet resolutely made his way into the depths of the Black Wind Forest. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, leaving profound impressions behind. In their wake lay the ravaged clearing, a silent scar illuminated by the dawn's soft light. Shortly after their departure, several furtive figures emerged at the edge of the clearing, members of the Black Wolf mercenary group, led by the scar-faced man. They gazed at the horrifying destruction and the enormous footprints left by Adil, their faces betraying shock and fear. "That monstrous strike just now. Scarface, shall we pursue?" one of them asked. Scarface's expression shifted as he surveyed the clear, enormous tracks leading into the forest and the blood that Lin Luo had shed. Greed, wariness, and a murderous glint intermingled in his eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand decisively. "Chase. But be cautious, do not approach too closely. Signal our men in the forest to be on alert. 100 gold coins, and I must capture those two monsters." "Understood." As dawn finally dispelled the night, the shadows of the Black Wind Forest loomed ever more heavily over the fleeing trio. The road ahead was fraught with peril, yet at least they were united once more. Chapter 15. The initiation of body cultivation, an unexpected reversal in omnipresent agony coursed through him, akin to countless glowing grains of sand flowing through his veins. Scraping against his fragile interior, it felt as if he were submerged in icy, corrosive venom, with every cell shrieking in contraction. Deep within his bones came a sour groan, while muscle fibers felt as though they were being torn apart repeatedly, then forcibly mended. Each breath pulled at the fiery pain and icy numbness within his chest and abdomen. This was the toll of shared erosion, the result of harnessing chaotic energies, leaving his body akin to a tattered vessel, marred with cracks from brutal usage. Lin Luo curled up in a damp crevice of rock barely large enough to accommodate him, his body trembling slightly from the dual onslaught of pain and cold. In his embrace, little Een remained in a deep slumber, her feeble breaths flickering like a candle in the wind. Her silvery feathers lacked luster, and her broken wings had been resecured by Lin Luo with the last remnants of clean cloth and resilient grass stems, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. Beside them, Atai's massive form blocked most of the entrance, resembling a battered, silent wall, shielding them from the majority of external light and prying eyes. The dark azure shell of a tie bore witness to spiderweb-like cracks, a sight both alarming and disheartening. Although its energy surges had ceased, it lay there, gazing at Lin Luo and little Ian with anxious amber eyes, occasionally emitting low, remorseful whimpers from its throat. This was the third day since they had sought refuge deep within the Blackwind forest. Hidden in a narrow crevice partially concealed by dense vines and jagged stones at the base of a steep cliff. The interior was winding, barely providing shelter from the elements. Yet it was sufficiently hidden from view. However, for Lin Luo and Atai, every moment over these 3 days had been an agonizing trial. Lin Luo's condition was dire. His vitality hovered around 830, stamina never exceeding 5, and his mental fortitude had dwindled to a mere 3. A litany of negative statuses plagued him: severe internal injuries, moderate damage to his meridians, slight energy erosion, extreme fatigue, hunger, and dehydration, akin to parasites gnawing at his very being. He had attempted to practice shallow breathing techniques, but the pain from his damaged meridians was excruciating, yielding negligible results. The meager rations of hardtack brought from Greystone Town had long been consumed, and his water supply had run dry. Atai, despite its injuries, managed to catch a couple of the weakest forest creatures resembling rabbits. Yet the raw meat was replete with a pungent metallic taste that nearly made Lin Luo retch. He forced himself to swallow a morsel, leaving most for Atai and little Ian, who required energy restoration. He barely managed to feed them some broth. Despair, like creeping vines, silently ensnared them. If this continued, they would succumb to exhaustion before the dangers of the black wolves or the forest could reach them. No, they could not surrender. Lin Luo abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot yet aflame with an indomitable spirit. He struggled to sit up, leaning against the cold, damp rock wall, and attempted once more to introspect. Within his meridians, the wounds inflicted by the 2 foreign energies, earthy yellow potential and black erosion, remained stark, akin to gaping fissures in a desiccated riverbed. Yet perhaps due to their bond or Atai's intrinsic connection to the earth, carrying a hint of nurturing strength, Lin Luo discerned that the damaged meridians, though hurt, seemed to have been forcibly widened and reinforced. Like a riverbank battered by a flood, although scarred, if it endured, the foundation might become even more robust. Meanwhile, the areas tainted by the black corrosive energy lay in a realm of bleak desolation, recovering at a painfully slow pace. Perhaps this idea could be worth exploring? A notion, almost fantastical, suddenly flickered through his mind. In his previous life, apart from a fascination with zoology, he harbored an interest in traditional martial arts and qigong. Having perused some rudimentary texts on guiding techniques and standing postures, the core philosophy centered on directing energy through intention, externally cultivating sinew and skin while nurturing internal vitality. Although his past existence was rooted in a scientific realm where these practices largely remained theoretical or focused on physical well-being, in this extraordinary world imbued with potent forces and energy, be it combat energy or magical essence, could the adaptive transformations of his body, following the bond, to energy, even tempestuous energy, be explored? Could he endeavor to create a foundational method of physical cultivation that suited his current frail form while capitalizing on the feedback from the bond? He sought not immediate strength to shatter mountains, but rather a swift restoration of his damaged meridians, a bolstering of his vital energy, and an acceleration of his recuperation, granting him a modicum of self-preservation and the capacity for action. Without hesitation, Lin Luo bore the excruciating pain, adjusting his posture. He refrained from leaning against the rocky wall, striving instead to straighten his back, aligning his palms, soles, and crown towards the heavens, adopting a rather awkward position that nevertheless aimed to resonate with the principles of a rounded stance he recalled. He closed his eyes, striving to clear his mind, an exceptionally arduous task given his mental fatigue, but through sheer willpower, he began to focus on his breath. With each inhalation, he envisioned the cool, refreshing air of the forest, imbued with the essence of flora, entering his body, flowing down through his damaged meridians like a gentle stream, attempting to nourish the parched and cracked riverbeds within. With each exhalation, he imagined expelling the stagnant air, anguish, and the lingering, cold, corrosive energy, gradually releasing it into the outside world. The process was slow and laborious. Each mental guidance tugged at his injuries, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. His mental energy was akin to a desiccated spring, yielding only a few drops. The progress was exasperatingly sluggish. Yet, Lin Luo persevered, repeating this simple yet tedious process time and again. He lost track of time, hunger, and pain, focusing solely on capturing and guiding the faint sensation of energy within his body, which was almost non-existent. A Tai lay quietly beside him, its dark amber eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Luo. Although it did not comprehend its master's actions, it felt through their soul link the unwavering determination within Lin Luo, as well as the exceedingly subtle positive shifts occurring within his body. This alleviated some of its anxious concerns, prompting it to gently rest its large head upon its forepaws, beginning to slowly absorb the meager earth elements to mend its own shell and hidden injuries. Time flowed in silence. After an indeterminate period, perhaps an hour, perhaps half a day, just as Lin Luo felt he might succumb to the exhaustion of spirit and intense pain once more, an unexpected transformation occurred. This anomaly did not arise from him, but rather from a Tai at the other end of the soul link. Through this connection, Lin Luo distinctly sensed that as a Tai endeavored to absorb the earth elements for its own restoration, it seemed to have awakened something deeper within itself, intricately linked to the essence of the earth, a surge of exceptionally pure, gentle, and profound vitality, akin to the rejuvenating earth thawing under the tender warmth of early spring sunlight, flowed gradually and spontaneously through the soul's connection. This was not a deliberate transmission from a Tai, who was still engrossed in healing. Rather, it seemed to be the resurgence of its essence, an unconscious reciprocation arising naturally through the profound bond shared, much like the roots of a great tree that absorb nourishment. A portion of this pure vitality was transmitted to the nearby saplings through symbiotic mycelium. Though this energy was faint, its quality was exceedingly high. It lacked the previous violent turbulence of the earthy potential and the corrosive nature of the black energy. Instead, it embodied the purest essence of the earth, rich in nurturing vitality. Upon entering Lin Luo's body, it immediately flowed towards the severely damaged meridians and organs, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, gradually soothing the burning pain and icy numbness that had plagued him. The parched and cracked riverbed of his being received the gentlest of nourishment, beginning a slow yet tangible self-repair process. Remarkably, this energy seemed to resonate with the faint inner breath he was attempting to guide, allowing his breathing technique to flow with newfound ease. Was this the reciprocation of a Tai's essence? Lin Luo's heart soared with joy. Seizing the opportunity, he focused all his mental energy, guiding this sudden influx of pure, gentle earth vitality, synchronizing it with his breathing intent, and allowing it to flow through a more intricate path that appeared to align better with the natural laws of energy movement. This time, it was not merely about nourishment. It was an endeavor to integrate and channel the remnants of the chaotic earthy energy within him, using this earth vitality as a catalyst and framework to expel and dissipate the stubborn black corrosion. The process remained painful, yet the addition of this pure vitality provided a cooling solace amidst the suffering, significantly enhancing the efficiency of his recovery. He sensed that the formless membrane of draconic and lizard-like essence, acquired through their bond, was becoming more solid, uniform, and deeply intertwined with his flesh and blood under the nurturing of this earth vitality and the guidance of his intent. The damaged muscle fibers, infused with life, slowly regained their elasticity and strength, akin to a parched sponge absorbing water, while the discomfort deep within his bones began to ease. Although the recovery of vitality and stamina remained gradual, the sensation of life gradually awakening within him, solidifying his foundation, was unmistakably clear. More importantly, behind the labels of severe internal injury and moderate damage to meridians, a new designation of slowly repairing began to emerge. The scope of slight energy corrosion also began to diminish. Effective, truly effective. This rudimentary method of breathing, which amalgamated concepts from a previous life, the reciprocal feedback of this life, and the essence of a Tai, was genuinely facilitating the restoration of his body. Perhaps this was the first step on his path to physical cultivation, a unique journey that belonged solely to him, deeply intertwined with his contracted beast, thriving in mutual reciprocation. Unaware of how many cycles had passed, Lin Luo gradually ceased his guidance as the source energy from a Tai dwindled and integrated into him. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, tainted with the scent of earth. Although still weak, with a pallid complexion and drenched in sweat. His gaze sparkled with newfound vigor, shedding some of the lifelessness that had previously enveloped him. He attempted to move his fingers and clenched his fist. The strength remained feeble. Yet the sensation of control over his muscles felt slightly more pronounced than before. On his attribute panel, the number 1 next to Constitution appeared more solidified, and even a hint of a trend toward 0x seemed to emerge beside Strength. Wonderful, Lin Luo murmured, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He turned his attention to Atai, who appeared to have just completed a profound absorption of energy. Although the cracks in its shell remained unhealed, the surface seemed to exhibit a touch of luster, and its breath had steadied. Upon noticing Lin Luo's gaze, Atai lifted its head, its dark yellow eyes reflecting concern and a sense of ease as if it had fulfilled its duty. "Thank you, my friend." Lin Luo extended his hand, gently caressing Atai's cold, rough, and cracked nose. Atai narrowed its eyes in contentment, emitting a soft rumbling from its throat. At that moment, a faint tremor, almost imperceptible, emanated from Lin Luo's embrace. It was Xiao Yin. Lin Luo quickly glanced down. He observed Xiao Yin's tightly shut eyelids quivering slightly before slowly parting to reveal a narrow slit. The once vibrant silver eyes appeared dull and lifeless, filled with profound exhaustion and bewilderment. However, when its gaze focused and met Lin Luo's face mere inches away, a glimmer of moisture welled up in its eyes, accompanied by a barely audible sound of helplessness and trepidation. "Xiao Yin, you're awake," Lin Luo exclaimed with joy, carefully cradling it before his eyes. "How do you feel? Don't be afraid. It's all right. We're together." Xiao Yin let out a soft chirp, attempting to lift its head to nuzzle Lin Luo's fingers. Yet, even this minuscule movement sent a tremor through its body, intensifying the moisture in its eyes. Lin Luo felt a pang of sorrow and promptly checked its condition. The status had shifted from near death to severely injured and awakening. Yet conditions such as magical exhaustion, source depletion, multiple fractures, and internal bleeding remained dire, with vitality alarmingly low. Nonetheless, the fact that it had awakened was monumental news. It indicated that the most perilous moment had passed, and recovery was now a possibility. He hastily administered a drop of the last bit of silverline grass juice he had been reluctant to use, a substance he had carefully preserved since his time in Grey Rock Town. Known for its mild analgesic and calming effects, at the edge of Xiao Yin's beak. Instinctively, Xiao Yin licked at it, and its spirit seemed to brighten just a fraction. But soon, weakened by pain, it drowsily closed its eyes again, though its breathing was slightly stronger than before. It is imperative to swiftly seek out more beneficial herbs, as well as food and water. Lin Luo gazed at the small bundle in his arms, then glanced at the battered Atai beside him, who also required sustenance. The joy that had recently surged within him, stemming from his initial steps into body cultivation and the subsequent feedback, was once again overshadowed by the weighty reality. Relying solely on his rudimentary breathing techniques and Atai's unconscious feedback, their recovery was painfully slow. They required external assistance. He gently cradled the small silver creature closer, warming it with his embrace, while his gaze shifted towards the fragmented light filtering through the foliage outside the crevice. The Blackwind Forest, rife with peril yet abundant in resources, beckoned them. It was time to proactively explore and procure what they needed for survival. He cautiously moved his still aching body, now with a semblance of regained strength, his eyes sharpening with determination. "Atai, take a moment to rest. When the darkness deepens, we shall venture out. Our journey in the Blackwind Forest begins with the search for the first life-saving herb." Within the gap, the light danced. The youth exchanged a glance with the dragon lizard, a silent understanding flowing through the air. The path ahead remained arduous, yet the spark of hope had rekindled amidst the ashes of despair. Chapter 16. Seeking the breakthrough for Atai, the brittle branches and withered leaves beneath his feet emitted faint crackles, each sound resonating with startling clarity in the stillness of the forest, startling nearby bushes into a flurry of rustling as unknown creatures fled in panic. Lin Luo wielded a rusted short dagger, its blade honed to a sharp edge, crouching low and moving with utmost stealth, akin to a nocturnal predator stalking in the shadows. His gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, sweeping across every crevice, every tuft of grass, and the roots of ancient trees, in search of any potentially life-sustaining tubers, wild fruits, hemostatic herbs, or peculiar plants exuding energy fluctuations. His innate perceptual abilities were pushed to their limits. Despite his mental faculties being nearly depleted, forcing himself to maintain such delicate scrutiny caused his temples to throb, yet he dared not relent. This endeavor was not merely about foraging for food. It was also about discovering a pivotal opportunity to awaken Atai's dormant potential. Since Atai's origin feedback had initially stabilized his injuries and allowed him to cross the threshold of body cultivation, Lin Luo could now perceive Atai's condition more acutely through their soul link. The external wounds, cracks in its shell, were healing slowly, and its strength was gradually returning. Yet the state of dormant potential, stable, weakly guided, clung to it like the most robust of shackles, firmly locking away its true source of power. It resembled a volcano, its interior seething with molten lava, yet encased in a thick layer of frost on the outside. It could defend itself with brute force, but could not truly unleash the formidable might inherent to the iron-armored dragon lizard, particularly the extraordinary capabilities derived from its bloodline. The notes had mentioned the need for an opportunity. What precisely constitutes an opportunity? Is it formidable external pressure, specific rare materials, or perhaps a certain ritual or environment? Lin Luo was at a loss. The library in Greystone Town might hold the answers, yet he could not return at this moment. In this perilous and ominous black forest, one can only rely on limited knowledge and luck to venture forth. Atai, attune yourself and sense if there exists any particularly comforting or alluring fluctuations of earth element nearby. Lin Luo conveyed his thoughts through their connection. Although Atai's affinity for the earth element was suppressed by a state of dormancy, its instincts should still remain intact. Atai's massive form resembled a moving hill, silently trailing behind Lin Luo, serving as an unwavering shield and sentinel. Upon hearing Lin Luo's thoughts, it halted, its dark yellow eyes half closed, lowering its head close to the ground as if listening to the very pulse of the earth. Its robust tail unconsciously swayed the fallen leaves. After a moment, it lifted its head, releasing a low, perplexed growl, directing its nose toward a shadowy, rocky slope to the left front. The earth element fluctuations emanating from that direction appeared slightly more vibrant and substantial than those surrounding it, yet even that was a modest observation. Let us investigate, Lin Luo suggested, undeterred. Any slight anomaly warranted exploration. They approached the slope with utmost caution. The rocks were predominantly a grayish-brown, hard in texture, their surfaces adorned with thick moss and lichen. The air was cold and damp. The location indicated by Atai revealed a narrow crevice formed by several massive rocks interlocking, at the base of which lay a thick accumulation of humus, exuding the distinct scent of earth. Lin Luo employed his dagger to clear away the surface debris of dead leaves and moss for a closer inspection. The humus was a deep black, feeling exceptionally fine and fertile in his grasp, and it emitted an almost imperceptible, warm aura of earth's spirit. Yet, that was all. No remarkable minerals or plants were discovered. Just as he was about to abandon the search, his gaze swept across a nondescript stone at the inner side of the crevice, entirely cloaked in moss. The moss there appeared darker than elsewhere, nearly an inky green, and its form was somewhat peculiar. Carefully, he scraped away the moss, revealing not the underlying rock, but rather a small clump of material resembling earthenware, dark yellow in hue, its surface adorned with natural fissures, roughly the size of a palm. This clump felt warm to the touch, significantly denser and heavier than ordinary soil. Strangely, under his basic perception, it radiated an exceptionally restrained yet remarkably pure heaviness, embodying a sedimentation of essence, as if it encapsulated the very foundation of vast mountains and rivers. Item: Earth Vein Essence, Fragment, Grade, First Tier, Rare. Effect: contains pure primal earth essence and life sedimentation, capable of slowly nourishing the foundational roots of earth attribute beings, slightly enhancing their bloodline potential and elemental affinity. It has a feeble effect of guiding and awakening earth-type beings that are in a dormant, sealed, or origin-damaged state. Status: energy dormant. Requires specific methods, such as blood essence, homogeneous energy, or special rituals, for activation. Note: a rare fragment of earth-type spiritual material formed at the Earth's spiritual vein node, condensed over long eons. Although it has detached from the spiritual vein and its spiritual essence has diminished, it remains a precious supplement for lower-tier earth-type beings. It may be ground for consumption or placed in the habitat of contracted beasts for slow nourishment. The Earth Vein Essence. It truly is this wondrous item. Though merely a fragment, and of only the first tier, its effect description seemed tailor-made for the current situation with Atai. The faint guidance and awakening effects. Aren't these precisely the opportunities needed to shatter the slumber of potential? I have found it. An uncontrollable excitement surged within Lin Luo. He carefully excavated the palm-sized yet weighty fragment of earth essence, cradling it in his hands. The warm and substantial texture felt as though he was holding a small piece of the earth's concentrated essence. Atai approached, his dark yellow eyes fixated intently on the inconspicuous clump of soil, emitting an urgent, low growl tinged with desire and a hint of instinctual reverence. He could sense an ineffable allure emanating from this soil, as if it were the long-awaited rain he had yearned for. Patience, Atai, this cannot be consumed directly. Lin Luo reassured, meticulously perusing the accompanying notes. Activation of vital blood? Homogeneous energy? A ritual? Vital blood was straightforward, as it referred to the blood imbued with the essence of life. The homogeneous energy likely pertained to Atai's own earth-type energy or the power of the earth itself. The ritual, however, posed a challenge. Let us first attempt the simplest method. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Luo made a decision. He instructed Atai to clear a relatively flat and dry area nearby. Then, using a dagger, he carefully scraped a thin layer from the earth essence fragment, extracting approximately the amount of a fingernail's worth of dark yellow powder. The powder was exceedingly fine, emanating a richer earthy scent along with a hint of peculiar fragrance. Next, he pricked his fingertip, allowing 3 drops of crimson blood to fall onto the powder. As the blood made contact with the essence, it neither absorbed nor reacted violently. It merely darkened the powder's hue, mingling the fragrance with a trace of rust. Atai, come here. Release your strongest and most stable earth energy aura towards it. Do not let it explode. Maintain a gentle, sustained output, as if you were breathing, Lin Luo directed through their connection. Atai complied, lowering his body and bringing his nose close to the blood-infused essence, closing his eyes as he consciously summoned the thin, subdued earth magic that had long been suppressed within him. A subtle, dark yellow aura, weak yet remarkably stable and heavy, began to emanate from his mouth, nose, and the crevices of his shell, swirling around the powder like an invisible mist. Initially, the powder showed no reaction. Atai's aura was too faint and lacked purity. Lin Luo remained undeterred, patiently guiding Atai to maintain the flow while concentrating his own spirit, melding his understanding of the profound essence of weight and meaning, acquired through their bond and the earth's vitality, into Atai's aura, striving for resonance and purification. This was a process that tested both patience and synergy. Atai's energy output was intermittent, while Lin Luo's spiritual guidance fluctuated in strength. The failures far outnumbered the successes. Sweat soaked Lin Luo's forehead, and Atai was left panting from exhaustion. Yet, just as they were on the verge of despair, ready to try a different approach, an unexpected change occurred. Perhaps it was at a certain moment that Atai's energy output harmonized with his breath in a marvelous synchrony. Perhaps Lin Luo's spiritual guidance resonated faintly with the profound essence embedded within the soil fragments. Or perhaps it was the influence of those 3 drops of blood, which contained the very essence of Lin Luo's life and the bonds of their connection, that played a crucial role. That amalgamation of blood and the once dull soil powder vibrated gently, unexpectedly, as if awakening from slumber. Following this, a faint, warm, earthy glow illuminated the center of the powder, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Simultaneously, an indescribable essence, heavy yet pure and gentle, reminiscent of ancient epics, rippled outward from that luminous halo, akin to the ripples on a lake stirred by a stone cast into its depths. This essence, though not overwhelmingly powerful, possessed a tranquil force that reached deep into one's core. Surrounding flora appeared to stand taller and greener in the wake of this essence. Atai trembled, his dark amber eyes igniting with an unprecedented yearning. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, eager to engulf the glowing powder and the emanating aura. Wait, Lin Luo quickly interjected. Though his excitement was palpable, slow down, guide it. Use your power to draw it in, allowing it to merge with your being rather than consuming it forcefully. He transmitted his thoughts clearly through their connection, urging Atai to suppress his instincts. Lowering his body once more, Atai opened his mouth wide, not in an attempt to devour, but rather to invite the earthy glow and essence to flow into him, as if magnetically drawn through their soul link. Lin Luo observed as the pure essence of the earth entered Atai's form, not crashing through his veins like ordinary energy, but rather seeping in silently, akin to the most delicate spring rain, penetrating his parched magical circuits, the damaged foundation of his shell, and even the depths of his bloodline. Areas shrouded in a state of dormancy, reminiscent of permafrost. Wherever it traveled, it imparted an indescribable comfort. The minute cracks on Atai's shell seemed to heal at an expedited pace under this essence's nurturing. More importantly, the latent potential, previously dormant, began to stir subtly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a small pebble, creating the faintest of ripples. Although it was still far from a breakthrough, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. It indicated that the Earth's essence was indeed effective, albeit in scant quantity or perhaps lacking in methodical application. The size of a fingernail, the soil powder, after exuding its essence for a brief period, gradually dimmed, finally transforming into a small clump of mundane, gray dust, devoid of spirit. Meanwhile, the palm-sized fragment of soil appeared to have expended a minute fraction of its vitality, its hue slightly dulled. Effective, truly effective. Lin Luo was beside himself with joy. Though the results were faint and the consumption considerable, this affirmed that the direction was indeed correct. As long as there is an ample supply of high-quality Earth-based treasures, or the discovery of more suitable methods for activation and guidance, the dormant potential of Atai holds the promise of awakening. How do you feel, Atai? Lin Luo inquired with concern. Atai lifted its head, letting out a low, satisfied growl, affectionately nuzzling Lin Luo with its large head. Through their connection, Lin Luo sensed a refreshing comfort akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, along with a surge of mental vitality. The fluctuations of its dormant potential had yet to settle, but the recovery rate of its stamina and vitality seemed to have improved slightly. Excellent. Let us proceed in this direction, Lin Luo declared, his fist clenched, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he sought more treasures rich in pure earth elements or those capable of nourishing the essence. Simultaneously, they needed to devise more efficient methods to utilize these resources. He glanced at the fragment of earth vein essence in his hand, which had lost some of its spiritual energy, and carefully stored it away. This was indeed a treasure, and the remaining portion must be used with utmost care. However, before he could continue, Lin Luo's stomach betrayed him with a rumble, pulling him back to reality. He smiled wryly as he patted his empty belly, then looked at the still slumbering Xiao-yin, who needed nourishment, and Atai, who similarly required a substantial recovery of energy. The matter of food was undoubtedly the foremost priority at present. The joy of their findings alleviated the fatigue. Centering their search around the slope where they had discovered the earth vein essence, Lin Luo began to explore more diligently, perhaps due to the presence of the essence shard. The local environment had improved, as they indeed found some edible items nearby. Several stone ferns, hidden in the shade behind rocks, bore thick, juicy leaves. Although they had a bitter taste, they were rich in moisture and fiber. A few ripe, purple wild berries, the size of a fingernail, hung from low shrubs, their tartness tempered by a hint of sweetness. Atai even unearthed a small cluster of a root vegetable resembling yam from the soft soil, which had a dark red tuber. When bitten into, it released a rich juice with a subtle earthy sweetness. Most importantly, beside a stream and a damp patch of grass, Lin Luo discovered several plants with slender leaves, serrated edges, and delicate blue flowers, known as blue star grass, an elementary herb with mild hemostatic, analgesic, and wound-healing properties. Though not as effective as specialized healing potions, it was undeniably a timely boon for both the injured Atai and the ailing Xiao-yin. Lin Luo cautiously gathered a sufficient amount of blue star grass, crushed it with stones to extract the juice, and carefully administered it to Xiao-yin, applying the pulp to the fractures of her wings and his own deeper wounds. A cooling sensation enveloped him, and the pain seemed to lessen slightly. They gathered the food they had found. Though still humble and in limited quantity, it was a far cry from their previous state of hunger. Lin Luo lit a small campfire using warm sunstones to ignite dry moss, taking great care, and roasted the tubers and stone ferns by the fire, sharing the berries among them. Atai relished the raw tubers and stone fern roots, enjoying the meal immensely. After indulging in a hearty meal, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Yet, Lin Luo's spirit remained remarkably invigorated. He leaned against the warm presence of Atai, who lay beside him, shielding him from the wind. In his arms, he cradled the small silver creature, whose breathing had steadied after receiving treatment. His fingers caressed the fragment of the earth vein essence, while his gaze traversed through the crevices of the rocks, observing the dimming light filtering through the forest canopy. The discovery of the earth vein essence not only rekindled Atai's hope of breaking the silence, but also served as a key to unlock Lin Luo's thoughts. The vastness of the Black Wind Forest, rich in earth-type treasures, surely held more than just this singular location. Furthermore, as a mutated entity, Atai might require something more unique to rouse it from its slumber, perhaps a combination of various treasures. The methods of guidance and activation also necessitated refinement. While his blood and guidance proved effective, the efficiency was lacking. Perhaps he could endeavor to construct a simple field capable of gathering and purifying earth elements, utilizing remnants of the empty crystal stones or integrating the core of a fallen deity. As for the small silver creature, it needed restorative potions, preferably those infused with thunder or wind attributes. Might there be thunderous flowers or wind silk grasses hidden within the Black Wind Forest? A multitude of ideas collided and interwove in his mind. Although the path ahead remained fraught with thorns, he could at least discern a direction, a glimmer of hope. He gently stroked Atai's cool, rugged shell, feeling the much steadier pulsing through their connection, then glanced down at the small silver creature nestled in his embrace, breathing evenly. We will recover, surely. Nightfall enveloped the forest completely. Yet, in the narrow crevice of the rocks, a small campfire flickered defiantly, warming the boy, the dragon lizard, and the injured bird that nestled together. The firelight illuminated the increasing fervor in Lin Luo's eyes. The trials of the Black Wind Forest had only just begun, and their journey from being seen as useless to seizing the opportunity to break the silence and actively shape their destiny had taken its first step. Chapter 17. Hunting, Gathering, and Survival skills. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the dew clinging to the leaves reflected the first light of dawn, adorning the forest like scattered diamonds. The air was cool and moist, infused with the earthy sense of soil, humus, and the unique aroma of foliage. This area at the edge of the Black Wind Forest, having endured yesterday's storm and battle, seemed to have fallen into a brief period of calm and respite. However, this tranquility was short-lived. A faint crack, nearly imperceptible, echoed as a brittle twig snapped underfoot amidst the dense ferns. Moments later, a lean, agile figure, blending seamlessly into the shadows, emerged from behind a towering, serrated-edged fern. It was Lin Luo. His tattered shirt, already dampened by dew, clung to his skin, outlining muscles that, although still slender, had significantly strengthened over the past month. Most of the bloodstains from thorn scratches on his face and arms had scabbed over, leaving only faint red marks. His gaze was sharp and focused, akin to that of the most seasoned hunter, surveying the relatively open glade before him, adorned with low shrubs and peculiar fungi. In his left hand, he gripped a short dagger, rusted yet glinting with a cold light under the morning sun. The hilt was wrapped in tattered cloth to prevent slipping and to absorb the sweat from his palms. His right hand held a sturdy wooden staff, sharpened at one end and approximately at eyebrow height, serving both as a means to probe the path and as a rudimentary weapon. He did not rush into the clearing. Instead, he inclined his head slightly, allowing his ears to subtly twitch, capturing faint sounds beyond the whisper of the wind. Simultaneously, deep within his dark eyes, a fleeting shimmer of faint golden light hinted at his heightened perception, instinctively honed to an almost primal level. Within his field of vision, the scene in the clearing blossomed with additional hues. Most of the flora emitted a pale green aura, signifying ordinary or feeble vitality. However, at the edge of the clearing, in the damp shadows near the gnarled roots of ancient trees, he discerned a few brighter, cool, and moist azure auras. These were water mushrooms, a low-tier fungi with mild detoxifying and hydrating properties, bland in taste, but a welcome find in their current state of scarcity. At the center of the glade, clustered around a dark red patch resembling congealed blood, he sensed several faint, yet perilous, gray-green auras, akin to fine threads. These were paralysis vines, seemingly innocuous but capable of releasing a mild, paralyzing toxin upon contact, often cohabiting with the blood patch moss. More critically, to his left front, about 20 paces away, beneath a dense clump of night rest grass adorned with pale purple blossoms, he spotted a fist-sized, dark yellow aura, exuding an earthy warmth, moving slowly along the ground. Was it a groundhog or some other subterranean creature? Lin Luo's breath slowed, and his heartbeat seemed to sync with the tranquil pace. He did not act immediately. Instead, he slightly raised his right hand, making an almost imperceptible gesture towards the thick underbrush behind him. Almost instantaneously, in the shadow of a nearby night rest grass, the air appeared to shimmer slightly, an illusion easily mistaken for the morning mist's movement. Yet, Lin Luo sensed a faint but unmistakable mental connection. Like a thread binding him to that shadow, it was a Z. She was perfectly blending into the surroundings with her innate shadow stealth ability. Her 8 amethyst-like compound eyes fixed unblinkingly on the moving dark yellow aura, poised to unleash mental interference or illusions at a moment's notice. Above Lin Luo, upon a sprawling branch of a tall oak tree, a gray shadow stirred. This was Xiaoyin. She had folded her wings, striving to resemble an inconspicuous clump of bird droppings or moss. Yet her silvery eyes keenly scanned the broader area surrounding the glade, vigilant for potential threats that might emerge from other directions. Under the meticulous care of Lin Luo in recent days and the efficacy of the blue star grass, its injuries have largely healed. Short distance, low-altitude flights and basic reconnaissance pose no significant issues now. However, the thunder feather upon its forehead remains dim, rendering its electrical abilities dormant for the time being. Lastly, there is the imposing presence of a Tai, who, like a silent mountain, offers an unparalleled sense of security. It does not venture into the open but conceals its massive form within the shadows of the distant woods, revealing only half of its dark azure shell-covered head. Its dark yellow eyes, akin to 2 undying flames, fixate intently on the area ahead of Lin Luo, though its heavy breaths are deliberately stifled. The profound steadiness and strength emanating from the earth and its very bloodline are transmitted unceasingly through their soul link, becoming Lin Luo's most steadfast support. After several days of rest and exploration based on the geologic essence of the land, Lin Luo has preliminarily established a simple yet effective hunting and gathering strategy. Utilizing a Tai's defense and strength as both shield and hammer, Little Silver's aerial reconnaissance as the eye, and a Z's illusions and mental capabilities as a surprise force and early warning, he assumes the role of the brain and spear, employing his basic attributes to sense prey and resources, directing the overall strategy while seeking the opportunity for a decisive strike. A Z, prepare the illusion. Target, left front. Beneath the night breath grass, create a slight tremor to simulate the approach of a small predator. Lin Luo silently recited, conveying his intent through the faint mental link established over time. Although this connection pales in depth and stability compared to that with the Tai, it suffices for transmitting simple tactical intentions. The shadows of the bushes quivered ever so slightly once more. A Z understood. In the next moment, the dim yellow halo moving slowly beneath the night breath grass suddenly halted. Subsequently, the halo began to tremble violently and erratically, as if startled, frantically attempting to flee away from the night breath grass thicket towards the open area, closer to the patch of blood-stained moss and paralyzing vines. Now is the moment. A flash of brilliance ignited in Lin Luo's eyes as his body surged forth like a cheetah poised for the hunt. His movements may not have been particularly swift, for his body was still recovering from serious injuries and his stamina limited, yet he excelled in timing and cunning footwork. Instead of charging directly at the halo, he angled his approach to effectively block its escape route back to its burrow, if it indeed had one, while cleverly positioning himself outside the range of the paralyzing vines. At last, the true form of the dim yellow halo was revealed. It was a plump, nearly 1 foot long hard-furred mole, adorned with a layer of coarse, earth-colored bristles, possessing sharp front claws and a pair of small green eyes. This creature, a common first-tier low-level Earth-type magical beast, possesses weak offensive capabilities but excels at burrowing and locating underground tubers. Its flesh is reasonably edible and contains a faint trace of earth elements, beneficial for a Tai's recovery. At this moment, the mole was utterly terrified by the tremors of the predator illusion conjured by a Z, frantically scurrying without the slightest awareness of Lin Luo encircling it from the side. Lin Luo seized the opportunity, poised as the groundhog was about to dart past him into another thicket. With a sharpened wooden stick in hand, he struck with precision akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, driving the point forcefully into the creature's relatively soft flank. The sound of the stick piercing flesh was not loud, yet it bore a cruel finality. The groundhog emitted a brief, piercing shriek, its body stiffening momentarily before ceasing to move. The dim yellow aura surrounding it swiftly dimmed and dissipated. Success! A surge of joy welled within Lin Luo as he swiftly approached, extracting the wooden stick and delivering a decisive thrust with his dagger to ensure the creature's demise. Without delay, he retrieved a rudimentary pouch woven from pliable tree bark and vines from his pocket, stuffing the groundhog's lifeless body inside. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, spanning merely a few breaths. Little Silver, stay alert. Az, be mindful of the surrounding mental fluctuations. Atai, prepare to assist. Lin Luo communicated his thoughts swiftly, propelling himself toward the edge of the clearing where several succulent mushrooms awaited. The gathering process was equally swift. He carefully sliced the mushroom caps with his dagger, taking care not to damage the mycelium. 5 mushrooms in total were harvested, though modest in size. They would suffice to replenish some moisture and mild toxins. Just as he plucked the final succulent mushroom and prepared to retreat, a sharp, urgent warning call erupted from Little Silver, perched above on a branch. Simultaneously, Az transmitted a rapid wave of mental energy, signaling the approach of danger. A chill coursed through Lin Luo's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled sharply to the side. Casting the wooden stick and the pouch containing his quarry away from the source of danger, and leveraging his momentum to roll behind the nearest large tree. With his back against the trunk, he positioned his dagger across his chest and held his breath, steeling himself. Almost simultaneously with the completion of these maneuvers, a swift, greenish shadow, slender as a whip and accompanied by a whooshing sound, lashed violently at the spot where he had just stood. The ground's detritus was sent scattering, leaving a deep, curved mark. The shadow, having missed its target, quickly retracted, vanishing into a nearby thicket of denser, darker foliage. It was a whipthorn vine, a highly aggressive first-tier magical plant that typically lurks in the shadows, using its flexible, barbed tendrils to ambush passing creatures, ensnaring them to drag back and slowly digest. Through his basic attribute perception, Lin Luo discerned a more intense, deep green aura pulsating within the thicket, imbued with the essence of predation and binding. Akin to a venomous serpent raising its head, fixating on the tree where he concealed himself. Atai, Lin Luo called out in his mind. A deep, menacing roar erupted, resonating like distant thunder at the edge of the clearing. Atai's massive form revealed itself, bursting forth from the shadowy woods like a tank unleashed. Thundering toward the thicket housing the whipthorn vine. The ground trembled underfoot, the aura of a high-tier predator unmistakably emanating from it, unmasked and potent. The whipthorn vine was evidently startled by the sudden appearance of this colossal beast and the overwhelming pressure it exuded. The deep green halo flickered violently, revealing the terror of its essence. Its poised tendrils hesitated, refraining from attacking Lin Luo, and instead, slightly recoiled as if seeking refuge in the deeper thickets. However, Atai did not allow it such respite. It charged forward, raising a forklaw imbued with immense strength, and brought it crashing down upon the core of the deep green halo. Simultaneously, its heavily armored head lowered slightly, adopting a posture of collision. The whip vine sensed a fatal threat, no longer able to conceal itself, as several emerald tendrils lashed out like venomous serpents, frantically attempting to thwart or ensnare Atai. Yet these assaults merely struck against Atai's cracked but still indomitable dark blue shell, producing only a sharp crackling sound and leaving behind faint white marks. Utterly incapable of inflicting any substantial harm, let alone hindering its heavy advance. As Atai's giant claw was poised to descend and shatter the main root of the whip vine, Lin Luo's voice rang out just in time. Atai, stop. Don't destroy everything. The mighty claw halted mere inches from the ground, the immense wind pressure scattering the surrounding detritus and fallen leaves. Atai turned its head, its dark yellow eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as it glanced at Lin Luo. Lin Luo emerged from behind the trees, hastening forward, his gaze fixated on the whip vine, which coiled in fear, its tendrils twitching mindlessly, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Although the whip vine posed a danger, its resilient tendrils were excellent materials for crafting ropes and traps, and its main root and sap held certain medicinal properties, albeit requiring special processing. More importantly, this magical plant possessed a strong predatory instinct, if they could find a method to control or exploit it. Of course, given their current strength and conditions, taming a wild magical plant was beyond their reach. However, extracting useful materials was still feasible. Xiaoyin, Z, keep an eye on other directions. Atai, subdue it. Don't let it move, Lin Luo instructed, gripping his dagger and cautiously approaching. He deftly avoided the wildly thrashing tendrils, which had grown weak under Atai's intimidation. Swiftly and precisely severing several relatively intact and robust segments of the tendril, and excavating a small tuber rich in sap near the main root of the whip vine. He refrained from complete annihilation, preserving the main root and most of the plant, allowing it to tremble back into the shadows once Atai withdrew. Having completed this task, Lin Luo stuffed the tendrils and tuber into his bark pouch, finally exhaling in relief. A small-scale hunt and gathering, fraught with tension yet yielding satisfactory results. Let us retreat, Lin Luo signaled, quickly returning to Atai's side with their quarry and materials. Xiaoyin flew down from the tree, landing on his shoulder. Aziz stealthily emerged from the shadows, skillfully crawling up Lin Luo's pant leg and burrowing into a smaller, breathable bark pouch at his waist, lined with moist moss. It served as its temporary nest. Atai, ever vigilant, brought up the rear, its massive form acting as a moving barrier, safeguarding their swift exit from the clearing where a brief skirmish had just transpired. Upon returning to their temporary rocky camp located near the sloping ground of the Earth's veins, the sun was nearing its zenith. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows at the cave entrance. Lin Luo kindled a small bonfire and skillfully prepared a groundhog with his knife. The hide was peeled off and laid aside, perhaps to be fashioned into something useful later. The meat was divided into smaller portions. One part was skewered with sharpened wooden sticks and roasted over the flames. Another portion was diced finely and mixed with crushed water mushrooms and a hint of blue star grass juice, placed upon a clean, broad leaf, and pushed toward Atai. This was a nourishing meal to replenish Atai's stamina and earth element. Xiaoyin received several tender morsels, perfectly roasted, along with a touch of water mushroom juice. Aziz showed little interest in the roasted meat, so Lin Luo offered it a small piece of fresh, juicy fungi foraged from nearby. He himself gnawed on the roasted groundhog, which was crisp on the outside yet tender within, albeit bland. It bore a hint of oiliness, accompanied by the water mushrooms. Such simple fare seemed exquisitely delightful at this moment. His body absorbed the energy, wounds slowly healing under the influence of herbs and his own recuperative powers, while both physical strength and spirit gradually revived. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, and after a brief respite, Lin Luo wasted no time. He selected the resilient vines of the whipthorn, soaking them in the stream to soften, then began to weave sturdier ropes and several rudimentary snares. Atai lounged nearby, lazily basking in the sunlight filtering through the leaves, its shell appearing somewhat glossier in the warm light. Xiaoyin preened its feathers, its silvery eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Luo's nimble hands. Aziz hid in Lin Luo's shadow, seemingly dozing, yet perhaps sensing something through the presence of worker bees, if any were around. The campsite was enveloped in an atmosphere of exhaustion yet tranquility, filled with hope. This was their current existence. In the perilous depths of the Black Wind Forest, they struggled for survival while seizing every opportunity to grow stronger together. Lin Luo finished one snare, testing its resilience and mechanism, nodding in satisfaction. He lifted his gaze, peering through the gaps in the trees towards the deeper, darker recesses of the Black Wind Forest. Hunting, gathering, learning, and growing. This was merely the beginning. In the afternoon, let us explore the valley to the west where a stream flows. Lin Luo packed away his tools and spoke to his companions. Xiaoyin mentioned signs of bird activity in that direction, possibly leading to eggs or other finds. Aziz, have your little scouts provided any feedback? In the shadows, Aziz stirred slightly, sending a faint yet affirmative wave of mental energy. Very well, let us rest for half an hour before setting out. Lin Luo leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes, and began to practice his self-created method. A rudimentary technique combining breathing exercises with an attunement to the vitality of the earth, accelerating the digestion of food energy and mending internal injuries. While silently planning their forthcoming actions, survival skills were honed through repeated practice. The path to becoming stronger unfolded step by step. And thus, their journey in the Black Wind Forest, this first lesson filled with danger and opportunity, had just turned to a new page. Volume 1. Chapter 17 and Chapter 18. The discovery of the abandoned camp and the mystery of the empty crystal stone, a sharp, an urgent cry pierced the air as the silver-haired creature darted like an arrow, diving swiftly past a low thicket in front of Lin Luo. Following its passage, the bushes shook violently, and several fist-sized, grayish-brown creatures resembling large beetles, adorned with 2 pairs of translucent wings, buzzed into the air, scattering in all directions. Were they wind shadow weasels? No, they were more akin to beetles. Lin Luo's mind stirred as he focused his gaze. The fleeing beetles shimmered in the morning light, their wing edges glinting with an exceedingly faint, rainbow-like metallic sheen. Were they rainbow-winged beetles? A low-tier insect-type magical beast that preferred decaying matter and certain fungi, possessing moderate flight speed but low defensive capabilities. They were generally non-aggressive, yet typically sensitive to areas rich in energy, particularly those associated with spatial or elemental anomalies. Lin Luo recalled the account he had glimpsed in the abandoned tome while in Greyrock Town, his attention immediately honing in on the thicket from which the rainbow-winged beetles had fled. There appeared to be nothing particularly unusual there. Behind the thicket loomed a steep rock face, thickly draped in moss and climbing plants, blending seamlessly into the surrounding environment. However, the rainbow-winged beetle's sensitivity to energy, coupled with the unmistakable warning from the silver-haired creature indicating a disturbance, heightened Lin Luo's vigilance. A Tai, be on guard. A Z. Sense the area over there for any traces of mental interference or illusions, Lin Luo whispered, gripping his dagger tightly and maximizing his basic attribute perception. A Tai's massive form lowered slightly, its dull yellow eyes fixing on the rocky slope, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat. A Z peeked out from the bark pouch at Lin Luo's waist, its amethyst-like compound eyes trained on the thicket as a faint, nearly imperceptible wave of mental energy quietly radiated outward. Moments later, a Z conveyed a flicker of confusion and a hint of interference through its mental waves. It seemed to perceive something, yet the distortion was subtle and not of the illusion type it was adept at. It resembled a naturally occurring energy field, causing a slight distortion in perception. Lin Luo nodded. Cautiously, he parted the thicket and approached the rocky slope. The moss on the wall was thick and moist, with climbing plants entwined in a natural manner. He gently scraped at a thicker patch of moss with the tip of his dagger, revealing the ordinary grayish-brown rock beneath, its texture rough and cold to the touch. Could this merely be the nest of the rainbow-winged beetles? Or had they stumbled upon some unique fungi? Lin Luo pondered. Yet his instincts suggested there was more to it than met the eye. He extended his hand, pressing his palm against the slick surface of the rock, closing his eyes as he delved into himself, attempting to share the faint sensation of the earth with a Tai, seeking to attune himself to the pulse of the rocky wall. Cold, heavy, and lifeless, this was the most common feedback from the stone. Yet gradually, aided by his heightened basic attribute perception and sharpening intuition, he sensed an exceedingly faint, indescribable dissonance. Beneath the tranquil surface of a lake, an almost imperceptible undercurrent stirs, akin to a flawless canvas where a corner's pigment gleams with a subtle darkness, out of harmony with the rest. This dissonance does not stem from the rock face itself, but rather from the space beyond it. It is as if this seemingly solid rock wall possesses, in some dimension, a delicate and elusive fold or fissure that connects it to the surrounding space. Is it an anomaly of space, or merely an illusion? Lin Luo abruptly opened his eyes. He recalled the ability bestowed by the core of the divine fall, which allowed him to sense meanings and fluctuations of energy. He also remembered a Tai's perception of earth elements and Aziz's keen sensitivity to mental disturbances. He endeavored to condense his perception into a singular force, no longer dispersed, but rather, like a needle, piercing towards the epicenter of this dissonance. As the concentrated perception reached that point, deep within his mind, the dormant dark golden core of the divine fall seemed to stir, trembling ever so slightly. Simultaneously, the seemingly ordinary rocky slope before him undulated like water, sending out barely discernible, faint ripples. Moss, vines, and the rock's texture momentarily distorted and echoed, reminiscent of poor signal reception. Following this, an exceedingly faint yet ancient, weathered, and oddly ethereal energy emanated from the center of the ripples, like the breath of a slumbering giant, brushing against Lin Luo's face. This aura was faint, yet it bore a resemblance to the subtle spatial fluctuations he had sensed earlier when discovering fragments of empty crystal stone and metallic remnants in the sewer. However, it was more intricate, intertwined with elements of wind, earth, and a whisper of coldness akin to starlight. An illusion. Indeed, something lay behind this rock wall. Furthermore, this illusion was not composed solely of mental force or magic. It seemed intricately linked to spatial energy, natural force fields, and even certain geological characteristics of the rock itself, exhibiting remarkable sophistication. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by the rainbow-winged insect, the alert from Little Silver, Aziz's perception, combined with his own unique sensing ability and the faint resonance of the divine fall core, it would have been nearly impossible to uncover. Lin Luo's heart raced with excitement at the discovery of a secret while remaining wary of the unknown. He took 2 steps back, scrutinizing the area with care. The center of the illusion was not extensive, roughly covering a section of the rock wall that was 7 to 8 feet wide and taller than a person. The transition at the edges to the surrounding stone was nearly flawless. He gestured to Atai to approach and gently touched the middle of this dissonant area with his paw, applying just a bit of pressure to test it. Atai understood and raised his forepaw, lightly pressing the relatively flat back of his paw against the center of the discordant zone. The moment his paw made contact with the rock wall, the watery ripples reappeared, more pronounced than before. Simultaneously, Atai conveyed through their soul link that the sensation felt somewhat insubstantial, unlike genuine rock, as if separated by a resilient membrane. It is an illusion. There should be emptiness behind it. Atai, see if you can push it aside or tear it open, Lin Luo concluded. A thunderous growl emanated from Atai as its claws extended slightly, pressing against the rock wall, summoning its strength. Rather than employing brute force, it gripped with its claws, compressing and tearing inward. The dark blue carapace shimmered momentarily with a warm, earthy glow, indicative of the earth energy coursing within. A sound akin to fabric being slowly torn, interspersed with the delicate crackle of tiny crystals shattering, filled the air. Under the dual influence of Atai's might and the earth energy, the illusion of the rock wall twisted and contorted like a crumpled painting, culminating in a soft pop, reminiscent of a soap bubble bursting, as it completely dissipated. With the illusion gone, the authentic scene was revealed, a dark, gaping entrance to a cave, roughly half a person's height, partially concealed by fallen boulders. The edges of the entrance displayed irregular fractures, likely caused by some ancient force, perhaps a landslide or an explosion, rather than a natural formation. A gust of air, thick with dust, metallic rust, the mustiness of age, and an otherworldly ethereal essence, rushed forth from the cave. The entrance was too small for Atai to enter, so Lin Luo signaled for Atai to remain vigilant at the threshold while he took a deep breath, retrieving the warm sunstone wrapped in tattered cloth from his bosom. Unwrapping a few layers, he allowed the orange-red glow to illuminate the cave's interior before bending down to slip inside. Within the cave lay a short, sloping passage that could accommodate only one person at a time. The walls were smooth, showing signs of human excavation, yet marred by cracks and debris. After taking about a dozen steps, the passage opened up into a relatively spacious underground chamber. The glow of the warm sunstone was limited, illuminating only a small area, but it was sufficient for Lin Luo to discern part of the surroundings. This space was a dome-shaped underground cavern, approximately several zhang in circumference. One corner had completely collapsed, buried beneath massive stones and earth, while the opposite side remained intact, revealing remnants of human construction, fractured stone pillars, toppled platforms, and scattered, rusted metal frames and components. Their original forms barely discernible. The ground was thickly coated in dust, and in the corners thrived resilient moss and fungi, emitting a ghostly green or pale blue luminescence, part of the ethereal essence encountered earlier. It resembled the ruins of an ancient research station, long abandoned, or perhaps the remnants of a small outpost. Lin Luo's heart quickened as he cautiously ventured forth, navigating around unstable debris and potential traps. His gaze swept over the fallen equipment. Most of the metal had corroded into crumbling fragments, yet some remnants bore faint, indecipherable runes or scales. At the center of the cavern, in a relatively open space, he discovered a complex circular pattern, approximately 3 feet in diameter, crafted from an unusual dark silver material. Neither metal nor stone. The center of the pattern was damaged, with many lines broken and blurred, yet it was discernible as the remnants of a magical array. Surrounding the magical array lay scattered fragments of dull, multicolored crystals, all devoid of luster, remnants of magical crystals drained of their power. In the shadow near a broken pillar at the edge of the array, Lin Luo's gaze was drawn to several glimmering specks. Faint yet conspicuous against the darkness, tiny grains of sand, silver-white with iridescent hues. These were remnants of empty crystals. Their quantity surpassed that which he had found in the sewer, and their quality appeared to be superior. They lay strewn across the ground, as if splattered from some shattered vessel or device. Lin Luo hurriedly approached, crouching down to carefully collect each fragment of empty crystal in his palm. There were about a dozen, collectively no larger than a fingernail. Yet each grain felt icy to the touch, as if miniature nebulae were slowly swirling within, emitting weak but distinct spatial fluctuations. Item: empty crystal, microparticle, grade, first tier, refined. Effect: contains relatively stable spatial attribute energy, suitable for low-tier spatial magic experiments, certain alchemical processes, or as a special energy source. Offers slight assistance in the restoration of core energy and expansion of spatial functions. Status: energy stable, capable of minimal absorption. Remark: higher quality microparticles of empty crystals, suspected to originate from a stable small-scale spatial rift or artificial spatial device. The residual spatial fluctuations in this area share the same source. Indeed, the quality of the empty crystals here is superior, seemingly connected to this ruin and the damaged array. Lin Luo carefully stored the fragments, suppressing his excitement, and began to search the ruins more thoroughly. Beneath an overturned stone platform, he discovered a notebook crafted from some resilient beast hide, though it lay tattered and eroded by moisture and time. Most of the pages were stuck together, the writing blurred, with only the edges of a few pages barely legible. He leaned closer to a warm sunstone, straining to read the faded, distorted text. Record: 73rd observation of rift stability, energy tidal peak, anomaly, star mark response, dull spatial readings, disordered suspected interference from unknown force, foundation stone, exhibiting cracks, warning. Anchor point fluctuations, intensifying. Recommendation: evacuate and seal, they are coming. The shadows must be eliminated. The subsequent writing was completely obscured by stains, rendering it illegible. The final pages were further marred by slashes from some sharp instrument, with several dark red, long-dried stains resembling blood. The fragmented terms: rift, star mark, foundation stone, anchor point, shadow, when pieced together, hinted at a chilling possibility. This ruin had once served as a research outpost for observing and possibly controlling a spatial rift or unstable spatial node. The shadows, likely the organization he had encountered in the sewer notes and old mine clues, had possibly led to this outpost's destruction or abandonment due to an attack or some unforeseen incident. Energy out of control. A shiver ran down Lin Luo's spine. In the depths of the sewers of Limestone Town, the old mining pit, and the ruins hidden within the dark forest, the tendrils of the shadow moon seemed to extend far beyond his imagination, harboring grander schemes. What were they truly seeking? What secrets lay concealed within these spatial fissures? He tucked away his tattered notes and continued his search. Within the innermost recesses of the ruins, he stumbled upon a more significant discovery nestled within a relatively intact niche embedded in the rock wall. To his astonishment, there lay a basin-sized hollow, meticulously carved from a solid piece of dark azure stone, resembling a flower pot. Within this hollow, an unusual soil of strange hues was layered, the upper stratum composed of delicate, silvery sand, while the lower stratum was rich, dark earth. To his amazement, several plants were thriving in this peculiar soil. One of them stood about half a foot tall, its body glistening like white jade, adorned with 3 tiny, tranquil blue flowers that emitted a serene fragrance. This was the spirit concentration flower, a rare herb of mid-grade rank, capable of effectively soothing the mind and accelerating the recovery of mental and magical energies, an invaluable asset for Lin Luo's currently depleted mental strength and his future cultivation. The other plant, nestled closely against the rock, bore 2 blossoms, their warm hue akin to yellow jade, with a thick umbrella-like cap adorned with natural cloud patterns, the earth spirit mushroom. This remarkable organism was far superior to the earth vein essence in its efficacy, containing pure elemental earth energy, offering unparalleled assistance to Autai in breaking through his latent potential. Clearly, these 2 entities had flourished over countless years, nourished by the peculiar energy field related to space and elements that lingered within the remnants of these ruins, possibly stemming from a fractured magic array or the dissipated energy of an empty crystal. They represented the most precious legacy left for future explorers by this desolate site. Even more thrilling for Lin Luo was the discovery of faint, yet slowly circulating traces of a damaged magical circuit etched onto the inner wall of the dark azure stone at the bottom of the hollow. This basin, along with the rock foundation beneath it, seemed to form part of a miniature, natural elemental convergence array, despite its severe disrepair and low efficiency. It was this very structure that had gathered the sparse energies remaining in the ruins, nurturing the spirit concentration flower and earth spirit mushroom. We've struck gold. This is truly a fortune, Lin Luo exclaimed, excitement causing his hands to tremble. He restrained the impulse to immediately harvest the plants, carefully observing his surroundings to ensure no danger lurked before cautiously excavating the spirit concentration flower and earth spirit mushroom along with a portion of the extraordinary soil. He wrapped them tenderly in the cleanest cloth he had on hand, the remnants of a bandage used for his wounds. With these two treasures, the recovery of his mental strength and Autai's advancement would accelerate significantly. After completing this task, Lin Luo meticulously searched the entire ruin once more, confirming that no other valuable items or evident dangers remained, before exiting the cave with a heart brimming with awe and joy at his bountiful harvest. Outside, the sunlight shone brightly. Upon seeing Lin Luo emerge safely, Autai let out a low growl in welcome. Little Silver returned to perch on Lin Luo's shoulder, curiously eyeing the bulging contents of his arms. Autai, Little Silver, Azi, we've found treasures. Lin Luo's face bore an irrepressible smile as he patted Atai's icy shell. Let us depart from this place and seek a more secure refuge, where we can thoroughly assess our gains. He cast a glance back at the entrance of the rock wall, now shrouded in an illusion that seemed to possess a slow self-repairing capability. His gaze was imbued with complexity. This ruin represented both peril and opportunity. It unveiled the deeper shadows of Shadow Moon while providing invaluable resources for rapid growth. Here, we could establish our secondary secret base. A decision crystallized in Lin Luo's mind. Once we delve deeper and strengthen our abilities, perhaps we might attempt to restore the fragmented elemental convergence array, transforming this place into a safer sanctuary for hiding and training. But for now, he needed to assimilate the fruits of their labor. Burdened by weighty packs and ponderous thoughts, Lin Luo and his companions vanished into the dense shadows of the Black Wind Forest. Shortly after their departure, the illusion of the rock wall, as if animated by life, slowly and laboriously began to mend the last remaining fissure, blending seamlessly back into the surrounding stone, as though nothing had ever transpired. Only the startled rainbow-winged insects lingered nearby, swirling anxiously among the trees, hesitant to return to the unsettling rock. Chapter 19. Encounter with bandits and the first large-scale conflict. The joy of their harvest was akin to a stone cast into a pond. The ripples quickly dissipated by the chilling winds of reality. Lin Luo, bearing the spirit-condensing flower, earth spirit mushroom, and precious particles of void crystal, chose not to return immediately to the initial rock crevice camp. He understood the adage that possessing treasures often invites misfortune, particularly in the lawless expanse of the Black Wind Forest, where any abnormal energy fluctuation or display of wealth could attract deadly covetousness. He opted for a temporary refuge located several miles from the secondary base of the ruins, a more concealed natural stone crevice nestled within a steep cliff. This location was shielded by the precipice, offering a broad view ahead, with only a narrow, rocky path leading up, making it easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Atai's hefty form blocked the entrance of the crevice, serving as a most reliable sentinel. Once settled, Lin Luo refrained from immediately consuming the spirit-condensing flower and earth spirit mushroom. Instead, he first ingested a small amount of the remaining blue star grass juice, employing his self-created breathing technique to expedite his recovery and stabilize his injuries. Then, he cautiously extracted a small petal from the spirit-condensing flower and placed it beneath his tongue. The petal dissolved upon contact, transforming into a cool, tranquil stream that flowed down his throat and surged into his mind. Instantly, the lingering discomfort and irritability caused by heightened vigilance, mental fatigue, and the backlash from their bond were gently soothed as if caressed by a tender hand. His weary spirit felt rejuvenated, akin to a parched riverbed receiving the purest of rain, with the recovery rate accelerating several-fold. Even his foundational attributes seemed to sharpen, becoming clearer and more acute. A splendid treasure, Lin Luo silently praised, unwilling to squander it. He promptly focused and guided the refreshing medicinal effect, harmonizing it with his breathing technique to nourish his depleted consciousness and mend the subtle wounds of his mind. He could sense his meager spiritual energy gradually and steadily rising at an unprecedented pace. At the same time, Atai had received a small, complete earth spirit mushroom. Lin Luo placed it before Atai, advising him to absorb it slowly, channel its energy to awaken the dormant areas within him, but to proceed with caution. Atai let out a low growl, nudging the smooth, jade-like mushroom with his nose, his dark yellow eyes filled with longing. He lay down, holding the earth spirit mushroom in his mouth, not swallowing it immediately, but instead pressing it with his tongue, gently coaxing his sparse earth magic into action, slowly guiding and absorbing the rich essence of earth elements contained within the mushroom. Through their soul link, Lin Luo could distinctly perceive a warm, golden energy, far gentler, yet more potent and pure than the fragments of earth vein essence, flowing into Atai's limbs and shell, especially penetrating the depths of his bloodline where silence had long been sealed. It was as if the frozen earth was being touched by the warm sun, with visible signs of melting and loosening starting to appear on the surface. The cracks in Atai's shell were visibly shallowing and healing, the dark blue sheen becoming more restrained and profound. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Strength and resources were steadily accumulating. However, the threat had not receded due to their caution. The resources at the periphery of the Black Wind Forest were limited, yet many covetous eyes were watching. On the evening of the third day, after Lin Luo concluded a deep meditation, feeling nearly half of his spiritual power restored, he emerged from the stone crevice, rejuvenated and ready to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, Xiao Yin, who was on guard duty, emitted a series of urgent, sharp warning cries. Spiraling down from the sky to perch on Lin Luo's shoulder, its silver eyes fixed intently on the direction of the valley below. Were there intruders? Beasts? A tightness gripped Lin Luo's heart as he crouched low, signaling Atai and a Z to remain silent, then crawled to the edge of the stone crevice. Hiding behind a protruding rock, peering through the sparse underbrush, he looked down. Below lay a narrow, gravel-strewn valley, where a small stream meandered through. At that moment, 7 or 8 shadowy figures were gathered around a relatively flat riverbank, seemingly arguing and rummaging for something. Their attire was disheveled, and their weapons varied. Some wielded machetes. Others carried hunting bows, while 2 were accompanied by low-tier contract beasts, a one-eyed gray-maned wolf and a gaunt, bony, iron-beaked vulture. Most of them bore injuries, their expressions weary yet fierce, their eyes brimming with the unique greed, brutality, and restlessness of desperate underlings. They were bandits. Judging by their appearance and aura, they were likely the very group of wolf bandits warned about on the old Cripple's map, notorious for lurking around the periphery of the Black Wind Forest. How had they found their way here? Lin Luo's heart sank. This area was quite deep into the outskirts of the Black Wind Forest, seldom traversed by ordinary adventurers or hunters. Just then, coarse curses and a few brief cries of pain echoed through the valley. Lin Luo focused intently, observing a group of bandits seemingly coercing 2 individuals clad in tattered leather armor, appearing to be solitary adventurers. One had already collapsed to the ground, while the other was being restrained by 2 assailants. The apparent leader, a burly man with a scarred face, was striking the adventurer's face with a chipped curved blade, seemingly interrogating him. The distance was too great to discern the specifics of their exchange. However, it soon became evident that the scarred leader had obtained the information he sought. With a sinister grin, he delivered a swift blow. A flash of cold steel glinted, and the captive adventurer's scream abruptly ceased as he crumpled to the ground. The other fallen adventurer received a final strike as well. The act of murder and plunder was executed with brutal efficiency, devoid of mercy. Lin Luo's gaze was frigid, yet his heart remained largely unmoved. Such scenes were not uncommon in the Black Wind Forest. Currently, he was unable to ensure his own safety, let alone recklessly intervene to save others. However, just as he prepared to quietly retreat back into the crevice to avoid detection, the subsequent actions of the scarred leader caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The leader kicked aside the corpses and bent down to search the lifeless adventurers, retrieving several deflated coin pouches and some assorted trinkets, which he carelessly tossed to his subordinates. He then approached the riverbank, crouching to meticulously examine the ground, even scooping a handful of soil to smell it. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his piercing gaze sweeping across the surrounding cliffs. particularly lingering in the general direction of Lin Luo's hiding spot among the stones. Although obscured by dense foliage and distance, Lin Luo could not ascertain whether the leader had truly spotted something, yet an overwhelming sense of unease gripped him instantly. What were they searching for? Had they followed the two adventurers? Or had they discovered traces of their activities? Lin Luo's thoughts raced. He recalled that in recent days, in search of food and water, he and Atai had indeed traversed this valley, and despite their cautiousness, Atai's enormous size and heavy footsteps inevitably left some signs, especially on the soft riverbanks and muddy terrain. At that moment, the scarred leader seemed to utter something to a subordinate accompanied by an iron-beaked vulture. The subordinate nodded and patted the vulture beside him. The gaunt creature reluctantly flapped its wings and took to the air, beginning to circle low over the valley, its sharp eyes scanning the forest below like a vigilant scanner. Aerial reconnaissance. Though the vulture appeared to be in poor condition and its breath weak, its innate high-altitude vision granted it a significant advantage in searching the ground. "This is bad," Lin Luo silently exclaimed, quickly retreating behind the rock. Whispering to Xiaoyin, "Xiaoyin, stay put and do not let that vulture spot you." Simultaneously, he informed Atai and Z through their link to prepare for battle or retreat. Xiaoyin understood immediately. Suppressing her presence and pressing her body tightly against the rock face behind Lin Luo, her silvery feathers nearly blending into the stone in the dim light. Yet, trouble was still looming. The iron-beaked vulture circled in the sky several times, seemingly unable to pinpoint Lin Luo's hiding place. However, its trajectory drew increasingly closer to the mountain wall. It appeared to have developed a particular interest in this region's terrain, repeatedly gliding near a moist rock face where a stream emerged. Lin Luo recognized the spot. It was a place where Atai had recently trampled while drinking water. Although Atai had swept his tail to obscure some of the tracks, upon closer inspection, anomalies were still discernible. Indeed, the bandits below had also noticed the vulture's peculiar behavior. The scar-faced leader squinted and gestured with his hand. Several subordinates immediately fanned out, encircling the base of the rock wall, weapons drawn and expressions vigilant. Had they been discovered, or was it merely a suspicion? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Luo's forehead. There were 8 of them, at least 2 of whom, the scar-faced leader and the one controlling the vulture, were low-tier warriors or beast tamers. The others exuded the air of desperate rogues. Although Atai's defense was formidable, they were outnumbered, and the aerial unit posed a significant distraction. A direct confrontation offered no chance of victory. To flee? Where could he escape? Behind the rock crevice lay a sheer cliff. There was only one path down, which had already been encircled. Fighting was the only option, and it had to be swift. They could not afford to be entangled or attract more adversaries. Lin Luo swiftly made his judgment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He glanced down at the bandits, cautiously searching above and then at the circling vulture, a plan rapidly forming in his mind. Atai, he conveyed his tactical intentions through their link. When they drew nearer and reached the rocky slope halfway up the mountain, charge down without hesitation, targeting the foremost leader with the knife. Use your utmost strength to strike him. Then retreat immediately to the right, towards the pile of boulders, drawing them after you. Xiaoyin, when Atai descends to create chaos, you will fly out from the flank with utmost speed and attack the vulture. There is no need to kill it, just disrupt it, drive it away, or injure it, ensuring it can no longer provide visibility. Z. Utilize your illusions to create several indistinct shadows and sounds resembling our escape among the boulders in the direction of Atai's retreat, to confuse them and buy us time. The commands were swift and unequivocal. Atai emitted a low, understanding rumble from his throat, his massive form subtly adjusting its angle, muscles in his hind legs tensing. Xiaoyin's silver eyes sparkled with combat fervor as she gently flapped her wings. From the shadows, Z also emanated a palpable surge of latent energy. The bandits below remained oblivious, still cautiously ascending the steep slope in a fan formation. They maintained a distance of several paces from one another, responding to each other with a semblance of tactical coordination, clearly not a mere rabble. The scar-faced leader moved forward in the center, his curved blade glinting ominously as his hawk-like gaze scanned every suspicious shadow above. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps. The 3 individuals at the forefront ascended the gravel slope, their distance from the crevice where Lin Luo concealed himself dwindling to less than 30 paces. It was then that they could distinctly perceive the grotesque scars on their faces and the ferocity in their eyes. Suddenly, a deafening roar, imbued with savage power, erupted from the crevice above, akin to thunder striking the ground, reverberating through the air. Following this, a tie, with a massive form reminiscent of a mountain draped in iron hues, surged forth from the fissure with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a rampaging war chariot, hurtling down the steep gravel slope. With each thunderous step, the ground trembled and gravel flew, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. The overwhelming force and pressure rendered the bandits below pale with fear. What is that? A beast. A colossal lizard. Get out of the way. The air was filled with frantic exclamations and curses. The three at the forefront bore the brunt of the chaos, their hearts racing as they tumbled to the sides, desperately attempting to evade Ataya's path. Yet, Ataya's target was unmistakably the scar-faced leader, who had just raised his curved blade in an attempt to mount a counterattack. The scar-faced leader, startled and furious, had not anticipated such a ferocious creature lurking in the mountains. However, being a seasoned outlaw, he reacted swiftly. As Atai charged closer, he rolled to the side, his curved blade slicing through the air in an attempt to strike at Atai's relatively vulnerable abdomen. Clang! The blade collided with Atai's side, producing a resounding clash of metal and sparks flying. Yet, how robust was Atai's armor? The strike merely left a faint white mark, failing to breach the protective shell. The tremendous recoil, however, caused the scar-faced leader's hand to ache, nearly dislodging the blade from his grasp. Although Atai's charge missed its intended target, the resulting shockwave and flying debris caused the scar-faced leader to stagger, his vitality surging in tumult. Unfazed by the missed strike, Atai adhered to Lin Luo's command. After careening down the gravel slope, he executed a sharp turn, his powerful tail sweeping across, sending a nearby bandit, who had just regained his footing, flying with a cry of despair before bolting towards the chaotic pile of rocks on the right, his heavy footsteps echoing as he swiftly departed. Pursue. Do not let it escape. The scar-faced leader, both alarmed and furious, steadied himself and bellowed. His subordinates, realizing Atai was fleeing and noting their leader appeared uninjured, mustered their courage and shouted, ready to give chase. However, at that very moment, a piercing shriek, akin to the sound of metal being rent asunder, sliced through the air. A silvery figure, like a flash of lightning, erupted from the thicket above the crevice, moving with such speed that it left only a faint afterimage in its wake, darting toward the iron-beaked vulture that was still hovering low. Seemingly stunned by Atai's sudden appearance, it was Xiaoyin. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos Atai had created, it launched a surprise attack. The vulture, caught off guard, barely had time to react before Xiaoyin was upon it. Its sharp talons aimed directly for the base of the creature's wings, while its pointed beak targeted its eyes with lethal intent. The vulture, in a state of utter panic, flapped and dodged desperately, emitting a mournful wail as several dark gray feathers were plucked by Xiaoyin, drifting through the air. Although Xiaoyin lacked the power of lightning and was not particularly strong in attack, her remarkable flying skills and speed, combined with the element of surprise, allowed her to swiftly overwhelm the already feeble vulture, rendering it incapable of maintaining effective aerial surveillance as it fled clumsily into the distance, preoccupied with its own survival. My bird. The bandit controlling the vulture was filled with rage and frustration, yet was unable to act, for Atai had already plunged into the rocky pile, and the scar-faced leader was in hot pursuit. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred at the rocky mound. Several indistinct shadows, undulating like ripples in water and incongruous with their surroundings, abruptly flashed behind a few large boulders, accompanied by faint sounds resembling hurried footsteps and soft gasps, swiftly moving deeper into the chaos of stones. It was an illusion crafted by Z. Although limited by her current strength and energy, the illusion was crude and fleeting. Yet in the dim light and complex terrain, amidst the panic, it was sufficient to deceive the senses. Over there. Pursue. The scar-faced leader, without a hint of doubt, saw the shadows and heard the sounds, immediately leading his men into the rocky pile in an attempt to encircle and intercept the fleeing foes. Meanwhile, the true Lin Luo, at the moment Xiaoyin launched her attack to divert the vulture and some of the attention, had silently descended from the steeper and more concealed side of the rocky cliff like a nimble monkey. After landing and rolling, he swiftly burrowed into the dense underbrush below, then fled headlong in the opposite direction of the chaos created by Atai and Z, racing upstream through the valley. He paid no heed to a Tai and a Z. A Tai, rugged and resilient, would surely find an opportunity to shake off their pursuers after leading them astray according to their plan, and wait at a prearranged hidden rendezvous. A Z, being more discreet, would immediately slip away once her illusion dissipated. After distracting the vulture, Xiaoyin would also quickly disengage, soaring high to follow Lin Luo. His plan had succeeded. By utilizing a Tai's feigned assault to attract attention, Xiaoyin's surprise interference in the air, and a Z's misleading illusion, he had created a precious window for escape. Though fraught with risk, this was the sole method to triumph against the strong while being outmatched, unveiling a path amidst dire circumstances. Behind him, frantic shouts and the clashing of weapons against stones echoed from the direction of the rocky pile, clearly indicating that the bandits had been led astray by the illusion and a Tai, temporarily pursuing the wrong direction. Lin Luo dared not linger for a moment, exerting every ounce of strength to sprint through the rugged mountainous terrain. His heart raced within his chest, his lungs burned with exertion. Yet the will to survive propelled him forward without a hint of diminished speed. He was unaware of how this conflict would conclude, nor whether the Lin Wolf band would relent. But for now, at least, they were safe. Moreover, through this ordeal, Lin Luo gained a deeper understanding of team leadership, tactical application, and the brutality of the Black Wind Forest. The enmity with the Lin Wolf had been firmly established. As he ran, Lin Luo's gaze was as cold as iron. Chapter 20. Standing firm in the Blackwind Forest, the path ahead is long. The night enveloped the Blackwind Forest like an immense, ink-soaked velvet curtain, gradually dimming the vibrant cacophony of birdsong and insect chirping that had filled the day. In their stead arose the subtle rustling of nocturnal creatures and the distant, haunting howls of unknown beasts echoing through the vast canyons and mountains, adding an air of primal wilderness to the atmosphere. Lin Luo leaned against a cold, damp boulder, seated at the concealed entrance of a hidden cave. This cave, nestled behind a waterfall, was shrouded by cascading water and hanging vines, rendering it exceedingly discreet. It served as a new secret rendezvous point for him and his companions, a Tai, Xiaoyin, and a Z, after their escape from the initial rocky camp and the second ruined base, as well as their recent flight from the pursuers of the Lin Wolf bandits. A small fire crackled carefully in the depths of the cave, fueled by dry twigs and collected pine resin. Though modest in size, the flames were sufficient to dispel the cave's chill and illuminate the figure of one human and 3 beasts gathered around it. A Tai's massive form nearly occupied half the cave, lying on its side. Its dark blue shell glimmered with a warm, rich sheen in the flickering firelight. The shell, having been nurtured by the essence of the earth and the soil spirit mushroom, appeared even denser and more resilient after absorbing the mushroom's essence, subtly radiating a muted earthy glow. With closed eyes and a long, steady breath, it was deeply digesting the immense energy bestowed by the soil spirit mushroom, recuperating from the exertion of the day's charges and escapes, while persistently challenging the deep-seated barriers within its bloodline. Each breath resonated with the rhythm of the earth, making the entire cave pulse gently in unison. Xiaoyin perched atop a Tai's broad back, meticulously preening its silvery feathers with its beak. Although it had not directly engaged in the fierce battles during the day, its efforts to drive away the vultures and maintain vigilance from above had also taken a toll. The tuft of thunder feathers on its forehead remained dim, yet its gaze was bright and sharp, showing a marked improvement from its initial recovery. The small drop of concentration flower nectar Lin Luo had previously fed it not only accelerated its recovery, but seemed to enhance its sensitivity to the wind and thunder elements slightly. Azi lay quietly in the shadows at Lin Luo's feet, its amethyst-like body nearly invisible in the firelight, perfectly merging with the darkness. It had expended the most energy, creating illusions to confuse 7 or 8 foes, a considerable strain for one still in its juvenile stage. At this moment, it was in a state akin to deep meditation, slowly recuperating. Delicate strands of ethereal mental threads, like an invisible spider's web, radiated from its center, extending quietly toward the cave entrance and the crevices of the rock wall, establishing the most fundamental form of mental alertness. As for Lin Luo, he was savoring a small piece of roasted, savory meat from the hind leg of a hard-furred mole that a Tai had deftly dispatched during the day, washing it down with clear spring water. The meat was tough and devoid of seasoning, yet he consumed it with great care, attuning himself to the transformation of food into energy, replenishing the stamina he had expended. His complexion remained somewhat pallid, with the bruises and abrasions on his body not yet fully healed. However, his gaze shone with an extraordinary brilliance and tranquility, akin to tempered cold steel. The brief yet perilous confrontation with the Lin Wolf bandits during the day marked their first significant clash with an organized and formidable adversary since entering the Blackwind Forest. Although they narrowly escaped through tactical ingenuity and teamwork, the issues laid bare and looming crises weighed heavily on Lin Luo's mind. Their strength was still insufficient. As he swallowed the last morsel of meat and gazed into the flickering campfire, he silently reflected. Atai possessed formidable defense and strength, yet its offensive capabilities were limited, with speed being its Achilles heel. Against a numerically superior enemy that understood the value of coordination, it risked being ensnared easily. Moreover, its dormant potential remained the greatest shackle. Unable to unleash true power, every forced activation brought the threat of backlash. Xiaoyin was swift and possessed keen reconnaissance abilities, yet its offensive power was weak, rendering it of limited use in direct combat. The restoration of the lightning ability seemed a distant prospect. Aziz's illusions and mental interference proved remarkably effective, but at a great cost and for a brief duration. Against resolute foes or those with strong mental fortitude, its efficacy diminished. As for himself, having only just embarked on the path of physical cultivation, while his strength and defense had improved, he was still far from being a true warrior. His combat skills were rudimentary, relying more on instinct and theoretical knowledge from a previous life. His mental prowess was an advantage, yet his foundational attributes of perception and command had been largely depleted, leaving him devoid of direct offensive or defensive means. The Lin Wolf bandits, merely a force on the periphery of the Blackwind Forest, displayed such scale and ferocity. What of the more powerful beasts deeper within? What of the potential hidden forces connected to the Shadow Moon? Would the Kate family and the Black Wolf mercenary corps simply let matters rest? The crisis loomed like a sword suspended above, never far from reach. What they possessed now was merely a temporary refuge, not entirely secure, a few nascent resources, and an immature team. The road ahead was long and fraught with thorns. Yet Lin Luo's gaze slowly swept across his companions. Atai's steady breathing offered a solid sense of security. Xiaoyin's sharp eyes were vigilant sentinels in the darkness. Aziz's serene presence provided silent guardianship. Furthermore, within his arms, he held the remaining petals of the spirit flower and fragments of the void crystal, alongside a tattered notebook filled with yet-to-be-understood clues. They were not devoid of all hope. The arduous months spent struggling for survival in the Blackwind Forest, though brutal, had yielded palpable growth. From the naive and despairing servant boy at the abandoned isolation site of Canaan Academy to now, capable of hunting, gathering, strategizing, and leading his companions in skirmishes within the perilous forest. From having but a solitary, withdrawn Atai to now possessing a nascent team with initial aerial reconnaissance, Xiaoyin, illusionary support, Aziz, and the promising prospect of logistical support from the unhatched Shadow Queen larvae. From a state of complete ignorance of this world, frail in body, to embarking on the path of physical cultivation, endowed with a unique mental strength, and acquiring the core of divine fall along with the secret art of convergence. He began to approach the threshold of power. More importantly, he was no longer alone. He had companions to whom he could entrust his back, responsibilities to protect, and a clear goal to strive for, to grow stronger, to survive, to safeguard his allies, and to unravel the mysteries of the divine fall core and the Shadow Moon. In this vast and perilous world, he sought to find his rightful place. The crackling of the campfire illuminated the increasingly vibrant and resolute flame in the boy's eyes. He rose, approached the cave entrance, parted the vines, and gazed into the pitch-black yet star-studded night sky. The night breeze, laden with the mist of waterfalls and the freshness of the forest, brushed against him, tousling his unruly hair. The Blackwind Forest was vast and treacherous. Yet here, it had become the starting point of his transformation, the first true home and arena for him and his companions. Atai, he murmured, his voice softly echoing within the cave. Once your state of dormancy eases a bit more, we shall venture into that secret realm of the Earth's veins. Perhaps there, you can truly break free from your cocoon. Atai, seemingly hearing him in slumber, emitted a vague, agreeing gurgle from his throat. Xiaoyin, we must also find a way to rapidly restore your lightning abilities. Deep within the Blackwind Forest, there may exist places akin to Thunder Valley. We need more resources of the lightning attribute. Xiaoyin lifted her head, her silver eyes glinting sharply in the darkness, letting out a soft chirp in response. Az, your illusions and mental prowess are our most vital support. Moving forward, aside from recovery, we must also explore the development of your additional capabilities, such as more intricate mental links or creating more complex composite illusions. From the shadows, Az emitted a faint yet clear wave of mental energy, imbued with curiosity and interest. As for myself, Lin Luo clenched his fist, feeling the faint, intangible presence of Atai's draconic physique beneath his skin, and the warm current circulating through his meridians, gradually strengthening due to the convergence and breathing techniques. The path of physical cultivation must not falter. The secrets of the divine fall core must be unraveled gradually. The empty crystal stones and those clues also require opportunities for investigation, not to mention earning money. Collecting more resources, equipment, potions, and knowledge, each short-term and long-term goal crystallizing clearly in his mind. The previous confusion and aimlessness were slowly supplanted by a proactive and meticulously planned ambition. He returned to the campfire, retrieving from his pocket the tattered notes acquired from the ruins, and by the flickering light, he strained to decipher the indistinct characters once more. Shadow Star Anchor Point. The secret of Greystone, Shadow Moon. What are your true intentions? What secrets lie hidden in Greystone Town? And how do they relate to the Divine Fall core and these spatial rifts? There were many questions. Yet, Lin Luo understood that with his current strength, recklessly probing into these matters would be tantamount to courting death. He needed more power, more information, and a more solid foundation. He carefully tucked away his notes and gently caressed the few icy, crystalline particles nestled within his bosom, each pulsating with peculiar spatial fluctuations. Perhaps when the rift of the spiritual contract stabilizes, he could attempt to conduct some experiments with them. As night deepened, the cave's flickering fire gradually dwindled, ultimately transforming into a small mound of dark red embers, exuding residual warmth. Atai's breathing was calm and prolonged, while Xiaoyin nestled his head beneath his wings, and Az completely melded into the shadows. Lin Luo leaned against Atai's warm side, closing his eyes. Instead of succumbing to slumber immediately, he delved within himself, guiding the residual medicinal energy of the concentration flower, harmonizing it with his breathing techniques for one final session of meditation before sleep. Simultaneously, he mentally replayed the battles of the day, reflecting on lessons learned and contemplating the myriad possibilities of the future. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, slowly submerging his consciousness. Yet, in the fleeting moment before drifting into dreams, a lucid thought crystallized within the depths of his awareness. Like an unquenchable star in the dark, we have arrived at the Black Wind Forest, and we shall not depart lightly. Here shall be the first stepping stone for the rise of the Wasteland Brigade. And tomorrow, the sun would rise as usual, heralding training, hunting, exploration, and the relentless pursuit of strength. The road ahead is long, yet I have already set forth upon it. Chapter 21. The clamor of Wind Whisper City and the side gate of Canaan at the edge of the Black Wind Forest. It appeared as though an invisible hand had violently cleaved through. The endless, sun-blocking expanse of dark green forest abruptly ceased, replaced by a relatively open area adorned with low shrubs and exposed gray-white boulders. The air, which had been perpetually thick with the mingled scents of decaying organic matter, moisture, and the stench of magical beasts, gradually thinned here, supplanted by a drier breeze carrying traces of dust and human activity. Lin Luo stood at the edge of the final massive shade, squinting into the distance. At the horizon's end, a vast, sprawling gray-white silhouette loomed, resembling a slumbering giant sprawled upon the earth. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, casting a golden-red, blurred outline upon the silhouettes of the uneven towers and city walls. Countless tiny black dots, akin to returning ants, scurried beneath the giantess' feet. They were the bustling roads leading to that city, Wind Whisper City. It is one of the significant strongholds of the eastern provinces of the Canaan Empire, strategically positioned at the eastern end of the Sign Corridor, guarding the junction of the human kingdom, the Orc Wasteland, and the Elven Forest. Here, it is not only a military stronghold, but also a melting pot for merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, and even fugitives traversing from south to north, a place where opportunities and dangers coalesce. Finally, he had emerged. Lin Luo softly exhaled a breath laden with the dampness of the forest, his voice somewhat hoarse. The coarse cloth outer garment, stripped from a bandit and hastily mended, had long been tattered by thorns, stained with dirt and dried marks of indiscernible hues. His hair lay in disarray, tangled together, and his face bore the rugged traces sculpted by prolonged exposure to the wilderness, marked by the sun and harsh winds. Only those eyes, beneath the stains and fatigue, remained bright and sharp, akin to polished obsidian, glimmering with an unmatched tranquility and vigilance that belies their age. Behind him, Atai's massive form is nearly engulfed by the shadows of the trees. The dark blue shell absorbs much of the light, rendering it akin to a breathing, moss-covered rock. Only the occasional gust of heavy breath, exuding a scent of earth from its nostrils, and those eyes, resembling faint yellow flames in the shadows, signify its presence. Sustained by the nurturing essence of the earth's spirit mushrooms and indirectly influenced by the aura of the hidden earth vein, yet to be entered. The cracks on its body have largely healed, its shell's hue deepening and becoming more reserved, while its size appears to have subtly increased. Crouching there, it exudes an unyielding stability and an oppressive aura. The shallow knife marks left from encounters with marauders have long since vanished. Little Silver perches atop a weathered giant rock not far away, its silvery feathers shimmering in the sunlight, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dull environment. It is preening its plumage with grace, yet its silver eyes intermittently scan the sky and distant paths with caution. The thunder plume on its forehead remains dim, but its flight is vigorous, indicating a complete recovery from its severe injuries. It seems to harbor an instinctual aversion and wariness towards the distant bustling city, emitting a slight, restless rumble from its throat. As for Azi, it is entirely out of sight. It has already burrowed up Lin Luo's pant leg into the specially thickened, softly moss-lined bark pouch. Through a faint psychic link, Lin Luo senses it is in a semi-dormant state, sustaining its existence with minimal energy. This raw, emotionally charged urban environment poses a significant impact on its sensitive senses. Meanwhile, the queen bee egg, recently named Shadow by Lin Luo, continues to absorb energy slowly in a warm corner of the spiritual contract gap, carefully shielded from most external perceptions. Do not worry, Little Silver, Atai, Lin Luo turned, patting Atai's cool shell and gesturing soothingly to Little Silver on the rock. We are merely pausing there temporarily, seeking opportunities to learn and acquire what we need. Just as we did in the Black Wind Forest, cautious, low-key, avoiding trouble, yet unafraid of it. Atai emitted a low rumble from its throat, signaling understanding. Little Silver ceased its preening, tilting its head, its silver eyes regarding Lin Luo as if drawing confidence from his calm tone. It chirped softly and took flight, landing on Lin Luo's opposite shoulder, as it now preferred not to stay on Atai's back for extended periods unless it needed to rest. Lin Luo retrieved the tattered notebook, bound with fine hemp rope, salvaged from the ruins, and touched the carefully stored focus flowers and shards of empty crystal in soft tree bark. This constituted all of his possessions at this moment, a fragment of the key to his future. Let us proceed into the city. We require information, maps, an understanding of Canaan Academy's admissions, a change of attire, and a warm meal. Lin Luo tucked the notes back into his bosom, tightening the rough, beast hide and vine-woven satchel on his back, which contained several pieces of dried meat, some herbs, and a few low-quality copper coins he had pilfered from the bodies of bandits. He set forth, heading towards the direction of Wind Whisper City. Atai followed him silently with heavy steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shaoyin soared once more, circling low, serving as a lookout. The distance from the forest edge to the towering walls of Wind Whisper City was still considerable. The path gradually became more distinct, transforming from a seldom trodden beast trail into a dirt road, worn by countless wheels and footsteps, marked by ruts and dust. Travelers began to appear along the way. There were heavily laden carts creaking under their burdens, with drivers bellowing coarse shouts, while the draft animals huffed and puffed. Mercenaries and adventurers, weary from their journeys, bore swords and displayed vigilant gazes. Well-dressed merchants or nobles traveled in closed carriages, while destitute refugees, ragged and burdened with families, exhibited vacant expressions. The air was thick with the mingled scents of dust, sweat, animal dung, and a medley of food and spices. The cacophony of voices, calls, arguments, the creaking of wheels, and the clatter of hooves coalesced into a massive, buzzing backdrop, assaulting Lin Luo's ears as he emerged from the serene woods. He lowered his head, allowing his disheveled hair to obscure part of his face, blending into the throng of people entering the city, making his way towards the grand gates constructed from enormous gray-white stones. The gates stood wide open, sufficient for several carriages to pass side by side. At the entrance stood 2 rows of city guards clad in iron-studded armor, wielding long pole arms, their expressions cold and indifferent. They scrutinized each individual entering the city with piercing gazes, occasionally halting suspicious figures for questioning and collecting entrance fees. Lin Luo's heart raced. His appearance, combined with Atai's presence, was too conspicuous. Though Atai had restrained most of his aura, the presence of a second-tier magical beast, albeit dormant, was still formidable. As he maneuvered through the crowd towards the city gates, the guard's eyes latched onto him, and Atai like hooks. "Halt!" commanded a soldier, his chin adorned with a short beard, stepping forward. His polearm pointed diagonally, blocking the way, his gaze sweeping over Lin Luo's tattered attire and Atai, his brow furrowed. "What is your business? Where do you hail from? And what creature is this behind you?" The surrounding crowd instinctively parted, casting curious, fearful, or even gleeful glances their way. Bringing a magical beast into the city was not uncommon, yet it was typically docile pack animals or small, ornamental creatures. Atai, however, exuded an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with, and the shabby appearance of his owner was bound to attract attention. Lin Luo took a deep breath. Forcing himself to remain composed, he raised his face slightly, displaying an expression that mixed fatigue, humility, and a hint of trepidation, an act he had mastered during the years of struggling for survival in the lower depths of Greystone Town. "My lord," he spoke, his voice raspy, imbued with a heavy accent, the origin of which was unknown. The young man hailed from the outskirts of the Blackwind Forest, a hunter's son whose family had fallen upon misfortune, leaving them unable to survive. He had heard that Wind Whisper City offered abundant opportunities and sought merely to earn a meager meal. "This here is the contract beast left to me by my father. Its name is Ironhead. It is a mutated ironback lizard, not particularly skilled, but sturdy and capable of assisting with heavy lifting and guarding." As he spoke, he gently patted Ironhead's shell. The creature obediently lowered its head, emitting a docile, almost endearing rumble from its throat, while its dark yellow eyes dulled with ferocity, appearing rather vacant. This transformation was the result of Lin Luo's persistent training and subtle suggestions throughout their journey. A mutated ironback lizard? The captain regarded Ironhead with a hint of skepticism, casting several scrutinizing glances at the creature. Its current demeanor bore resemblance to the more commonly found, relatively gentle ironback lizards employed for labor, albeit larger in size and darker in hue. However, given its mutation, this seemed plausible. Notably, he sensed no overwhelming aggression or peril emanating from the lizard, thanks to Ironhead's subdued state and its remarkable ability to conceal its aura. The entry tax is 1 silver coin per person, with an additional 2 silver coins for large contract beasts, the captain stated, his tone becoming somewhat more lenient, though his hand remained firmly on the hilt of his sword. 3 silver coins. Lin Luo's heart sank. His entire possession amounted to merely a handful of copper coins, remnants salvaged from bandits, barely enough to accumulate a single silver coin. The continent's currency consists of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, based on a decimal system. In the Blackwind Forest, hunting and gathering herbs sufficed for sustenance. Yet within the city, the absence of legitimate currency rendered one utterly helpless. He displayed an expression of just the right amount of embarrassment and pleading. "My lord, I truly possess no more than a few copper coins, barely gleaned from the road. Might you consider allowing me entry to seek employment, and I shall repay you promptly? Alternatively, I have some herbs collected from the mountains. Perhaps you would care to examine them?" He began to reach for the tattered bundle on his back. "Begone." The captain waved dismissively, impatience evident in his tone. "No money, no entry. Herbs? Who knows what weeds you have gathered? If you wish to enter, you must pay, or—" His gaze turned lecherous as it swept over Ironhead. "Leave the lizard here as collateral until you can return with the funds." Lin Luo felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Surrendering Ironhead was absolutely out of the question. His expression grew increasingly desperate as he rapidly devised a strategy. A forceful entry would be the worst course of action. It would not only expose his capabilities, but also swiftly land him on the wanted list of the city guards. Just as despair began to envelop him, contemplating whether to retreat and seek alternative means, a somewhat shrill voice, laced with a slick cadence, interjected from the side. "Oh, dear officer, why must you stoop to engage with a mere country bumpkin?" Lin Luo turned to the source of the voice, spotting a stout, middle-aged man, clad in a faded gray robe with several small cloth bags hanging from his waist, approaching him with an obsequious smile plastered across his face. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with thinning hair and eyes that darted about restlessly. He exuded the aura of a broker or local ruffian, one who frequented the city gates, orchestrating connections and introducing various jobs, including those of dubious legality. "Old Tom, is it you again?" The captain clearly recognized him, furrowing his brow, though his tone inadvertently softened. "So, you know this fellow?" "Well, now I do." The stout man, who introduced himself as Old Tom, grinned more obsequiously and leaned closer to the captain, subtly slipping him a small pouch of coins while lowering his voice. "You've worked hard, sir. Just a little something for the lads to enjoy a mug of ale." He continued, "This lad seems quite honest, hailing from a hunting background. He's got some strength. And he comes with a capable lizard. The old cripple's warehouse is in need of some hands lately, so I thought I'd bring him along for a trial. What do you say? Should we mark down the entry tax for now? Once he earns some money, he'll surely repay it. I, Old Tom, guarantee it." The captain weighed the light pouch in his hands, likely containing only a handful of copper coins, and glanced at the seemingly simple Lin Luo and the dazed Tai. Then cast a scrutinizing look at Old Tom's ingratiating yet evidently knowledgeable visage. With a huff, he pocketed the pouch and waved his hand dismissively. "All right. Since Old Tom vouches for you, you may enter. Remember, within 3 days, settle the tax, or don't blame me for lacking compassion." Yes, thank you, sir. You truly care for us common folk." Old Tom nodded and bowed, then turned, grabbing Lin Luo's arm, whispering, "Come now. Thank the sir, and follow me." Lin Luo instantly comprehended, quickly bowing in gratitude to the captain, then taking a Tai by the hand, who would follow on his own, and hastily followed Old Tom into the bustling and noisy Wind Whisper City. Upon entering, the cacophony and intricate aromas enveloped Lin Luo. The broad street, paved with irregular stones, was flanked by a succession of shops adorned with various signs. From the taverns came raucous calls and off-key songs, while the blacksmith's forge clanged rhythmically. The air was rich with a medley of scents: roasted meats, bread, cheap ale, spices, leather, and manure, all merging to create the city's distinctive fragrance. Pedestrians jostled against one another. Carts and wagons weaved through the throng, and the shouts of vendors echoed all around. Old Tom led Lin Luo down a slightly secluded alleyway cluttered with debris and refuse. Only when they reached the alley's depths did he halt, releasing Lin Luo's arm and turning to him, the ingratiating smile now replaced with a shrewd, calculating expression as he appraised Lin Luo and a Tai. "Where do you hail from, lad?" "Blackwind Forest. With your build and that iron-backed lizard, it's quite a stroke of luck to have made it out alive." Old Tom ran his fingers through his sparse hair, his gaze lingering on a Tai for a moment, uncertain whether it truly was an iron-backed lizard, but he chose not to press further. "You haven't a single coin to your name, do you?" Lin Luo steadied himself, understanding that with such a man, it was more prudent to display a hint of value rather than feign ignorance. He nodded earnestly. "Uncle Tom, I appreciate your intervention earlier. I indeed arrived from the west, and this is all I possess." He produced a tattered pouch filled with copper coins and poured out the meager collection of a mere dozen copper pieces. In addition, he revealed 3 carefully wrapped hemostatic herbs, encased in tree bark, which he had casually gathered at the edge of the Blackwind Forest. Although they were common items, their freshness and potent medicinal properties were commendable. Old Tom's eyes brightened as he took the hemostatic herbs and examined them closely, nodding in approval. "The quality is good. They are freshly picked." "Very well. I suppose you have something of value. As for the city entry tax, I shall cover it for you, along with the earlier gratuity for that military officer, totaling 5 silver coins." "What do you say? 5 silver coins? That is indeed a generous offer. The entry tax is at most 3 silver coins, and the gratuity likely amounts to merely a handful of copper pieces." However, Lin Luo did not haggle. He was completely broke and desperately in need of a place to stay and information, which Old Tom evidently could provide. He nodded in agreement. "All right. 5 silver coins it is." "Thank you, Uncle Tom. I am curious about the work at the old cripple's warehouse." "Hey, what's the rush?" Old Tom replied, tucking the hemostatic herbs into his pocket with a smile. "The old cripple does need help, but it's not a position for just anyone. You must first demonstrate whether you are truly capable of hard labor, and whether you yourself are fit for work. Let me first take you to a place where you can get settled, wash off that odor, and change into something presentable. The costs, of course, will be deducted from those 5 silver coins. As for the warehouse work, I will take you to try your hand at it tomorrow. If you succeed, you will be paid daily. Aside from repaying me, you may even earn a little extra. If not, well, then you will have to devise another way to repay me. Old Tom's tone left no room for rebuttal, clearly confident in his hold over Lin Luo, the newcomer. Lin Luo chose not to challenge this and nodded obediently. I will follow your arrangements, Uncle Tom. That's the spirit, Old Tom said, patting Lin Luo on the shoulder, though he grimaced slightly as his hand brushed against the filthy clothing. Come along, lad. By the way, what shall I call you? My name is Lin Luo. He provided his real name, believing that in this chaotic city of Wind Whisper, using his true identity would attract less attention. Lin Luo? Very well, I shall remember that. Let us proceed to Mole Alley. There are affordable lodgings there, Old Tom said, turning to walk down the alley, continuing to chatter about the customs and awareness required in Wind Whisper City. As a newcomer, listen more and speak less. You won't regret following me, Old Tom. Lin Luo, leading a tie, silently trailed behind, his gaze discreetly surveying the unfamiliar city and the self-proclaimed broker before him. He understood that stepping into Wind Whisper City meant entering a more intricate and perilous jungle. Here, gold coins, strength, connections, and information were the true currencies. Old Tom might just serve as his first stepping stone into this jungle, or perhaps the first trap. After traversing increasingly narrow, filthy alleys filled with an array of unpleasant odors, and avoiding several unfriendly glances from vagrants and inebriated mercenaries, Old Tom guided Lin Luo to a low, crowded area composed of hastily constructed shanties made from various substandard materials. Here lies Mole Alley, a gathering place for the impoverished denizens of the lower levels of Wind Whisper City, transient wanderers, and various unsavory characters. Old Tom, evidently well acquainted with this locale, exchanged greetings with a few elderly men huddled in the corners, basking in the sun with clouded gazes. He led Lin Luo through a labyrinth of paths, finally arriving at a makeshift shelter constructed from dilapidated wooden planks and tarpaulin, barely offering refuge from the elements. A tattered piece of fabric, too dirty to discern its original color, hung at the entrance, serving as a curtain. Here we are, he announced. 2 copper coins for a night's stay, which includes a meal of black bread and water. If you desire hot water for a bath, that will be an additional copper coin. As for clean clothes, I have some old ones available for 3 copper coins a set. Old Tom gestured towards the shelter and then to himself, listing prices with a straightforwardness that brooked no argument. Settle in, clean yourself up, and I'll return tomorrow morning to escort you to the warehouse. Lin Luo quietly calculated that merely for lodging, bathing, and changing clothes, he would nearly exhaust his meager supply of copper coins. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. He nodded, retrieved his coin pouch, and counted out 6 copper coins, choosing the bath and clean clothes. Old Tom accepted the coins, weighed them in his hand, and his face broke into a smile. Pleasant transaction. Wait here. I shall fetch your clothes and hot water. With that, he turned and slipped into a slightly more respectable shelter nearby. Lin Luo lifted the tattered curtain and stepped into what could only be termed a room. The space was cramped, containing a bed fashioned from planks and bricks, covered with moldy straw and a chipped clay jar. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of mildew and sweat. Yet for Lin Luo, who had just emerged from the treacherous and exposed Blackwind forest, this shelter provided at least a roof over his head, a semblance of safety for the time being. He instructed Atai to remain vigilant in the narrow space outside the shelter while he settled onto the bed, exhaling softly. Wind Whisper City, here I come. Canaan Academy. Await my arrival. First and foremost, I must survive at the bottom of this city. Chapter 22. An introduction to basic physical techniques and magical theory. The morning breeze carried the distinctive odor of Mole Alley, a noxious blend of refuse, sewage, and cheap food, seeping through the cracks of the rotting wooden planks and brushing against Lin Luo's face. He opened his eyes, lying on the straw-covered boards, quietly observing the suspiciously colored tarpaulin above him, through which a few beams of daylight managed to penetrate. Clad in a gray, patched, yet relatively clean burlap shirt and trousers provided by Old Tom, he found the coarse fabric far less abrasive than his previous rags. After hastily washing off years of grime with hot water last night and gnawing on a piece of bread as hard as stone, he had, for once, enjoyed a relatively peaceful slumber. Although the night in Mole Alley was far from tranquil, with distant echoes of drunken revelry and the weeping of women, there were no lurking beasts ready to pounce, nor the ominous sounds of pursuing footsteps. His physical exhaustion had eased considerably, and his spirit had been largely revitalized by the gentle nourishment of the concentration flower. Through the bond of souls, he could distinctly sense the state of Atai, who was lying outside the shelter, his body as solid as a boulder. The carapace glimmered with a muted sheen under the soft morning light, and his breathing was deep, still slowly digesting the residual energy of the earth's spirit mushrooms, impacting the tranquil barriers deep within his bloodline. Xiaoyin curled up in the hollow of Atai's neck, her silvery feathers appearing like a luminous tuft in the dim light, sleeping soundly. Aziz remained in her small bark pouch, still in slumber, while the eggs of the Shadow Bee Queen lay in the warm corner of the spiritual contract. Their life fluctuations steady and faint. A new city, a new day, a fresh challenge. Lin Luo sat up, stretching his somewhat stiff neck and shoulders. He needed to familiarize himself with this city swiftly, find channels for acquiring information, and more importantly, understand the way to enter the Canaan Academy, Wind Language Division. The old, crooked cargo depot mentioned by Old Tom was a starting point, but certainly not a long-term solution. He rose, lifted the door curtain, and stepped outside. The morning in Mole Alley was more vibrant and chaotic than the night. Women carried wooden buckets to the public well for water, men yawned as they prepared for work, and a few ragged children chased and frolicked in the muddy lane. Upon seeing Lin Luo and the imposing Atai behind him, many cast glances filled with curiosity, fear, or indifference. Atai seemed somewhat uncomfortable with the surroundings, his dark yellow eyes scanning warily, a low growl emanating from his throat. Lin Luo patted his shell, signaling him to relax. In such an environment, excessive vigilance would only attract attention. Soon, the stout figure of Old Tom appeared. Today, he had donned a somewhat cleaner brown coat, his face still adorned with that shrewd smile. Spotting Lin Luo, he waved, "Awake? Come on. I'll take you to the old cripple to try your hand at work. Remember, speak less, work more, and keep your big lizard alert. Don't break anything." "Understood, Uncle Tom." Lin Luo nodded, leading Atai, who was following on his own, to catch up. The old cripple's cargo depot was situated in the western district of Wind Language City, near the docks and warehouses. The streets here were somewhat wider but still chaotic, with a mingling of scents, fish, leather, spices, and various goods filling the air. The depot itself was a spacious yet rudimentary structure built from coarse logs, crammed with an assortment of merchandise, bundled beast hides, strangely scented ores, sealed wooden barrels, and mounds of grain sacks. A few bare-chested laborers, glistening with sweat, were laboriously moving goods under the direction of a one-legged old man with a white mane and a fearsome scar across his face, who leaned on a cane. This old man was the cripple, said to have been a formidable character in his youth, having lost a leg during an adventure, which led him to establish this depot. With sharp eyes and a temperamental disposition, he was currently berating a laborer for moving too slowly. "Old cripple, I've brought you a worker." Old Tom stepped forward. A smile plastered on his face. "This is the one I mentioned yesterday, Lin Luo, the hunter boy from the west, strong and accompanied by a capable big lizard." The old cripple ceased his tirade, his piercing gaze slicing through the air like a knife, scrutinizing Lin Luo and the formidable Atai behind him. Leaning on his cane, he limped forward, casting several assessing glances at Lin Luo before approaching Atai, tapping the hardened shell of the creature with his cane, neither too gentle nor too harsh. The dull thud resonated in the air. A flicker of intrigue danced in the old man's eyes. A mutated iron-backed lizard? Quite a size, and its shell is remarkably tough. Can it comprehend simple commands? "Indeed, Uncle," Lin Luo promptly replied, simultaneously conveying a thought of silence and the display of power to Atai through their connection. Atai, understanding the cue, emitted a low growl and approached a nearby pile of hefty stones bound with hemp ropes, bracing its head and shoulder against them, exerting a slight force. The ropes groaned under the strain, and to everyone's astonishment, the massive heap of stones was gradually pushed half a foot forward, leaving distinct drag marks on the ground. The surrounding laborers halted their tasks, gazing at Atai in astonishment. This mound of stones typically required at least 3 or 4 burly men to shift even slightly. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the old man's eyes, though his expression remained stoic. There is strength, but what of the mind? Can it count? Does it recognize the markings of common goods? Lin Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, sensing a glimmer of hope. It can count and recognizes some common markings. I have hunted in the mountains with my father and assisted caravans in transporting goods. Very well. Let us see how it performs, the old man instructed, pointing his cane towards a corner of the warehouse where heavy wooden barrels filled with a certain powdery mineral had just been delivered. This morning, move these heavy crystal powders to warehouse number 3 and sort them according to their markings. The pay is 10 copper coins for the day, including a meal. Perform well, and you may return tomorrow. Fail or damage anything, and you're out. Plus, you'll owe compensation. 10 copper coins a day is considered modest pay among the laborers at the bottom tier of Wind Whisper City, yet for Lin Luo, who was penniless, it was a lifeline. Moreover, this place was a hub of diverse characters, perhaps offering him valuable information. Thank you, uncle. I will work diligently, Lin Luo assured fervently. Go on. Ague, take him under your wing and explain the rules, the old man instructed a seemingly honest middle-aged laborer before hobbling away with his cane. Ague approached, somewhat awkwardly observing Lin Luo and Atai, and spoke in a hushed tone. Follow me, brother Lin Luo. The crystal powders are quite heavy. Each barrel weighs at least 200 pounds. Be cautious while moving them. If a barrel breaks and the powder spills, it can be quite suffocating, and the old man will unleash his wrath. Thus, the next half of the day was spent in the relentless toil of repetitive physical labor. With the cooperation of Lin Luo and Atai, barrel after barrel of heavy crystal powder was transported into the warehouse and sorted according to their markings. Lin Luo discovered that this powder was not merely mineral. It seemed to harbor an exceedingly faint, difficult to absorb earth element, its texture dense and weighty. No wonder it was so heavy. This realization further enhanced his appreciation for Atai's extraordinary strength. Moving these barrels appeared effortless for Atai, which could even grasp 2 barrels in its mouth, with great care, leaving the nearby laborers in stunned amazement. Lin Luo himself did not remain idle. He deliberately seized this opportunity to strengthen his physique. Without relying on the meager physique bestowed by the dragon lizard feedback, he depended solely on his own muscular strength to lift, carry, and push. With each exertion and every breath, he endeavored to harmonize his self-invented breathing technique, immersing himself in the sensations of muscle contraction, skeletal support, and the flow of his breath. Soon, sweat thoroughly soaked his coarse linen garments, his muscles ached. Yet the invigorating sensation of his body being fully awakened through labor and the gradual increase in strength through consumption and recovery was utterly delightful to him. Lunch consisted of coarse black bread and a bowl of vegetable soup, barely flecked with oil, yet Lin Luo savored every bite. During the brief respite after the meal, he sat in the shadowy corner of the warehouse, regaining his strength while seemingly casually inquiring about news from Wind Whisper City with Ague and other laborers. Ague, is there an affordable place in Wind Whisper City that teaches physical conditioning or some skills? Lin Luo asked, feigning nonchalance. Ague, munching on bread, mumbled, physical conditioning? There are a few fighting arenas run by gangs in the dock area. You can pay to enter, but they only teach brawling techniques and aren't genuine instructors. Plus they can attract trouble. If you truly wish to learn, you must go to Canaan Academy. Canaan Academy? Lin Luo's eyes brightened. Isn't that the vast place with the towering spire? Do they accept people like us? They do accept, but it's difficult, a slightly older laborer interjected, shaking his head. Canaan Academy is one of the top institutions in the Empire, and this branch in Wind Whisper City has high requirements. Each year, they have special assessments for commoners. But I've heard they test for mental acuity, elemental affinity, and their written examination as well. For us rough hands, who barely recognize letters, how could we possibly pass? Moreover, even if one were to pass, the tuition and expenses are staggering, far beyond our means. Special assessments? When do they take place? Lin Luo pressed on. It seems they are held once each spring, but now that we are at the end of summer, it has already passed. You'll have to wait until next year. The older laborer replied. Next year? Lin Luo's heart sank. He could not wait that long. Furthermore, with his current level of education, the meager foundation of the original owner plus self-study, and his woefully poor affinity for magic, he would likely struggle to meet the standards for formal admission. Is there truly no other way? Perhaps auditing? Or just learning a part? Lin Luo was reluctant to accept defeat. Auditing? Ague scratched his head. The academy occasionally holds public lectures in the square, but they only cover the most basic material. And with so many people, one cannot truly acquire any real skills. If you genuinely wish to enter, unless you have wealth or connections, he lowered his voice. You could potentially pass their shadowy special tests or catch the eye of a teacher for a special admission. However, that is even more challenging than the normal assessments. I've heard you must sign very stringent contracts or undertake perilous tasks. Special tests? Dangerous tasks? Lin Luo's heart raced. This seemed like a potential path, albeit a more arduous one, yet at least it was preferable to waiting a year. The afternoon's labor continued. As Lin Luo worked, he processed the information he had gathered while observing the various individuals coming in and out of the warehouse. Merchants arrived to collect goods. Mercenaries came to transport items. And there were suspicious figures with shifty eyes who hurriedly passed by. Indeed, the depths of Wind Whisper City were profound. By the time work concluded in the evening, Lin Luo was so fatigued that he could scarcely stand upright. His arms were weary, yet his spirit remained buoyant. 10 copper coins, damp with sweat, fell into his palm, heavy with the tangible essence of labor. The old cripple expressed his satisfaction with Lin Luo's performance, gesturing for him to return the following day. After bidding farewell to a Gue and the others, Lin Luo did not immediately return to Mole Alley. Instead, clutching his freshly earned wages, he wandered through the dock area, purchasing a rough, hand-drawn map that marked the main regions and landmarks of Wind Whisper City for 2 copper coins. He also acquired several inexpensive barley cakes sufficient to satiate his hunger for 3 copper coins. The remaining 5 copper coins were carefully stowed away, reserved for tomorrow's meals and potential emergencies. Rather than retreating to his hovel, Lin Luo followed the map towards the northern direction of the city center. There lay the political and cultural heart of Wind Whisper City, home to Canaan Academy, the Wind Whisper branch. As he ventured closer to the center, the streets grew increasingly pristine and spacious, with buildings towering in elegance and splendor. The attire of passers-by became distinctly more refined, and the carriages were adorned with opulence. The air was no longer tainted by the stench of fish and sweat, but rather infused with the fragrances of spices, blossoms, and a hint of fine timber. More patrolling city guards could be seen, equipped with superior gear and vigilant gazes. In the distance, Lin Luo beheld the breathtaking complex of buildings standing majestically in the twilight glow. The soaring, vine-clad gray-white stone walls enclosed an expansive courtyard, sheltering various architecturally diverse structures. The most prominent was a magical tower soaring 7 or 8 stories high, crowned with a massive crystal, its body shimmering with a gentle aura of magic. Adjacent to it were several grand stone lecture halls adorned with large arched windows and intricate reliefs, as well as a domed structure resembling a library or grand auditorium. The courtyard was shaded by verdant trees, where young men and women donned matching uniforms. Deep blue or dark green robes, strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation or reading upon benches. The air was imbued with a serene, solemn atmosphere, rich with wisdom and vitality. This was Canaan Academy, a sanctuary of knowledge and power, the place where countless commoners aspired to reshape their destinies. Lin Luo stood at the street corner, gazing silently at the academy from across a broad, bustling thoroughfare. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a sacred aura upon it, piercing his eyes. Within those high walls lay the systematic knowledge he yearned for, the ladder to strength, and the key to unraveling many mysteries. Beyond those walls, he stood as a mere figure clad in coarse cloth, armed with 10 copper coins, a mutated ironback lizard, and the identity of a lowly laborer. The distance felt achingly close, yet insurmountably far. He refrained from approaching, from attempting to draw near the Academy's gates, where guards in standard armor, exuding a presence far superior to that of ordinary city guards, stood vigilant, their sharp gazes scanning every individual who dared to approach. He merely observed quietly, committing the Academy's orientation, layout, and surrounding environment firmly to memory. He then turned and walked towards the bustling, chaotic dock area and Mole Alley. His steps remained steady, while in his eyes, a cluster of flames burned even more fervently under the glow of the setting sun. Just because he could not gain entry did not mean he could not learn. Unable to access systematic knowledge for the time being, he would start with the fundamentals, basic physical techniques and magical theories. Lin Luo murmured to himself, recalling the information he had gleaned from the labor earlier that day about the martial arenas in the dock area and the open classes at the academy. Perhaps, once the cargo was moved tomorrow, he could visit those martial arenas, filled with a mix of people. Although he might not learn anything profound, Observing some basic techniques of force and evasion, combined with his own practice, should prove beneficial. As for the open classes on magical theory, even the most rudimentary understanding of elemental concepts would certainly aid his comprehension of the core of the Godfall, the void crystals, and the attributes of magical beasts. The journey must be taken step by step. A meal must be savored bite by bite. One day, I shall walk through the main gates of Canaan Academy. But not just yet. As night fell, the lights of Whispering Wind City flickered to life amidst the ongoing clamor. Lin Luo's figure gradually merged into the darkness and noise, like a drop of water blending into the vast ocean. Yet, the waves that belonged to him were only just beginning to stir. Chapter 23. The martial arts arena and open classes. Sweat trickled down Lin Luo's newly defined jawline, falling onto the rough, dust-covered floor of the warehouse, instantly absorbed, leaving a dark, damp stain. He straightened his back, using his shoulder to wipe away the sweat threatening to flow into his eyes, panting as he gazed at the last stack of heavy wooden crates, containing black-patterned iron ingots, effortlessly positioned by a tie. The complex emblem of a certain trading guild, branded on the crate, appeared somewhat distorted in his sweat-blurred vision. It had been 3 days. The repetitive, laborious tasks at the old crippled warehouse served as the most primitive whetstone, coarsely honing both his body and spirit. Earning a mere 10 copper coins a day barely covered the rent of his dilapidated shack in Mole Alley, the cheapest food, and some additional fodder for a tie, a mix of discarded vegetable leaves and a small amount of soybean meal. Old Tom had visited once, collecting the 5 silver coins he was owed, mostly offset by 3 days' wages and a few leftover copper coins, leaving a small balance, leaving behind a bland smile urging him to work diligently. Yet, Lin Luo did not feel despondent. Every morning, he engaged in simple exercises within his shack, utilizing his self-invented breathing techniques, feeling his muscles gradually firming amidst the soreness. During the day, he sweated profusely in the warehouse, treating the heavy lifting as fundamental physical training. Each exertion and each coordinated breath refined his control over his own strength. Through the soul link, he could even sense a tie absorbing the exceedingly faint earth elements while transporting those heavy ores and metals, though the efficiency was negligible. However, over time, it constituted a form of indirect cultivation. More importantly, he keenly observed the movements of the laborers, the comings and goings of mercenaries and adventurers at the docks, and their various postures, learning the art of exertion and conservation of energy from the most rudimentary level. Although Agoué and the other laborers were not particularly talkative, they were diligent and had a favorable impression of the boy with the extraordinary strength of a giant lizard, occasionally engaging him in brief conversation. From their exchanges, Lin Luo gained a more nuanced understanding of the undercurrents of Fengyu City. He discerned which arenas in the dock area were merely fronts for gang profit, which might hold some genuine substance albeit at a steep price, and which corners might host down-and-out old mercenaries boasting tales that occasionally contained practical wisdom. He learned of taverns where information flowed freely yet was rife with dubious characters, requiring utmost caution before entering. "Aren't you joining us for a drink at the Sailor and Anchor today, Lin Luo?" Agoué asked, wiping sweat from his brow as he noted the day was still young. It was inventory day at the warehouse, and the workload for the afternoon was light. Lin Luo shook his head with a smile. "No, thank you, Agoué. I wish to visit the Grey Wolf Arena instead." "The Grey Wolf?" Agoué frowned, lowering his voice. "That place is run by the Grey Wolf gang. While their teachings are indeed formidable, they are perilously reckless. You'll need to pay a protection fee to enter, which hardly seems worthwhile. Moreover, those individuals are not above dirty dealings, so proceed with caution." "Thank you, Agoué. I'll merely take a look. I want to go inside," Lin Luo replied, nodding as he carefully tucked away the 10 copper coins he earned that day. He took out 2 additional coins to purchase a few barley cakes, which he stored in his pocket before bidding farewell to Agoué and the other laborers. Leading a tie away from the warehouse, he did not head straight to the most chaotic area of the docks, rife with gangs, but instead took a detour towards the city center. Today was the 3rd rest day of the month of flames, and according to what he had gleaned from the laborers, Canaan Academy held a public lecture each month on fundamental elemental concepts or the history of the continent, typically held at the Fountain of Wisdom in the nearby Central Square. Though the content was elementary, it represented a precious opportunity for Lin Luo to engage with the theoretical foundations of magic. The Fountain of Wisdom was situated on the outskirts of the Academy District, close to the bustling commercial streets. In the center of the square stood an ancient stone fountain, intricately carved with complex runes. Though the water had long since dried up, the craftsmanship remained exquisite. At that moment, dozens of individuals had gathered on the stone steps before the fountain. There were well-dressed citizens displaying curiosity, weary adventurers or mercenaries with glimmers of yearning in their eyes, and a few young scholars clad in the Academy's junior uniforms, seemingly dispatched to maintain order or take notes. Lin Luo stood at a distance beneath a grand oak tree, accompanied by a Tai. A Tai's imposing figure and the distinctive form of his mutated ironback lizard drew some attention, but given the multitude of remarkable individuals in Fenyu City, the presence of magical beasts was not uncommon, and soon, the gazes shifted elsewhere. Before long, an elderly man clad in a deep blue lecturer's robe, his hair streaked with gray and his visage stern, approached a slightly elevated stone platform in front of the fountain, flanked by two students. Clearing his throat, he eschewed any amplification magic, yet his clear and calm voice resonated throughout the small square. Good afternoon, everyone. Today's open class centered around the theme of fundamental elements cognition and the overview of magical affinity. As the crowd settled into silence, Lin Luo immediately focused his attention and perked up his ears. It is well known that the world we inhabit is infused with various forms of energy, which we refer to as elements. The elderly lecturer spoke in a measured tone, initiating his discourse on the 7 most common and fundamental elements: earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Additionally, there exist rare or derivative elements, such as ice, wood, metal, space, and spirit, among others. All living beings possess, to varying degrees, an affinity for certain elements. The degree of this affinity determines the ease or difficulty with which an individual can perceive, attract, and manipulate the corresponding elemental energies. This is what we refer to as magical affinity. Magical affinity is not a static attribute. While innate talent is undeniably significant, environmental factors, training, and even certain rare materials can exert a subtle influence on it. Generally speaking, the level of innate affinity establishes the foundation for how far one can progress along the path of magic. As the lecturer spoke, he gestured with his slender fingers through the air. To the astonishment of the audience, several luminous orbs materialized before them, each radiating different hues: a crimson fire, a cerulean water, a verdant wind, a tawny earth, a silvery thunder, a pearlescent light, and a deep violet darkness. The orbs swirled gently, seemingly engaging in a delicate dance of attraction and repulsion. The crowd murmured in awe, and Lin Luo found himself transfixed. This was the most direct demonstration of elemental properties. Although it was merely a basic illusion or a faint condensation of energy, the clarity of the elemental characteristics represented a significant leap in his previously vague understanding. He could sense that the tawny orb of earth was the most substantial and steady, resonating subtly with the aura surrounding a Tai. The intertwining silvery and verdant orb exuded vitality and sharpness, reminding him of Xiao-Yin, while the deep violet shadow orb sent a shiver through him, evoking memories of Yingyu and certain unpleasant experiences. There exists a fundamental relationship of mutual generation and restraint among the elements. The elderly lecturer continued his explanation, guiding his fingers as the crimson fireball inched closer to the cerulean water orb, causing steam to rise from the water's surface, while the fireball visibly dimmed and shrank. For instance, water extinguishes fire, fire consumes wind, wind erodes earth, earth is struck by thunder, and thunder cycles back to water. Light and darkness, however, stand in opposition to one another, annihilating each other. Understanding these relationships proves beneficial in combat, alchemy, and even daily life. So, how can one assess their own elemental affinity? The lecturer paused, casting his gaze over the audience. The most accurate method involves using the elemental resonance crystals provided by the Academy or magical towers for testing. However, ordinary individuals can also conduct a rough assessment through certain phenomena. For instance, feeling invigorated and at ease in an environment rich in a particular element, experiencing a distinct affinity or aversion to certain types of magic or objects, or even observing that the attributes of a contracted beast often align closely with those of its master. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo felt a stir within him. A Tai is of the earth element, Xiao-Yin embodies wind and thunder attributes, and Az leans towards spirit, darkness. Yet he himself seems to lack a particular affinity for any element. Could it truly be that his magical affinity is exceptionally poor? Yet, what then should he make of the existence of the core of divine descent? There exists a remarkable ability to perceive nuances and fluctuations of energy. However, elemental affinity is not the sole determinant of success. The venerable instructor shifted his tone, adopting a serious demeanor. A formidable mental fortitude, unwavering will, extensive knowledge, skillful application. And even an exceptional contracted beast companion can compensate for any deficiencies in affinity, potentially forging unique paths. History is replete with masters who, despite possessing mediocre affinity, have achieved extraordinary feats through other attributes. Remember, do not belittle yourself due to the level of your affinity, nor should you become arrogant and complacent. In conclusion, I must remind you all that the power of the elements is vast and perilous. Should one attempt to sense or manipulate it without proper guidance, the consequences can range from mental harm to self-ignition, or even provoke elemental backlash. For those interested in the arcane arts, the most prudent course remains to enroll in a formal academy for systematic education. The public lecture lasted approximately half an hour, during which the instructor elucidated foundational concepts with clarity and depth. At the conclusion, he briefly addressed several audience inquiries, primarily regarding the identification of common elemental materials and basic meditation postures. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Luo remained standing, absorbing the knowledge he had just acquired. Though it was merely rudimentary theory, it felt akin to a key, unlocking a new door for him. Many previously nebulous concepts, sensed instinctively, now possessed a nascent theoretical framework. He gained a clearer understanding of the attributes of a Tai and Shaoyin, as well as the special elements related to the core of divine fall, such as space and contracts. The public lecture occurs once a month. The next session will cover either basic magical runes or the habits of common magical beasts. Lin Luo made a mental note of the upcoming topic, recognizing this as his monthly opportunity for intellectual rejuvenation. Noticing that the day was still young, he decided to venture to the dock district, near the Grey Wolf combat arena. He did not necessarily intend to enter, but wished to observe the atmosphere surrounding the arena and witness how the individuals trained within. Perhaps he could glean some insights. The twilight in the dock district was more tumultuous and chaotic than in other parts of the city. The Grey Wolf combat arena was nestled deep within an alley cluttered with discarded fishing nets and broken barrels, marked by a sign constructed from crooked timber depicting a fearsome wolf's head. From within the arena emanated the dull thuds of strikes, coarse shouts, and pained groans, intermingled with raucous laughter and insults. Standing at the entrance were two burly men, their chests bare, displaying fierce tattoos, scrutinizing each passerby with menacing eyes. Lin Luo took a distant glance and quickly lost interest in entering. The training within appeared rife with brutality and chaos, resembling a den of thugs rather than a place for systematic martial arts study. Just as he contemplated leaving, his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous small courtyard adjacent to the arena, separated by dilapidated wooden planks. Inside the courtyard, an elderly veteran, his hair a mix of white and gray, beard unkempt, clad in a faded, patched military uniform with one sleeve hanging empty, was wielding a well-worn wooden stick with his remaining right hand. He faced a makeshift target, awkwardly fashioned from straw and old clothing, and with slow, steady movements. He repeatedly thrust, retracted, swept, and blocked. His movements were slow, even somewhat rigid, yet each action was executed with exquisite precision, embodying a simplicity and accuracy honed through countless trials. There were no shouts, no unnecessary embellishments, only the stable, hissing sound of the wooden sticks slicing through the air and the old man's faint breaths. Lin Luo paused, realizing that this one-armed veteran was not practicing some esoteric combat skill, but rather the fundamental, foundational stances of military marksmanship, albeit with a stick in place of a firearm. Thrusts, sweeps, parries, and blocks, repeated in a cyclical manner, as if he aimed to etch these simple movements into his very bones. The old man's eyes, though clouded, were filled with an extraordinary focus, as if the entire world had dwindled to just him and the wooden target before him. Sweat streamed down his weathered face, soaking his tattered military uniform. His right arm remained steady. With each thrust, the tip of the stick pointed to the same spot, unwavering and precise. Lin Luo observed for a long while, until the elder seemed exhausted, pausing his movements to lean on the stick, gasping heavily. It was then he noticed several stone blocks, roughly hewn and varying in size, resting in the corner of the courtyard, bearing the marks of long-term use. This was a genuine, destitute veteran, persisting in the most earnest and clumsy manner, clinging to the basic training that was deeply ingrained in his very essence. There were no flamboyant techniques, no fierce postures, only the monotonous repetition of the most elementary exercises, day in and day out. Yet, from this simple, even somewhat melancholic scene, Lin Luo felt an ineffable sense of strength. It was a pursuit of perfection in the basics, a relentless dedication to transforming simple actions into instinct. Perhaps this was the kind of physical mentor he truly needed, not those who dazzled with intricate displays, but one who could elevate the most fundamental elements to their utmost potential. He refrained from intruding, instead silently committing the location of the courtyard and the image of the veteran to memory. Then, he took a Tai by the hand and turned to leave. On the way back, Lin Luo found the words of the seasoned instructor from the open class echoing in his mind, intertwined with the steady, repetitive movements of the one-armed veteran. The principles of magical theory, the foundation of physical techniques, one unlocking a world of understanding, the other forging the essence of the body. While he might not be able to enter Canaan Academy immediately, he could still learn, absorb, and grow in his own way. The open class occurred once a month. He must be diligent in attending. Perhaps the one-armed veteran could be approached in some manner for guidance. Even merely observing his training from a distance would serve as a form of learning. Upon returning to the moldy hovel in Mole Alley, night had fully descended. Lin Luo finished the hard barley cake, gnawing it down with cold water, then sat cross-legged on the straw mat, closing his eyes. He did not immediately begin his breathing exercises. Instead, he mentally revisited the concepts he had heard that day regarding the 7 elemental characteristics, their interactions, and the affinity of magical energy. Subsequently, he began recalling every detail of the one-armed veteran's thrust, the angle of the arm, the trajectory of the force, the subtle adjustments of the body, the rhythm of breathing. He endeavored to simulate those movements in his mind, imagining them without a stick, relying solely on the power of thought. The movements were slow and meticulous, striving for precision. Simultaneously, he guided his breathing, synchronizing it with the rhythm of the actions conceived in his mind. With each inhalation, he envisioned a thrust. With each exhalation, he retracted. Another breath, a sweep, another exhale, a stance. Initially, there was a slight disconnection between his thoughts and his body, and his breathing was prone to disruption. Yet, he remained patient, repeating the motions, adjusting, and attempting to align the standard actions envisioned in his mind with the sensations within his muscles. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed. And as he began to feel mentally fatigued and was preparing to cease, a sudden inspiration struck him. Instinctively, he raised his right hand, pointing like a sword, exerting no force, merely following the trajectory of the thrust in his mind, gently and slowly extending forward. At the moment his fingertip made contact with the air, the faint warmth circulating within him, brought forth by the resonance and breathing technique, seemed to be drawn by this intent, naturally flowing along the meridians of his arm towards his fingertip. Though exceedingly faint and fleeting, lacking any visible glow or airflow at his fingertip, Lin Luo distinctly sensed it. It was the nascent essence of a power imbued with his own will, unlike the cumbersome exertion of pure muscular force, and distinct from the outward projection of magical energy. It resembled a refined and guided force emerging from within, straddling the line between the two. Was this the internal essence? Or perhaps the chi of a practitioner? Lin Luo felt both astonished and elated. Previously, he had engaged in heavy lifting to build muscle, employing breathing techniques mainly for recovery and nourishment, never before attempting to actively utilize internal essence for offense or to enhance his movements. That inadvertent attempt seemed to have opened a new window for him. Suppressing his excitement, he endeavored once more. This time, he focused intently, concentrating on the thrusting action while consciously guiding that warm flow within, harmonizing it with the movements of his arm. Once, twice, 10 times, failure ensued. The flow of internal essence was no longer as natural as before. It became sluggish and scattered. Yet, he did not despair. He understood that this was merely a chance resonance, and he was still far from truly mastering it. However, it at least proved that he was on the right path. By merging the magical theories he had learned about energy and intent with the foundational martial techniques he had observed regarding force and movement, and then practicing through his internal essence and the unique constitution brought forth by resonance, he might indeed carve out a singular path for himself. As night deepened, The shadows of Molehill Alley gradually fell silent. In the makeshift shelter, the young man sat cross-legged, breathing deeply, his thoughts flowing between his mind and body, engaging in an unknown yet fundamental and extraordinary form of cultivation. Outside, the lights of Windwhisper City flickered in the night, akin to countless eyes observing this city filled with opportunities and dangers, watching over each soul that quietly traversed the darkness, yearning for the light. Chapter 24. Strange Encounters in the Dark Market and the Queen Bee's Egg in the shadowy corner of the old, hobbled merchant's warehouse. Lin Luo leaned against a pile of musty burlap sacks, slowly chewing on a piece of salted fish jerky that Ague had shared with him. This marked the 7th consecutive day he had labored here. The muscles of his arms, shoulders, and back have long acclimatized to the rigors of intense exertion. The initial days of soreness and agony have transformed into a profound and resilient fatigue. His skin, weathered by sun and sweat, bears a coarse texture, yet radiates a healthy wheat-like hue. The most evident progress is that he can now hoist a barrel weighing 200 pounds of crystalline powder without the grimacing and instability that marked his earlier attempts. Instead, his steps are steady and his breathing more controlled. Beside him, a tie is leisurely gnawing on a few strands of hay mixed with inferior soybean residue, his dark, shell-like exterior reflecting a subdued sheen in the midday sun. "Hey, Lin Luo, have you heard?" Ague approaches, lowering his voice with an air of intrigue. "Tonight, the ghost market is opening again." "The ghost market?" Lin Luo swallows a piece of dried fish and looks up at Ague. Having become familiar with him over the past few days, he knows Ague is a longtime resident of Mole Alley, well-informed yet fundamentally decent. "Shoo, keep it down." Ague glances around nervously, his voice dropping even lower. "It's that irregular black market down in our dock area. It only opens in the dead of night and disperses at dawn. It has no fixed location, changing each time, with only those in the know aware of the entrance. Inside, one can find all sorts of bizarre items, often at prices lower than regular shops, but with a plethora of counterfeit goods and dangers lurking. Rumor has it that members of the Grey Wolf Gang are watching, and sometimes even more ruthless characters appear." Lin Luo's heart quickens. A black market? This could be a shortcut to swiftly acquire the resources he desperately needs. He is currently short on money, information, and special materials that are either rare or exorbitantly priced on the market, particularly those useful against magical beasts. Though the risks are high, it is worth a try. More importantly, in such a place, he might glean information about the special tests at Canaan Academy, or uncover secrets concerning Ingwe. "Ague, do you know where the entrance is tonight?" Lin Luo inquires nonchalantly. Ague hesitates, meeting Lin Luo's clear yet resolute gaze, before finally whispering, "In the west dock area. Behind the abandoned rusty anchor warehouse, there's a sewer entrance obscured by a broken ship's plank. Around the time of the midnight hour, someone will be there collecting a ticket. 1 silver coin. Once inside, be cautious. Do not display your wealth, avoid staring too long, and certainly do not cause trouble. Also, it would be best not to bring a tie. He would draw too much attention." A silver coin for a ticket is not an insignificant sum for Lin Luo at this moment. However, he feels the modest amount he has managed to save over the past few days, combined with what remained from before, barely totals 2 silver coins. He needs to take a gamble. "Thank you, Ague. I will be careful," Lin Luo nods, etching this information firmly into his memory. As the sun sets in the west, the warehouse closes its operations. Lin Luo does not return to Mole Alley immediately. Instead, he sends a tie back first, as a tie can now find his way to their shelter, while he, clutching his meager 2 silver coins, weaves through the loudest and dimmest corners of the dock area. He needs to scout the surroundings, familiarizing himself with the environment around the rusty anchor warehouse. The rusty anchor warehouse is a massive stone structure that has been abandoned for many years, its walls peeling and windows shattered, with the entrance choked with refuse and broken fishing gear. Immediately adjacent is a steep stone riverbank, where murky waters crash against moss-covered steps. The air was thick with the pungent odor of river water mingled with the scent of rust. Lin Luo, utilizing the last rays of twilight, scrutinized his surroundings. Indeed, behind a heap of massive, weathered ship planks washed ashore by the tide, there lay a dark, semi-submerged archway of a drainage system. At that moment, it was deserted, save for a few plump rats scuttling along the water's edge. The terrain was intricate, easily defensible yet vulnerable to ambush, and it was simple to become trapped within. Lin Luo silently assessed the risks, mentally noting several possible routes of entry and concealment before turning to return to Mole Alley. He needed to recuperate and make preparations. Deep in the night, as the hour of the rat approached, the majority of Wind Whisper City had succumbed to slumber. Only a few taverns and peculiar establishments in the dock area still glowed with dim lights, emanating faint sounds of revelry. Lin Luo donned the most inconspicuous attire he could find, a tattered, deep gray ensemble fashioned from a worn robe. He smeared a few streaks of soot across his face and hands, securely stashing away his 2 remaining silver coins. He wrapped the rusted dagger in cloth and concealed it in his sleeve. He instructed Tai to remain vigilant in their shelter while Xiaoyin circled in the heights nearby. And Az nestled into a specially designed pouch lined with soft fabric, featuring tiny breathable holes that could suppress most mental fluctuations. Az's psychic perception could prove more beneficial than sight at times. Under the heavy cloak of night and the shadows of the buildings, Lin Luo, like a specter, silently approached the rear of the rusty anchor warehouse once more. As he neared the drainage entrance, he slowed his pace, heightening his senses to their utmost limits. At the entrance, 2 indistinct figures had appeared, leaning against the damp wall, with cheap cigarettes clutched between their lips, the crimson embers flickering in the darkness. They were clad in tattered leather armor, short blades hanging at their waists, their gazes scanning the shadows with a fierce vigilance characteristic of desperate men. They were the sentinels. Lin Luo noticed a small, menacing shadow cat crouched at their feet, its glossy fur gleaming and a tuft of white hair adorning its forehead. This first-tier dark attribute beast excelled in stealth, night vision, and tracking, commonly employed as a contract beast by the gatekeepers of the black market. Lin Luo steadied himself, striving to make his gait appear natural, yet laced with the typical wariness and slickness of a lowly thug, keeping his head bowed as he approached. "Halt!" A raspy voice called out from one of the guards. The shadow cat rose, arched its back, and emitted a threatening growl, its green eyes fixed upon Lin Luo. "Gentlemen, I've heard there are bargains to be had here." Lin Luo lifted his head, revealing a face smudged with soot and adorned with a sycophantic smile, his voice lowered. The 2 sentinels scrutinized him, their gazes lingering on his faded old garments and slender frame, one of them scoffing, another penniless fool hoping to strike it rich. "Do you know the rules?" Yes. The entrance fee," Lin Luo replied hastily, retrieving the now-warmed silver coin from his pocket and cautiously extending it toward them. The guard received the silver coin, bit it to confirm its authenticity, and casually tucked it into his pocket, gesturing dismissively. "Enter, and keep your eyes and hands to yourself. Do not look where you should not, nor inquire where it is unwise. Should trouble arise, no one will come to your aid." Yes, thank you, elder brother," Lin Luo replied, nodding and bowing, as he sidled past the 2 men and the shadowy feline figure, hastening down the slick stone steps and into the foul-smelling entrance of the sewer. Behind the entrance lay a narrow, sloping corridor, its damp walls cloaked in slimy moss. After walking approximately 20 or 30 paces, faint light and murmurs of voices became discernible ahead. Turning a corner, he was greeted by a sudden expansive view. Before him sprawled a vast underground chamber, long abandoned, and seemingly a hub of some ancient drainage system. The ceiling soared high, adorned with stalactite-like formations of unknown substance. The space was divided into several relatively independent areas by large, heavily corroded metal pipes and collapsed masonry. At this moment, these areas were filled with a myriad of stalls, with the vendors mostly veiled by hoods or cloths, silently seated behind their wares. The buyers, too, hurried about, whispering in hushed tones, their gazes vigilant. The assortment of goods on display was eclectic and dazzling. There were rusted fragments of swords and armor inscribed with indistinct runes, oddly colored ores and crystals emanating a sinister aura, unidentified biological tissues or viscous liquids contained within grimy glass bottles, tattered parchment scrolls and books with faded inscriptions, and even a few live creatures confined in cages, fearful or ferocious low-tier magical beast cubs, bizarre insects, and several pots emitting a foul stench, harboring grotesque magical plants. The light came from several smoky oil lamps on the walls, fueled by low-quality grease, and a few stalls showcasing glowing ores or magical artifacts. The dim, flickering illumination distorted shadows into eerie shapes, amplifying the bizarre and sinister atmosphere. The air was thick with the sense of mildew, rust, potions, blood, and an indescribable oppressive aura belonging to the underground and illicit trade. This was the Ghost Market, the trading ground beneath the shadow of Wind Whisper City. Lin Luo took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort and anxiety, and heightened his fundamental perception to its utmost limit. He did not immediately approach any stall, but instead meandered at the periphery, casting quick glances over each display, attuning himself to the energy fluctuations and implications emitted by the goods. Most items radiated weak and chaotic energy fluctuations, or were simply worthless debris. Occasionally, he encountered a few pieces that emitted stronger waves. However, these were either exorbitantly priced, beyond his means, or exuded an aura that made him feel threatened or foreboding. He recalled a Gui's warning: observe, do not inquire, and refrain from touching carelessly. He primarily focused on several categories of items: ores or objects containing pure earth elements that could be beneficial to a Tai, materials imbued with wind and thunder attributes that would aid Xiao-yin, substances or items capable of nourishing mental strength, tattered pages of books concerning the cultivation of magical beasts, contracts, or other esoteric knowledge, as well as any clues potentially connected to Shadow Moon, spatial rifts, or the core of divine descent. After wandering for approximately half an hour, his findings were meager. With his last silver coin, he exchanged it with a shifty-eyed old man for a small pouch of reasonably good calming herb powder, far inferior to the focus flower but inexpensive enough for daily use, along with a few scrawled scraps of paper detailing the weaknesses and habits of several common low-tier magical beasts. Just as disappointment began to settle in and he prepared to delve deeper into areas that appeared more sophisticated yet fraught with greater risks, he suddenly halted. His senses detected an exceedingly faint yet peculiarly distinct fluctuation. This emanation did not arise from any resplendent treasure, but rather from an inconspicuous corner, where a ragged old man, almost merging with the surrounding darkness, sat in a decrepit stall. Before him lay a piece of filthy fabric, obscured in color, upon which were scattered a few items, several dull, unremarkable stone fragments, a few dried, darkened appendages resembling some kind of insect limb, a small, rough black pottery jar with a cracked lid, and several dark, dull eggs, encapsulated in a semi-transparent, bubble-filled material akin to amber. What drew Lin Luo's attention was one of the eggs. It lay inconspicuously on the tattered cloth, its dark hue nearly black and its surface seemingly damaged. Yet within Lin Luo's perception, this egg exuded an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure and resilient life wave. This emanation resonated with a peculiar blend of shadow and swarm essence, as if it were in slumber while tenaciously clinging to a thread of vitality. More crucially, this wave produced an exceptionally slight echo with the vague resonances of contracts, life, and singular entities that occasionally drifted through his mind regarding the divine descent core. This egg was anything but ordinary. Moreover, it appeared to be in a state of extreme weakness, teetering on the brink of death, yet deep within its core lay an indomitable spirit. Lin Luo's heart raced. He suppressed his excitement and casually approached, crouching down to scan the other ragged items on the stall before finally resting his gaze on the eggs. With an indifferent tone, he inquired, "Old man, are these insect eggs? What species are they? Can they still hatch?" The frail old man raised his head, his murky eyes glancing at Lin Luo from beneath the shadow of his hood. His voice rasped like a torn bellows. "I don't know. I just found them. Discovered them on a dead tree at the edge of the West Corrupted Bone Marsh. They looked a bit special, so I brought them back. They've been here for almost a month without any movement. They're probably dead eggs. Do you want them? Cheap. 10 copper coins each. Take your pick." 10 copper coins? Lin Luo felt a surge of joy inside, but maintained an impassive facade. He extended his hand, his fingertips casually brushing against a few insect eggs. Upon making contact with an egg that emitted a peculiar vibration, a faint, icy sensation coursed through his fingertips, while the essence of shadow and the swarm became momentarily clearer in his perception. Simultaneously, the core of the fallen deity seemed to quiver slightly, transmitting a vague thought akin to a bound unit, albeit in an extremely weakened state. Truly a treasure. Though on the brink of death, its essence is extraordinary. Moreover, it appears to be connected to the swarm. Could it be some rare, mutated insect beast egg? He inquired about the 5 eggs, including the special one. The old man, seemingly taken aback by the interest in his wares, paused for a moment before waving his hand. 8 copper coins each. Take them. Lin Luo realized he had no copper coins left, After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a small portion of the calming herb powder he had just purchased, carefully wrapped it in tattered paper, and offered it to the old man. "Boss, I'm out of money. Can I exchange this?" The premium calming herb powder was worth a dozen or so copper coins. The old man accepted the paper package, sniffed it, and his murky eyes brightened momentarily. He nodded, stowed the package away, and gestured for Lin Luo to take the insect eggs. Lin Luo fought to contain his excitement as he carefully picked up the 5 eggs, wrapping them in a clean, soft cloth that had previously held his rations, and tucked them into the innermost pocket of his garment. He sensed that as the special egg neared his body, the faint life fluctuation seemed to stabilize slightly, as if it had approached a source that could provide it comfort or nourishment. Was it the influence of the fallen deity's core? Or was it a result of his unique mental energy or the nature of his bonded physique? Regardless, this trip to the ghost market was worth it. Although he had expended his last silver coin and half a bag of calming herbs, he had acquired an egg of immense potential that was likely related to the swarm. If it could hatch and grow, it might significantly compensate for the team's shortcomings in reconnaissance, disruption, information transmission, and even logistical production. He dared not linger and immediately prepared to leave. However, just as he turned to retrace his steps toward the entrance, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Stop!" "Of course!" Harsh shout rang out from the side. 3 tall men clad in matching black leather armor, with malevolent smiles on their faces, blocked his path. The leader bore a diagonal scar across his left cheek, the very same small leader of the Grey Wolf gang he had encountered earlier at the entrance of the arena. The 2 men flanking him exuded a menacing aura, their hands resting on their weapons at their waists. "Hey there, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the ghost market?" The scarred face scrutinized Lin Luo, taking note of his worn, faded clothing and slender frame. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you understand the rules? Trading on our Grey Wolf gang's turf requires a venue fee." Lin Luo's heart sank. This was troublesome. He had been so engrossed in the insect eggs that he had failed to notice when this group had set their sights on him. "It appears that my earlier position squatting in front of the old man's stall, although the transaction was discreet, attracted the attention of these local ruffians, who have mistaken me for a potential target for extortion, despite my lean frame." A few thugs, Lin Luo inhaled deeply, once more donning the typical expression of a lowly scoundrel, one characterized by trepidation and ingratiation. "I had already paid the entry fee upon arrival, which was collected by the gatekeeper. It differs from what you collect." A burly, bald man beside the scar-faced leader sneered, "Stop the idle chatter. I noticed you bought a few items earlier, didn't you? Surely you have some money left. Hand it over to show your respect to us." Or else he patted the short axe at his waist. Around us, several stall owners and buyers, upon witnessing the brewing conflict, averted their gazes or discreetly retreated, not daring to intervene for fear of attracting trouble. The rules of the market are devoid of structure. The law of the jungle prevails with unrestrained ferocity. Lin Luo's heart plummeted. He truly had no money on him, save for a few insect eggs he had just purchased and the rusty dagger concealed in his sleeve. To confront them head-on? The 3 opponents clearly bore the hallmarks of seasoned fighters, likely affiliated with the Grey Wolf gang. Although I had made some progress in my physical training, my practical combat experience was woefully lacking. My fists were no match for their numbers. Escape? The entrance was blocked, the terrain unfamiliar, and they might even unleash their contracted beasts. As Lin Luo's mind raced, contemplating an escape strategy and weighing the painful option of relinquishing the insect eggs, resolving to at least safeguard the special one, a sudden, clear wave of chaotic intent resonated through the fragile mental link with a Z in his embrace. Simultaneously, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the frail old man who had sold him the insect eggs. He seemed to slightly raise his head, his eyes, shrouded in the shadow of his hood, cast a meaningful glance in Lin Luo's direction before he imperceptibly nodded towards the shadows behind the scar-faced trio. In the next instant, an astonishing transformation occurred. The shadows lurking behind the 3 men appeared to come alive, twisting and writhing. Several pitch-black, seemingly sentient shadow tendrils erupted from the depths of the ground and the walls, darting towards the trio's ankles and calves with lightning speed. What in the world is this? "Ah, my foot." Caught off guard, the trio was ensnared by the shadowy tendrils, instantly losing their balance and stumbling backward in alarm, wielding their weapons in a futile attempt to sever the inexplicable appendages. However, the tendrils were both tangible and ethereal. Their weapons merely swept through them as if they were smoke, causing only a slight ripple without severing them, resulting in an even tighter entanglement. Is this shadow magic? Or some unique ability of a magical beast? Lin Luo's pupils constricted. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. This sudden chaos presented an extraordinary opportunity for escape. Without a moment's hesitation, his body launched forward like a coiled cheetah, executing a roll and narrowly slipping through the gap between the scar-faced man and the burly thug. Simultaneously, his right hand delved into his sleeve. The wrapped rusty dagger slid into his palm, but he did not strike. Instead, he merely used it to block the wrist of the burly man who had attempted to seize him. A soft clang resonated through the air. The opponent's wrist throbbed with pain, causing a momentary pause in their movement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo sprang up from the ground, not daring to glance back. And with all his might, he dashed toward the entrance of the sewer from whence he came. The furious curses and struggles of the scar-faced trio echoed in his ears, mingled with the stifled gasps of the surrounding crowd. He could not afford to look back or linger. He desperately climbed the slick passageway. His heart raced within his chest, blood rushing to his head. It was only after he burst forth from the sewer entrance, inhaling the cold, river-scented air, that he dared to slow his pace slightly. Leaning against the frigid brick wall, he gasped for breath. For the moment, he was safe. Who was the mysterious shadow that had reached out? Was it the gaunt old man selling the insect eggs? Or was there another at play? The Grey Wolf gang would undoubtedly seek retribution. He had forged a bitter enmity with them. Yet, for now, these concerns were secondary. Lin Luo reached into his bosom and felt the soft cloth meticulously wrapping the insect egg, sensing the faint yet resilient pulse of life emanating from within. A relieved yet hopeful smile graced his face. The journey to the ghost market, though perilous, had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Now, he needed to return swiftly and find a way to restore life to this extraordinary queen bee egg. Chapter 25. The Awakening of the Queen's Shadow Once Again. The night in Mole Alley enveloped Lin Luo with a melody interwoven with chaos and silence. The shanty was cramped, the air murky, yet in this moment, it was the only place where he felt secure. Atai lay sprawled outside the door flap like the most loyal guardian, his heavy breathing resonating clearly in the stillness. Meanwhile, Xiaoyin crouched atop a decaying wooden beam on the roof, his silvery eyes vigilantly scanning the darkness, occasionally turning his head as if to listen for any distant disturbances that might signal the presence of the Grey Wolf gang. Lin Luo curled up on the straw mat, his back against the cold, damp wall, pushing his basic perception to its utmost limit. He refrained from lighting a lamp, relying solely on the faint light filtering through the cracks of the shanty from the distant oil lamps in the streets, and the blurred outlines brought forth by his heightened senses to focus entirely on the palm laid out before him. In his palm, cradled in a clean, soft cloth, lay 5 insect eggs, each the size of a fingernail. 4 of them were dull in color, lacking any sheen, devoid of any detectable life force, resembling true dead eggs. Only one stood apart, its hue a deep, near black, its surface glimmering with an indescribable dark red sheen, reminiscent of congealed blood under the faint light. Fine cracks, like spider webs, marred its shell, giving it a fragile appearance as if it could shatter into dust at any moment. Yet, it was this seemingly precarious egg that emanated a peculiar and tenacious pulse of life, imbued with shadows and the essence of a swarm, within Lin Luo's perception. This pulse was exceedingly slow and faint, akin to the last flicker of a candle in the biting wind, yet it burned with an indomitable spirit, a deep-seated unwillingness to succumb, defiantly flickering against the odds. As Lin Luo approached, he could even sense a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of desire and affirmation emanating from the core of the fallen deity, intricately linked to the depths of his brow. Was the core responding to this peculiar egg, or did the egg itself possess qualities that drew the core's attention? Lin Luo could not ascertain. However, he understood that this egg represented a unique existence he had never encountered before. Its requirements extended far beyond mere warmth, humidity, or the nourishment of ordinary nectar. The confluence of shadows and the essence of a swarm hinted at a state that was both moribund yet resilient, suggesting that this might be an exceedingly rare, even mutated, egg of a magical beast associated with shadows and swarms, potentially that of a queen bee. Should the queen succeed in reviving, hatching, and nurturing it, the potential would be immeasurable. A complete hive system could provide reconnaissance, harassment, information transmission, and even the production of special resources such as honey, wax, and pheromones, offering immense strategic value. It was imperative to revive it. Lin Luo's gaze hardened with determination as he began to strategize. First, he considered the environment. It was evident that the egg required a specific type of energy for nourishment. The shadow attribute might relate to dark elements, negative energy, or certain particular environments such as those rich in humus and shrouded from sunlight. The swarm attribute necessitated vitality, pheromones, and a conducive nesting environment. What resources did he possess? He had recently exchanged for a quality powder of calming herbs from the ghost market, which had a slight nourishing effect on spiritual energy and stabilizing the mind. Perhaps it could assist the fragile egg in stabilizing its soul fluctuations, if it possessed one. Aji leaned towards the spiritual, perhaps dark, attribute. Perhaps its essence or some secreted substance could simulate a shadowy environment. Moreover, the core of the fallen deity, having responded, might offer some form of covenant or support on a life level. Yet these were merely conjectures, and with resources scarce, he could not afford waste. He resolved to adopt the gentlest approach. With care, Lin Luo placed the extraordinary egg upon a soft cloth in the center. Then, he retrieved a small pouch containing the calming herb powder from his pocket. Delicately lifting a minuscule pinch with the tip of his nail and placing it beside the eggshell without direct contact. Next, he focused his mind, attempting to guide the core of the fallen deity to subtly permeate its ancient, dormant essence, imbued with the aura of covenant and guardianship towards the egg, like the softest halo aiming to envelop and nourish it. Simultaneously, he conveyed a thought through the faint mental link to Aji nestled in his pouch. Aji, try to release a trace of your most serene essence, akin to shadows or spiritual tranquility, to envelop this egg, but it must be exceedingly gentle. Do not disturb it. Aji responded with a wave of confusion, yet compliance. Soon, an almost imperceptible, ethereal essence, a cool and tranquil sensation reminiscent of shadows under the moonlight, began to waft from the pouch's breathable opening, slowly enveloping the egg. Lin Luo held his breath, concentrating intently. Time flowed in silence, each second seeming to stretch infinitely. The clamor outside the makeshift shelter seemed to fade into the distance, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat and the almost imperceptible pulse of the insect egg. Initially, there was no discernible change. The egg remained silent. Its dark red hue, nearly black, appeared lifeless under the dim light. Yet gradually, Lin Luo keenly detected an exceedingly subtle difference. The ancient essence emanating from the core of the fallen deity, which enveloped the egg, seemed to be absorbed, albeit minutely, by the egg. No, it was not so much an absorption as it was a resonance or affirmation. The pulsing of the egg itself appeared to stabilize slightly upon encountering that aura, throbbing with a tad more vigor. Furthermore, the tranquil essence of shadow released by a Z seemed to render the egg's condition even more comfortable, as if an invisible hand gently cradled it, preventing its precarious state from toppling over. As for the powder from the calming grass nearby, it seemed to have no immediate effect. Effective. Although the effect was minimal, it was indeed effective. The essence of the fallen deity and Z's tranquil shadow appeared to be precisely the nourishment that this feeble queen egg required at this moment. A wave of hope surged within Lin Luo. He dared not intensify his efforts, fearing that excess might disrupt or damage this fragile life. He maintained this exceptionally gentle, continuous nurturing state, akin to the most patient gardener tending to a seedling that could perish at any moment. Time passed, perhaps a quarter of an hour, perhaps half an hour. Just as Lin Luo felt his mental energy waning from the intense focus and sustained perception, the egg finally exhibited its first notable change. On the surface of the eggshell, minute cracks slowly began to ooze a viscous liquid, darker than the shell itself, almost pure black, resembling a concentrated shadow. This liquid, upon seeping out, did not flow away but quickly solidified, covering the cracks as if undergoing a gradual self-repair. Simultaneously, the faint life pulse within the egg, imbued with the essence of shadows and the hive, became clearer and stronger following this exudation and repair. Though still weak, the sense of impending death had notably diminished. It had survived. No, one could say it had been pulled back a small step from the very brink of death. It had commenced its instinctual healing. Lin Luo's heart swelled with joy, nearly bursting into exclamations of triumph. Yet he forced himself to remain composed, continuing the nurturing while observing with heightened scrutiny. The egg's self-repair process was excruciatingly slow. The black, shadow-like restorative liquid seeped forth at a frustratingly sluggish pace. However, this was a positive sign, indicating that its intrinsic vitality was awakening, struggling to survive. Simply relying on the weak essence of the fallen deity and Aziz's assistance was insufficient. It required more tailored energy or a truly suitable environment for recovery and hatching. Lin Luo gazed at the slowly repairing egg, analyzing calmly. Aziz's shadowy tranquility seemed effective. Yet she herself remained weak, unable to sustain and abundantly provide this special essence. The essence of the divine fallen core appeared to emanate from a higher realm, capable of stabilizing its origin, yet it was too ancient and grandiose to fully cater to the specific needs of its shadows and swarm characteristics. He recalled the ghost market, where stalls offered an array of bizarre materials, beast organs, and even items sourced from the corrupted bone marsh. This egg was derived from the marsh, a place shrouded in darkness, dampness, and deathly silence, imbued with decay and shadow energy. Perhaps some of its produce could expedite its recovery? However, the corrupted bone marsh was far more perilous than the outskirts of the Black Wind Forest, and with his current strength, venturing there for treasure would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, even in the ghost market, items truly rich in pure shadow energy or beneficial to insects were far beyond his means. Might he begin with the more common items associated with bees? A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Luo's mind. What do bees require? Nectar, pollen, royal jelly, food fit for a queen, and a suitable nesting environment. Nectar and pollen were relatively easy to procure. There were flower fields on the outskirts of Wind Whisper City, though it was now late autumn, while royal jelly was elusive. As for the nesting environment, it needed to be dark, concealed, and defensively secure. Tomorrow, he would venture to the docks or market to see if any inexpensive nectar was available, even if it were of the lowest quality. He would also search for discarded, small sealed containers to simulate a beehive environment. Lin Luo swiftly devised a plan while continuing to nourish the egg with the essence of the divine fallen core and Azi. Once it had recovered sufficiently to endure more energy, he would attempt to feed it diluted nectar, carefully wrapping the visibly improved egg in soft cloth. He stored it close to his body. He could feel the warmth radiating from his own being and the continuous, faint resonance of the divine fallen core, both providing an intangible nourishment to the egg. After completing these tasks, a profound fatigue washed over him. The intense focus and guidance he had exerted had taken a toll. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes and began to practice his self-created breathing technique to restore his spirit and physical strength. Azi also retracted its soothing shadow essence, retreating back into a state of semi-slumber within its pouch. As night deepened, within the makeshift shelter, only the long, steady breaths of the youth could be heard, accompanied by the deep, earth-like snoring of Atai outside. Meanwhile, nestled within Lin Luo's clothing pocket, the egg he had named Shadow Essence, as he had resolved in his heart, was slowly and tenaciously undergoing a revival and transformation amidst darkness and warmth. The following day, Lin Luo returned to work at the old crippled merchant's warehouse as usual. He appeared unchanged, silent, and diligent, occasionally exchanging a few words with Ague. However, Ague noticed that Lin Luo seemed unusually spirited today, his gaze brighter than usual. During the afternoon break, instead of resting against the burlap sacks as he typically did, Lin Luo greeted Ague and announced his intention to visit the market for some supplies, hastily departing the warehouse. He wandered through the most chaotic and inexpensive goods market in the dock area, purchasing a small jar of murky, inferior flower honey, mixed with syrup and impurities, from a vendor for 2 copper coins. He could only wonder which flowers it had come from. With 3 copper coins, Lin Luo managed to procure a small, palm-sized box carved from a certain type of black hardwood from an elderly scrap collector. This box, adorned with natural wood grains and a subtle fragrance, appeared to be an abandoned spice container. After a thorough cleaning, the interior revealed a smooth surface, its dimensions perfectly suited to simulate a miniature beehive. After finishing his work in the evening, Lin Luo hurried back to Mole Alley with the box and some wildflower honey. Instead of immediately attempting to feed the egg, he meticulously cleaned the wooden box, scalded it with boiling water, and allowed it to dry. He then took a minuscule amount of inferior wildflower honey, diluted it with several times its volume in clean water, and stirred it into a very faint honey solution. He carefully extracted the shadow egg once more. After a night and a day of nurturing warmth, the cracks on the eggshell seemed to have healed just a fraction, and its color brightened slightly from a deep black to a muted red. The life force pulsed within, becoming more stable, albeit still weak, with no signs of imminent dissolution. Lin Luo dipped the tip of a clean wooden stick into an exceedingly small drop of the diluted honey water and delicately placed it upon the intact area of the egg's surface. The drop of honey water did not immediately seep in or get absorbed. Instead, it formed a diminutive, crystalline bead. Lin Luo watched intently, and after a brief moment, he sensed a slight stirring of life within the egg, as if it had developed a faint interest in the honey water. The bead slowly permeated the eggshell at a barely perceptible pace, not flowing, but rather being drawn in by some unseen force. Following this absorption, the life pulse of the egg noticeably strengthened a notch. Though still feeble, it resembled a parched seedling receiving its first drop of rain, awakening with a hint of vitality. Success. It could absorb nectar. Although the efficiency was exceedingly low, it was indeed effective. Lin Luo felt a surge of confidence. This indicated that his hypothesis was correct. The essence of the shadow was still that of a bee, requiring nectar as a fundamental sustenance, even if of poor quality. He refrained from overindulgence, administering merely that single drop. Subsequently, he carefully placed the egg into the meticulously cleaned black wooden box, cushioning the bottom with a layer of soft, shredded, and dried moss. He closed the lid of the box, leaving a minuscule gap for ventilation. This little wooden box would serve as a temporary nursery and miniature beehive for the shadow. In the days that followed, Lin Luo's life adopted a new rhythm. By day, he labored at the warehouse, honing his physique, observing, learning, and gathering information. Each evening, he would return to nourish the shadow with a minuscule amount of diluted inferior honey, while continuously nurturing it with the essence of the fallen star core and the calming shadows of a Z. At night, he practiced breathing techniques to restore his spirit and attempted to integrate the power techniques he observed during the day, exploring the application of his inner energy. The shadow's recovery was slow yet steady. The cracks in the eggshell gradually healed, its color shifting from muted red to a deeper, more subdued shade of purple. The life pulse grew increasingly robust. Although hatching seemed a distant prospect, the indomitable and vibrant vitality was palpable through the faint resonance of the fallen core. Lin Luo could even vaguely sense the nascent consciousness within the egg, developing a primitive and indistinct sense of closeness and dependence towards him, towards a Z, and towards the ancient aura that nourished it. Simultaneously, through a Gui and other laborers, Lin Luo gleaned some whispers. It appeared that the Grey Wolf gang had suffered a setback in the ghost market and was investigating the individual who had ambushed them with shadowy tendrils that night. Yet they had no leads. The impoverished Lin Luo did not seem to be under significant suspicion, which relieved him yet made him more vigilant. That afternoon, the warehouse closed early. With 10 copper coins freshly earned, Lin Luo did not return home immediately. He recalled that today marked the monthly open class at Canaan Academy, which focused on the fundamentals of beast contracts and common contract backlash. This was precisely the knowledge he urgently needed. The dormant potential of a tie and their bond involved the profound mysteries of contracts. He hurried to the Square of Wisdom. Upon arrival, the class had commenced. A middle-aged female lecturer, with a serious demeanor and impeccably arranged hair, was elucidating the types and risks of contracts. Lin Luo squeezed into the outskirts of the crowd, listening intently. Contracts represented a dual linkage of spirit, soul, and energy. Equal contracts, master-servant contracts, and slave contracts, each increasing in efficacy and risk. Contract backlash typically arises from a significant disparity in strength between the two parties, unstable links, intense spiritual shocks, or violations of core contract terms. Certain special conditions, such as bloodline dormancy, soul damage, or elemental conflict, could also lead to contract anomalies, necessitating targeted interventions. This systematic knowledge granted Lin Luo a deeper understanding of his own situation with the tie, particularly regarding the special conditions that could result in contract irregularities. Stirring some thoughts within him, after the open class concluded, Lin Luo departed with the dispersing crowd, still digesting the information he had absorbed. As he passed a relatively secluded alley at the edge of the square, an instinct compelled him to halt. Deep within the alley, a familiar, stooped figure stood with his back to him, seemingly rummaging through a pile of discarded items. It was the frail old man who had sold him the insect egg in the ghost market. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Luo approached. That night, had it not been for the old man's covert assistance, he was almost certain those shadowy tendrils were linked to him. His escape would have been improbable. Moreover, the old man seemed to recognize the egg's extraordinary nature. "Old sir," Lin Luo called softly, standing a few paces behind the elder. The old man's movements paused momentarily before he slowly turned around. Beneath his hood, his murky eyes met Lin Luo's gaze, devoid of surprise, only reflecting a profound understanding of the world. "It's you, lad. How is the egg?" He indeed knew. Lin Luo's heart jolted, yet he maintained a calm facade. "Thanks to your help, it's alive and gradually recovering." The old man nodded, his raspy voice lacking any inflection. "The mutated offspring of the corrupted bone shadow bee's egg can reclaim a life. It is your fortune, as well as its fate, not to perish. Take good care of it. Do not feed it excessive wild honey. Instead, mix in some pollen from shadow flowers or nightshade, as it will be beneficial. When it hatches, for the first feeding, it is best to combine your own blood with the shadow honey, if available, which will deepen your bond." The corpse bone shadow bee? A mutated descendant? Lin Luo seized upon the keywords and eagerly pressed on. "Old sir, could you elaborate further? Also, where might I find shadow flowers, nightshade, and shadow honey?" The old man glanced at him and replied slowly. "The corpse bone shadow bee resides deep within the eerie marshes, living in colonies and adept at shadowy stealth. Its stinger carries a faint soul-paralytic toxin, and the queen produces shadow honey, which nourishes spiritual energy, though in very limited quantities. The egg you possess has a slightly different aura, more pure yet more fragile, resembling a mutated form or a return to ancestral bloodlines. In any case, it is challenging to nurture, but if cared for properly, it holds considerable potential. Shadow flowers and nightshade are shade-loving magical plants, occasionally available in the black market of Wind Whisper City, albeit at a hefty price. Shadow honey is even rarer. You must wait for your queen bee to mature and produce it herself." The old man paused and added, "In the meantime, along with nectar, you might also try to find some shadow dust, dust enriched with shadow energy, or decay soil, a special earth abundant in the energies of death and rebirth, to create a nesting bed, aiding in its absorption of shadow energy." The information was overwhelming. Lin Luo bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, sir." The old man waved his hand, turning back to rummage through the clutter, as if he had merely uttered a few inconsequential words. "You should leave now, lad. Those Grey Wolves' haven, tea given up. Avoid wandering around the dock area lately. Also, your lizard is not simple. Hide it well." With that, he paid Lin Luo no further mind. Understanding this as a dismissal, Lin Luo expressed his thanks once more and swiftly departed, his heart surging with tumultuous thoughts. Not only had he clarified the species and nurturing direction of the shadow, but he also received invaluable cultivation advice. More importantly, this mysterious old man seemed to have some awareness of a tie as well. Who exactly was he? With a mind full of reflections and the joy of newfound knowledge, Lin Luo returned to Mole Alley. He carefully extracted the wooden box, gazing at the dark purple egg within, which had grown deeper in hue and pulsated with increasing vigor, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "May the corpse bone shadow queen rejuvenate swiftly. We need you, and you need us, to carve out a niche in Wind Whisper City." As night fell, a soft, hopeful monologue escaped the boy's lips through the gaps of the makeshift shelter. Meanwhile, within the black wooden box, the egg of the queen bee, named Shadow, seemed to hear the call, as the brilliance of life flickered dimly yet distinctly in the silent darkness. Chapter 26. The side door assessment of Canaan Academy. Sweat trickled down his chin, splattering onto the dusty floor of the old cripple-s warehouse. Lin Luo straightened his back. Having moved the last tightly bound bundle of beast hides to the designated spot, shaking out his sore arms. The afternoon sun slanted through the high windows of the warehouse, illuminating the countless motes of dust dancing in the air. It had been more than half a month since he rescued the egg of the shadow. During this time, Lin Luo's life had resembled a wound-up machine, regular, exhausting, yet fulfilling. Every morning, within the confines of his humble abode, he practiced breathing techniques and engaged in physical exercises, while nurturing the shadowy egg with the breath of the divine core and the assistance of Ozzy. The shell within the wooden box had been entirely restored, its hue transforming from a dark purple to a more subdued, nearly pitch-black ink color, with a faint, shifting sheen reminiscent of shadows upon its surface. The vital pulse within was robust and stable, suggesting that hatching was drawing ever closer. Following the guidance of the enigmatic elder, Lin Luo managed to procure a small quantity of dried nightshade pollen from the fringe stalls of the black market, albeit of inferior quality, which he mixed into the diluted honey water he provided daily. The shadow seemed to relish it, showing a marked increase in absorption efficiency. By day, he toiled at the warehouse, treating the strenuous labor as fundamental physical training. While moving heavy ores, Atai occasionally managed to absorb a trace of the exceedingly faint earth element, better than nothing at all. Through observation and casual conversations with laborers like Ague, he gleaned further insights into the underbelly of Wind Whisper City, the dockside gangs, and the rules of the black market. He also discreetly inquired about more information regarding Canaan Academy. The most significant revelation came 3 days prior. That day, he finished work early and returned to the Fountain of Wisdom for an open lecture on the weaknesses of common low-tier magical beasts and corresponding tactical approaches. After the class, he ventured to ask the middle-aged female lecturer a question about the abnormal hardening of the shells of Earth attribute iron-armored beasts and the sluggish flow of magical energy, omitting specifics about Atai. The lecturer glanced at him with mild surprise, likely not expecting a seemingly ordinary boy to pose such a professional question, yet she patiently elaborated on potential causes, including dormant bloodlines, energy stagnation, and maldevelopment of the shell accompanied by deformed magical circuits. She also mentioned that the Academy's library contained more detailed discussions in Beast Pathology, Basic Edition, and Manual for Breeding Earth Attribute Beasts, Volume 1. Lin Luo diligently noted the titles of these 2 books. The library was a sanctuary of knowledge, an esteemed place that currently felt beyond his reach. After work in the evening, besides caring for the shadow, he would wander near the dilapidated courtyard of the one-armed veteran in the dock area. He kept his distance, observing from afar. The veteran continued to practice the most fundamental gun techniques, using a stick, day after day, his movements monotonous yet imbued with a captivating focus and perseverance. Lin Luo silently studied the nuances of his power application, weight shifts, and breathing rhythms, cross-referencing them with his own breathing techniques and power exertion practices, yielding considerable insights. He even attempted to mimic the veteran's movements using only muscle control, without the aid of internal energy. Though awkward, he gradually began to replicate the motions. Nighttime was reserved for cultivation, reflection, and planning. His physique steadily strengthened, and his guidance of internal energy became increasingly proficient. Though still faint, it began to faintly adhere to his punches and kicks, augmenting their impact. The resonance between the divine core and the shadow egg grew clearer, allowing him to discern the egg's consciousness yearning for shadows, swarms, and contracts. Yet, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents of tension never ceased. The Grey Wolf Gang's investigation into the Ghost Market incident appeared relentless, casting a tense atmosphere over the dock area. Lin Luo was exceptionally cautious each time he ventured in and out, making every effort to avoid the areas where the Grey Wolf Gang was active. Ague had privately warned him that recently, members of the Grey Wolf Gang were inquiring about a poor lad accompanied by a large lizard. What cast a shadow over Lin Luo's mind was an unsettling scene he had inadvertently witnessed at the dock area 2 days prior. A group of individuals cloaked in black, exuding a chilling presence and moving stealthily, were engaged in hushed conversation with a scar-faced lieutenant of the Grey Wolf Gang. Although he was too far away to discern their words, Lin Luo's innate perception captured a faint, disquieting aura emanating from them, one reminiscent of the fragments of the Shadow Moon insignia and the lingering essence of the old mine, suffused with a sense of shadow and death. They were indeed from the Shadow Moon. Their presence in Wind Whisper City was confirmed, and it appeared they had colluded with the local ruffians of the Grey Wolf Gang. This revelation sent a chill down Lin Luo's spine. He felt an increasing urgency to enhance his strength and secure a safer identity and foothold. The Canaan Academy was the most promising springboard he could envision at present. However, the formal enrollment examination was not scheduled until the following spring, which was a wait he could not afford. The alternative routes to enter the academy, involving special tests and perilous missions that he had gleaned from Ague and the laborers, resurfaced in his mind, just as anxiety began to consume him, prompting him to consider whether to take on some highly dangerous, yet lucrative clearing tasks posted by mercenary guilds to amass capital and reputation. An unexpected turn of events transpired. That afternoon, Lin Luo was engaged in the usual labor of moving wooden crates at the warehouse. An old, limping man approached, leaning heavily on his cane. He scrutinized Lin Luo with piercing eyes before suddenly speaking. "Young man, you possess considerable strength and seem quite dependable. Would you be interested in earning some extra coin? It pays better than lugging packages here." Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat as he paused his work and respectfully inquired, "What kind of extra work, uncle?" "There's an urgent shipment from the Northern Iron Anvil Merchants Guild that needs to be transported to the Blackstone outpost by nightfall. The distance isn't far, but the route is fraught with danger. There have been reports of bandits in the area. They need a few temporary guards, primarily to assist with the transport and safeguard the goods. In case of trouble, you won't have to fight fiercely. Just ensure the cart doesn't get lost. For one trip. This is the sum." The old man raised 3 fingers. 30 copper coins? No, judging by the old man's demeanor, it might well be 3 silver coins. That was equivalent to what he would earn in over half a month at the warehouse. "When do we leave? How many people will be there?" Lin Luo did not immediately agree, but cautiously probed. "We depart tonight, aiming to arrive before dawn. The guild has 2 guards and needs 2 or 3 additional helpers. You'll count as 1, and your large lizard can be considered half a laborer. What do you say? Are you daring enough to go?" The old man fixed his gaze upon him. "Tonight? Outside the city? Bandits?" The risks were evident, yet the allure of 3 silver coins, coupled with the potential opportunities the journey might present, such as access to new information or even encounters with Academy members, ignited Lin Luo's interest. He needed the money, the practical experience, and a chance to escape the confines of Mole Alley and the dock area to explore beyond. "I will go." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Luo nodded in agreement. "Good. Don't leave after finishing your work. Wait here. Someone from the guild will come to fetch you." The old man nodded and, having said no more, ambled away, leaning on his cane. As dusk settled and the warehouse completed its day's work, a sturdy 4-wheeled cart drawn by 2 robust pack camels came to a halt at the entrance. The cart was laden with tightly bound goods, secured with twine and heavy oilcloth, resembling either metal ingots or weapon blanks. Beside the cart stood 3 individuals. One was a middle-aged man clad in half-armor, a long sword hanging from his waist, exuding a composed demeanor indicative of a low-tier warrior. He was the head of the guards, known as Raymond. The second, a lean young guard named Jamie, possessed a keen gaze and bore a short bow across his back. The third was an elderly man named Old Joe, dressed in merchant attire, responsible for driving the cart and communication. Lin Luo approached with Atai beside him. Atai's imposing figure and steady aura drew several glances from Raymond and Jamie, the former's eyes flickering with surprise, clearly recognizing Atai's extraordinary nature. Yet, they posed no further inquiries. In the underworld and black market, peculiar contract beasts were not uncommon. Just him, accompanied by a large lizard? Jamie scrutinized Lin Luo's slender frame and the faded, worn clothing he wore, his tone laced with skepticism. Raymond raised a hand to silence Jamie, nodding at Lin Luo. "You must be Lin Luo, as introduced by the old cripple. The rules have been conveyed to you, correct? Follow commands on the road, and do not panic in emergencies. How strong is this ironback lizard of yours? Can it assist in pulling the cart or serve as an early warning?" "It understands simple commands, possesses considerable strength, and can assist. It is particularly sensitive to vibrations and the presence of danger," Lin Luo replied succinctly. "Very well, board the cart. You and your lizard will stay beside the vehicle, keeping an eye on both sides and the rear. Jamie, ascend to the top of the cart and monitor the front and the skies. Old Joe, drive the cart, taking the shortest route while avoiding ambush-prone areas." Raymond swiftly delegated tasks, demonstrating a decisive efficiency. Without delay, they set off. The cart creaked as it rolled out of the dock area, traversing the increasingly deserted streets, exiting the city through the northern gate of Wind Whisper City. Beyond the city lay a vast, undulating expanse of hills, with the road being a compacted dirt path, relatively smooth. As night enveloped the landscape, only the 2 wind-resistant oil lamps hanging from the cart's front emitted a faint, golden glow, illuminating a small stretch ahead. The moonless night sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, and the night breeze carried the unique, crisp scent of the wilderness. Lin Luo walked alongside the cart, with Atai beside him, their heavy footsteps echoing in the tranquil night. He remained acutely focused, extending his basic perceptive attributes to their maximum range while attuning his ears to capture any unusual sounds beyond the whispers of the wind. He had left Xiao Yin near the hut, keeping a Z and the Shadow's Egg close at hand. In such escort missions, Xiao Yin's aerial advantage was not particularly beneficial and could easily lead to exposure. Raymond and Jamie clearly possessed ample experience, speaking little along the way, remaining vigilant as they scanned their surroundings. Old Joe, fully engrossed in driving the cart, was well acquainted with the terrain. The first half of the journey proceeded smoothly, encountering no troubles apart from startling a few nocturnal beasts. Lin Luo used this opportunity to observe Raymond and Jamie's alert postures and their coordinated efforts, silently learning from them. However, just as they traversed a narrow path flanked by low earthen hills overgrown with grass taller than a person, an unforeseen event occurred. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, unexpectedly emanating from the thicket of weeds atop the left hillside. A number of crudely crafted crossbow bolts, akin to venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, fiercely surged towards the caravan. The targets were none other than Raymond at the head of the carriage, the horses pulling it, and Jamie atop the vehicle. An ambush. Duck down. Raymond reacted with remarkable swiftness, bellowing a command, his body instinctively crouching low as he deftly swung his sword to deflect a bolt aimed directly at him, producing a sharp clang. Old Joe, startled, recoiled, gripping the reins tightly to steady the panicked packed beast. Jamie, perched atop the vehicle, faced a harrowing moment as a bolt grazed his scalp, severing a lock of hair. His face drained of color. He hastily rolled off the roof and took cover behind the cart, hastily drawing his short bow and blindly firing a few arrows in the direction from which the bolts had come. Bandits. A considerable number. Raymond's expression grew grave as he leaned against the wheel, his keen gaze scanning the hillside. In that instant, Lin Luo instinctively lunged forward, rolling to the opposite side of the cart while urgently whispering, "Atai, defend." Atai let out a low growl, his massive form unhesitatingly shifting 2 steps sideways, presenting his broad, robust carapace like a moving iron wall between Lin Luo and the cart. One bolt shot toward this direction, embedding itself into Atai's shell with a soft thud, penetrating less than an inch before being halted by the resilient muscle and armor. Atai merely shook his head, his amber eyes sharpening with focus as he locked onto the direction of the approaching bolts, producing a low, menacing growl from his throat. Such formidable armor. Raymond observed this scene with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This defensive capability far surpassed that of an ordinary iron-backed lizard. Kill! A coarse shout erupted from the hillside. Immediately, more than 20 ragged and fierce-looking men, armed with various weapons, charged down from the underbrush with wild howls. Leading them was a burly one-eyed man wielding a wicked-looking broadsword, exuding a menacing aura. He was unmistakably a low-tier warrior. Indeed, they were bandits. Moreover, this was a premeditated ambush. Given their numbers and ferocity, they were no ordinary petty thieves. Protect the cart. Form a formation, Raymond commanded sternly, positioning himself and Jamie back-to-back against the cart, creating a small defensive circle. Old Joe, trembling in fear, cowered beneath the vehicle. The bandits charged closer, their blades glinting ominously in the lamplight. The battle erupted instantaneously. Raymond wielded his long sword, his blade cutting through the air as he engaged the one-eyed leader and 2 other marauders, managing to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Jamie employed his short bow for rapid close-range shots, his aim precise, targeting the bandits' faces and joints. Though his arrows lacked significant power, they proved highly disruptive. However, the bandits enjoyed a numerical advantage, and soon 7 or 8 of them flanked Raymond and Jamie, making a beeline for the cart and Lin Luo. "Kid, get lost. Leave the goods." One of the thuggish bandits sneered, swinging his sword menacingly at Lin Luo. Lin Luo's eyes chilled with determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced. At the very moment when the opponent's blade was about to strike, the body swiftly slid to the side, narrowly evading the lethal edge. Simultaneously, the right hand delved into the sleeve, retrieving a rusted dagger wrapped in cloth, which smoothly slipped into the palm. Harnessing the momentum from the evasive maneuver, it was thrust upwards with ferocity into the unprotected ribcage of the adversary. The dagger met flesh with a dull thud. The cruel smirk on the bandit's face froze instantly, transforming into disbelief and excruciating pain as he fell backward with a wail. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo continued to move like a nimble fish, weaving through several bandits. He did not engage directly, but instead used Atai's massive form as cover, combining it with his agile footwork and the foresight granted by his basic attributes to target the enemy's vulnerabilities. though the dagger was riddled with rust, each thrust, empowered by a faint surge of internal energy and Lin Luo's precise delivery, carried a lethal threat. Atai, on the other hand, exhibited tremendous prowess. While its methods of attack were singular, its defensive capabilities were astounding, and its strength was formidable. Faced with incoming blades and swords, it stood its ground, absorbing the blows with its shell, producing a resounding clang as sparks flew. Seizing the moment, it either charged with its heavy head, causing enemies to break under the impact, or swept with its robust tail like a steel whip, knocking adversaries aside. Occasionally, it would lower its head, sinking its toothy maw into foes, effortlessly rending their limbs apart. The synergy between man and lizard was surprisingly harmonious, with Lin Luo orchestrating stealthy strikes, while Atai took on the front line and drew enemy fire. In a brief span, 4 or 5 bandits lay defeated at their feet, either dead or gravely injured. "Damn it! Take down that beast," and the kid, the one-eyed leader, both shocked and furious, repelled Raymond's sword and barked the order. Immediately, 5 or 6 more bandits, led by a scar-faced brute wielding an iron rod, charged towards Lin Luo and Atai, their assault growing fiercer. The pressure intensified. Lin Luo bore several new wounds. Though shallow, they stung fiercely. Atai also bore fresh white marks and shallow cuts on its shell. While they were not critical, the continuous barrage was beginning to irritate it. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Luo contemplated whether to risk a brief surge from Atai or to employ Aziz's mental interference. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing whistle, as if capable of shattering eardrums, sliced through the night sky at astonishing speed. Following closely was a silver flash, akin to a falling star, which precisely struck the throat of the scar-faced man who was swinging the rod towards Atai's head. The scar-faced man abruptly froze, his iron rod clattering to the ground as he clutched his throat, blood gushing between his fingers. His eyes widening in disbelief as he slowly knelt, breath leaving him. An exquisitely crafted arrow, entirely silver with peculiar spiral patterns on its tail feathers, was embedded in his throat, the shaft still trembling slightly. It was an arrow, so swift, so precise, such formidable penetration. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, extraordinary shot. The battle momentarily stilled. Immediately thereafter, a cool, serene, yet undeniably authoritative young female voice emerged from the darkness behind the crowd. "The night patrol of Canaan Academy is present. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or face lethal consequences." As the words echoed, several figures silently emerged from behind the dark earth mounds. The foremost among them was a girl who appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, clad in a tailored hunting outfit of deep green, adorned with the emblem of Canaan Academy, a twisting vine intertwined with books. Her stature was upright, and though her features remained indistinct in the flickering light of the oil lamps, her eyes shone like cold stars, sparkling brilliantly amidst the shadows. She held an elegantly crafted longbow, seemingly a perfect fusion of silver metal and dark wood, the bowstring still quivering slightly. The arrow that had just been loosed had evidently originated from her hand. Following her were 4 young men and women, similarly dressed in academy uniforms, exuding a fierce aura while brandishing weapons, warriors, mages, and a beastmaster accompanied by a sharp-eyed iron-feathered hawk, its plumage glinting like metal. They swiftly spread out, subtly encircling the battlefield. The night patrol of Canaan Academy. Judging by their uniforms and demeanor, they were clearly not ordinary students, but likely members of the Academy's enforcement team or an elite squad. The bandits' faces turned ashen. The reputation and strength of Canaan Academy were well known throughout the vicinity of Whispering Wind City. This ragtag group might bully an ordinary merchant caravan, but when faced with the Academy's elite team, they had no hope of victory. The one-eyed leader's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he glared fiercely at Raymond and Lin Luo, hissing, "The winds are rough. Retreat." The remaining bandits, as if granted a pardon, let out a cry and disregarded their fallen comrades, scrambling away into the depths of the wilderness, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Thus, the crisis was averted by the sudden appearance of the Academy team in a manner that was nearly overwhelming. Raymond exhaled in relief, sheathing his sword, and respectfully bowed to the leading girl, saying, "Thank you for your rescue. I am Raymond, a guard of the Iron Anvil Merchant Association, eternally grateful." The girl offered a slight nod. Her gaze, however, transcended Raymond, landing instead on Lin Luo, who was emerging from behind a tie, slightly breathless and bearing wounds, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. Beside him, a tie, with its blood-stained shell and steady presence, watched her vigilantly with its dark yellow eyes. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Luo's worn, faded clothing, which starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment, as well as on the unassuming, bloodied rusty dagger he held. She scrutinized the tie's unusual shell, size, and eyes for a few moments longer. Finally, her glance seemed to subtly sweep over the inconspicuous small pouch at Lin Luo's waist, which contained a Z and a shadow egg, her brow imperceptibly lifting. "You," the girl's cool voice resonated, directed at Lin Luo, "are not part of the merchant caravan. Who are you? Why are you here? Is this mutated iron-armored dragon lizard your contracted beast?" Her tone was not harsh, yet it carried an innate, superior air of scrutiny, as if she could penetrate through all facades. Lin Luo's heart trembled. At a glance, she discerned that a tie was not a mere ironback lizard, but rather a mutated iron-armored dragon lizard. Furthermore, she seemed to have a sense of a Z or Yu Ying's presence as well. The prowess and insight of this young lady were indeed unfathomable. He composed himself and, with a humble yet respectful bow, addressed her. "Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Lin Luo, a laborer from the dock district of Fengyu City, temporarily serving as a guard for this escort at the recommendation of the old crippled warehouse keeper. This is indeed my contracted partner, a tie. Laborer? Temporary guard?" A flicker of amusement danced in the young lady's eyes as her gaze swept over the fresh, yet evidently unique marks of exertion on his arm, as well as the remarkably shallow white scars etched into a tie's shell by blades. A laborer accompanied by a mutated young iron-armored dragon lizard, capable of working in concert to take down several assailants while sustaining only minor injuries? Her words resonated like thunder in Lin Luo's ears. Not only had she identified a tie's breed, but she could also perceive signs of its latent potential. Who was this girl? A mere patroller in the academy, yet possessing such keen discernment? Raymond and Jamie looked on in astonishment at Lin Luo and a tie. They had only perceived that this boy and the large lizard worked well together, displaying great strength and resilient armor, never suspecting their extraordinary origins. Lin Luo's heart raced, yet he strove to maintain an air of calm. He understood that in the presence of this girl, whose gaze was as piercing as a hawk's, any excessive pretense might backfire. He chose silence, merely lowering his head slightly, awaiting her next words. The young lady seemed unconcerned with an immediate response, retracting her gaze to address Raymond. "Were there any losses in the cargo? What about casualties among personnel?" Raymond quickly replied, "The cargo is intact. We only sustained minor injuries to 2 of our members, thanks to Lin Luo and his contracted beast's valiant defense, as well as the timely arrival of all of you." The young lady nodded and gestured to the beast Tamer beside her. The iron-feathered eagle at the tamer's side immediately took flight, circling low and surveying the surroundings. "This area has been quite unsettled lately, with several bands of marauders on the prowl. You should hasten your journey. Reaching the outpost before dawn will ensure your safety." After addressing Raymond, she turned once more to Lin Luo, her tone still cool, yet seemingly imbued with a hint of something else. "You are Lin Luo, correct? Your skills are commendable, and your contracted beast shows promise. It is a pity that you remain merely a laborer in the dock district." Lin Luo's heart stirred as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and within her starry gaze flickered the reflection of dancing flames as she slowly continued. "At Canaan Academy, in the Fengyu branch, there will be a side door assessment for exceptional talents in 3 months. It is open to all, regardless of background or past, focusing solely on potential, temperament, and practical ability. If you are interested, you may come and give it a try." A side door assessment. Exceptional talents. Focusing solely on potential, temperament, and practical ability. Lin Luo's heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, his blood surging with exhilaration. The opportunity he had long yearned for had unexpectedly presented itself before him in this remarkable manner, and it was delivered by the very elite of the academy standing before him. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, how does one register for this side door assessment? What are the necessary requirements?" Lin Luo suppressed his excitement, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Specific information will be available 10 days later on the bulletin board outside the main gate of the academy. You may check it then." The girl spoke little more, turning to wave at her companions, signaling the completion of their task. "Yes, Captain." The 4 team members responded in unison, swiftly gathering around. The girl cast a final glance at Lin Luo, leaving behind a meaningful look, before moving gracefully like a shadow merging with the night, disappearing with her team into the darkness from whence they came, leaving only the whisper of the night breeze stirring the wild grass. Their arrival had been abrupt, and their departure just as decisive, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stunned figures of Lin Luo and the others. The side gate assessment of Canaan Academy. Lin Luo murmured to himself, clenching his fists. The sting from the wound on his arm heightened his awareness. Raymond approached, patting him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Little brother Lin Luo, I didn't expect you to be so unassuming. Just now, it was thanks to you in a tie." The side gate assessment of Canaan Academy is a golden opportunity. You must seize it. Lin Luo took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him, and nodded to Raymond. "Thank you, brother Raymond. Let us continue on our journey." The convoy set off once more. The night remained profound, and the path ahead was still uncertain. Yet, within Lin Luo's heart, a beacon of hope, unprecedented and radiant, had ignited. The side gate of Canaan Academy had quietly opened a small crevice for him, and he was determined to exert every effort to breach it. Chapter 27. The side gate assessment. As dawn's light began to break, a breeze carrying the unique scent of Mole Alley, mingled with the stench of overnight sewage and fermented cheap food, wafted through the cracks of the dilapidated wooden boards. Lin Luo awoke, lying on a platform of moldy straw, reluctant to rise immediately. The aches throughout his body were akin to the imprints left on the beach after the tide recedes, vivid and profound, chronicling the fierce encounter with the bandits from the previous night. The gash on the outer side of his left arm, inflicted by a curved blade, had been hastily treated with clean cloth and tranquil herb powder, the burning sensation having diminished significantly, replaced by a tingling as new flesh began to grow. Bruises adorned his chest and back, and pressing on them elicited a faint pain. Yet, the fatigue and discomfort of his body could not obscure the blaze of determination that burned brighter than the morning light in his eyes. The side gate assessment of Canaan Academy. The girl captain, cold as an icy spring yet possessing a gaze sharp enough to pierce through all veils, had cast a stone into the placid, yet tumultuous, waters of his life, stirring up colossal waves. The girl's words echoed in his mind. 10 days until the bulletin board outside the main gate of the academy. 10 days. He had but 10 days to prepare. During this time, he needed to recover from his injuries and, more importantly, to elevate himself in every aspect, be it physical strength, combat skills, or understanding the potential contents of the side gate assessment. He sat up, gently stretching his sore neck and shoulders, then closed his eyes, beginning to practice his self-created breathing technique. This time, he aimed not only to restore his stamina and nurture his spirit, but to guide the faint yet increasingly refined internal energy toward his injured left arm. With focused intention, he envisioned a warm current akin to the gentlest spring water, cleansing and saturating the damaged muscle fibers and delicate blood vessels, alleviating bruising and fatigue while bestowing vitality and vigor. This represented an entirely novel endeavor. Traditionally, breathing techniques and inner energy were primarily employed for cultivation and overall recuperation, seldom utilized with such precision for healing wounds. However, the skirmish from the previous night had awakened him to the realization that swift recovery could be as crucial as offensive and defensive capabilities in a world fraught with perilous trials and forthcoming adventures. Initially, his inner energy encountered some resistance as it coursed through the injury, accompanied by a slight sting. Yet, with patient guidance, he regulated the flow and velocity. Gradually, the sting transformed into a warm, tingling sensation, as if countless tiny lives were bustling beneath the surface of the wound. He could distinctly feel the taut muscles surrounding the injury loosening, the blood flow becoming more unobstructed, and the tingling sensation of new flesh burgeoning seemed to quicken slightly. Effective. Although the results were far from those achieved through professional healing potions or magic, he could indeed hasten the natural healing process of his injuries. Moreover, through this meticulous control, his mastery over inner energy appeared to have improved subtly. After half an hour, Lin Luo concluded his practice and opened his eyes. The wound on his left arm persisted. Yet the pain had significantly diminished, and the arm's mobility had become considerably more agile. Upon unwrapping the bandage for examination, he discovered the edges of the wound adorned with fine, pink granulation tissue, healing at a rate that surpassed the average person. This was not merely the result of his inner energy. It likely also stemmed from the formidable self-healing potential granted by the faint draconic essence acquired through his bond with the Tai. Thus, it seemed that within 3 days, the external injuries would largely heal. The bruising posed no concern. A sense of calm settled within Lin Luo as he rose and exited the makeshift shelter. A Tai lay sprawled on the narrow patch outside, basking in the first rays of morning sunlight. The dark blue shell bore traces of white and shallow marks from the previous night, nearly invisible in the sunlight, only discernible upon close inspection, revealing that those marks were slightly lighter than the surrounding shell. Sensing Lin Luo's presence, a Tai lifted its head, its dark yellow eyes reflecting concern, emitting a low, rumbling sound from its throat. "It's all right, a Tai. You performed admirably last night," Lin Luo reassured, patting the cool, heavy shell. Through their soul link, he sensed that a Tai was in excellent condition. The previous night's battle appeared more akin to a warm-up for it, as the raiders' attacks barely registered as a tickle, instead invigorating the flow of energy within and seemingly providing slight benefits to its dormant potential. Little Silver swooped down from the top of the shelter, landing on his opposite shoulder, gently pecking at the bandaged left arm, worry evident in its silvery eyes. "It's just a minor injury," Lin Luo smiled, affectionately stroking its head. Although Little Silver had remained behind the previous night and had not partaken in the battle, it had sensed Lin Luo's peril and pain through their mental link. Az continued to quietly remain within the pouch. Meanwhile, the shadow egg, nestled in the small black box, pulsed with a steady and vigorous life force, seemingly attuned to the violent aura from the previous night, transmitting a vague sense of curiosity and yearning. He hastily consumed some leftover hard wheat cakes from the night before and sipped a few mouthfuls of cool water. Lin Luo did not immediately head to the old, crippled man's warehouse. He required time to digest the gains from the previous night and to strategize his actions for the next 10 days. He instructed a Tai to remain nearby the hut for rest and vigilance, while he clutched the few remaining copper coins and ventured once more into the depths of Mole Alley. Instead of making his way to the dock area, he directed his steps towards the northern part of Wind Whisper City, approaching the vicinity of the Academy District. Today he had 2 objectives. The first was a publicly accessible, low-cost training ground for physical combat located on the outskirts of the Academy District, near the borders of the Commoners area. Such training grounds are typically established by the Lord's Office or a certain merchant guild, featuring rudimentary facilities, only the most basic weights, wooden dummies, sandbags, and a patch of uneven, trampled earth. The clientele here mostly comprises lowly mercenaries, apprentice guards, or common youths like Lin Luo, who yearn for strength but are constrained by their meager finances. The fee is calculated daily. For merely 2 copper coins, one can utilize the facilities for an entire day. Having paid the 2 copper coins, Lin Luo entered the training ground. The space was already bustling with activity, filled with shouts, the sounds of strikes, and heavy breaths, all mingling in an atmosphere saturated with sweat and effort. He refrained from commencing his training immediately. Instead, he sought a quiet corner along the periphery to observe. He scrutinized those using weights, stone locks, and iron blocks, analyzing how they distributed the load, controlled their breath, and avoided strains. He watched individuals striking the wooden dummies and sandbags, noting their striking postures, rhythm, and footwork. He also observed pairs engaged in drills, not true combat, but rather a practice of techniques, studying how they evaded, blocked, and exploited openings. The skill levels varied greatly, with many exhibiting rough movements and numerous bad habits. However, Lin Luo was not in pursuit of advanced techniques. He aimed to extract the most fundamental and practical elements from what he witnessed, blending them with insights gleaned from the one-armed veteran, revelations from last night's battle, and his own experiences with breath control and internal energy, distilling them into a personal, straightforward, and effective method of exertion and combat. After approximately half an hour of observation, he commenced his own practice. Rather than attempting to lift the heaviest stone locks like some others, he selected a pair of moderately weighted ones that felt just right. He eschewed the blind pursuit of maximum weight, and instead lifted and lowered the weights in a rhythmic, deliberate manner, each motion synchronized with his breath, feeling the contraction and extension of his muscles, and attempting to harness a trace of internal energy at the peak of each movement and during transitions to enhance his explosive power and stabilize his core. Next, he approached an unused wooden dummy. The dummy was rough, its arms and legs polished by countless strikes. He did not rush to strike. Instead, he closed his eyes, Recalling the trajectory of last night's bandit attack, the path taken by the one-armed veteran's staff, and the sensations he experienced during his counterattack. Then he moved. His actions were slow, reminiscent of a film played in slow motion. He executed a punch, not with a straightforward thrust, but with a subtle rotation and inward curl, simulating the angle and force of a dagger piercing beneath the ribs. A side kick followed, his center of gravity sinking, his waist and hips generating power, mimicking the forceful strike aimed at an enemy's knee or calf. With each strike, he endeavored to concentrate his thoughts on the point of contact, envisioning his internal energy surging forth in an instant, penetrating the wooden dummy. Initially, his movements were awkward, the synchronization of his inner force sporadic, yielding minimal results. Yet, he remained unhurried and composed, repeatedly practicing, adjusting his breath, refining his posture, in search of that sensation where power originates from the ground, emanates from the waist and hips, and flows through his fists and feet. Sweat soon soaked his thin, coarse clothing, rising in wisps of steam in the cool morning air. Curious or disdainful glances were cast upon him by those around, yet Lin Luo remained oblivious, absorbed in his own realm. He felt the soreness in his body alleviated through movement, his control over strength becoming increasingly nuanced with each repetition. The lingering stiffness and uncertainty from the previous night's battle gradually eroded through this fundamental training, transforming into a more solid mastery. After nearly an hour of practice, when his muscles began to ache anew and his inner energy had been considerably depleted, he finally paused. Instead of departing immediately, he walked to the edge of the training area, wiping his sweat with a cloth while continuing to observe the training of others, particularly those displaying genuine skill, their movements clean and precise. He noticed a burly man practicing a short distance charging technique reminiscent of the Taishan cow, each shoulder slam against the thickly leathered wooden post resonating with a dull thud, causing the post to shake violently, showcasing remarkable explosive power. Lin Luo meticulously observed the man's preparatory stance before each strike, the details of his foot placement gripping the ground, and the rhythm of his body tensing like a bowstring before releasing at the moment of impact. He also spotted a slender youth employing a strangely agile footwork, weaving between several wooden posts, sometimes lunging forward, at other times sliding sideways, abruptly halting and changing direction, like a darting fish, elusive and difficult to pin down. Lin Luo noted down several of his common directional changes and power application methods. These fragmented observations, akin to scattered pearls, were collected by him, awaiting the day when he would string them together with the thread of breath control, inner energy, and his own understanding. Having departed from the communal martial arts training ground, it was nearing noon. Lin Luo purchased the 2 cheapest rye breads from a roadside stall with the last of his copper coins, quenching his thirst with a few sips of cool water from a public tap, hastily filling his stomach. He then proceeded towards his next destination, the bulletin board area outside the main entrance of Canaan Academy. There, it served as one of the vital hubs for information within Whispering Wind City. It not only displayed various announcements from the academy, task listings, and enrollment information, but also featured some official or semi-official city notices, mercenary task briefs, and even missing person posters and bounty notices. The area was bustling with a diverse crowd, making it an excellent place to gather information. The bulletin board, located on one side of the academy's main square, consisted of several large wooden boards painted black, now adorned with an array of papers in varying states of wear. A multitude of people gathered below, pointing and discussing animatedly. Lin Luo squeezed into the crowd, his gaze swiftly scanning the various notices. Next month, the Academy will hold an open class on the principles and applications of foundational magic circles. There is also a call for recruitment of lower-grade students to participate in a practical task observing the behavior of magical beasts. Additionally, a professor's laboratory is seeking temporary assistance, with certain qualifications required. A warning has been issued by the official Wind Whisper City regarding recent bandit activities, alongside several lucrative bounty missions for exterminating bandits or exploring, released by mercenary guilds. He is searching for information regarding the side gate assessment, but currently, there is no relevant content posted on the bulletin board. It seems he must wait a few days for updates. However, he is not disheartened. His purpose for being here transcends merely observing notices. He is here to listen. Standing at the edge of the crowd, he appears aimless, yet he has attuned his ears to capture every conversation around him. Have you heard? The side gate assessment next month seems to be moved up. Is that so? Isn't it usually at the end of the year? Why so early this year? Who knows? It's said that the Academy's higher-ups are under significant pressure lately, possibly related to the activities of those damned Shadow Moon lunatics in the West. They urgently need fresh blood. Shadow Moon. Those sneaky fellows are resurfacing? No wonder the atmosphere in the city has been off lately. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't speak carelessly. However, it's rumored that this side gate assessment has a higher threshold and may include real combat scenarios, which is quite dangerous. What's there to fear? Once you enter Canaan Academy, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. No matter how perilous, it's worth the risk. Exactly. My cousin's neighbor's son got in last year through the side gate assessment, and now he is already a junior mage apprentice, living quite grandly. Fragmented discussions reach his ears, causing Lin Luo's heart to tighten. The Shadow Moon has resurfaced again. Their activities have drawn the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. This might even affect the enrollment plans, the advancement of the side gate assessment, the heightened threshold, and the inclusion of real combat scenarios are critical pieces of information for him. What form will the practical combat entail? Simulated battles? Wilderness survival? Or actual combat? He requires more information and greater preparation. He lingers before the bulletin board for a considerable time, until the sun begins to set, before turning to leave. His mind brimming with thoughts and insights. On his way back, he does not venture to the dock area or the Mole's Alley, but instead takes a detour to the relatively secluded area in the western part of the city, where a few abandoned courtyards lie. He needs to find a place to validate some thoughts, attempting to integrate his realizations from the training ground with the application of internal energy and possible combat techniques. He avoids passers-by and slips into a dilapidated courtyard overgrown with weeds, its walls partially collapsed. In the center of the yard stands a dead old tree, accompanied by several toppled stone pillars. Lin Luo takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and mentally simulates the scene of being besieged by bandits the previous night. Then, he moves. Without using a dagger, he acts with bare hands. Yet, his movements exude a fierceness and intensity starkly different from those displayed on the training ground earlier. His steps combine the agile maneuvers he observed and the steadiness of the one-armed veteran, sometimes gliding like a fish, other times charging like a wild bull. With fists and feet unleashed, he no longer sought the precision of standard stances, but instead pursued the swiftest, most ferocious, and most effective strikes aimed at vital points: the throat, eyes, temples, ribs, and groin. Simultaneously, he endeavored to harness his internal energy to erupt at the moment of each imagined effective attack. As he threw punches, he infused his internal energy into his strikes, envisioning a penetrating force. While kicking, he grounded his energy in his feet to enhance stability and impact. And during evasions, he allowed his internal energy to flow through his waist and legs, increasing his agility. Initially, the coordination between his movements and internal energy felt awkward, often leading to distractions. Yet, he persistently repeated the actions, replaying in his mind the battle from the previous night, forcefully merging those life and death sensations with his current understanding and application of internal energy. Sweat once again soaked his garments. The setting sun elongated his dancing silhouette, casting it onto the remnants of crumbling walls, reminiscent of a silent yet intense solo performance in a shadow play. Time slipped by unnoticed until the sun had completely dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, prompting Lin Luo to pause, panting heavily. He felt every muscle in his body groan, his internal energy nearly depleted, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. He sensed a marked improvement in his control over his body, his use of internal energy, and his grasp of the rhythm of combat. Although he still had a long way to go to reach the level of true masters, he was a far cry from the instinct-driven, luck-dependent version of himself from the previous night. More importantly, through this practical simulation that combined insight, observation, imagination, and guidance of internal energy, he gained a clearer understanding of his current limits and a stronger confidence, as well as a more specific preparation direction for the upcoming side gate assessment. Dragging his weary yet fulfilled body, Lin Luo returned to Mole Lane under the veil of night. Inside the makeshift shelter, a Tai lifted his head, Xiaoyin fluttered down, and a Z transmitted waves of concern, while the shadowy eggs lay securely asleep in the wooden box. 10 days. Just 10 days. Lin Luo sat on the grass mat, closed his eyes, and began to practice his breathing technique to recover from his exertions, silently planning how to make the most of each day that lay ahead. The side gate of Canaan Academy shimmered ahead, alluring yet perilous. He clenched his fists, adjusted his breath, and prepared to launch his assault. Chapter 28. Teamwork. The night was thicker than the dirtiest corners of Mole Lane. A dense fog, imbued with the scent of river water, flowed slowly and entangled like a living creature between the slick piles of stones and the worn-out planks behind the rusty warehouse. The hour had passed midnight, and silence reigned, broken only by the faint murmurs of drunken men from the distant docks and the monotonous sound of the night watchman's stick, further accentuating the desolation of the place. Lin Luo blended into the night like a shadow, pressed against the cold, damp, moss-covered brick wall, utterly still. He wore an old, dark gray outfit reminiscent of the night before, and his face and hands were once again smeared with soot and wet mud, obscuring his natural complexion and features. The wound on his left arm had mostly healed, leaving only a faint, slightly raised scar hidden beneath his sleeve. He held his breath, his heartbeat reduced to a whisper. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the darkened entrance of the sewer, partially obscured by a massive, broken shipboard. At the entrance stood two indistinct figures, their cigarette embers flickering uncertainly in the mist, just as they had the previous night. At their feet, a shadowy cat with a tuft of white fur crouched quietly, its green eyes glimmering like will-o'-the-wisps, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Tonight, Lin Luo's objective was not to infiltrate the ghost market. He no longer possessed the funds for entry. The few remaining coins in his pocket were reserved for sustenance in the coming days. His intentions for being here were different. During his training at the public gymnasium and solitary combat simulations in the abandoned courtyard yesterday, he had been contemplating the possible content of the side gate assessment, particularly the rumored Perilous practical segment. He was in dire need of real combat, of pressure, of genuine, ruthless fighting experience to hone himself and validate the fruits of his arduous training. However, within the confines of Wind Whisper City, aside from the Grey Wolf Gang and similar local thugs, it was challenging for him to find suitable opponents who could provide the requisite pressure without immediately inviting dire trouble. The guards of the ghost market, especially that shadowy cat, presented him with an opportunity. These guards were low-level enforcers for the Grey Wolf Gang or similar factions, lacking in strength, hovering around the edge of low-tier warrior apprentices, yet they were ruthless and battle-hardened, accompanied by their contracted beasts. More critically, they operated in the shadows, engaging in illicit activities. Conflicts that arose here could be resolved discreetly, leaving no incriminating evidence that could trace back to an inconspicuous laborer in Mole Alley. Moreover, defeating them might yield unexpected rewards, perhaps that shadowy cat or something of value from their possession. The risks were undoubtedly high. The adversaries comprised two men and a beast, their coordination seamless, bolstered by the might of their gang. A miscalculation or an escalation could attract more guards or formidable figures lurking within the ghost market, plunging him into a dire predicament. Yet, Lin Luo displayed no hesitation. He had 10 days. He must elevate himself in the swiftest, most effective manner possible. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could not withstand the tempest of the side gate assessment. What he sought was the sharpness forged in blood and fire. He observed for the span of a stick of incense, confirming the absence of lurking sentinels nearby. The two guards appeared somewhat drowsy, one of them stifling a yawn and murmuring complaints about the dampness of the night and the tedium of their task. The shadowy cat remained alert, its focus primarily directed toward the interior of the entrance and the expansive water surface ahead, oblivious to Lin Luo, who was pressed against the wall, seamlessly blending into the shadows. Now was the moment. Lin Luo moved, without a running start or a shout. He glided forth as if he were a shadow peeling away from the wall, skimming the ground, silent as a whisper. His movements were astonishingly swift yet imbued with an uncanny harmony that melded with the environment, a culmination of the rigorous training he'd undergone in recent days, integrating breath, internal energy, footwork, and concealment. His target was the guard who, yawning and slightly turned away from him, appeared more relaxed and vulnerable. Simultaneously, his left hand delved into his sleeve, retrieving a sharp shard of stone, discovered in an abandoned courtyard. As he approached within 3 paces of the guards, the very limit at which the lurking shadow cat might sense his presence, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The shadow cat, previously crouched, seemed to have sensed something amiss. Its emerald eyes abruptly darted towards Lin Luo's direction, its fur bristling with alarm as it emitted a sharp, piercing screech. "Who goes there?" both guards on high alert. Swiftly turned, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists. He was exposed. Yet, Lin Luo's movements were unyielding. In fact, as the shadow cat raised the alarm and the guards pivoted, he surged forward with unparalleled speed, his body akin to an arrow released from its bow. With a swift motion of his left hand, the sharp stone transformed into a fleeting gray shadow, slicing through the air with a whisper as it darted towards the throat of the startled guard, who had just turned, his expression still one of astonishment. Simultaneously, his right hand swept to his waist, drawing a rusted dagger wrapped in cloth, which glinted menacingly as it clashed against the hurriedly swung short sword of the other guard. Thud! Clash! The sounds resonated almost in unison. The stone shard found its mark, embedding itself just below the throat of the unwary guard, whose eyes bulged in disbelief as he gasped for breath, futilely clutching at his neck, staggering back until he collided with the slick wall, slowly crumpling to the ground. Lin Luo's dagger met the other guard's sword with a forceful impact, sending sparks flying. The tremendous strength left the guard's arm numb, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp, his face betraying shock at the extraordinary strength of this seemingly frail opponent. Meow! The shadow cat let out a fierce cry, propelling itself forward with astonishing speed, lunging directly at Lin Luo's face. Its sharp claws glimmered ominously in the dim light, accompanied by the scent of blood. Lin Luo stood resolute, not flinching. At the moment of deflecting the short sword, he leaned back slightly, simultaneously delivering a swift upward kick with his right foot, akin to a scorpion's sting, aimed directly at the shadow cat's soft underbelly. The strike was both rapid and cunning, infused with a trace of internal energy, delivering a penetrating force. Bang! His foot connected squarely with the shadow cat's abdomen. The creature emitted a pained wail, its forward momentum abruptly halted, sent sprawling through the air before crashing heavily into the mud several paces away, struggling to rise. Damn it! Seeking death, the remaining guard, filled with shock and fury upon witnessing his companion's swift demise and the shadow beast's grievous injury, was momentarily overtaken by madness, roaring as he recklessly swung his blade towards Lin Luo with reckless abandon. The strikes were erratic, yet imbued with tremendous force, driven by desperation. Lin Luo's gaze turned icy. He sidestepped gracefully, the dagger skillfully rotating in his palm from a standard grip to an inverted hold, evading the guard's powerful strike. He lowered his stance to slip into the guard's defenses, the reversed dagger striking like a venomous serpent aimed at the unprotected ribs. Simultaneously, his left elbow rose sharply, crashing into the guard's exposed chest, left wide open from his wild swing. Thud! Crack! The dagger pierced flesh, and the elbow struck bone. The guard's blade froze midair, his face contorting in disbelief, a mixture of agony and fear washing over him. He opened his mouth to scream, yet only a spray of blood, mingled with shredded internal organs, escaped as his body crumpled weakly to the ground. In a mere span of 3 or 4 breaths, chaos erupted, resulting in the demise of 2 guards and leaving the shadow cat gravely injured. The execution was swift, precise, and ruthless, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was aimed directly at vital points, making full use of the environment, the element of surprise, and the advantages of his own speed and inner energy. Lin Luo stood still, slightly panting, his chest rising and falling. This marked his first deliberate act of taking a life, and such a clean execution inevitably stirred a ripple of emotion within him. However, he quickly suppressed it, his gaze sharpening into a more composed and piercing focus. In the Black Wind Forest and outside the Ghost Market, showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself and one's companions. He crouched down, swiftly searching the 2 corpses. The findings were scant. From the first guard, he retrieved a deflated coin pouch containing roughly 20 copper coins and 2 severely worn silver coins. From the second guard, he obtained a few flint stones, a small packet of inferior tobacco, and a shorter dagger, which appeared to be of slightly better quality. The shadow cat struggled to rise, its emerald eyes fixed on Lin Luo, brimming with resentment and fear. Lin Luo hesitated momentarily. While it would be easy to slay the creature, it was a first-tier magical beast with notable stealth and warning abilities. If it could be tamed yet. He had neither the time nor the energy to train a hostile wild beast, especially one that had witnessed him slay its master. Furthermore, the existence of the shadow cat could itself serve as a clue. Resolving his indecision, he stepped forward and, before the shadow cat could launch another assault. Brought his dagger down, ending its suffering and threat. After securing the coin pouch, the dagger, and other potentially useful items, Lin Luo swiftly dragged the two bodies to the entrance of the sewer, using broken planks and debris to obscure them. He discarded the shadow cat's body into the murky waters. Having completed these tasks, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had been alerted, before silently retreating into the darkness, swiftly leaving this perilous place. He did not return immediately to Mole Alley, but instead took a lengthy detour, navigating through the labyrinthine alleys of Wind Whisper City for nearly half an hour, until he was certain he had no pursuers. By the edge of a public drainage canal, he washed away the soot, mud, and scattered bloodstains from his face and hands with the cold water, before finally making his way toward Mole Alley. Upon returning to the hovel, it was already late into the night. Atai lifted his head, a flicker of inquiry in his dark yellow eyes. Xiaoying descended, gently nudging Lin Luo's damp hair with its beak. Aziz sent waves of concern. "It's nothing, just dealt with a minor inconvenience," Lin Luo softly reassured them, retrieving the coin pouch from his bosom and weighing it in his hand. With 20-odd copper coins, 2 silver coins, and that reasonably crafted dagger. This was the entirety of his gains from the night's perilous venture. Though the sum was modest, it would sustain him for a time and allow for the purchase of better food and medicinal supplies. More importantly, this encounter had provided him with a stark and brutal evaluation of his own strength, tactics, and mastery of inner energy. He discovered that he was stronger than he had anticipated and more adept at navigating the life and death struggles he faced. He carefully concealed his belongings, settled into a cross-legged position, and commenced his breathing exercises to calm the turbulent flow of his vital energy, replenishing his depleted stamina and inner essence. Simultaneously, he replayed the recent battle in his mind repeatedly, reflecting on his experiences and identifying areas for improvement. Over the following days, Lin Luo's daily rhythm became increasingly intense and efficient. During the day, he continued to work at the old cripple's warehouse. But he no longer found satisfaction in mere repetitive tasks. He began to consciously employ the lifting of heavy objects to practice more effective and energy-efficient methods of exertion, attempting to maintain a steady flow of breath and inner essence even under physical strain. During breaks, he sought advice from a Gui and other laborers on fundamental yet practical combat techniques and survival strategies commonly used by lower-tier mercenaries, such as how to utilize the environment to create traps, identify common poisons and sleeping drafts, and quickly staunch bleeding and apply bandages when injured. After work in the evening, he no longer frequented the crowded public training grounds, where the throngs of people and their training methods offered little benefit to his current advancement. Instead, he proceeded directly to the abandoned courtyard for more rigorous personal training, which combined simulated combat scenarios with guided inner essence exercises. He shifted his focus from bandits to imagined, more formidable opponents, perhaps elite students from the academy, or the enigmatic assassins of Shadow Moon, or even more powerful magical beasts. The training regimen evolved from basic offense and defense to encompass movement, evasion, and counterattacks in complex environments, even simulating scenarios where he faced multiple adversaries. At night, in addition to practicing his breathing techniques and nurturing the shadow egg, he began to delve into reading. With the extra money he had earned, he purchased a tattered, faintly inscribed copy of Common Magical Beasts of the Continent, handwritten fragment, and a thinner volume titled Basic Potion Identification, Apprentice Notes, at a used bookstall. Drawing upon the meager literacy skills of the original owner and employing a mix of guesswork and intuition, he voraciously absorbed the knowledge contained within, broadening his horizons significantly. Even if only partially comprehended, the bestiary, in particular, provided him with a deeper theoretical understanding of the potential abilities and possible development paths for Atai, Xiaoying, and Aziz. Under his meticulous care and consistent nurturing, the shadow egg's condition improved day by day. The shell's inky black hue grew ever more profound and pure, while the layer of shifting shadowy luster on its surface became increasingly pronounced. The pulse of life within it throbbed robustly, akin to the heart of a slumbering giant. Through the resonance of the fallen core, Lin Luo could faintly perceive the burgeoning consciousness within the egg, its spiritual essence rapidly growing, drawing closer to him, Aziz, and the aura of the fallen core. He even attempted to convey simple thoughts to the egg using his mental energy, concepts such as safety, growth, and companionship. Although uncertain whether the egg could comprehend, he sensed that its pulsations became more stable and harmonious in response. Only 3 days remained until the announcement of the side gate assessment. That afternoon, Lin Luo finished work early at the warehouse. The old cripple seemed quite pleased with his recent diligent and silent demeanor, occasionally allowing him to leave earlier. Instead of heading to the abandoned courtyard, he returned to the bulletin board area outside Canaan Academy. The area remained bustling with people. Lin Luo squeezed through the crowd, his gaze swiftly scanning for information. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on the top left corner of the bulletin board, where a freshly affixed parchment, bearing the official seal of the Canaan Academy's Department of Wind Language, caught his attention. The title read, Announcement for the Special Talent Selection Trials at Canaan Academy, Department of Wind Language. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Luo as he focused intently on the announcement. Its contents were as follows. In response to the increasingly severe circumstances and to bolster the Academy's active forces, the Special Talent Selection Trials for this year, also known as the Side Door Assessment, would commence earlier than usual. The selection was open to all youths under the age of 16 who had not formally enrolled in any conventional magic or warrior academy, regardless of their background or past experiences. The selection process consisted of 2 stages, the preliminary and the final assessment. The preliminary assessment would take place 3 days hence. At the entrance of the trial valley on the northern side of the academy, the evaluation would encompass a fundamental aptitude assessment, including tests of mental strength, elemental affinity, not mandatory, physical condition, strength, speed, and reflexes. Only those who passed the preliminary assessment would qualify for the final round. The final assessment would commence immediately following the preliminary round and would involve a team-based survival trial. Those who succeeded in the preliminary assessment would be randomly grouped, 35 individuals per team, and tasked with completing specific objectives, such as acquiring certain items, reaching designated points, or hunting specified magical beasts within a limited time frame, all while ensuring their own survival. Competition and cooperation were permitted during the trial, but any deliberate actions leading to another's death were strictly prohibited. Ultimately, participants would be evaluated based on their task completion, individual performance, and team collaboration. Important notes included, 1. The trial carried inherent risks, and participants would bear responsibility for any resulting injuries or fatalities, necessitating the signing of a waiver. 2. Participants were allowed to bring their contracted beasts, limited to first tier and below, requiring prior registration for verification. But external powerful aids such as magical scrolls and one-time use alchemical items were forbidden. 3. During the final assessment, Academy mentors would observe discreetly, recording and ensuring the integrity of the trial's parameters. 4. The final admission quota would be determined based on specific circumstances, with a preference for quality over quantity. To register, any individual who viewed this announcement could attend the trial valley entrance on the day of the preliminary assessment. Bringing identification. Those without identification must have a guarantor, and their contracted beast, if applicable, for on-site registration, verification, and participation in the preliminary assessment. Below the announcement, a simplified map of the trial valley's perimeter was attached, indicating the assembly point, boundaries of the safe zones, and several potential risk areas. Team-based survival. Random grouping. Competition permitted. Lin Luo's pupils constricted. The difficulty and peril of the final assessment exceeded his expectations. Not only would he face the potential threats of magical beasts and the natural environment within the valley, but he must also remain wary of the treachery of other competitors. Although mentors would be observing to uphold the trial standards, the ambiguous space between taking responsibility for injuries and the prohibition against intentional harm was fraught with uncertainty. Moreover, the limitation of bringing only first-tier contracted beasts posed a challenge. Although Atai possessed second-tier potential, his current level and displayed strength, under a guise of a first-tier peak variant ironback lizard in a dormant state, might suffice for verification. Xiaoyin was at mid-first tier, and Azi was at early first tier, both of whom posed no issues. The egg of Yueying had yet to hatch and did not count as a contracted beast. In this manner, he could choose to accompany Atai, who specializes in defense and fortification, or Xiaoyin, who excels in reconnaissance and mobility, or Azi, who provides illusionary support. However, he could only bring one. This decision required careful consideration. Teamwork. Lin Luo mulled over this term. Randomly assigned teammates could either be an asset or a liability, even a treacherous backstabber. He had to prepare himself to face most difficulties alone. while also being ready to utilize and guard against his companions. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, as if it were a tangible burden. Yet, in Lin Luo's eyes, a fiercer flame burned. Such trials were worthy of the name associated with the side door assessment. They would sift through to find those truly capable of surviving and thriving amid crises. 3 days later, in the trial valley, he, Lin Luo, would undoubtedly set foot there. For now, he needed to make the most of these final 3 days to prepare thoroughly, adjust his state of mind, familiarize himself with the newly acquired dagger, study the map and information of the trial valley, devise multiple contingency plans, and make that difficult choice, which partner to bring into the Perilous Valley. As night fell once more over Wind Whisper City, the youth, by the dim light of an oil lamp, repeatedly studied the parchment announcement, his gaze steady, as if standing on the edge of a precipice. A storm was on the horizon, and he stood at its forefront. Chapter 29. The Trial Valley. 3 days remained until the initial phase of the Special Talent Selection Trial. 3 days, 72 hours. For the majority of Wind Whisper City's inhabitants, it was merely the cycle of day and night, the mundane rhythm of daily life. But for the boy dwelling in the dilapidated shelter of Mole Alley, these 3 days were the final tranquility before the battle drums sounded, the ultimate forge for honing his edge, and the narrow passage that would determine his fate. Lin Luo's life had been compressed and refined into a nearly stringent state of preparation, precise down to every breath, from the moment the announcement was posted. On the first day, before dawn, Lin Luo sat cross-legged on the grass mat. Last night, he had made the difficult decision to retake the trial, bringing a Z into the trial valley. His reasoning was as follows. Atai's formidable defense and terrifying strength made him an unparalleled shield for the team, capable of absorbing firepower and engaging enemies head-on. However, his shortcomings were equally apparent. His sluggish speed, singular attack methods, and potential for losing control under pressure. In the complex environment of the trial valley, which demanded mobility, stealth, and reconnaissance, Atai's massive stature and heavy footsteps would easily betray their position and be hindered by the intricate terrain. More importantly, Lin Luo needed Atai to remain in Mole Alley to protect the Shadow's egg and serve as a final safeguard for Xiao Yin and the Shadow in case he encountered unforeseen circumstances during the trial, though he was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Atai's presence also served as a silent deterrent against the Grey Wolf Gang or any other potential threats. Xiao Yin was swift, with excellent vision and top-tier reconnaissance abilities, capable of providing invaluable aerial intelligence. However, its attacking power was a significant drawback, proving limited in team skirmishes or when facing powerful magical beasts. Furthermore, aerial magical beasts could easily become targets in the sky, especially in a competitive environment. Although a Z possesses the weakest direct combat capability, it boasts the most scarce and potentially effective skills within the team, illusion and mental perception, especially in the complex environment of the Trial Valley. The illusions can be utilized for stealth, misdirection, and chaos, and can even facilitate a lethal ambush in conjunction with Lin Luo. The mental perception serves to alert against impending dangers, explore the surroundings, and even disrupt enemy judgment. In collaborative efforts, even if temporary and cautious, a Z's abilities can unexpectedly serve as a lubricant or control mechanism. Most importantly, a Z's small stature allows it to completely conceal itself on Lin Luo, imposing no burden and not affecting Lin Luo's mobility, making it the perfect trump card and support. Thus, Atai and Xiao Yin, you shall be entrusted with the defense of our home this time. At dawn, Lin Luo decided to inform Atai through their link and explain the situation to Xiao Yin. Atai let out a low growl, its dark yellow eyes reflecting not dissatisfaction, but steady trust, as it gently nudged Lin Luo with its large head, indicating it would protect everything well. Xiao Yin, with a hint of disappointment in its silvery gaze, nonetheless understood Lin Luo's considerations, gently pecking at his cheek to convey its promise to remain vigilant. Next came the recovery of physical strength and adjustment of state. The wound on his left arm had nearly healed, allowing him to exert force without hindrance. He practiced his breathing technique, guiding his internal energy to flow gently within his body, nourishing his muscles and bones, and repairing the subtle injuries accumulated from days of intense training. He could feel that under continuous pressure and exercise, his physique, strength, and even the refinement of his internal energy were steadily and solidly improving. The faint, resilient layer of the dragon lizard's essence beneath his skin seemed to have become even tougher and more uniform. Breakfast was relatively hearty, consisting of black bread and a small piece of salted meat purchased with the previous night's extra earnings. He needed to ensure proper nutrition to provide ample energy for his body. During the day, he still went to the old cripple's warehouse. However, today's labor took on a new significance. He envisioned each heavy barrel of goods as potential obstacles or enemies he might encounter in the trial valley. In the process of transporting them, he no longer merely sought completion but aimed to do so in the most efficient, swift, and stable manner possible. He endeavored to maintain a steady flow of breath and internal energy while experimenting with various weights and postures, simulating the physical consumption and recovery that might occur in real combat scenarios. He even attempted to make sudden evasive or turning movements while bearing heavy loads, thereby training his core stability and adaptability. Ague and the other laborers noticed Lin Luo's unusual demeanor today. His movements were exceptionally nimble and his focus remarkably intense. But no one dared to inquire further. Life at the bottom had taught them to mind their own business. During the afternoon break, Lin Luo did not rest. He avoided others and found a relatively secluded corner of the warehouse to practice with the newly acquired dagger, crafted from superior materials. The dagger was slightly shorter than his previous one, yet its blade was sharp, its balance precise, and its grip comfortable. He practiced fundamental actions such as thrusting, slashing, slicing, and blocking, not seeking flamboyance, but rather aiming to unleash maximum lethality over the shortest distance and at the highest speed. Each swing was synchronized with the explosive release of breath and internal energy, striving to concentrate power at a single point. In his mind, he also simulated attack methods that would complement Aziz's illusions. For instance, Aziz creates an illusion on the left to divert the enemy's attention, while she springs forth from the shadows on the right to launch a sudden strike. Or, she employs her mental threads to subtly disrupt the adversary's perception, seizing the opportunity to close in and mount a fierce assault. These tactics remain rudimentary and require real-world validation, yet they at least provide a framework for strategy. As evening fell, having received her payment, Lin Luo did not return immediately. Instead, he made his way once more to the bulletin board outside the main gate of Canaan Academy. The announcements remained unchanged, but the crowd gathered to observe and discuss had grown significantly. He blended into the throng, collecting various snippets of information. It was said that many had signed up, with numerous commoners hoping to try their luck in the Trial Valley's outskirts, where it was rumored that thornvine demons and rockhide boars roamed, no easy foes to contend with. The team trials promised to be entertaining, as one could only speculate how many would betray their comrades. "Do you think the Academy's urgency has anything to do with Shadow Moon?" a voice queried. Lin Luo recalled a distant cousin in the city guard mentioning recent unrest in several villages outside the city, again invoking the term Shadow Moon. He committed these insights to memory. It appeared that the perils of the upcoming trial might extend beyond magical beasts and rivals. Departing from the bulletin board, he chose not to engage in high-intensity personal training at the abandoned courtyard. The first day was dedicated to recovery, adjustment, familiarization with equipment, and information gathering. Overexertion could lead to accumulated fatigue, adversely affecting his condition. Upon returning to Mole Alley, he meticulously examined Aziz's state, confirming her mental vitality. He also observed the egg of Yuying, whose life pulse was robust and stable, seemingly sensing the imminent journey filled with uncertainty and danger, radiating a faint wave of excitement. That night, he again studied the handwritten common magical beasts of the continent, Fragment, focusing on memorizing the habits and weaknesses of low-level magical beasts likely to appear in the Trial Valley, such as the Thornvine Demon, Wood Element, Entangling, Paralyzing Toxin, and the Rockhide Boar, Earth Element, High Defense, Strong Charging Power. He also perused basic potion identification, committing to memory the forms of several common poisonous plants and their antidotes. On the following day, as dawn broke, Lin Luo was already present at the public martial arts training ground. His training objective today shifted from strength and endurance to speed, reaction, and evasion. After paying 2 copper coins for entry, he refrained from using any equipment, instead commencing an almost masochistic regimen of movement training on the uneven, muddy ground. He engaged in sprinting, abrupt stops, direction changes, reversals, rolls, and low slides, synthesizing the agile movements observed from a one-armed veteran in the dock area. Alongside his own understanding of footwork, all while integrating breathing and inner energy to support instantaneous bursts of power in his legs and hips. his silhouette blurred in the morning light, stirring up clouds of dust. He envisioned arrows flying from all directions, blades swinging, and magical beasts lunging, executing a myriad of astonishing evasive maneuvers. Sweat quickly drenched his garments, his lungs felt ablaze, and the muscles in his thighs ached as if they might tear. Yet he pressed on without respite, his gaze sharp as a blade, his mind intensely focused. He aimed to transform evasion into an instinctual response, a reflex that would manifest even in the direst of circumstances. After nearly an hour of training, pushing his body to its limits, he finally ceased, breathing heavily. He then commenced the practice of knife throwing. Reluctant to use his new dagger, he opted instead for several sharp-edged stones, standing at distances of 10, 15, and 20 paces. He repeatedly hurled them at a fist-sized black dot painted on the wall. He did not aspire for perfect accuracy. Rather, he sought the ability to deliver a lethal strike or to distract an adversary at a critical moment. In the afternoon, he refrained from visiting the warehouse, having informed the old cripple in advance. Instead, he returned to the abandoned courtyard. However, today, he was not there to practice attacks, but rather to set traps and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Utilizing the dry branches, vines, and stones readily available in the yard, along with the cheapest, mildly paralyzing sleep vine fragments purchased from the ghost market to be applied to sharp objects, he established several simple, yet cunning snares, shallow pits, and spikes. He simulated traps that might be encountered in the trial valley, set by competitors or beasts attempting to detect, evade, and even exploit them through his perception and observation. Simultaneously, he practiced swiftly maneuvering, climbing, and concealing himself in complex terrains such as broken walls, dead trees, and piles of stones. He aimed to adapt to any environment, becoming an integral part of it. As evening fell, he visited a well-regarded veteran leather shop in the western district of Wind Whisper City, where he purchased a fitting set of rudimentary protective gear, armored bracers, knee guards, and a hardened leather breastplate, using the remainder of his funds. Although the protection was limited, it might deflect a fatal claw strike or a glancing blade in a critical moment. He also acquired a sturdy small pouch to carry Aji, the egg of the shadowy creature, some provisions, a water skin, flint, and healing ointment, a simple salve made from a mixture of calming herb powder and several common hemostatic herbs. That night, he meticulously inspected all his gear, sharpening and reinforcing where necessary. Then, he communicated again with Atai and Xiao-Yin, confirming their understanding of the forthcoming plans. Atai nudged him with its head, conveying silent support, while Xiao-Yin perched on his shoulder, reluctant to depart. On the third day, the final day, Lin Luo abstained from any strenuous training. In the early morning, he engaged in light physical activities and practiced his breathing techniques to achieve optimal condition. After enjoying a relatively good breakfast, he began his final preparations. He donned the leather gear with utmost care, adjusting it to the most comfortable fit. The new dagger was sheathed at his lower back, while the old dagger was concealed in his sleeve for backup. The small pouch was slung at his side, containing Ozzy, nestled in a specially designed compartment lined with moist moss. The shadowy egg, wrapped in soft cloth and secured in a corner, provisions, water, medicines, and flint. He ensured everything was in order, making certain that nothing would produce noise or hinder his movements during the operation. He meticulously reviewed the simplified map of the trial valley, committing to memory the location of the assembly point, the boundaries of the safe zone, and the topographical features of the marked risk areas. In his mind, he envisioned countless scenarios he might encounter: beast attacks, encounters with competitors, internal discord within the team, falling into traps, sustaining injuries, or getting lost, and devised corresponding contingency plans. At noon, he departed from Mole Alley, making his final journey to the Canaan Academy region. Instead of approaching the notice board, he stood at a distance, gazing once more at the grand and solemn architectural complex of the academy, which appeared even more majestic under the autumn sun. The towers, the lecture halls, and the library, the sanctuary of knowledge and the wellspring of power. Tomorrow, he would step onto the land associated with it as a candidate. He did not enter. Instead, he silently reaffirmed his conviction within his heart. In the evening, he returned to his humble abode. He refrained from engaging in any activities related to the trials. He merely sat in quietude, caressing the cool shell of Atai and grooming the silvery, white feathers of Xiao-Yin. Through their connection, he felt the tranquility of a Z and the steady pulse of the shadow egg. As night deepened, The clamor of Wind Whisper City persisted as usual. Inside the abode, the oil lamp flickered dimly. The youth closed his eyes, breathing evenly and deeply, entering a state akin to profound meditation. There was no tension, no fear, only a crystalline, icy calm, like a drawn dagger awaiting the first light of dawn to illuminate its edge. 3 days of preparation had come to an end. The physical training, the acquisition of knowledge, the strategizing of tactics, the readiness of equipment, and the adjustment of mindset. All that could be done had been executed to perfection. What remained was entrusted to the valley, to the battle, to fate. Tomorrow, the trial valley. I, Lin Luo, have arrived. Chapter 30. The initial trial on the 3rd day of Frost Moon. The darkness before dawn was most profound, and the chill was biting. Wind Whisper City was still in slumber, with only the early riser, the town crier, dragging his weary form as he struck the drum. The sound echoing through the desolate streets, adding a touch of melancholy. Deep within Mole Alley, the inconspicuous abode was already empty. The makeshift shelter, constructed of weathered wood and oilcloth, emitted a soft whimper in the morning breeze, as if bidding farewell to a traveler about to embark on a long journey. Several miles from Mole Alley, beyond the northern gate of Wind Whisper City, along the earthen road leading to the northern wilderness, a relatively flat, open valley backed by undulating gray-brown mountains had gathered hundreds of people. The cacophony of voices, the restless neighing of pack animals, the clinking of weapons, and the various tones of conversation, some tense, some excited, some feigning composure, shattered the morning stillness of the wild. This was the entrance area to the trial valley, overseen by the Canaan Academy Wind Whisper branch. A space enclosed by sharpened logs and thick ropes served as the assembly and initial trial site. At one side of the clearing stood a simple watchtower constructed of logs, manned by 2 guards clad in the Academy's standard leather armor, their vigilant gazes sweeping over the throng below. In the center of the clearing, several wooden shelters had been hastily erected, where Academy staff busily prepared for the initial trial. The crowd was distinctly divided into several groups. The most conspicuous among them were those dressed relatively elegantly, often accompanied by attendants or guards, their expressions haughty, frequently flanked by well-groomed contract beasts. Most of them were the offspring of minor nobility, affluent merchants, or petty officials from Wind Whisper City and its surrounding towns, serving as the primary competitors in this side gate assessment. They conversed with familiar ease, casting unabashed, scornful glances at the ragged offspring of commoners surrounding them. Another group, the most numerous, was clad in a riot of colors, though predominantly modest or even tattered, their skin rough and their gazes intermingled with longing, trepidation, and a hint of reckless determination. They hailed from the lower echelons of Wind Whisper City, adjacent villages, and even more distant locales. They were the true aspirants seeking to leap through the Dragon Gate with this opportunity. They gathered in small clusters, whispering about the information they had gleaned, or warily observing their competitors. Accompanying them were a bizarre assortment of contracted beasts, mostly comprising commonplace low-tier varieties such as gray-maned wolves, iron-beaked vultures, and hard-furred groundhogs, with a few even bringing along their slightly robust hunting dogs. A small handful stood out strikingly. They tended to be solitary, taciturn, dressed inconspicuously yet exuding an aura of fierce determination, their gazes sharp as blades. The contracted beasts by their sides radiated a more dangerous and primal energy. These were the true wild cards, possibly descendants of wandering mercenaries, offspring of hunters, or even seeds nurtured by shadowy powers. They refrained from conversation, instead scrutinizing the venue, the guards, and potential threats with a cold gaze. Lin Luo quietly blended into this third category. He wore a set of faded but clean coarse garments, covered by a set of rudimentary hard leather armor. His expression was neutral, his eyes calmly surveying the environment and the crowd. He carried neither a tie nor xiaoyin, but had an inconspicuous leather pouch at his waist containing a Z and U-ing-s eggs. A newly acquired dagger was wrapped in cloth at his back. To all appearances, he resembled an ordinary, impoverished youth, tidy yet unremarkable amidst the crowd. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern his exceptional qualities. His posture was firm, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, and his breathing steady and calm. In the chill of the morning breeze, no visible breath escaped from his mouth. Though his gaze appeared tranquil, it was like a deep pool, swiftly and silently analyzing, categorizing, and storing all information that met his eyes: terrain, personnel distribution, guard positions. types of contracted beasts, and the presence of potential powerhouses. He did not engage in conversation, merely awaiting in silence. Silence. A resounding voice, imbued with a metallic resonance, echoed like thunder over the open space, instantly drowning out all noise. The crowd hushed, looking up in unison. On the watchtower, a figure had appeared. A robust man clad in a deep blue academic robe, muscles straining beneath the fabric as if to burst forth. His rugged face bore a short, stiff beard, and his sharp eyes sparkled with authority, emanating a natural intimidation without the need for amplification magic. His voice resonated through the valley, clear and powerful, carried solely by the resonance of his chest. I am Barton, a combat mentor from the Wind Language Division of Canaan Academy, tasked with overseeing this special talent selection trial's preliminary assessment. I shall now announce the rules for the preliminary test. Heed my words closely, for I shall only say them once. First, the content of the preliminary test encompasses a fundamental quality evaluation, which includes mental strength, elemental affinity, not mandatory, power, speed, reflexes, and endurance. All assessments will utilize the lowest-tier magical crystals and standardized instruments from the Academy. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and permanently blacklisted from the Academy. Second, the order of testing will proceed according to the sequence of arrival, conducted in batches. Now, all of you, align into 10 columns based on my position. You have 50 breaths to comply. Those who create chaos or delay will be dismissed immediately. Mentor Barton's words were straightforward and blunt, infused with a military demeanor. The crowd stirred, yet none dared to question him, hastily beginning to move. The noble offspring attempted to maintain their composure, moving slowly, only to provoke a cold snort from Mentor Barton. An invisible pressure bore down upon them like a mountain, causing their faces to pale as they ceased their hesitations and formed an orderly line. Lin Luo acted with agility, quickly securing a position that was relatively forward yet not overly conspicuous. In front of him stood a tall, slender youth with a pale countenance, accompanied by a cold-eyed gray shadow snake. Behind him was a sturdy, simple country boy, carrying a worn machete, with a young rock-skinned wild boar cub crouching beside him. The line was soon organized. After casting a glance, Mentor Barton appeared satisfied and waved his hand. Begin. First column, step forward for testing. The assessments were conducted simultaneously beneath several wooden pavilions. Each testing station was overseen by a low-ranking instructor from the Academy, responsible for operation and recording. The tests were indeed fundamental. Mental strength involved pressing one's hand against a fist-sized, dull gray crystal. The crystal would illuminate with varying heights and colors of aura, reflecting the strength, stability, and activity of the mental energy. Most commoners could only cause the crystal to emit a faint glimmer of gray light. A select few noble offspring or those with innate superior mental prowess could provoke the crystal to shine with white light extending half a foot or more. As Lin Luo approached, he restrained most of his mental energy, concealing the core of divine fall and his special perception abilities, releasing only an intensity comparable to that of an ordinary low-tier mage apprentice, resulting in the crystal emanating approximately 4 inches of white light, neither too conspicuous nor too low, thus deemed acceptable. Elemental affinity required pressing a hand against a transparent crystal, which would display colors corresponding to the tester's affinity with the 7 fundamental elements. The intensity of the colors represented the strength of the affinity. During Lin Luo's assessment, the crystal exhibited almost no reaction, merely flickering faintly at its center with an almost imperceptible, muddled earthy yellow and dark hue. This indicated that he possessed virtually no discernible elemental affinity, or rather, that his affinity was so negligible it could be disregarded altogether. The instructor in charge of the assessment glanced at it, expressionless, marking an exceedingly low score on the recording board. Nearby, some individuals emitted low snickers. A poor elemental affinity effectively severed the possibility of pursuing a legitimate path as a mage, rendering Lin Luo, in the eyes of many, already half a failure. Strength. The testing method was straightforward yet brutal, requiring participants to exert their full force against a measuring post, firmly anchored to a heavy wooden frame and encased in thick leather. The scale behind the post displayed the impact force. Lin Luo refrained from utilizing inner energy, relying solely on his muscle strength honed through rigorous training. With a single punch, the mercury column on the scale rose to approximately 250 pounds. This level of strength was quite astonishing for a seemingly slender youth of 15 or 16, drawing numerous curious glances. The instructor responsible for recording the results also cast an extra look in his direction. Speed. Sprinting down a straight path of 20 yards, participants were timed. Lin Luo moderated his speed, achieving a score that was above average, not the fastest, yet certainly not slow. Reaction. Standing on a wooden board marked with intricate grids. He had to evade soft cork balls launched from various directions and angles at a leisurely pace. Utilizing his foundational sensory attributes and refined reflexes from recent training, Lin Luo effortlessly dodged the majority of the projectiles, sustaining only a few minor hits, resulting in an excellent score. Stamina. Carrying a 20-pound stone weight, he ran laps around the perimeter of an open space until exhaustion or voluntary cessation. Lin Luo similarly controlled his pace, completing the run in a reasonable time, showcasing commendable stamina without overexerting himself. Upon completion of the testing, Lin Luo's overall evaluation was approximately as follows: moderate mental fortitude, poor elemental affinity, outstanding strength, and above-average speed. Reaction and endurance. He was a typical candidate suited for the warrior or beast master path, relying on contracted beasts, but with negligible magical aptitude. Though perhaps not remarkable among the prodigies at Canaan Academy, he had easily passed the preliminary assessment in this side door evaluation. The testing proceeded swiftly, with numerous individuals being eliminated. Those who came merely by chance, with inadequate physical qualities or mental acuity, departed in disappointment. Some were even caught cheating, such as utilizing temporary strength-enhancing potions, and were swiftly expelled under the furious admonitions of Mentor Barton and the escorting guards, leaving amidst scornful gazes. Approximately an hour later, the preliminary assessment concluded. The original crowd of nearly 300 had dwindled to around 120. The elimination rate exceeded 50%. Mentor Barton ascended the watchtower once more, surveying the remaining group with a voice that resonated like thunder. Those who have passed the preliminary assessment remain. Those who have not, vacate the premises within 10 breaths. The defeated youths departed, crestfallen. The arena became considerably more spacious, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Those who remained had demonstrated genuine capabilities, at least meeting the Academy's minimum requirements in some aspect. The glances exchanged among them were imbued with a heightened sense of competition. Listen, Mentor Barton bellowed. Next, we will proceed to the second round, a team survival trial. The rules are clearly outlined in the announcement. Allow me to emphasize a few points. First, groups will be randomly assigned, 5 members each. Whoever you are grouped with is final. Any dissent will not be tolerated. During the trial, collaboration and competition are permitted. But should anyone dare to seriously harm a fellow group member, I will personally take their head and feed it to the dogs. Second, the trial area spans the outskirts of the trial valley, from Blackwater Creek to Soulbreak Cliff. A map will be provided to each of you. Ensure you understand it clearly. Within this realm, there exist formidable beasts, treacherous traps, both orchestrated by the Academy and of natural origin, as well as rival factions. Your mission is to reach the designated evacuation point marked as number 3 on the map within 6 hours, while securing at least one emblem of trial. These trial emblems are concealed in several fixed locations throughout the area and may also be found upon certain distinctive beasts. The quantity is limited, and it is a race against time. Furthermore, the carrying of contract beasts of the first tier or below is permitted, provided they are reported in advance for verification. Now, those who possess contract beasts should proceed to the wooden shed on the left for registration and inspection. Those without contract beasts are to remain in place and await grouping. The crowd shifted once more. Lin Luo followed the individuals with contract beasts towards the left wooden shed. The verification process was swift, primarily focusing on confirming the species and tier of the contract beasts through their aura and simple tests, as well as ensuring no prohibited items, such as substances that forcibly enhance latent potential, were present. When Lin Luo presented a Z from his satchel, the young instructor in charge of the inspection paused, taken aback by the sight of the rare purple crystal weaver spider form. However, after examination, it was confirmed to be a low-tier, early-stage, mental type, illusionary beast, non-toxic. The paralyzing toxin was deemed negligible and not classified as dangerously toxic, and thus it was duly registered. A small leather ring, magically marked with a registration number indicating it was verified as harmless and permitted. was affixed to one of Az's forelimbs. Az appeared somewhat displeased, but offered no resistance. The egg of the shadow beast was not counted as a contract beast since it had yet to hatch. When the contract beasts of the noble offspring were presented, the scene became quite lively. Various splendid, majestic, or ferocious beasts elicited gasps of awe. However, some attempted to use drugs or special methods to temporarily suppress the tier of their beasts to deceive the inspection, only to be swiftly identified and disqualified by the seasoned instructors, leading to their expulsion along with their masters, which sparked a commotion and a wave of snickers among the onlookers. Once the verification of contract beasts concluded, everyone regrouped. Minter Barton began the process of forming teams, holding a roster from which he began to call names. Those whose names were mentioned automatically formed a group and were issued a more detailed regional map, a distress signal firework, to be used only in emergencies. Any use would be construed as forfeiture, along with a small supply of basic healing salves and antidotes. The grouping was entirely random. Lin Luo soon heard his name called and found himself placed in Group 47. His companions consisted of 4 individuals, a lanky youth clad in faded, worn leather armor, a chipped long sword at his side, his demeanor cold and distant, accompanied by a one-eyed, gray-maned wolf. This was Rake, seemingly hailing from the lower echelons of mercenaries, his gaze wary and aloof. Next was a sturdy fellow, shouldering a hefty machete, with a simple yet cheerful smile, though his eyes betrayed a shrewdness. This was Sherdun, the one who had stood behind Lin Luo earlier, with a contract beast that was a young rock-skinned mountain pig, affectionately named Dun Dun. Then there was a modestly dressed girl, though her attire was of decent quality, exhibiting a somewhat timid demeanor, accompanied by a gentle water rabbit, a support-type healing beast, named Ilea, who appeared to be the daughter of a small merchant or a lowly craftsman, her courage seemingly lacking. A short-haired girl named Vera, dressed in a neat and tidy manner, carrying a short bow and a quiver, with a lively gaze and accompanied by a vigilant wind-whistle mouse, adept at reconnaissance and early warning, exuded a capable aura reminiscent of a hunter or adventurer's lineage. The group was a quintessential motley crew, a seemingly aloof mercenary, Rek, a stout yet possibly astute country lad, Sherdun, a timid girl skilled in healing, Ilea, a tracker proficient in scouting, Vera, alongside Lin Luo, a peculiar character with elemental ineptitude yet remarkable strength and quick reflexes, accompanied by an odd spider. Lacking the troublesome noble science or perilous elements, they were far from a formidable alliance, embodying the essence of a ragtag band. As the 5 gathered, they scrutinized each other, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. Rex stood with crossed arms and an impassive expression, while Sherdun offered a hearty smile and a nod. Ilea timidly inched closer to the water rabbit, and Vera graciously acknowledged Lin Luo and Sherdun with a nod, her gaze lingering on Aji for a fleeting moment of curiosity. "I am Lin Luo." He introduced himself succinctly, his tone calm. "Rek," came the reply. "Sherdun, and this is Duntu," Sherdun said, patting the pig-like rockskin boar beside him. I am Ilea, and this is Xiao Run," Ilea spoke softly. "Vera, this is Ji," Vera introduced, gently tapping the inquisitive wind-whistle mouse on her shoulder. After their brief introductions, Vera took the initiative. "Time is of the essence. Let us examine the map and deliberate on our route and strategy. We have 6 hours to reach the 3rd evacuation point, and to locate the emblem will not be an easy task." There were no objections from the others. The 5 huddled together, unfolding the map. It was far more detailed than the simplified version posted, illustrating the distribution of mountains, rivers, forests, and swamps, as well as several known monster lairs marked with red crosses, potential resource points for the emblem denoted by question marks, and the location of the 3rd evacuation point. They currently stood at the entrance of the valley, the lower part of the map, while the 3rd evacuation point lay in the northern part of the valley, necessitating passage through a dense thicket of ironthorn forest, crossing the Blackwater stream, and scaling an area known as Shattered Stone Slope, approximately 15 miles in straight distance. Yet the actual terrain was intricate, potentially doubling the distance. It was said that Ironthorn Forest harbored thorn vines, Blackwater Stream was home to aquatic beasts, and Shattered Stone Slope was an active zone for rockskin boars. Vera pointed at the map, swiftly analyzing. "We need to select a route that is relatively safe, yet offers a chance to find the emblem. It could reside at the resource points or be acquired by defeating specific beasts. I propose we first traverse along the eastern bank of Blackwater Stream." The terrain there is relatively open, allowing us to avoid the heart of Ironthorn Forest while observing the stream's conditions. If fortune favors us, we may discover resource points along the stream or in the shrubs on the eastern bank. Upon nearing Shattered Stone Slope, we can decide whether to detour or pass through quickly based on the situation. Her analysis was clear and methodical, reflecting considerable wilderness experience. Rek remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Sherdun scratched his head. I'll heed Sister Vera's advice. Elia nodded in agreement. Lin Luo had no objections. This route was relatively sound, aligning with his intentions of discreet observation and seizing opportunities. Then it is settled. Everyone, check your equipment and prepare to depart. Vera stowed away the map, glanced at the sky, and remarked that the trial was about to commence. At that moment, the resonant voice of Minter Barton echoed through the valley from the watchtower. Attention, all groups. The trial begins now. The evacuation point number 3 will close at sunset. 6 hours hence. Those who fail to arrive on time will be deemed unsuccessful. Now move out. With a commanding shout, the remaining group of over 100 individuals, divided into more than 20 teams, surged forth like a swarm of disturbed bees, rushing into the depths of the valley. The sound of footsteps, shouts, and the roars of magical beasts shattered the tranquility at the valley's entrance. The competition, at this instant, officially commenced. The 47th group, led by Vera, surged into the trial valley through the ominous, cavernous opening that seemed to be the gaping maw of a great beast. The sunlight struggled to pierce the morning mist, illuminating the youthful figures charging ahead, as well as the swirling dust that concealed within it both unknown dangers and opportunities. The side gate of Canaan Academy lay beneath their feet, extending into the fog-laden depths of the valley. Their ability to traverse it depended solely on their own capabilities. Chapter 31. The valley's mist and initial crisis. As they entered the valley, the air seemed to be transformed by an invisible hand. The mingled aroma of humanity, noise, and smoke from outside Wind Whisper City vanished, replaced by a more primal and crisp scent, tinged with a hint of decay and the earthy fragrance of the forest. Sunlight was fragmented by the undulating mountains and the increasingly dense canopy, casting mottled, dancing shadows upon the forest clearings. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of aged leaves and moss, creating a soft, silent carpet that concealed slippery roots and sharp stones. The practical survival assessment of the side gate examination team had officially begun. Over 20 groups, comprising more than 100 youths, scattered like dumplings tossed into boiling water. Upon entering the relatively open area of the valley entrance, they swiftly dispersed in various directions, each heading towards their chosen path. The initial cacophony of shouts, footsteps, and the calls of contract beasts was soon absorbed and diluted by the dense forest, leaving only the whispering of the wind through the treetops and distant sounds that could be from either magical beasts or other groups. Under Vera's guidance, the 47th group did not rush forward recklessly nor lag behind. They maintained a relatively compact formation, carefully avoiding the dark, foreboding edge of the thorny ironwood forest to their left, which seemed alive with countless writhing shadows. Instead, they chose to approach the gentler, less densely vegetated hillside on the right, advancing towards the eastern bank of the Blackwater Creek. Vera led the way, her keen-eyed wind scout, with round eyes and twitching whiskers, capturing subtle changes in the air currents and sounds. She moved lightly, her gaze sharp as that of an experienced scout, pausing intermittently to listen intently or crouch to examine the traces on the ground. Rake followed closely, taciturn yet steady in his stride, his hand ever resting upon the hilt of the sword at his waist. His lone-eyed, gray-maned wolf trailed half a step behind, vigilantly scanning the surrounding underbrush and the gaps between the trees, its yellowish-gray eyes alert for any potential threat, occasionally emitting a low growl as if to signal caution. In the midst of them walked Sherdun, his sturdy physique resembling a mobile fortress. His contracted beast, a rotund, thick-skinned rock piglet named Dundu, trotted along on short legs, occasionally snuffling through the fallen leaves in search of edible tubers or insects, displaying a carefree demeanor. Sherdun himself bore a hefty machete on his back, his previously jovial smile subdued, his gaze now tinged with alertness, mingled with a curiosity that caused him to glance about. Ilea followed closely behind Sherdun, her steps somewhat frantic, her breathing slightly hurried. The plump rabbit she cradled, named Zyron, seemed to sense her tension, shifting uneasily in her arms, its ruby-like eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. One hand held the rabbit tightly, while the other clutched a small cloth bag slung across her shoulder, containing a few provisions and odds and ends. Her complexion was notably pale, clearly unaccustomed to the depths of the forest they were traversing. Lin Luo brought up the rear, appearing casual yet intensely focused. He had heightened his innate perception to its maximum, creating an invisible ripple that spread outward from himself. He sensed the moisture in the soil beneath his feet, the vitality of the flora in the air, and the distant auras representing different life forms. Simultaneously, he allocated part of his attention to observing his four temporary companions. Vela's competence and experience, Rake's silence and vigilance, Sherduin's simplicity and strength, and Ilea's anxiety and supportive capabilities rendered this hastily assembled team both advantageous and flawed. They lacked a core offensive powerhouse. Rake, though seemingly formidable, had a cold demeanor that rendered him potentially unreliable. Their healing support was too fragile, and overall mobility was mediocre. The sole commendable traits were Vela's scouting abilities and his concealed perception. The current route remained relatively safe, but they were soon to enter the Blackwater Creek region. The announcement had warned of aquatic magical beasts in the creek and potential dangers on its banks. Lin Luo silently assessed the situation, gently patting the small leather pouch at his waist, soothing the creature within through a faint psychic link. A faint sense of calm emanated from Azzy, indicating readiness to unleash illusions for support at any moment. Meanwhile, the egg of Yuang rested securely in the corner of the pouch, its life pulse steady. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they had fully penetrated the valley. The surrounding trees grew increasingly towering, their canopies blotting out the sun, casting the area into deeper shadows. The air's humidity noticeably increased, a cool, moisture-laden breeze brushing against them. Ahead, a faint sound of rushing water echoed. They were nearing Blackwater Creek. Vela halted, signaling the others to conceal themselves behind several massive ancient trees. She cautiously peered ahead, scanning the terrain. Before them, the ground abruptly descended, revealing a creek approximately 7 to 8 zhang wide, with tumultuous waters flowing in an ominous hue of dark black tinged with deep green. The stream crashes against the jagged stones of the creek bed, stirring up murky white foam and producing a deafening roar. On either side of the streambank, rugged rocks covered in slick green moss rise steeply, accompanied by extensive patches of dense, unidentifiable aquatic plants and low shrubs. The air is thick with a pungent scent of water and a faint, metallic sweetness reminiscent of rust. This is the Blackwater Creek, where the waters run deep and swift. With a hushed voice, Vera points to a patch of dark, charred-looking shrubs near the water's edge across the creek, indicating signs of a recent struggle. There may have been other groups that encountered something here, or perhaps a lair of magical beasts. A chill runs through the group. Rake squints, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. Sherdun swallows hard, while Ilia pales further, clutching Little Run tightly. Lin Luo concentrates, sensing the surroundings. In the direction of the stream, aside from the dense fluctuations of water elemental energy, several relatively strong, chaotic life auras, imbued with a violent and aquatic essence, lurk in the deeper waters and around the roots of certain aquatic plants along the shore. Their numbers are considerable, though their levels appear low, roughly between the early to mid stages of the first tier. Near the dark shrubs on the opposite bank, faint, chaotic energy fluctuations and a smell of blood linger, indicating that a battle has indeed occurred recently. How do we cross the creek? Sherdun whispers. Should we swim over or find a way around? Swimming over is too perilous. The current is swift, and there are water-dwelling magical beasts. Vera shakes her head, scanning the creek bank upstream and downstream, then glances at the map. About half a mile upstream, there should be a shallower area with scattered stones to step on. We can attempt to cross from there, but we must be cautious, as such places are often ambush points for aquatic beasts. Then we shall head to the shallows, Rake states succinctly, stepping out from behind the trees and making his way upstream. His gray-maned wolf growls, taking the lead and clearing a path through the underbrush. The others hastily follow. As they proceed along the creek bank, the ground is slick with moss, impeding their speed. The sound of the rushing water seems to diminish slightly as they draw closer to the upstream area, but the scent of the water and rust intensifies. In the air, an additional faint, nauseating odor emerges. Suddenly, the wind-whistling mouse on Vera's shoulder emits a sharp, urgent cry, its fur bristling as it clings tightly to her garment. pointing toward a patch of bizarre plants with enormous broad leaves and pale white flowers growing near the water's edge. Almost simultaneously, Lin Luo's senses detect beneath the soil of that plant cluster several clumps of a sticky, lethargic aura, the size of fists, glowing a dark green. They abruptly burst forth from the decaying matter like cannonballs, hurtling towards Rake and the gray-maned wolf at the front with alarming speed. Accompanied by a sharp sound of air being cut, it's a poison dart frog, a social first-tier water magical beast, adept at ambush, leaping, and shooting sticky water arrows infused with paralyzing and corrosive toxins. "Be careful," Vera exclaims in alarm. Rake reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the very instant the wind-whistling mouse issued its alarm, his body rolled sharply to the side, unsheathing his longsword, which glinted coldly as it cleaved through the air toward the two dark green water arrows aimed at him. The gray-maned wolf growled low, leaping in an attempt to evade the assault. Thwack! Thwack! The water arrows were struck by Rake's sword light, exploding into two viscous, dark green splatters that emitted a pungent, metallic odor, splattering onto the nearby flora and ground, which immediately hissed with corrosive sounds and released wisps of white smoke. Yet a third water arrow, launched from an awkward angle, grazed the wolf's hind leg. Although it did not strike directly, a few droplets of venom splattered onto its fur. A howl of pain escaped the gray-maned wolf, its hind leg buckling as its movements became sluggish, the fur corroded with small, charred pits as paralyzing toxins swiftly spread. "Damn it!" Rake's expression shifted as he prepared to rush in for aid. From within the thicket of broadleaf plants, more poison dart frogs erupted forth. Dark green water arrows descended upon the entire squad like a torrential downpour, clearly perceiving the unwelcome intruders near the creek as easy prey. "Get down. Find cover," Vela commanded sharply, simultaneously unslinging her short bow, nocking an arrow, and shooting at a poison dart frog that had just landed. The arrow pierced its swollen vocal sac with precision, eliciting a hoarse, agonized croak as it erupted into a burst of toxic liquid, perishing on the spot. Stone, too, reacted in kind. With a roar, he drew his hefty machete, advancing rather than retreating, charging to the forefront of the group, utilizing the broad blade as a shield. He sought to deflect some of the incoming water arrows. Clang! Hiss! The arrows collided with the blade, producing a dull thud, and toxic liquid sprayed forth. Soon, droplets of venom splattered onto Stone's arms and shoulders, his leather armor and clothing swiftly corroding into holes, a burning sting emanating from his skin. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield a step, buying precious time for his companions, Elia and Lin Luo. Elia shrieked in terror, clutching Little Run and huddling behind a large stone, her complexion pale and trembling uncontrollably, struggling not only to assist but to ensure her own safety. Little Run curled into her embrace, shivering, clearly unable to rely on its healing abilities. Lin Luo's gaze turned steely. The attack had come unexpectedly, yet it was not beyond his anticipation. Rather than choosing to stand his ground or retreat, he moved like a boneless serpent upon the moment the poison arrows were released, skimming along the slick ground, narrowly avoiding two water arrows. Simultaneously, his right hand brushed against his waist, where the new dagger had already been drawn, slicing through the dim light in a chilling arc. He refrained from targeting the poison dart frogs still airborne and difficult to aim at. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, the dagger was sent flying, transforming into a silver streak that shot toward an inconspicuous, moss-covered rock slightly raised behind the broadleaf plants. Thwack! The dagger embedded itself into the rock with uncanny precision, producing a peculiar, muffled sound akin to piercing through mud. Almost immediately, the rock shuddered violently, swelling as it emitted a gurgling sound reminiscent of boiling viscous liquid, a noise that sent chills down one's spine. The moss and camouflage that adorned its surface peeled away, revealing a repugnant true form, a creature the size of a millstone, its hue nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding soil, its skin riddled with grotesque pustules and folds. Gaping with a massive maw lined with serrated teeth, poised to unleash venom, the poison dart frog king masquerading as a rock. Clearly the mastermind behind this ambush. It had been lurking in concealment, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Luo's dagger was embedded beside one of its swollen poison glands, buried deep to the hilt. The excruciating pain and the spillage of venom rendered the mid-tier frog king incapable of controlling its toxic arsenal, causing it to writhe in agony. screaming, and wreaking havoc among the broad-leaved foliage. With the Frog King injured, the assault of the other poison dart frogs faltered, creating a momentary chaos. Some continued to mindlessly spray their venom. Others attempted to retreat into the stream, while others stood frozen in place. Now was the moment. Eliminate them, Lin Luo commanded softly, his body lunging forth like a cheetah, targeting the nearest poison dart frog. Lacking a weapon, his dagger was still lodged in the Frog King. He extended his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, channeling his inner energy into his fingertips, striking fiercely at the relatively fragile eyes of the poison dart frog. With a swift motion, his finger pierced through the frog's eyeball, exiting through its brain. The poison dart frog could not even emit a cry before it convulsed and perished. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Rake, suppressing his fury over the gray-maned wolf's injuries, swung his longsword, cleaving several approaching poison dart frogs in half. Vela, with arrows like a barrage, dispatched 2 more. Sherdun roared with anger, wielding his machete to swat away and decimate several poison dart frogs attempting to circumvent him. The battle erupted suddenly and concluded just as swiftly. After the Frog King was unexpectedly grievously wounded by Lin Luo, the rest of the team quickly regrouped and retaliated, leading to the swift extermination of the remaining poison dart frogs. The ground and stream banks were littered with the dark green venom and mangled corpses of the poison dart frogs, exuding a potent, acrid stench of decay and corrosion. The gray-maned wolf lay on the ground, its hind legs paralyzed, whimpering softly, while Rake assessed its injuries, his expression grim. Sherduin's arms and shoulders bore several burns from the venom, his skin raw and stinging, yet he gritted his teeth and rinsed the wounds with water he carried. Elia sat slumped behind a stone, her face pale, still recovering from the shock. Vela breathed heavily, scanning the surroundings with vigilance to ensure no stragglers remained. Lin Luo approached the twitching body of the poisoned dart frog king, yanking his dagger free with force. The blade was coated in a viscous, foul-smelling dark green liquid, hissing as it corroded the metal. He frowned, wiping the blade against a stone by the stream, then rinsing it clean with water before sheathing it. Next to the corpse of the Frog King, something seemed to glimmer faintly amidst the venom. With caution, he used the tip of his dagger to extract it, a palm-sized object crafted from some dark metal, its edges somewhat irregular, inscribed with a simple magical rune. Coated in venom, yet untouched by corrosion, a badge. It was indeed one of the objectives of this trial, the trial insignia. To his surprise, the first skirmish had yielded a badge. It appears that defeating specific, formidable beastly leaders indeed has the potential to yield emblems. Lin Luo meticulously cleansed the emblem in the stream, drying it afterward. The metal emblem felt slightly heavy in his hand, exuding a coolness. With magical runes inscribed upon it that seemed to emit faint energy fluctuations, possibly for purposes of recording or authentication. At this moment, the others took notice of Lin Luo's actions. Upon seeing the emblem, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Rek's eyes, while Vela and Sherdun expressed their delight, though Alia remained perplexed. Well done, Lin Luo. Vela approached, gazing at the emblem in Lin Luo's hand with genuine admiration. If it weren't for your discovery and crippling of that Frog King, we would have been in serious trouble. Sherdun chimed in with a goofy smile. Brother Lin Luo, your throwing knife, no, your flying dagger, is truly precise, and so powerful. Rek remained silent, merely casting a glance at Lin Luo, his gaze lingering momentarily on the finger that had pierced through the poisonous arrow frog, before shifting to the deep gash in the Frog King's corpse nearby. Although his demeanor softened slightly, his wariness persisted. It was merely luck, Lin Luo replied calmly as he handed the emblem to Vela. Vela, you should hold on to this. You are familiar with the maps and commands. It is more fitting for you to manage its distribution. Vela was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such generosity from Lin Luo. The emblem was a reward for his solo defeat of the Frog King, and rightfully belonged to him alone. However, she quickly composed herself, accepting the emblem and nodding. All right. I will keep it safe. Once we reach the evacuation point, we can allocate it based on everyone's contributions. For now, we must leave this place swiftly. The scent of blood and the sounds of battle may attract unwanted attention. The group voiced no objections. Rek applied a weekly detoxifying ointment to the gray-maned wolf's wounds. Its efficacy was evidently limited, and fed it a pungent pill. The wolf seemed to experience a slight alleviation of its paralysis and managed to stand, albeit with difficulty. Sherdun tended to his own wounds as well. We cannot proceed to the upstream shallows as initially planned. There may be ambushes lurking there. Additionally, the Greymane wolf is injured, and Alia is not in optimal condition. Vela rapidly assessed the situation. The map indicated a narrower section of the stream approximately a mile downstream, where two fallen ancient trees spanned the water surface, potentially serving as a makeshift bridge. Although this route brought them closer to the edge of the Ironthorn forest, it was undoubtedly safer than forcing their way through here or upstream. Let us move downstream, remain vigilant, and swiftly cross those two fallen logs. The group reformed their ranks and, under Vela's leadership, cautiously advanced downstream. The atmosphere had grown even more tense than before. The peril they faced for the first time made each individual acutely aware that this trial valley was far from a mere excursion. The acquisition of the emblem did not evoke much joy. Instead, it felt like a heavy stone, a reminder of the dangers and responsibilities that lay ahead. Lin Luo lingered at the rear of the group, casting a glance back at the chaotic battlefield along the stream's edge, where toxic liquid slowly seeped into the water, staining a small section a deep green. His gaze inadvertently swept over the opposite bank, where dark bushes bore signs of conflict. Was the recent attack by the poisonous arrow frog merely a coincidence, or had it been startled by the earlier skirmish, or perhaps drawn in by something else? A subtle sense of foreboding began to rise within him. The mist enveloping the valley appeared to be far more profound and intricate than it initially seemed. Their journey of trials had only just commenced. Chapter 32, Fractures within the team and the perils of the forest. The path downstream proved to be more arduous than anticipated. The riverbanks transformed from gentle slopes into steep, rugged terrains, strewn with slippery boulders and twisted shrubs. The air was thick with the scent of the Ironthorn forest, a pungent blend of decaying wood and some acrid plant sap, growing ever denser. The light dimmed further, as the dense canopy nearly obscured the sky, allowing only the occasional fierce ray of sunlight, like a golden sword, to pierce through the foliage, casting fleeting patches of illumination upon the damp ground and the faces of the group. The atmosphere among the team was heavier than the treacherous path beneath their feet. The initial victory's insignia did not bring any relief. Instead, it resembled an invisible crystal reflecting the fragile balance and potential fissures within the makeshift team. Rake's countenance was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. His one-eyed gray wolf, Gray Shadow, though its hind legs' paralysis had diminished under the influence of medicine, still bore the lingering effects of the toxin, each step taken appearing somewhat unsteady, punctuated by suppressed whimpers of pain from its throat. Rake would occasionally pause to inspect Gray Shadow's wounds, his brow furrowed in concern. His gaze shifted towards the others, particularly landing upon Lin Luo and Vera, tinged with a cold, barely perceptible irritation and suspicion, as if blaming them for not providing timely warnings or believing that the earlier battle could have been averted. Stone Pillar had grown more taciturn, devoid of his previous goofy smile, though his arm and shoulder wounds were not deep. The areas corroded by venom burned with a fiery pain, causing his lips to twitch slightly with each movement of his arm that tugged at the injuries. He maintained his position in the middle of the group, yet his grip on the machete tightened, his eyes vigilantly scanning the shadowy woods on either side, as if anticipating an ambush at any moment. Alia fared the worst. She was almost half-dragged, half-supported by Stone Pillar, her complexion pale and devoid of any color. Lips trembling slightly, her gaze vacant, evidently still reeling from the horrifying spectacle of the poisonous arrow frog's venomous spray. The water rabbit, Little Run, nestled in her arms, seemed to sense its owner's fear, curling into a tight ball, its ruby-like eyes filled with unease, instinctively resisting the surrounding environment. Her healing abilities, in such a state, likely fell short even for bolstering her own courage. Vera led at the forefront, still serving as the eyes and brain of the team. However, her brow remained tightly knit, her steps more cautious than before. The wind whistle mouse perched upon her shoulder appeared unusually agitated, its small head constantly swiveling, whiskers vibrating at a rapid pace, occasionally emitting brief, warning chirps. Vera adjusted their course based on its reactions, steering clear of areas that appeared particularly dark or densely vegetated. Yet, her face bore an unmistakable fatigue and a hint of dissatisfaction regarding the state of her teammates behind her. Lin Luo walked at the rear of the group, appearing to maintain a distance neither too far nor too close from the others. In truth, his mental perception functioned like a finely tuned radar, encompassing a radius of nearly 100 paces around him. He could not only sense the life auras, both strong and weak, concealed beneath the humus, nestled among the tree roots, or hidden within the stream, but he could also distinctly feel the four distinct yet intertwined currents of spirit and emotional fluctuations within the team. Rek's agitation, vigilance, and underlying hostility manifested as a cold, chaotic shadow, bristling with sharp edges. Stone's pain, his forced composure, and mounting dread resembled a weathered boulder, eroding and beginning to crack. Ilia's fear, helplessness, and impending mental collapse flickered like a feeble flame, trembling and ready to extinguish at any moment. Vera's calmness, alertness, and subtle disappointment regarding the team's predicament resembled a taut string, striving to maintain harmony. These four currents of emotion, in Lin Luo's perception, intertwined with the wild, murderous, or indifferent life auras in the surrounding environment, creating a map far more intricate and perilous than the terrain itself. He sensed that amidst the oppressive atmosphere and individual anxieties, some unstable factor was quietly fermenting. This situation could not continue. Lin Luo thought to himself. The team resembled a disorganized mass, even dragging each other down. Completing their subsequent tasks seemed a daunting challenge, and traversing the perilous valley to reach the fallen log bridge posed a significant risk. Action was imperative, at the very least. He needed to stabilize Ilia, who appeared most likely to falter, while also alleviating the tension surrounding Rek and Stone. Vera, Lin Luo suddenly spoke. His voice low yet remarkably clear in the stillness of the forest. Can you discern the situation at the fallen log bridge ahead? Vera halted, signaling for the others to conceal themselves, and cautiously peered ahead, taking refuge behind several large boulders. After a moment, she returned and whispered, I can see it. Just about 100 paces ahead. There are indeed two massive ancient trees, broken by some force, lying diagonally across the Blackwater stream, approximately 7 or 8 feet above the water's surface. The trunks are thick, covered in moss and vines, and are quite slippery. The opposite bank marks the edge of the iron thorn forest, and that area feels unsettlingly quiet. Are there any signs of human tampering on the fallen logs? Or traces of other creatures, such as claw marks, bite marks, or fresh droppings? Lin Luo pressed on. Vera hesitated, seemingly not having considered such details. She focused again on her observation, then shook her head after a moment. It's a bit too far to see the specifics. However, the moss on the trunks appears intact, indicating there have likely been no recent large-scale disturbances. Yet, downstream near the fallen logs, a few leaves of unusual color seem to float on the water's surface, as if tainted by some venom or corrosive substance. It could be the toxin from the poison dart frogs upstream flowing downstream. Lin Luo did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. Danger might also lurk near the fallen logs. Rek scoffed. No matter what it is, it's better than lingering here. The gray shadow was in a precarious state, necessitating a swift crossing of the stream to find a relatively safe place for respite. I too felt the urgency. This forest instilled a sense of dread within me. The stone pillar echoed my sentiments, glancing anxiously at the dark, foreboding woods on either side. Ilia clung tightly to the stone pillar's arm, her voice trembling with fear. I'm afraid of heights. What if I slip on that slippery wood and fall? Vela's brow furrowed even deeper. Clearly, the consensus was to cross the stream as quickly as possible, yet Ilia's condition and the potential dangers remained unavoidable concerns. Thus, Lin Luo calmly proposed, I shall go ahead to scout the way. He patted the pouch at his waist, can create some illusions to shield me while also surveying the fallen logs and the situation on the opposite bank. If it is safe, you can all pass quickly in succession. Ilia, stay close to the stone pillar and let him support you. Lake, you will guide the gray shadow through the center, while Vela provides rear guard. How does that sound? This proactive suggestion to undertake the most perilous task while considering everyone's circumstances momentarily stunned Lake and the stone pillar. Their gazes towards Lin Luo, revealing a hint of diminished hostility and wariness. Vela nodded in agreement. This approach is prudent. Lin Luo, take care. Although Ilia remained frightened, the notion that someone would scout ahead and provide support steadied her nerves somewhat. She cast a grateful glance at Lin Luo and whispered, Thank you. Thank you. Lin Luo refrained from further words, signaling to everyone to conceal themselves, then crouched low, moving stealthily towards the direction of the fallen logs like a nimble cat. He did not advance in a straight line, but instead utilized the cover of rocks and tree trunks, taking a zigzag path. His pace was measured, Yet each step was deliberate and stable. Simultaneously, he conveyed clear instructions through the mental link to AZ in the pouch. AZ understood, silently releasing several wisps of exceedingly thin, shadowy, and distorted lavender mental energy threads from the pouch's ventilation hole. These threads were not intended for attack or to create complex illusions. Rather, they functioned like the most sensitive antennae, extending forward to gently brush against the fallen logs and the air, water, and vegetation surrounding them, capturing the faintest energy fluctuations, sense, and even residual mental traces. Through AZ's reconnaissance and his innate perceptual abilities, Lin Luo gained a clearer understanding of the situation ahead. The two fallen logs were indeed ancient and robust, yet they were covered in exceptionally slippery moss, with some areas even harboring slick algae. The trunks themselves seemed somewhat decayed, making them potentially unstable underfoot. The stream rushed tumultuously beneath the fallen logs, its roar drowning out many subtle sounds. At the edge of the thorny forest on the opposite bank, the vegetation grew even denser and darker. In his perception, he discerned several clusters emanating thorny, entangling, and faintly toxic energies, akin to vine-like halos lurking within the nearby bushes. These were likely the juvenile forms or peripheral tendrils of thorny vine spirits, minimal threat, yet troublesome if entangled. What heightened Lin Luo's vigilance, however, was that AZ's mental threads, while probing the midpoint of the fallen logs near the opposite bank, detected an exceedingly faint, yet chillingly sharp residue of mental energy. The residue lingered faintly, as if deliberately erased. Yet it still bore a subtle essence reminiscent of metal and bloodshed, unmistakably not of beasts or natural formation. Someone had recently traversed this fallen log. Moreover, this individual possessed formidable mental acuity, seemingly adept in stealth and concealment, possibly accompanied by a contract beast or item imbued with attributes of gold or sharpness. Was it another trial group, or something else entirely? Lin Luo felt an alarm ringing in his mind. He slowed his pace, sharpening his senses. Aziz's mental threads acted like the finest sieve, meticulously filtering the area. At last, near the bank's edge of the log, beneath a discreetly protruding branch, he spotted a slender filament, nearly blending with the moss, as delicate as a hair yet remarkably resilient, exuding a faint dark golden metallic sheen. No, it resembled a specially crafted, nearly transparent fishing line with barbs. A trap, an exquisitely intricate, nearly invisible snare trap, positioned at the most precarious spot on the log, where footing was easiest yet balance most precarious. Once triggered, the consequences would be dire. This was no trial trap set by the Academy. Its style and intent were imbued with raw malice and murderous intent. It was a malicious obstruction, even a potential assassination aimed at those who followed. Cold sweat instantly drenched Lin Luo's back. What a close call. Had it not been for Aziz's delicate mental perception and his own vigilance, he would have unwittingly stepped onto the log and likely fallen victim to it, facing either death or grievous injury. Other groups, or rather, someone, had laid fatal traps ahead of us. Lin Luo's gaze turned icy as he swiftly assessed the situation. The brutality of this side trial was far more stark than he had anticipated. The competition had escalated beyond mere insignia rivalry, extending to the direct elimination of competitors' physical forms. He dared not delay. He cautiously severed the deadly thread with his dagger, meticulously inspected the vicinity to confirm the absence of additional traps. Only then did he signal his concealed companions behind him with a complex gesture indicating safety and advancement, yet caution, one of their pre-agreed signals. Upon seeing the gesture, Vela felt a shiver run down her spine, yet upon observing Lin Luo safely beside the log, she gestured for the others to proceed quickly. Rake led the way with Gray Shadow, treading carefully upon the log. The log was slippery. Gray Shadow, injured on its hind leg, stumbled unsteadily, forcing Rake to support the wolf with one hand while maintaining balance with the other, proceeding at a slow pace. Stone Pill supported the nearly unconscious Ilea, who trembled in fear, almost being half carried forward. Vela brought up the rear, vigilantly watching the rear and both sides. Just as Rake and Gray Shadow reached the midpoint of the log, and Stone Pill and Ilea began to step onto it, an unexpected disturbance erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air, without warning, shooting forth from the shadowy edges of the iron thorn thicket across the bank. The targets were none other than the most vulnerable and least evasive Ilea and stone pill atop the log. It was a crossbow bolt. Moreover, it was a military-grade bolt laced with poison, glimmering with an eerie blue light. "Be careful," Vera screamed sharply, her body suddenly lurching to the side as she sought to evade the arrows that might be aimed at her. Stone Pillar reacted swiftly. Upon hearing the sound of the arrows slicing through the air, he instinctively thrust Elia forward with great force, positioning his broad back to shield against the incoming projectiles. Flump! A crossbow bolt grazed Elia's arm, trailing a ribbon of blood as she let out a shriek and lost her footing on the slick log, plummeting towards the raging black waters below. Simultaneously, another bolt struck Stone Pillar in the shoulder, just as he turned. The poisoned arrow pierced his flesh, causing his massive frame to shudder violently, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he slipped and tumbled towards the creek. Stone Pillar. Elia. Vera's eyes widened in horror. Damn it. Rake witnessed the scene unfold, yet he and Gray Shadow, positioned in front of the log, were unable to assist, exposing themselves to danger as well. At that moment, Lin Luo, who had stood motionless at the start of the log, seemingly stunned by the sudden assault, sprang into action. His movement was almost imperceptibly quicker than the sound of the arrows. As Elia cried out in her descent, he propelled himself off the log like a coiled spring. Not forward, but diagonally downward. With a swift motion, he drew a new dagger from his waist, not to throw, but to plunge it forcefully into the rough bark of the log. Simultaneously, his left arm extended, narrowly grasping Elia's flailing arm just in time. With a rasp, the dagger embedded itself deeply in the slick bark, tearing a long fissure as the tremendous force of the fall sent pain shooting through Lin Luo's arm, nearly dislocating it. Yet, he gripped the dagger's hilt with unwavering resolve, using all his strength to pull the terrified Elia back from the brink of the creek. They collided heavily against the damp, cold trunk of the log, Elia crashing into Lin Luo's embrace with a muffled grunt, but at least she remained above water. Meanwhile, Stone Pillar, on the verge of tumbling into the depths, was accompanied by Dun Dun, the seemingly clumsy rock-skinned piglet, who emitted a howl filled with anger and determination that belied its size. It reared up on its hind legs, using its rotund, thick-skinned body to slam against Stone Pillar's leg just as he began to topple. Bang! The sound resonated dully. Dun Dun was sent rolling. Yet the impact shifted Stone Pillar's center of gravity, causing his colossal form to lean precariously against the edge of the log, half of him suspended in midair, barely avoiding a fall. However, the poisoned arrow lodged deeper into his shoulder due to the collision, causing his complexion to darken with pain as he let out a pained howl. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The attack was sudden and just as swiftly concluded. On the opposite bank, the thorny thicket fell silent, as if the poisoned crossbow bolts had materialized out of thin air. Yet, the danger was far from over. Though Elia's arm bore only a shallow wound, the shock combined with the impact rendered her nearly unconscious, leaving her limp in Lin Luo's arms. The Stone Pillar was afflicted by a poisoned arrow, the toxin acting swiftly, causing his complexion to worsen, breath to quicken, and consciousness to blur. He clung desperately to the protruding roots of the fallen log with sheer brute strength. Vera had already risen from the riverbank, her short bow in hand and an arrow nocked, yet she could find no target to shoot at, casting anxious glances toward the shadowy woods across the bank. Rake and Gray Shadow had retreated to the sturdier roots of the log, maintaining a vigilant watch. Who was the scoundrel that struck from the shadows? The Stone Pillar's teeth chattered, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought to remain conscious. Lin Luo supported Elia, helping her lean against the log while quickly assessing her wounds. Fortunately, they were merely superficial. The poison on the crossbow bolt appeared to primarily be a paralyzing and neurotoxin, which affected the Stone Pillar's robust physique more severely, while Elia's condition was temporarily less dire. However, the situation for the Stone Pillar was critical. Vera, stay alert. Rake, come here and help pull him up. He has been poisoned. We need to act immediately. Lin Luo commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. At this moment, prior misunderstandings and suspicions were cast aside. Rake glanced at the Stone Pillar, whose complexion had turned a purplish hue, then at the eerily silent woods across the river. Gritting his teeth, he gestured for Gray Shadow to remain on guard and hastened over to assist Lin Luo in dragging the heavy Stone Pillar from the edge of the log. Once they managed to bring the Stone Pillar up, he collapsed onto the log, gasping for breath, his gaze already beginning to lose focus. The fletching of the crossbow bolt still quivered at his shoulder, and the blood pooling around him had darkened to a purplish hue. The bolt is poisoned. We must remove it first, clean the wound, and administer an antidote. Lin Luo stated swiftly, turning to Vera. Do you have an antidote? Or know of any detoxifying herbs in this vicinity? Vera shook her head, her expression grim. I only brought a standard antidote, which will have limited effect against this clearly specialized mixed toxin. There should be a plant called Clearwater Orchid near Blackwater Creek. Its roots, when crushed and applied externally, have a decent detoxifying effect, but it will take time to locate, and it may not be entirely effective. There's no time to search, Lin Luo decided firmly. Looking at Rake, I'm going to remove the bolt. Without hesitation, Rake positioned his knee against the stone pillar's shoulder, holding him down with all his strength. Lin Luo drew his old dagger, warming it over the fire, kindled with a small bundle of resin-soaked cloth he carried. Then took a deep breath and carefully cut around the wound, enlarging the incision. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the entire bolt out, barbs and all. A horrid, inhuman scream erupted from the stone pillar as his body convulsed violently, almost toppling Rake, but soon he succumbed to the excruciating pain and the toxin. Losing consciousness entirely, dark purple, foul-smelling blood gushed from the wound. Lin Luo wasted no time. He leaned down and began to suck the poisoned blood from the wound, inhaling and spitting it out repeatedly until the color of the blood shifted to a dark crimson. Then, he swiftly retrieved his makeshift medicinal paste, a blend of calming herbs and various coagulants, and applied it liberally to the stone pillar's injury, securing it tightly with a clean strip of cloth. After completing these tasks, Lin Luo experienced a slight dizziness and a tingling sensation in his lips. He was aware that he had inhaled some toxins, albeit in minimal quantity, and given his physique and resilience, he would be fine for the time being. It was imperative to depart from this place swiftly and seek a safe haven to rest and assess whether he could manage the toxin. Lin Luo gasped as he turned to Vera and Rake. Vera, observing Lin Luo's unhesitating act of inhaling toxins from the stone pillar, displayed a flicker of complex emotions in her gaze and nodded. We cannot proceed to the opposite bank. There is an ambush. Let us retreat to the shore from whence we came, which is relatively open and far from the thorny forest. We will first secure the stone pillar and then devise a plan. Rake had no objections. At that moment, internal strife and suspicion appeared laughable and insignificant in the face of the sudden, lethal assault and the grievous injuries of their comrades. Survival had become their sole objective. The group once again united, cautiously lifting the unconscious stone pillar while supporting the shaken Ilya, and hastily retreated to their previous concealed location, near the upstream bank. They found a dry corner sheltered by a massive rock, with a relatively unobstructed view, and settled the stone pillar there. Vera and Rake stood guard while Lin Luo tended to Ilya's wounds, rebandaging them, and offering her a sip of water. Gradually, Ilya regained her composure, her gaze falling upon the unconscious stone pillar, its face a disturbing shade of purple, and tears streamed silently down her cheeks, filled with fear and guilt. Dun lay beside the stone pillar, nudging its owner with its nose, emitting a low, sorrowful whimper. Gray shadow rested at Rake's feet, licking its own wounds, its dark yellow eyes reflecting exhaustion and vigilance. The last rays of the setting sun struggled to penetrate the dense canopy of the thorny forest, casting a final patch of mottled, dim light across the clearing. Approximately 4 hours remained until sunset, and the evacuation point was still a distant prospect. Furthermore, they had not only lost a key member, but had also gained an additional injured companion. Morale was low, the path ahead increasingly uncertain, and lurking in the shadows were unknown foes, observing like venomous snakes. In the wake of blood and poison, the fractures within the team seemed temporarily mended, yet they were also laid bare in a more brutal manner, exposing their vulnerability. The peril of the valley had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 33. Choices and counterattacks. The final wisps of sunlight, akin to the dying embers of a coal fire, struggled to pierce through the heavy, grotesque branches of the thorny forest, casting slanted, trembling patches of light in the corner where the group sheltered, backed against the massive rock, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The air remained humid and oppressive, mingled with the scents of earth, vegetation, blood, and a faint, disquieting sweetness emanating from the wound of the unconscious stone pillar. Time slipped away, unrelenting, like sand through one's fingers. Less than 3.5 hours remained until sunset and the closure of the evacuation point. The stone pillar lay upon the thick layer of fallen leaves, its complexion shifting from a purplish hue to an ominous gray pallor, breath shallow and rapid, the rise and fall of its chest barely perceptible. Vera meticulously blended the last remnants of the tranquilizing grass powder with water and gently applied the mixture around Lin Luo's wounds, striving to soothe the toxins that were gnawing at his nerves, though the effect was negligible. Ilya crouched nearby, continuously wiping the forehead of the stone figure with a damp cloth, mopping up the foul-smelling cold sweat that oozed forth. Her tears had long since dried, leaving only swollen eyes and a vacant expression. Dun nestled closely against his master, his round body trembling slightly as he emitted low, helpless whimpers. Rek leaned against a massive boulder, eyes closed, appearing to rest, yet the veins in the back of his hand throbbed with tension, and his breath came in heavy. Stifled gasps. Gray shadow lay at his feet, the paralysis in its hind legs seeming to wane with the passing moments, yet it remained unable to run. It licked its wounds, its dark yellow eyes warily scanning the path they had traversed and the eerie, silent thicket of iron thorns across the stream. After assessing the condition of the stone figure, Vera rose and approached Lin Luo, her voice dry and weighty. The toxins are spreading, albeit slowly, yet stubbornly. My antidote is ineffective. Without a more potent remedy or a specific herb capable of countering this venom, he will not survive beyond 2 hours. Lin Luo remained silent. He had previously employed his basic attributes to sense the stone figure's condition. The dark purple toxin, a vile amalgamation of paralysis, neurotoxins, and some corrosive substance, was insidiously creeping through the bloodstream and meridians, slowly eroding the heart and brain of the stone figure. Its innate vitality and resilience were being gradually extinguished. Vera was right. Time was of the essence. How far are we from the evacuation point? If we set off at full speed now, can we arrive on time? Lin Luo inquired. Glancing at the map Vera had unfurled, her finger traced the route from their current position on the eastern bank of the Blackwater Creek, near the upstream, to the third evacuation point located in the northern part of the valley. They would first need to traverse an area known as the Stone Pile, then veer northwest, cross a low ridge, and pass through a small patch of woodland to reach their destination. The straight-line distance was roughly 10 miles, but the actual journey would likely exceed 15. Given their current condition, hauling an unconscious, gravely injured comrade, a severely frightened aide, a mobility-impaired contract beast, and 2 combatants in less than optimal shape, Lin Luo and Vera, with Rek also affected, navigating this rugged, complex terrain within 3.5 hours while remaining vigilant against potential beast attacks and other groups seemed virtually impossible. Almost unattainable, Vera asserted softly yet firmly. Even if we abandon the stone figure and press forward with all haste, we may not ensure our arrival before sunset. She cast a glance at the unconscious stone figure and the dazed Ilya, leaving her statement unfinished. Abandoning the stone figure? That notion slithered through each person's mind like a cold, venomous serpent. Under the rules of the Trial Valley, amidst their own peril, forsaking a comrade who was nearly beyond salvation appeared a cruel, yet pragmatic choice. It would concentrate their limited resources and time on those who might survive. Rek abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Vera and Lin Luo before settling briefly on the pallid face of the stone figure, only to quickly avert his eyes. He remained silent, yet the tautness of his jaw and the firm grip on the hilt of his sword betrayed the turmoil within. The gray shadow seemed to sense its master's distress, emitting a low, mournful whimper from its throat. Alia's body trembled violently as she lifted her gaze, terror-stricken, towards Vera and Lin Luo, then glanced at the unconscious stone pillar. Her lips moved as if to utter something, but no sound escaped. Only tears flowed silently anew. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The chilling laws of survival clashed with the last vestiges of compassion inherent in humanity, engaging in a silent, yet brutal struggle within the dim corner of the forest bathed in the remnants of the setting sun. At that moment, Lin Luo suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unusual penetrating quality. Did you catch sight of the crossbow bolts that attacked us? The abrupt shift in topic momentarily stunned both Vera and Rake. Vera furrowed her brow in recollection. They were swift, sudden. I only discerned military-grade short bolts, their tips infused with a strikingly blue poison, likely a blend of toxins. There were perhaps 3 or 4. shot from the edge of the iron thorn forest on the opposite bank, and after that, there was silence, with no sign of the assailant. The craftsmanship of the bolts and the poison they bore seemed far beyond what an ordinary challenger could readily acquire. Lin Luo continued, his gaze directed toward the sinister iron thorn forest across the stream. Moreover, that trap, he pointed towards the direction of the fallen tree, was set with remarkable professionalism. It exuded a malevolent intent, a method of murder rather than mere elimination. Coupled with this rare, blended toxin, Vera's complexion paled. Are you suggesting that those who attacked us might not be other trial groups, but rather someone specifically intent on killing us? Rake sprang to his feet, his eyes sharp. Is someone attempting to leverage this trial to eliminate rivals? Perhaps even targeting us? Not necessarily us, Lin Luo countered, shaking his head. It could be aimed at anyone who approaches this area, anyone who might uncover their secrets. Let us not forget that the announcement mentioned potential mission items placed by the Academy within the valley, or even things that ought not to be here. Things that ought not to be here? Vera and Rake exchanged glances, both arriving at the same word, Shadow Moon. The announcement had subtly hinted that this trial's advancement might be related to Shadow Moon's activities. If it truly is individuals from Shadow Moon, or those affiliated with them, lying in wait to commit murder during this trial. Vera gasped. Our predicament is far more perilous than we had anticipated. They would not establish merely one ambush. Thus, retreating or taking a detour may not guarantee safety. They could already have their sights set on us. Lin Luo's voice remained composed, yet an icy glint flickered in his eyes. Moreover, the poison within the stone pillar may very well be their doing. This blended toxin is not easily concocted. The antidote might only be within their possession, or perhaps in the vicinity of where they operate, where one might find the ingredients for its preparation or substances that counteract the poison. In an instant, Vera grasped Lin Luo's intent. You wish to retaliate? To seek out the assailants and seize the antidote? Or perhaps find detoxifying materials? You've lost your mind. Rake growled. We are barely able to safeguard ourselves. And you propose we provoke those assassins lurking in the shadows? Moreover, we have no knowledge of their whereabouts or how many there are. Failure to act means certain death for the stone pillar. Accompanied by him, it seemed nearly impossible to arrive at the evacuation point on time, potentially leading to the complete annihilation of our forces. Lin Luo regarded Rake with a calm demeanor that belied an undeniable strength. Go. There is at least a glimmer of hope. Moreover, we may not be without our chances. Chances? Based on just the two of us? Rake gestured towards himself, Lin Luo, Vera, and then to the injured gray shadow and the dazed Ilya. No, Lin Luo shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious stone pillar and the small creature beside him, then resting on the wind mouse perched on Vera's shoulder, and finally on the small pouch at his waist. It is with the entirety of our 47th squad, their familiarity with this region, and our concealed eyes and unexpected forces that we stand a chance. Vera's eyes flickered, as if she were rapidly weighing her options. Rake still wore a skeptical expression, but as he observed the increasingly pallid complexion of Stone Pillar and Lin Luo's resolute gaze, he gradually loosened his grip on the sword's hilt. Do you have a plan? Vera inquired in a low voice. Yes, though it is perilous and requires the cooperation of everyone, especially you and your wind mouse, as well as Ilya. Lin Luo turned his attention to Ilya. Ilya looked up, bewildered, meeting Lin Luo's gaze. Ilya, Lin Luo's tone softened. We need your assistance. Your water rabbit is a healing-type magical beast. While it may not be able to cure Stone Pillar's poison at this moment, its soothing essence should help to temporarily stabilize his condition and slow the spread of the toxin. Am I correct? Ilya blinked in surprise, instinctively nodding while clutching the rabbit to her chest. Little Run's tranquil mist can calm and help wounds heal a bit faster. That will suffice. It needs only to delay the toxin's spread and buy us some time. Lin Luo turned to Vera. Vera, your wind mouse is crucial for tracking and alerting us. I need it to scout as far and discreetly as possible along the path from which the crossbow bolt was fired, searching for any suspicious traces, scents, or residual energy fluctuations. Particularly, pay attention to anything that seems out of place with the surrounding flora or carries metallic, toxic, or shadowy auras. Vera nodded earnestly. Understood. Squeak is adept at this, but it will take time, and we must not get too close. The adversary may possess counter-surveillance measures. Rake, Lin Luo turned towards him. Your gray shadow is injured, yet its sense of smell and hearing remain intact. I need you and Gray Shadow to stay here once we depart. guarding Stone Pillar and Elia, while creating the illusion that all of us are still present. With Gray Shadow's vigilance and Elia's rabbit's calming effect, this place should appear as a typical wounded rest camp. If the enemy sends scouts, it may confuse them for a time. Rake frowned deeply. You and Vera are going? No, it will be I and my unexpected forces, Lin Luo replied softly, patting the pouch at his waist. Vera and the Wind Mouse will be responsible for reconnaissance and support from the periphery, without approaching directly. The true infiltration and action will be undertaken solely by me. Alone? Both Rake and Vera were taken aback. Having too many would increase the risk of exposure. The enemy comprises professional infiltrators and assassins. We cannot gain an advantage in a direct confrontation. Yet when it comes to stealth, reconnaissance, and sowing chaos through sudden strikes, I possess my own methods. Lin Luo's tone exuded an inexplicable confidence, a confidence derived from Aziz's illusions, from his faint perception of the Godfall core, from the combat instincts honed in life-and-death struggles outside the Black Wind Forest and Ghost Market, and most importantly, from the increasingly vibrant egg of the Shadow Queen nestled in his arms, which seemed on the verge of hatching. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed an awareness within the egg that harbored an intense, almost instinctual enmity and yearning towards toxins and shadows. As if this lethal crisis had become a catalyst, spurring its awakening. He had no time to wait for the shadow to hatch. But he could attempt to harness its power in action or guide its strength. Too risky. Vera shook her head. No, at least I must accompany you on the periphery. Vera, Lin Luo interrupted, locking his gaze onto hers. Your reconnaissance skills and archery are the eyes and ranged support of this operation, crucial to our success. You must remain on the periphery to maximize your role and provide vital assistance when needed. Moreover, someone must stay behind here. Rek must protect the injured while creating a diversion, which is an immense burden. You and the Wind Whistle Mouse's presence on the periphery will serve as a deterrent, instilling caution in our adversaries. Vera fell silent for a moment, studying Lin Luo's calm, yet resolute eyes. Finally, she nodded through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll follow your lead. But you must promise me that if things turn dire, we retreat immediately using the signal flare. A failed mission is preferable to losing our lives here. I understand. Lin Luo affirmed with a nod, then turned to Rek. Brother Rek, I entrust this place to you. Rek gazed deeply at Lin Luo, as if for the first time truly acknowledging this taciturn yet remarkably decisive and capable individual amidst critical moments. He exhaled slowly, his voice steady. I, Rek, never owe anyone a debt. The Gray Shadow, and I will safeguard this location. You must return alive. Thank you. Lin Luo refrained from further words and began his final preparations. He instructed Elia to command the water-soothing rabbit to release the gentlest calming mist over the Stone Pillar's wounds and mouth. A soft blue mist, imbued with refreshing moisture, enveloped the Stone Pillar, slightly easing its pallid visage and bringing a touch of steadiness to its breath. This instilled a flicker of hope among the group. Next, he inspected his gear, a dagger, a small pouch, a Z, the shadow egg, provisions, water, flint, healing herbs, now depleted, and the trial medallion obtained from the toxic Arrow Frog King. He handed the medallion to Vera. You take this. If we do not return, you and Elia must find a way to the evacuation point. Vera accepted the medallion without hesitation, clutching it tightly in her palm. Then, Lin Luo stepped aside, turning his back to the group, and retrieved a Z from the pouch. Through their mental link, he conveyed the core elements of the plan: infiltration, reconnaissance, creating illusions for distraction, and most critically, the bold attempt requiring a Z's collaboration. A Z responded with a wave of mental energy that bore both tension and an eagerness to engage. Her body, reminiscent of amethyst, shimmered with an enchanting glow beneath the fading rays of the setting sun. At last, Lin Luo pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the increasing warmth of the shadowy egg that seemed to resonate with his heartbeat. He fervently conveyed his thoughts of resistance, survival, camaraderie, toxins, and shadows without reservation. Awaken, Shadow. We need you. Lend me your power, and together, let us rend this darkness. As if responding to his call, the pitch-black egg quivered violently. The life force within surged, akin to a powder keg igniting, erupting into a tempest of fervor and intensity. A piercingly clear thought, filled with anger and a yearning to break free, crashed into Lin Luo's mind like a newborn spike, eager to shatter the toxins. The surface of the eggshell glimmered with a swirling shadowy sheen that suddenly became blinding, subtly forming a minuscule, ever-rotating black vortex, as if it could devour light itself. Now is the moment. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Luo's eyes as he hesitated no longer. He nodded to Vela and Rake, then lowered his body slightly, merging with the shadows like a stealthy leopard, silently slipping into the dense thicket nearby, vanishing in an instant. Vela inhaled deeply and whispered a few words to the wind whistle mouse perched on her shoulder. The mouse chirped softly, nimbly leaping down and transforming into a gray shadow, stealthily making its way along the creek bank towards the direction of the approaching crossbow bolts. Vela herself retrieved her short bow, inspecting her quiver before selecting a concealed position that allowed her to observe both the direction of the fallen log bridge and Lin Luo's infiltration. Her gaze was sharp and focused. Rake unsheathed his long sword, sitting beside a stone stump, while the gray shadow remained alert at the forefront. He struggled to regulate his breathing, striving to appear as if he were guarding his injured companion. Elora, cradling a waterlogged rabbit, curled up on the opposite side of the stone stump. Her eyes closed as she whispered prayers, tears streaming down her cheeks. As the sun finally sank behind the distant mountains, the last vestiges of light were consumed by darkness. The moonless night enveloped the Trial Valley in a thick, inky shroud, resembling a grand curtain that dramatically descended. The chilling wind arose, rustling through the forest, producing a sound akin to a mournful wail. In the obscurity, danger lurked, and the threat of death lay hidden. An almost frenzied counterattack, ignited by the wounded, quietly began under the cover of night. The targets, unknown assailants, an antidote, or mutual destruction. Chapter 34. The hunt and counterattack beneath the veil of night. Darkness reigned supreme over the Trial Valley after nightfall. It was dense and viscous, as if tangible ink seeped through every crevice of the iron thorn forest, Blackwater Creek, and even the heavens above, pervading and consuming all. Starlight was obscured by heavy clouds and twisted canopies, while moonlight was miserly, completely absent. Only the distant silhouettes of undulating mountains, accentuated against the deepening night sky, presented a somewhat menacing profile. The wind traversed through the woods, no longer a lament but transformed into a multitude of fragmented, malicious whispers, brushing against the damp, cold rocks, the slick moss, and the taut nerves of the group. Lin Luo stood motionless like a silhouette blending into the night, pressed against the cold, damp boulder of the creek bank, covered in slick moss. He had departed from the temporary camp and slipped into the darkness nearly half an hour ago. During this time, he refrained from recklessly venturing into the ominous thicket across the creek, instead choosing to patiently and deliberately swim upstream along the eastern bank of the dark waters, moving toward the general direction from which the crossbow bolts had been shot. He needed to distance himself from the camp and find a more suitable vantage point for observation and infiltration. At present, he concealed himself beneath the shadow of a massive boulder jutting out from the steep bank, smoothed by the relentless flow of water. Approximately 20 paces ahead lay two fallen logs spanning the creek. In the darkness, the logs appeared as two deeper, distorted shadows, silently bridging the inky waters below. The roar of the creek crashing against the rocks resonated here, becoming a deafening backdrop that masked any subtle sounds. He closed his eyes, pushing his perceptual attributes to their utmost limits while delving into the mental connection with the Z. In the darkness, his perception unfolded in a peculiar manner that transcended mere sight. Within a radius of several dozen paces, the surroundings were no longer pure darkness but instead revealed a spectrum of luminous auras, some bright, some dim, some stationary, and others moving slowly, all representing life and energy. The soil beneath his feet exuded a faint, earthy yellow glow tinged with moisture. The creek water flowed in a tumultuous deep blue, interspersed with tiny, weakly glowing specks representing small aquatic creatures. The thicket across the creek presented a profound, viscous expanse filled with thorns, intertwining and paralyzing in essence, resembling a dark green domain teeming with countless tiny, writhing tendrils, within which lurked a few larger, menacing auras indicative of thorny vine demons. However, Lin Luo's objective lay elsewhere. His perception, akin to the keenest of hounds, sought out a faint trace in the air, nearly dissipated by the sounds of the creek and the night wind, an exceedingly subtle, distinctive scent. It was the cold, metallic sharpness, the peculiar aroma of toxic substances mingled with a sweet, pungent essence, and an unmistakable residue of human presence. Laden with the spirits of violence and vigilance, meticulously trained yet unable to be entirely suppressed. This residue resembled a tenuous thread, tinged with rust and the scent of blood, extending from a point along the edge of the thorny thicket across the fallen log bridge, winding deeper into the thicket itself. Yes, it was here. The attackers had initiated their assault from this position and subsequently retreated along this very path into the depths of the thicket. They had been cautious, erasing most of their traces, yet the mingled aura of malice, toxins, and specialized equipment was still discernible to Lin Luo's foundational perception and heightened concentration at this moment. Lin Luo silently intoned. Do you see that thread? With your mental strength, extend your senses as far as possible along its trajectory, without disturbing anything. Simply confirm the direction, distance, and whether there are any forks or stronger focal points. Within the confines of the vessel, a distinct and focused wave of thought emanated from AZ. Following this, an ethereal and more refined thread, composed solely of spiritual energy and tinted in a delicate shade of lavender, silently emerged from the shadows where Lin Luo concealed himself. It slithered along the ground and the silhouettes of rocks and bushes with the grace of the most agile serpent, deftly connecting to the lingering trail of essence that Lin Luo had sensed. This spiritual thread represented a newfound application that AZ had grasped under the influence of Lin Luo's guidance and the aura of the shadow egg over the past few days. Lacking offensive capability and nearly imperceptible to conventional detection methods, it possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to trace and follow specific spiritual remnants, energy fluctuations, or emotional imprints. Particularly attuned to negative or unusual energies such as malice, murderous intent, toxins, and shadows, the thread swiftly extended along the intangible trail deeper into the thorny forest. Through this connection, a hazy image began to materialize in Lin Luo's mind, constructed by AZ's psychic force, reminiscent of thermal imaging. In this image, the line representing the assailant's residual essence became intermittent after approximately 30 steps into the thorny forest, evidently indicating that the adversary had taken greater care to erase their tracks. Nonetheless, the general direction remained unchanged, persistently pointing towards a densely vegetated area within the forest that appeared to have slight undulations. Where AZ sensed an abundance of shadow energy and metallic aura, the terminus of the line did not reach the core of that area directly. Instead, it branched into several finer, nearly undetectable tributaries, fanning out as if linking to various lurking points or watchtowers about 10 steps from the core. In that central area, AZ's spiritual thread dared not approach too closely, yet it could vaguely perceive the presence of at least 3 or 4 relatively powerful life auras, infused with the dual fluctuations of both humans and contract beasts. Among these, one aura radiated with the most potent essence of toxins and shadows. Found it, the assailant's temporary lair, or rather, their ambush point. However, AZ's exploration had to conclude here. Any further proximity risked detection of its psychic fluctuations by the adversary, potentially alarming them. Well done, AZ. Retract the thread and maintain concealment, Lin Luo praised inwardly. AZ complied, retracting the spiritual thread with the swiftness of receding tides, leaving no trace behind. There were 4 to 5 assailants, accompanied by contract beasts, occupying advantageous terrain, skilled in stealth, traps, and poisoning. A frontal assault would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, Lin Luo's objective was never to annihilate the enemy. His aim was the antidote, or the crucial materials needed to concoct it, or perhaps to create sufficient chaos to compel the antidote to surface, or to uncover other clues amidst the turmoil. Vera, do you hear me? Lin Luo conveyed this through a faint whistle, utilizing a specific frequency detectable by the wind-squeaking mouse, reminiscent of a certain nocturnal bird, to transmit information to Vera, who lay concealed in the rear. He whistled a series of varied lengths, denoting direction and distance. Moments later, a nearly imperceptible response echoed from afar, mirroring his signal. Vera received and confirmed the location. The plan could commence. Lin Luo took a deep breath and emerged from the shadow of a massive boulder. This time, rather than continuing upstream, he veered downstream towards the Blackwater Creek, steering clear of the fallen log bridge, yet drawing nearer to the edge of the iron thorn forest. The terrain dipped lower here, the foliage grew denser, the humidity intensified, and the light dimmed significantly as he stealthily advanced. He needed to circumvent a wider arc. approaching the core area detected by a Z from a lateral and rear position, seeking opportunities to infiltrate and sow chaos. Simultaneously, he had to evade any sentries that might be stationed in the front and flanks. Stealth was an instinct honed through his struggles in the Black Wind Forest and the underbelly. He minimized his breathing, and his heartbeat seemed to slow in tandem. With each step, he cautiously tested the ground with his toes, ensuring there were no brittle twigs, loose stones, or slippery moss beneath him before gradually shifting his weight. His body conformed to the undulating terrain, utilizing every shadow, every thicket, and every protruding rock as cover. He even summoned the faint internal energy within him, harmonizing it with his breathing technique, blending his body temperature, breath, and even mental fluctuations with the damp, chilly environment surrounding him. His perceptual attributes were fully activated, akin to sonar in the dark, delineating the subtle undulations of the terrain, the distribution of vegetation, and the faint auras of small insects, nocturnal creatures, and certain low-tier magical plants lurking in the shadows. He deftly circumvented areas that might produce noise or pose danger, moving like a silent fish through the depths of the dark forest. Z, meanwhile, had fully entered a state of shadowy stealth, merging with Lin Luo's silhouette, her crystalline violet compound eyes occasionally glimmering with an imperceptible, cold radiance in the shadows, assisting Lin Luo in observing the blind spots that his senses could not cover. The detour proved more arduous than anticipated. The terrain at the edge of the iron thorn forest was complex, with slippery slopes, gnarled tree roots, bottomless swamps, and the ever-present iron vines with their minute thorns capable of easily slicing through skin, all obstacles to his advance. More perilous still, the air was thick with the unique scent of the iron thorn forest, a mix of pungency and numbing effects, which grew stronger the deeper he delved. Lin Luo felt a slight tingling on his skin, and his breathing became labored, compelling him to exercise greater caution in controlling the flow of his internal energy to dispel these adverse effects. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Lin Luo finally maneuvered to the designated location, positioned at the rear side of the attacker's core area, in a low-lying spot about 50 paces away. Here lay a small patch of swamp covered by towering ferns with thick leaves. At the edges of the swamp stood several ancient trees that had long since withered, yet stubbornly remained upright, their trunks hollowed. The air was laden with a heavy odor and the distinctive fishy scent of the swamp, and the light was at its most dim. This was an exceptional ambush point, likely a direction where the enemy's defenses were relatively weak, perhaps even overlooked, as no ordinary person would choose to launch an attack from the rear of this ominous, stench-filled marsh. Lin Luo, akin to a gecko, adhered closely to the damp, slick trunk of an ancient hollow tree, gradually ascending until he halted beside a tree hollow approximately a person's height above the ground, half concealed by moss and vines. With utmost care, he pushed aside the tendrils, curling his body into the narrow confines of the hollow. The interior, though decayed, remained structurally sound, providing him with a perfect refuge and an excellent vantage point to observe the distant core area through the gaps between the fronds of ferns. He inhaled gently, steadying his breath to recover from the strenuous exertion, while concentrating his awareness towards the direction previously detected by a Z. 50 paces away, through layers of fern leaves and twisted dead branches, a scene unfolded within a relatively dry clearing, slightly elevated and surrounded by massive boulders. At the center of this glade, a small fire burned, a carefully tended blaze that emitted minimal smoke, casting a faint red glow. The flames were cleverly shielded by the rocks, rendering them nearly undetectable from afar. Around the fire sat 4 individuals. 3 of them were clad in matching cloaks, nearly blending into the surrounding environment, crafted from patches of dark green and grayish-brown fabric. Adorned with hoods, their faces were obscured, revealing only the occasional glint of cold, piercing eyes beneath the shadows of their hoods. Beside them lay 3 contracted beasts, a sleek, pitch-black shadow panther, its eyes glowing an eerie green, a pinnacle of the first tier, a vividly patterned leaf gecko resembling a pile of dead leaves, lying quietly in the shadow of a rock, nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings, a first-tier creature adept at camouflage and venom, and a strikingly larger poison dart frog king, its back covered in deep, sinister pustules, rhythmically swelling beside a small puddle. The trio exuded a contained aura, their movements precise, communicating seamlessly through gestures and glances, suggesting rigorous training. far from mere trial participants or a disorganized mob. The fourth individual, however, donned simple, dirt-stained coarse clothing, resembling a destitute adventurer or hunter, huddled by the fire. Trembling with fear and wearing a nervous, sycophantic smile as he spoke in hushed tones to the three disguised figures. No contracted beast accompanied him. Was he a captive? A guide? An insider? Lin Luo's gaze settled upon the apparent leader among the disguised figures. This individual sat atop a higher rock, refraining from the conversation, quietly polishing a peculiar short crossbow, entirely black save for the dark blue glow at its blade. The design of this crossbow was identical to that of the one used to wound the stone pillar. His aura of toxins and shadow was particularly potent. At his feet lay a small pouch, woven from animal hide and vines, slightly ajar, within which several small ceramic vials of varying colors and oil paper packages were faintly visible. Antidotes. They could very well be within that pouch. Lin Luo's heart raced, quickening uncontrollably, yet he immediately compelled himself to regain his composure. The objective lay before him, but how to attain it? A forcible seizure would be the least desirable approach. Creating chaos and seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil would be the most prudent strategy. His gaze swept once more around the open space. Besides the three prominent rocks, smaller stones and withered wood were scattered along the periphery. The several faint streams of energy that Aziz had previously detected corresponded to the sentinels lurking at a greater distance, tasked with vigilance. Thanks to Aziz's prior reconnaissance, Lin Luo had a rough understanding of the distance and positioning. Timing required both patience and ingenuity. He gently patted the satchel at his waist, conveying the directive for the second phase of action to Aziz. Then, he closed his eyes again, but this time not to sense the outside world. Instead, he plunged his entire focus inward, delving into the essence of the egg resonating with the core of the fallen deity, intimately connected to his own spirit, which now throbbed violently as it neared the source of the toxin, akin to a shadow queen's egg on the verge of hatching. He infused his thoughts, intertwined with a yearning for the antidote, concern for the injuries sustained from the stone pillar, a chilling intent to annihilate the attackers, and an acute perception of the shadowy environment of this dark forest, into a vivid, potent, and guiding mental wave, continuously pouring into the pitch-black egg. Awaken, shadow. Here, the shadows are your stage. Here, the toxins are your prey. I need you. I require your strength. Tear apart their disguises with your shadows. Disturb this stagnant water with your swarm's will. Let us hunt together. As if a dormant volcano had been utterly ignited, the shadow egg quaked violently in Lin Luo's embrace. A surge, far more tempestuous and lucid than any prior, imbued with the pride of a nascent queen bee. An instinctive desire for dominion over shadows, and an intense yearning to repel and consume the toxin, crashed into Lin Luo's consciousness like a torrential flood. Crack. A sound. Exceedingly faint yet to Lin Luo, it resonated like thunder. The shell of the egg shattered in his arms. Immediately, a cold, viscous energy, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, akin to ink spilling into clear water, erupted from Lin Luo's center, rapidly diffusing outward. However, this shadow was not aimless. It was guided by Lin Luo's intent and Aziz's subtle psychic influence, akin to a living creature, swiftly creeping along the shadows of the ground, rocks, and plants, silently advancing toward the positions of the lurking sentinels at the edge of the bonfire clearing. Simultaneously, through the connection with the fallen deity's core, Lin Luo clearly perceived a queen bee, no larger than a thumb, entirely black as ink, adorned with two pairs of translucent wings seemingly formed from shadows, and wearing an exceedingly tiny crown radiating dark purple luminescence, striving to emerge from the shattered shell. Its compound eyes sparkled like the finest obsidian, glowing with a cold, wise, yet slightly naive brilliance amidst the darkness. At first glance, it seemed that the Shadow Queen directed her gaze towards Lin Luo, conveying a clear sense of reliance, intimacy, and an insatiable hunger for combat. Under the pressure of dire circumstances and Lin Luo's summons, the Shadow Queen emerged from her chrysalis prematurely. Immediately upon her birth, she exhibited a remarkable affinity for shadow energy and an extraordinary talent for manipulation. Excellent. Shadow, heed my command. Lin Luo's heart soared with joy, yet his movements remained composed. Through the robust and clear link established by the core of divine destruction, he conveyed his first directive to the newly hatched queen. Unleash the veil of shadows. Envelop those 3 sentry points. Create disturbances in the shadows, simulating the approach of minor magical beasts along with accompanying sounds. The Shadow Queen gently fluttered her wings, her shadowy, delicate appendages quivering silently. Instantly, 3 denser, more lifelike clusters of darkness, akin to living shadows, separated from the concealment of the tree hollow where Lin Luo was hidden. Like 3 stealthy serpents gliding along the ground, precisely targeting the 3 outer sentry locations previously marked by a Z. Almost simultaneously, a Z received Lin Luo's command. It detached itself from Lin Luo's shadow, its amethyst-like form flashing briefly in the darkness before vanishing amidst the nearby ferns. The next moment, peculiar sounds resembling the snapping of dry branches, the scurrying of small creatures, and eerie, low whimpers echoed abruptly from the shadows near the 3 sentry positions. A Z amplified and distorted these sounds with its mental prowess, rendering them particularly eerie and threatening against the backdrop of the silent night and the roaring stream. This was a dual illusion coupled with mental interference. The veil of shadows created by the Shadow Queen produced visual and energetic disturbances in the shadows, while a Z generated auditory and psychological illusions. The objective was to rouse those lurking sentinels, incite chaos, and attract the attention of the 4 individuals in the central clearing, ideally coaxing 1 or 2 to investigate the situation. The plan succeeded. Almost simultaneously, the 3 outer sentry positions experienced faint, suppressed movements. Clearly, the hidden assailants stationed there were startled by this abrupt disturbance emanating from the shadows. They might have presumed they were discovered by some nocturnal magical beast or challenger, and according to their training, they were compelled to raise the alarm and potentially investigate or drive away any perceived threats. By the campfire, the 3 disguised figures halted their actions in unison, their sharp gazes snapping towards the source of the commotion. The leader, wiping down his crossbow, momentarily paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Shadow Panther and the Leaf Chameleon instantly assumed a state of alert, emitting low, threatening growls. Only the one dressed as a captive cowered in fear. 3 o'clock direction. Shadows are unusual, with slight mental fluctuations and sounds. One of the disguised figures whispered quickly, his voice hoarse. It may be a nocturnal magical beast, or someone is approaching, another added. The leader remained silent, narrowing his eyes as his gaze darted rapidly between the 3 disturbance points, seemingly assessing which was a feint and which posed a true threat. He slowly raised his crossbow, aiming at the direction of the most pronounced disturbance. Now is the moment. In Lin Luo's eyes, a brilliant light flickered. The moment the adversaries were distracted by the commotion outside, he sprang forth from the hollow in the tree like a coiled serpent ready to strike. His target was not the flickering campfire nor the pouch containing the antidote, but rather a rock, half his height, situated at the edge of the open ground, the closest to him and relatively near the captive. His movements were as swift as lightning, yet as silent as a shadow, landing without a sound. At the instant his body made contact with the rock, his right hand deftly drew a newly acquired dagger from his waist, plunging it fiercely into an inconspicuous, moss-covered recess on the side of the stone. With a soft thud, the dagger sank deep, as if it had pierced something soft and yielding. Immediately, a dense, pungent, and slightly numbing emerald green smoke erupted violently from the recess, enveloping the surrounding area in an instant. This was a concoction Lin Luo had collected during his infiltration, derived from a vine known as Perilous thorn at the edge of the iron spike forest, mixed with spores from decaying fungi to create a rudimentary smoke bomb. Although not highly toxic, its irritant properties and concealment effectiveness were unparalleled. The emerald smoke billowed upwards, carrying its acrid scent, spreading rapidly. Smoke. Be cautious. It's a trap. The disguised assailants by the campfire were both startled and enraged. They had not anticipated an assault from such proximity, nor such an uncanny method. The leader reacted quickest, instinctively pivoting his crossbow towards the source of the smoke and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A poison bolt sliced through the air, piercing the smoke, yet fell silent, leaving its target unknown. Shadow Leopard. Withered Leaf. Disperse the smoke and flush out the rat. The leader commanded sharply, retreating swiftly, one hand grasping the pouch containing the antidote at his feet, while the other reached for something presumably more formidable at his waist. The Shadow Leopard growled low and transformed into a streak of black lightning, lunging into the smoke. The Withered Leaf Lizard also darted away, vanishing into the shadows of the rock, preparing to launch a surprise attack from the flank. Meanwhile, the poison arrow frog king puffed up its vocal sac, aiming towards the smoke, ready to unleash its venom. Chaos had already ensued. However, at the moment Lin Luo threw the smoke bomb to attract the initial wave of fire and attention, he was no longer in his original position. Utilizing the cover of the smoke and the brief confusion of his opponents, he glided along the ground like a wraith, rolling to silently circumvent to the opposite side of the rock, now just 3 steps away from the terrified, incapacitated captive. His objective had never been a direct assault or a brazen snatch of the antidote, which would be too challenging. His true goal was this seemingly inconsequential captive. The fact that this individual had survived to this point and was brought to the assailant's lair undoubtedly indicated his worth. It was highly likely that he possessed valuable knowledge, or perhaps he himself was a key or a clue. As smoke enveloped the area, bolts flew through the air, and the beasts roared. The attacker's attention was diverted. The leader was bent over to retrieve the antidote pouch. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. His body coiled like a spring compressed to its limit, and he suddenly leapt towards the captive. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, the left hand lunged towards the captive's neck, while the right hand, gripping a dagger in a reverse hold, positioned itself defensively across the chest, poised for both blocking and striking at any moment. "If you wish to live, cooperate with me." The frigid voice resonated as if emanating from the abyss, instantly reaching the captive's ears. The captive, eyes wide with terror, beheld Lin Luo, who emerged from the shadows and mist, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. A guttural sound escaped his throat, paralyzing him with fear to the extent that he could not even scream, merely nodding instinctively. At the very moment Lin Luo lunged forward, a Z, who had been lying in ambush among the ferns, unleashed her true lethal strike. Her body, shimmering like amethyst in the darkness, suddenly radiated light. A mental shockwave, far more potent and concentrated than before, infused with intense confusion and disarray, struck like an invisible spear towards the leader of the attackers, who was bent over to retrieve the antidote pouch. The objective was not to harm, but to disrupt his actions in securing the antidote and impair his judgment of the current situation. Simultaneously, the newly emerged Queen Bee, Yuying, manifested her potential as a queen. No longer content with merely manipulating shadows to create disturbances, she vibrated her wings, emitting an extremely high-frequency hum, nearly inaudible to human ears, yet capable of inciting instinctual agitation and unrest among nearby low-tier insects and certain magical beasts. This buzzing sound mingled with the smoke, roars, and chaos, momentarily causing the shadow leopard, the leaf-tailed gecko, and even the venomous arrow frog king to hesitate and falter in their movements. The opportunity was fleeting. Lin Luo's hand had grasped the captive by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick, while his body continued to retreat rapidly towards the low-lying marsh from whence he had come. "Stop him!" The leader, momentarily hindered by Aziz's mental assault, faltered in his actions, his hand reaching for the pouch, only to grasp at air, his face a mask of anger and fear, roaring fiercely. The shadow leopard, breaking free from the disorienting hum, lunged at Lin Luo's back with a furious roar. The leaf-tailed gecko shot forth from the shadows, spewing forth a pale, yellow, paralyzing venom. The venomous arrow frog king also unleashed its toxin, but due to the interference of Yuying and the obscuring smoke, it missed its target, splattering against a nearby rock and corroding it with a plume of white smoke. Surrounded on 3 sides, life and death hung in the balance. Yet, Lin Luo seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. At the instant the shadow leopard's claws were about to connect with his back, he dove sideways with the captive, executing a clumsy yet effective roll that narrowly evaded the assault of the shadow leopard and the gecko's venom. Simultaneously, the dagger in his reverse grip was thrust backward, not to block, but to plunge fiercely into a dense thicket of thorny rattan, using its force to pivot and alter his roll towards the edge of the marsh where a few hollow ancient trees stood. With a splash, he and the captive tumbled into the cold, viscous muck at the marsh's edge, the foul-smelling sludge instantly concealing their forms. "Pursue. He cannot escape far." The leader, his face darkened with fury, though obscured by his hood, seized the antidote pouch from the ground and secured it at his waist, personally leading the shadow leopard and the leaf-tailed gecko in pursuit towards the marsh. The venomous arrow frog king also hopped along in pursuit. As they rushed to the edge of the mire, All they beheld was a disordered expanse of bubbling black sludge and a few hasty tracks, rapidly vanishing into the depths of the swamp, leading in various directions, conjured by Ozzy's illusions. Lin Luo and the captive seemed to have evaporated into thin air, swallowed by the ominous darkness of the mire. Split up and pursue. Beware of the traps and venomous creatures within the swamp. The leader gritted his teeth, yet his voice bore an imperceptible hint of doubt. Who? This enigmatic figure, suddenly appearing with bizarre methods and a clear objective, could manage to escape unscathed with the captive amidst their assault of for men and for beasts? The night deepened further, the stench of the mire mingling with the lingering acrid smoke, wafting slowly in the night breeze. The first round of hunting and counterattack concluded under the cover of darkness, with Lin Luo's perilous yet successful abduction of the captive, retreating safely, albeit temporarily. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The true contest perhaps had only just begun. Chapter 35. A desperate choice and an unexpected aid. The muck, frigid and viscous, reeking of decayed vegetation and unknown minuscule creatures, clung to Lin Luo like a myriad of greedy hands, ensnaring his limbs and torso. Each struggle felt akin to moving through thick syrup, consuming immense energy while yielding only a trivial advance. The sludge invaded his nostrils and mouth, its acrid sting accompanied by a peculiar numbing sensation that darkened his vision. More terrifying was the realization that beneath the mire lay not solid ground, but an unfathomable, soft layer of sludge, poised to engulf him entirely at any moment. One of Lin Luo's hands grasped the collar of the captive, a frail young man utterly terrified and nearly ceasing to struggle, while his other hand and feet flailed desperately through the slick muck, striving to navigate towards the elevated ground where the hollow ancient trees stood, as recalled from memory. He dared not pause, even for a fleeting second, as the sounds of pursuing footsteps and growls echoed behind him, along with the chilling sensation of being hunted, akin to a serpent's cold gaze, ever relentless. The sound of the muck being disturbed echoed sharply in the silent mire, causing Lin Luo's heart to plummet. He had underestimated the peril of this swamp and overestimated his speed while burdened with a liability. At this pace, before he could swim to safety, the pursuers would easily dispatch him with crossbow bolts or venom in the mire. A solution must be found, and swiftly. Ozzy, create distractions, fabricate illusions, confound their direction and perception. Lin Luo mentally commanded Ozzy in haste, while simultaneously attempting to summon the scant remaining energy within him, urging his muscles to unleash greater strength. However, this proved to be a fleeting remedy, further depleting his internal energy and hastening his fatigue. Ozzy transmitted a wave of strenuous thought. Its prior use of illusions and mental assaults had taken a significant toll, yet it executed its actions instantaneously. The amethyst-like figure flickered in the shadows at the edge of the mire, emanating a mental wave infused with a profound sense of disorientation and simulated sounds, intertwined with the nascent, unstable shadow disturbances of the Shadow Queen, radiating towards the pursuers. Indeed, the footsteps behind hesitated momentarily, engulfed in confusion, their shouts growing increasingly furious. Over there, do not be deceived by illusions. It was the hoarse voice of the leader, laced with a fury that spoke of mockery. The sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air erupted, striking the mire not far from Lin Luo, splattering foul-smelling mud. It was a blind shot, yet the distance had dwindled dangerously close. Gritting his teeth, Lin Luo summoned the last vestiges of his strength, forcefully pushing the captive forward, while he propelled himself sideways, his body slipping like an eel into a denser area of muck, overrun with colossal duckweed and twisted aquatic plants. He intended to use the intricate underwater flora as a shield, hoping to buy himself some time. However, just as he slid into the patch of floating plants, his foot suddenly found emptiness. It was as if he had stepped into a concealed pit hidden beneath the mire. His body lost balance, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the viscous sludge, submerging over his head. Icy, dark, suffocating, and reeking sensations overwhelmed him in an instant. He struggled desperately, flailing his limbs. Yet the more he fought, the faster he sank. Silt flooded his mouth, nose, and ears. The world was reduced to an endless abyss of darkness and dying despair. Was he to perish? To fade silently in this filthy quagmire? Like a forgotten piece of refuse? No, absolutely not. Atai was still waiting for him. Shaoyin was still waiting for him. The shadow, the unconscious stone stump, the frightened Alia, the steadfast like, and Vera. He could not die here. A surge of overwhelming will, mingled with defiance, fury, and the primal yearning for life, erupted from the depths of his soul like the final roar of a dying beast. Simultaneously, the Godfall core cradled in his arms seemed to sense its host's dire crisis and indomitable will. The dormant, dark golden core projection trembled violently. A strange energy, albeit feeble, yet imbued with an ancient and grand essence that appeared capable of defining and connecting rules, surged forth from the depths of the core, flooding Lin Luo's entire being in an instant. This energy was not intended to amplify strength or defense, but to enhance connection. It fortified the nascent yet remarkably tight contractual link he shared with the Shadow Queen, established through the Godfall core. As if a drowning man grasped the last straw, Lin Luo's consciousness, amidst darkness and suffocation, clung tenaciously to this link's power from the core, fervently transmitting his intense will to survive, escape, and shadowed thoughts without reservation to the newly hatched, yet extraordinarily fragile, Queen. Shadow, save me. Use your shadows. Take me away from here. The shadow is me. I am the shadow. It was as if one could hear the most desperate and unequivocal call of the monarch, concealed within the folds of Lin Luo's attire. The shadowy queen bee, overwhelmed by the encroaching mire, appeared utterly flustered. Yet, within her obsidian-like compound eyes, a dazzling dark purple luminescence erupted with unprecedented brilliance. She emitted a sharp, penetrating mental shriek, audible solely to Lin Luo. In the next moment, a surge of pure, overwhelming shadow energy, far more potent than the previous manipulation of the shadowy veil, erupted forth from the Shadow Queen Bee. This energy was no longer merely a simulation or disturbance of shadows. It temporarily assimilated a small area around Lin Luo, including himself and the captive, into a fleeting and unstable shadow amalgamation with the tangible material world. In an instant, Lin Luo felt as though his body had shed its weight and substance, transforming into an intangible, cold, flowing shadow. The viscous mud ceased to be an obstacle, as if he were gliding through water. The suffocating sensation evaporated, for he found himself free from the need to breathe. His senses became blurred and strange, and the world before him morphed into an extraordinary tapestry of shifting shadows and frigid energy, varying in depth and hue. The essence of shadow traversal. The nascent ability of the Shadow Queen Bee was forcibly awakened under the reinforcement of the core of divine collapse and the catalyzing will of Lin Luo in desperation. Although its range was minuscule, only capable of enveloping Lin Luo and the captive, and its duration fleeting, perhaps lasting only 2 or 3 breaths. This exertion was immensely taxing for the newly emerged Queen Bee, nearly costing her half her life. Yet, in this critical moment, it sufficed. Lin Luo, or rather the small humanoid shadow, hesitated not a moment. With the last vestiges of clarity and direction, he propelled himself towards the elevated, arid terrain where ancient hollow trees thrived. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, a shadowy arrow. To the outside observer, the scene was nothing short of bizarre. The mire where Lin Luo and the captive had fallen erupted violently, and then, as if light had been instantly siphoned away, their location transformed into an inky, formless darkness, twisting and writhing like a thick, unyielding void. This darkness persisted for less than 3 breaths, before bursting asunder like a soap bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Luo and the captive were as if wrenched from the mire by an invisible hand, landing in a disheveled heap on a relatively dry, gravelly slope. 7 or 8 paces from the edge of the swamp, covered in foul sludge, their faces pale, Lin Luo from exhaustion, the captive from sheer terror, coughing violently, retching, and expelling the muck from their mouths. There, he has not perished. Seize him, the leader of the pursuers exclaimed, both astonished and incensed. The shadow leopard, the desiccated leaf gecko, and the venomous arrow frog king lunged once more, while crossbows were reloaded with urgency. However, although Lin Luo was at the brink of weakness, his body seemingly hollowed out to the core, struggling even to move a single finger, his gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice, fixed intently upon the approaching shadow leopard, and, behind it, the assailant leader who was raising a crossbow aimed directly at him. He did not evade, nor did he possess the strength to do so. Instead, he summoned the last vestige of his energy to raise his mud-stained right hand and, with deliberate slowness and clarity, extended a single middle finger towards his pursuers. This gesture, laden with disdain, provocation, and an unmistakable implication of their impending defeat, a gesture alien to this world, was profoundly insulting. Coupled with his current disheveled yet remarkably calm demeanor, which bore a hint of mockery, it caused the shadow leopard, leaping forward, to momentarily falter, and the leader's finger, poised to pull the trigger, hesitated as well. It was this seemingly insignificant pause that heralded a swift and piercing sound, a feathered arrow, shrieking through the air like the lament of death, emerged without warning from the deeper, darker recesses of the iron thorn forest. The arrow flew with astonishing speed, leaving only a faint silvery trace in its wake. Its target was neither Lin Luo nor the oncoming contract beasts, but rather the crossbow that the assailant leader had just raised, yet had not yet fired, with a resounding clang that echoed sharply. The unexpected arrow struck with pinpoint accuracy at the crucial juncture where the crossbow's mechanism met its arms. The immense force of the impact shattered the evidently formidable black crossbow in twain. The severed halves of the crossbow spiraled away, its bolts scattering across the ground. The leader stifled a groan, his palms split open and bleeding, his eyes instantly filled with incredulous horror. Who could possibly possess the skill to sever his specially crafted crossbow, infused with black iron, with an arrow? What kind of terrifying marksmanship and strength was required for such a feat? Before they could fully comprehend this sudden blow, 3 more arrows whizzed through the air, precisely targeting the front paws of the shadow leopard, the crevice where the leaf gecko was concealed, and the venomous gland of the poisoned dart frog king. The angles of the arrows were cunning, the timing impeccable, although they did not strike vital points. They forced the 3 contract beasts to awkwardly evade, disrupting their assault and scattering their formation. An ambush. Retreat. The leader, in a moment of decisive clarity, suppressed his pain and fury, barking orders. The adversary's archery was too formidable, and hidden within the shadows, there could be even more foes. With Lin Luo and the captives now freed from the mire, the optimal opportunity for a kill had slipped away. Further entanglement could lead to unforeseen perils. Without hesitation, he turned and retreated deeper into the iron thorn forest, neglecting to gather the scattered bolts and broken crossbow. The shadow leopard, leaf gecko, and poison dart frog king immediately abandoned their attack, hastily following suit into the dense darkness and thick brambles, leaving only the faint sounds of retreating footsteps and rustling leaves. The crisis arrived suddenly and departed in a most enigmatic manner. The edge of the mire returned to its oppressive silence. Only the mournful whispers of the night breeze through the thorns and the subtle sound of bubbles bursting in the mire could be heard. Lin Luo lay on the gravel slope, drenched and smeared with mud, his chest heaving violently, each breath a struggle that felt as if it could tear his lungs apart. He laboriously turned his head towards the direction from which the arrows had come, deep into the heart of the thorny forest. A place darker and more desolate than the lair of the attackers. Who could it be? Was it Vera? No. While Vera possessed commendable archery skills, she could not possibly match the terrifying speed, power, and precision displayed, nor could she sever the specially crafted crossbow with a single arrow. Could it be another trial group? The likelihood seemed slim. Who would provoke such formidable assailants to save an unrelated person? Moreover, individuals with such archery prowess among the trial participants were exceedingly rare. Could it be an instructor from the academy observing in secret? Yet, the rules strictly prohibited deliberate harm leading to death. The attackers had clearly violated this first. An instructor intervening to stop them would be justified. However, the arrows just witnessed were infused with a chilling intent, merciless and reminiscent of the brutality of real combat. Starkly contrasting the demeanor of an academy instructor, Lin Luo's heart brimmed with confusion, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to think. The after-effects of shadows, along with the triple depletion of his physical stamina, inner energy, and mental fortitude, caused his vision to blur and his consciousness to wane. The captive he had rescued had also gathered their breath, scrambling to sit up, eyes wide with lingering terror as they glanced at Lin Luo and then towards the direction from which the attackers had vanished. Finally gazing into the darkness from where the arrows had flown, their face a canvas of relief intermingled with profound fear. Just then, an almost imperceptible sound, seamlessly blending with the whispers of the wind, emerged from the direction of the arrows. Lin Luo strained to muster a fragment of his mental acuity and raised his gaze. From the shadows, a figure emerged silently, like a specter. The newcomer was clad in a form-fitting black outfit that melded seamlessly with the darkness, devoid of any insignia. Crafted from exquisite materials, a mask obscured their mouth and nose, revealing only a pair of eyes. Simple, yet hauntingly enigmatic. Tall and well-proportioned, they bore a longbow of ancient design, its sleek lines glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the faint starlight. An arrow quiver hung at their waist, alongside a short sword of equally minimalist design, exuding a chilling aura. Though most of their visage was concealed, the pair of eyes that were visible sent a jolt through Lin Luo's heart. What eyes they were! Like the finest black crystal, deep, cold, and sharp, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Imbued with a detachment born of countless battles and an understanding of life and death. Yet beneath that icy indifference, Lin Luo discerned a faint, almost familiar sensation. Had he encountered those eyes before? The figure in black halted a few paces from Lin Luo and the captive, their gaze calmly sweeping over the disheveled pair before finally settling on Lin Luo. That look was like a cold blade, slowly slicing through Lin Luo, as if attempting to see through him to his very core. Without uttering a word or posing a question, they merely gazed silently. Lin Luo struggled to maintain his composure as he met the penetrating gaze. His throat was parched, and no sound escaped his lips. He could only convey gratitude and inquiry through his eyes. The figure clad in black seemed to comprehend his unspoken sentiments, slightly tilting their head. The enigmatic presence's gaze flitted over the small, mud-stained pouch at Lin Luo's waist, where Zi and the weakened shadow resided, and then flickered to Lin Luo's right hand, which was caked in filth, the very hand that had raised a middle finger moments prior. Within the chilling depths of their eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple of emotion appeared. Was it astonishment, or perhaps a form of acknowledgement? Then, they raised a hand and made a simple gesture towards Lin Luo. The meaning was clear: to depart, to not look back, and to leave this place swiftly. They might return. After completing the gesture, the figure did not linger. With a fluid motion, they seemed to merge with the shadows of the night, retreating into the dark thicket of iron thorns, their footsteps fading quickly until they vanished, as if they had never existed. Their arrival was shrouded in mystery, and their departure was equally decisive, leaving behind only a few arrows deeply embedded in the ground and rocks, their fletchings still quivering, bearing witness to the brief yet lethal assistance that had not been a figment of imagination. Lin Luo lay on the ground, staring blankly in the direction where the figure had disappeared, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Who was this individual? Why had they come to his aid? Where had he encountered those eyes before? Was it in Liyue, perhaps? The young captain of the Canaan Academy, who had appeared during the bandit attack. There was a resemblance in their demeanor, both possessing an aura of chill and sharpness, yet this figure exuded an even more pronounced air of lethality and coldness. Their archery skills far more formidable. Moreover, Liyue had been clad in academy attire, not this garb suited for nocturnal endeavors. The clues were too scant to ascertain a connection. Regardless, the individual had saved their lives, a debt Lin Luo would remember. A harsh cough abruptly interrupted his thoughts. The captive, regaining his senses, scrambled over, eager to assist Lin Luo, but upon seeing his mud-covered form and feeble state, hesitated, stammering. Are you all right, benefactor? Thank you for saving me. My name is Hark, a herbal gatherer, captured by those fiends to lead them. Lin Luo waved his hand, signaling him to be silent. This was not the time for conversation. He needed to depart immediately and return to the temporary camp. The stone pedestal awaited the antidote, and Vela and Rake must be anxiously waiting for him. He struggled to sit up, but his body felt as if it were in disarray, completely devoid of strength. The recent ordeal of shadows and desperate bursts of energy had drained him far too much. Seeing this, Hark rushed forward, exerting himself to help Lin Luo rise. Lin Luo nearly placed the entirety of his weight upon the slight figure of the herbalist. Benefactor, where shall we go? Hark inquired, his voice still trembling with fear. Back to camp, Lin Luo managed to utter, gesturing towards the general direction where Vela and Rake were hiding. Hark nodded, supporting Lin Luo as they trudged back in the direction they had come, each step a struggle. The two were continually besmirched by the foul, oozing muck, leaving behind a twisted and pitiful trail. The night remained profoundly dark. The iron thorn forest loomed behind them, like a silent behemoth, observing their unsteady retreat. In the shadows, those cold, black crystal-like eyes seemed to flicker momentarily in Lin Luo's mind. The enigmatic figure in black, the lethal assailant, the dying comrade, the unresolved poison, and the newly hatched Shadow Bee Queen, who exhibited astonishing potential yet lay on the brink of demise. Before them stretched a path still shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, at the very least, he was alive. To live is to harbor hope.